Chapter 241 Sea of Life. In the human society of Demon Sword, everyone has established an account, and subsidies will not be paid for the time being. Basic subsidies will only begin to be paid after the work remuneration system is fully implemented, or after new agenda items are made. With the working group, the work to implement the work remuneration system has become much easier. After Liu Yi's approval, the working group implemented the first measure. Those who agreed to implement the work remuneration system, referred to as the work remuneration system, you can receive the basic subsidy from now on. 35 yuan will arrive in your account every day, which will be 1,050 yuan in 1 month. This trick worked really well, and people actually started to sign up and be willing to work. As for those who protest and cause trouble, as long as they do not damage public property and do not cause harm to others, don't worry about it and just let them go about their business. If anyone damages public property or causes harm to others, he should be arrested immediately. Anyway, there are armed robots inside the Star Castle, and there are places to detain troublemakers. Sentencing is based on the degree of damage caused by the disturbance. Although these people make trouble, they don't dare to smash or hurt others, because they know that this is a machine civilization, and machines will not treat you with human kindness. Occasionally, those with minor damages will be arrested and detained until they agree to sign the wage system, and they will not be released immediately even if they sign the wage system. The subsidy will not be paid until the wage system is fully implemented. This way, there will be fewer people making trouble. Although the basic subsidy currently issued cannot be used, because everything is still free now. After the wage system is implemented, many things will be charged. By then, the subsidy will come in handy. Therefore, many people stopped making trouble and received the subsidy in advance. In order to allow everyone to adapt to the wage system, Liu Yi and the working group agreed to give all residents a transition period, or what is called an internship period. This transition period will last for 3 years. That is to say, during these 3 years, everything is still free, and subsidies have begun to be fully distributed in advance. Some positions are open, and those who work early can also receive work pay. Everyone knows that an arm cannot twist a thigh. No one can stop what this archangel wants to do. And as a member of the Demon Sword, getting paid through labor is also a contribution to the Demon Sword. Moreover, distribution according to work has been a matter of course since ancient times. What is there to protest about? And even if you don't want to work, you still have a basic subsidy and you won't starve to death. So in general, the archangel is still very kind. So gradually people began to accept this system. Anyway, there will be a 3-year transition period, and people will gradually adapt. In order to deepen people's understanding of how important work is, Liu Yi asked the people in the working group to organize a visit to the cockroach area module, to let them see what the non-working cockroaches have become after 2,500 years of degradation. Look! Visiting the cockroach area really shocked people. Therefore, Liu Yi also specially released a speech in which he said, "Although I am just a machine, in my understanding, I believe that human beings are the most outstanding species in the universe. Human beings cannot, my hands are useless. If you are not willing to work, then human beings will degenerate. Today's cockroaches will be tomorrow's humans." In this way, the wage system began to be slowly implemented amidst difficulties. After a 3-year transition period, it was finally officially on the right track. Many positions have been opened up. Since it is still in the early stages, there will be many idle jobs, such as cleaning, gardening, etc. These are all tasks that were originally done by robots. In short, people have slowly started to work, so I won't go into details one by one. But when it came to the second measure, the Sea of Life project, there was great opposition from the crowd at the beginning. But Liu Yi found a way to overcome it. That is to build the Sea of Life first. After it is built, whether they are willing to accept machine reproduction depends entirely on people's own wishes. Because Liu Yi believes that someone will definitely be willing. The 3 major benefits: eliminating the pain of childbirth, maintaining a balanced male-female ratio, and nurturing good health are still very tempting. Because there is a serious imbalance in the ratio of men to women. There are 25,000 men and 28,000 women. There are 3,000 more women than men. This ratio is very high. Therefore, the current ocean of life only accepts fertilized eggs from boys for machine breeding. After the male-to-female ratio is balanced, fertilized eggs from girls will be accepted for machine breeding. After the Sea of Life was built, there were indeed people willing to carry out machine breeding. And as the equipment of the Sea of Life was improved, more and more people accepted machine breeding. Since machine breeding or machine generation, replaces natural human breeding. Women are free from the pain of childbirth, and more people are willing to accept machine breeding. This has resulted in an acceleration of population growth. Although the current Star Castle's only large area module can withstand the pressure of a population of 500,000, and the fully constructed Star Castle can also withstand the pressure of a population of 5 million. Louis does not want this growth rate to be too fast. After all, it is a machine civilization, not a human civilization, so there is no need to have such a large population base. Moreover, if the population grows too fast, Louis is also worried that trouble will occur. Therefore, there are also restrictions on machine breeding. That is, each couple can only carry out machine breeding twice at most. In other words, each couple can only have at most 2 children born by machines. If they want to have more children, they can only have natural pregnancy and delivery on their own. And since the advent of machine generation, people are simply not willing to carry out self-pregnancy and childbirth. In order to prevent ethical disasters from happening, Louis registered the genes of everyone and kept records and archives. When 2 men and women of the same age want to fall in love, they can know whether there is a close relationship by comparing their genetic information. Therefore, there will be no so-called ethical disaster at all. These 2 problems have been solved. And there is still one problem left. That is, how to deal with the cockroach area module. The current cockroach area module is equipped with an engine and flies with a magic sword. After flying with the magic sword for 10 years, Louis feels that it is a burden and has no use value. Cockroaches were originally advanced intelligent creatures, but now they have degraded and have low IQ, which does not contribute to the development of civilization. Louis solicited opinions among humans on how to deal with the cockroach area. Everyone had different opinions, but the suggestion that caught his attention the most was Roger's. His suggestion was to kill all the cockroaches. Chapter 242 Hibernation. The Universal Workers' Compensation System and the Sea of Life. These 2 major projects have begun to be promoted and implemented in Star Castle. People were resistant at the beginning and gradually accepted them. Next, Roger has another major medical project that needs to be broken through, and that is hibernation technology. The hibernation technology was already available in the magic sword very early on, but it could not be widely promoted due to restrictions. Now that the wage system has been promoted, more people are participating in the work, and Roger's hospital is gradually being filled with people. So he wants to start hibernation experiments to further improve hibernation technology. The current population of Demon Sword has 3,000 adult women who are unable to find a spouse. If the Sea of Life project is promoted to balance the male-female ratio, it will take 18 years to see results. The age of marriage in human society is 18. So Luo Jian had a bold idea. That is, to let these adult women who can't find a spouse choose to hibernate and wake up after 18 years. By then, everyone will be able to find a spouse. However, such hibernation will be a very vast process, more difficult than the previous 1 or 2 hibernation cabins. So this is a technology that needs to be overcome. The batch hibernation process will take about 3 years to complete. At the same time, there is another problem that needs to be faced. That is, the disposal of cockroaches and canine teeth. The cockroaches live in the Cockroach Zone module, and the infrasonic host Fong is being carried by an Angel-class battleship. Regarding how to deal with the cockroaches, Louis conducted a public opinion poll among humans. Most said that they should stay because of humanitarianism. Some did not express their opinions. Only a very small number of people said that they would kill all the cockroaches to eliminate future troubles. As a leader of mankind, Roger's opinion is very straightforward. That is, kill all the cockroaches without leaving anyone behind. As for the canine tooth, copy all its hard drive data for future use. As for its host computer, then it will be destroyed. The so-called destruction is equivalent to killing the canine tooth. After all, this is an alien civilization, and it has other branch civilizations. No one can say whether it will pose a threat to the magic sword. So to avoid long nights and nightmares, we might as well eradicate them all. Louis also deeply understands this truth. If he wants to survive in the universe, he can only eliminate dissidents. This universe is dark and cruel. So he decided to listen to Roger's suggestion. In fact, he had this plan early on. Since these cockroaches do not have high intelligence, they are useless if they are kept. On the contrary, they are still a burden. As for how to eliminate these cockroaches, Louis adopted the simplest and crudest method, which was to send 1,000 armed robots to land on the surface of the cockroach area module and open all the hatches. Cockroaches need air and pressure just like humans. So all the doors in this module also have airlocks. Louis asked the robot to open the inside and outside of all the airlock cabins to let all the air inside leak out. In this way, the cockroaches inside would die quickly due to the loss of air pressure. To open these hatches with airlocks, in addition to using the control password, the only way is to use brute force cracking. Louis didn't have the control password, so he could only use violence to open the door. He asked these armed robots to install a large number of explosives on these hatches to blow them open. While doing this operation, K9 sent a message asking, "Louis, what are you going to do? Stop it quickly. The cockroach will die." Louis replied, "They are no longer advanced intelligent creatures. They still have a large number of germs and parasites. Their existence and intelligence pose a huge threat to mankind. So out of consideration for the safety of mankind, I must kill them all." "No, you can't do this. How can you do this? Stop it." K9 kept sending messages. Louis only replied one sentence and then stopped replying. "I'm sorry. Anything that threatens human survival cannot exist. I have an obligation to eliminate it." Giada sent a message. "Sir, do you want to eliminate the canine teeth as well?" Louis replied, "It is necessary." After that, he began to withdraw the battleships hanging on the canine host. The canine host is loaded with an oval-shaped device, about 100 meters in length, and has no power. Once the battleship is separated, it can only rely on inertia to fly. Without power, its speed will become slower and slower. But this is not important. Louis has sent more than 1,000 battle flies flying around it. While flying, he kept firing plasma beams towards it. Under the irradiation of the plasma beam, K9's host carrier was cut and melted by the high temperature. K9 already sent messages from time to time. Why are you doing this? Please stop." The cockroaches and canine teeth have been completely eliminated, and the remains of the equipment used to carry them will be cut into pieces, used as raw materials, and loaded into the industrial spacecraft for later use. At this time, the infrasonic battle and its subsequent battlefield cleanup work, which lasted for several years, can only be regarded as preliminary, because there are still a large number of wreckage on the battlefield behind them waiting to be recovered. This work will take about 90 years to be completely completed. Finish. But speaking of Roger, he is the 10th generation grandson of Gong Qiqui and the 5th generation grandson of Cheng Xiaoqing. After the end of the infrasonic battle, 3 years have passed since the Demon Swords wage system and the Sea of Life were on the right track. Roger also continued to make breakthroughs in his studies. 5 years later, when he was 23 years old, he chose to marry Huayu after being torn between two girls, Rui Lanxue and Huayu, for several years. At this moment, he was also starting a research project on batch hibernation technology. Rui Lanxue, who had a crush on him, could not accept that he did not choose her, and asked to enter hibernation. She asked that she be awakened after 18 years of hibernation. In this way, Rui Lanxue joined the first batch of 100 people hibernating. 1 year after Roger and Huayu got married, they gave birth to a daughter, Rui Lanxue, who had had a crush on him for a few years. Roger specially named his daughter Xiaoxue. When Luo Xiaoxue was 3 years old, Zicheng, who had been following Roger, suddenly stopped following him and followed Xiaoxue independently. Zicheng, the product of the transformation of Minanu from the Anata Zerg, has been by Luo Xiaoxue's side ever since. And when Luo Xiaoxue was 7 years old, she suddenly contracted a strange disease. Her body became increasingly weak, and she became bedridden. Even with the medical technology of the magic sword and the medical level mastered by Roger, she could not be cured. In desperation, Roger chose to hibernate his daughter Luo Xiaoxue, and Zicheng hibernated with her. Chapter 243 300 Years of Stardom. The disease that Luo Xiaoxue suffered from was something that had never been seen in magic swords medicine and Roger's knowledge. And there was no way to diagnose and treat it, with no choice but to put it into hibernation in the hope of being cured in the future. Method to wake it up again. Also hibernating with Luo Xiaoxue is Zicheng. This Zicheng has always followed Roger, but since Xiaoxue was born, she has been following Xiaoxue. Before Xiaoxue hibernated, she had been reluctant to let go of Zicheng. So Roger put Zicheng in her hibernation box and went into hibernation together. After Xiaoxue hibernated, Roger and his wife Huayu have been studying the treatment of this disease, but to no avail. Over the years, with the wage system and the Sea of Life project, as well as the maturity and promotion of integrated hibernation technology, medical students more and more. So after Xiaoxue hibernated for 3 years, Roger planned to enter hibernation too. He wanted to still be able to live with his father when Xiaoxue was awakened. Similarly, Huayu also asked for hibernation. The couple only had one daughter, Luo Xiaoxue, and they had no children. They also delayed having children because of academic research. And the two of them are only children at home, so their parents don't have to hibernate. In this way, the two of them entered hibernation together after Luo Xiaoxue hibernated for 3 years. Another 8 years passed like this, and Rui Lanxue was awakened after 18 years of hibernation. When she woke up, she discovered that her classmates Roger and Huayu had been hibernating for 10 years, and would continue to hibernate because Luo Xiaoxue's disease has never found a cure. The awakening mechanism of Luo Xiaoxue's family of 3 is that there is an effective treatment for Luo Xiaoxue's disease, so their family of 3 will continue to hibernate. When Rui Lanxue woke up from hibernation, it happened to be the time when the first batch of children born in the Sea of Life turned 18. So she found a boyfriend who satisfied her not long after hibernation, and he was younger than her, 2 years old. Rui Lanxue is not an important person, so I won't go into details about it. Roger's family of 3 entered hibernation, and the awakening mechanism was unable to be activated for a while, so I won't go into details. However, it was said that 100 years after the end of the infrasonic battle, all the materials on the battlefield had been collected. More than half of them were loaded onto industrial spaceships and incorporated into the large army. A smaller half of the materials were built into various combat and industrial units. And these newly built combat units are all built according to the infrasonic pattern. That is, the shape of a flying saucer, including the Lord Angel class, Power Angel class and Power Angel class flying saucer motherships, as well as a large number of Battlefly class small ships, UFO. The flying saucer mothership is called a saucer ship, or a warship, and is also a type of battleship. The Warfly class small flying saucer is called a war saucer. It is used for the establishment of the demon sword, and also to distinguish it from traditional combat units. The new Flying Saucer series of combat units are collectively referred to as Saucer Series units, while other previously constructed combat units are collectively referred to as Ship Series. The incomplete establishment of the Second Army was completed by the subsequent disc combat units, and there were many more units. According to the idea, Louis should form a third army, but there was no independent system host, so Louis gave up this plan. But the extra combat units were evenly allocated to the 2 legions, turning the 2 standard legions into enhanced legions. After all the structures were completed, the demon sword speeded up again, reaching a maximum speed of 2.2x. After sailing at full speed, Louis discovered a very magical phenomenon. That is, the speed of the disc unit was actually 2.2x. The speed of ship units increased from 2x to 2.2x only after the addition of crystal worms. He tried adding crystal worms to the propulsion system of the saucer system unit, and something amazing happened. The speed of the saucer system unit actually reached 2.4x. This will be a major breakthrough if all units of the demon sword are transformed into disc systems. The overall speed of the demon sword can reach 2.4x, and the arrival of Wolf 359 will be many years earlier. However, the magic sword has a set of inherent mature ship-based technologies. If all of them are changed to the disc system, it will be very troublesome. Moreover, if the modification is carried out during the voyage, the amount of work will be even greater. For various reasons, Louis decided to only carry out modifications on the Warfly, and the transformation was carried out in batches, transforming the Warfly into a battle saucer. And it was also an infrasonic battle saucer mode. That is, the war saucer is divided into 2 parts. The upper half is the saucer, and the lower half is the robot. It can carry out air combat or star war, or the 2 parts can be separated to carry out armed robot landing operations. Then the old transmission mechanism inside the battleship is transformed into a transmission shaft. All new war saucers can be strung on it by the transmission shaft. Once a war breaks out, these strung war saucers can be quickly released. The speed of the ship-type warship is still maintained at the original maximum speed of 2.2x. But after its original built-in Warfly is transformed into a war saucer, the speed can reach 2.4x. Use 2.2x speed for interstellar navigation, while war saucers use 2.4x speed for combat. Speed is very useful in interstellar wars. Sometimes, when both sides are equally powerful, speed can determine victory or defeat. In this way, starting from the birth of the demon sword in 2189, a total of 300 years have passed, And the time has come to the 300th year of the demon calendar, which is 2489 AD. The magic sword is sailing in the universe heading for Wolf 359 at an overall speed of 2.2x. It is expected to reach its destination in 350 years. Lu Yi's host is on the Tianji, the flagship of the 2nd Legion. He monitors space as always and remains connected to Giada, the host of the Qilin, the flagship of the 1st Legion. When I had nothing to do, I was planning to go to the martial arts time to play. But at this time, I received a strange signal. The so-called martial arts world is actually a virtual world designed by Lu Yi himself. This virtual world has a dedicated host to store it. In this virtual martial arts world, he can build himself into a knight with unparalleled martial arts skills. This is also why he did this, because the journey slowly became too boring. The martial arts world he designed. When he enters, the flow rate of the world is synchronized with the real world. Once he leaves, its time flow rate will be adjusted to 84,600 times that of the real world, which is approximately stagnant. The long journey to the stars is also very boring for a machine with human thoughts. He does not dare to go to the 6E virtual world at will. In that case, how can Le Rong and other relatives and friends withstand the passage of practice? What about rapid aging? So he rebuilt other virtual worlds to pass the time when he was bored. There are not only virtual martial arts worlds, but also various other types of worlds. Lu Yi designs his own when he is bored. Anyway, he has super fast computing power, plus ready-made templates and virtual realm engines. How to design a virtual world? It's not as easy as getting it. But he said that he was about to go to the world of martial arts. At this time, he received a strange signal. It was a text message, and it was in cockroach language. The translation is, Shockwave Fong calls infrasonic Fong. Please report your location. Chapter 244 Shockwave Civilization. In the 300th year of the magic calendar, that is, 2489 AD, human society has developed to a scale of 80,000 people. But the only sector-shaped module of the Hope Star Fortress is still not saturated. And it is still far from saturation. The saturation population of a large region is 500,000 people. But now there are only 80,000 people. However, the saturated population of a central zone is 50,000 people. So the Hope now has a second central zone. There are 50,000 people in the first central area and 30,000 people in the second central area. There is still a lot of idle space. Although people have begun to work, the resources in the Star Castle are still very abundant, and the living resources cannot be used up at all. But it was said that this year, the magic sword sailing on the way to Wolf 359 actually received a message from the shock wave. Based on this information, it can be concluded that the so-called shock waves, like infrasound waves, are also machine civilizations, and their parent civilizations are all human civilizations and cockroach civilizations. The signal source comes from the direction of the Ross 128 star cockroach sun. The connection between the signal source and the magic sword, and the connection between the Ross 128 star and the magic sword, form an included angle of 15 degrees. Lu Yi, who was planning to go to the virtual martial arts world, had to give up this plan and urgently contacted Giada to discuss the situation with her. Giada said, I think the shock wave and infrasound wave must have the same origin as a machine civilization. And the Wolf Fong must also be its central computer. Lu Yi said, based on the name analysis, I think so too. The key to the question is, why did it send me a message? How did it know my location? And why was its message sent to K9ya? Giada said, it is certain that it does not know that K9ya is dead. What it sent was an encrypted message. But we have the password left by K9ya, so we can decipher the content of the message sent by Langya. Anything else? There is none left. The two of them could only analyze this situation, but they had no idea what to do next. Without instant messaging technology, Lu Yi complained, without a think tank, it's really difficult to make decisions. Giada said, why don't we still consult among humans? Out of helplessness, Lu Yi had no choice but to activate the human staff group again. The staff group was located in a building next to the central square and selected 10 highly educated humans from among humans. Since the implementation of the wage system, highly educated talents have been continuously trained for 100 years. But there has always been a blank in the field of Star Wars. It has been 100 years since the last infrasonic battle ended. So the demon sword has been very quiet and peaceful in the past 100 years. After convening a staff group composed of 10 people, no one could put forward constructive opinions, which made Lu Yi very disappointed. However, The 10 people sitting in the staff group actually had a fierce quarrel, each holding different opinions. Facing them, Lu Yi's virtual image was projected in front of everyone and said, "We are now facing an unknown machine civilization. Although we know that it is a machine civilization like infrasound waves and also comes from Cockroach Sunday. The sun, Ross 128, is 11 light years away from the sun," Louis said. "But we still know nothing about this shock wave. I am calling you here now because I want to hear your opinions. You must know that the Demon Sword is now a civilization, an interstellar civilization, and its destiny is related to everyone's life and death." Some people said that they should ignore this message and just continue sailing. Some said that they should send it a greeting message and establish a friendly relationship with it. Others said that they should lie to it and scare it by claiming to be a certain god-level civilization. Don't dare to chase me. In short, I have all kinds of ideas. But the summary is that I can run if I can and hide if I can. Anyway, I am afraid of a head-on conflict with the shock wave, and I have no confidence in fighting another war. Louis contacted Giada and said, "You see, it's impossible to ask for their opinions. It's better for us to find a solution ourselves. The strength of the two of us is still too weak. Sir, you want to develop independent consoles. This idea is not bad, but it is easy for rebellion." Giada expressed her thoughts. "Is this the reason why you destroyed the other 254 worlds?" Louis asked. "Oh no. The other 254 world lords do not exist at all. From beginning to end, I am the only lord." Louis, Jiang Haowei and others have analyzed it before. And the result is that the so-called 255 virtual worlds are lies. In fact, there is only one 6E virtual world, because it can be clearly seen in the God War that there are too many lords who are more willing than him. And he also made many mistakes during the competition. But these did not affect his victory in the ultimate game. So he came to the conclusion that the so-called 255 worlds were all lies, just to test him. In the end, he barely won, and Giada had no better candidate. In the end, he had no choice but to let him be strong. Ascend. At this moment, when Louis said this, Giada did not refute, indicating that what he said was right. His former comrades, such as Gil and Ron, were all code segments generated by programs, and they were just code segments without souls. Louis looked at this passage again. Shockwave Fong calls Infrasonic Fong. Please report your location. He began to think about a question. At first, he only thought about how to answer this sentence, and the direction in which this message should be received. He ignored a question. That is, where did the signal come from? In other words, this signal, where is the specific location of the information source at the time of sending? He immediately started to analyze the information. By receiving the signal strength and decay variables, he analyzed it and came to the conclusion that the signal came from somewhere 6.5 light years away. This somewhere is 6.5 light years away. Ross 128, which is 1.5 light years away from the sun. So this signal was sent 6.5 years ago. If you want to reply at this time, it will take 6.5 years for the other party to receive it. But the key problem is that the source of information is not from the Japanese system. Ross 128, also known as Cockroach Sun, is a red dwarf star with a volume and mass far smaller than the ancient sun. It has only one rocky standard planet, which is Cockroach Earth, the home planet of cockroaches, and some other stars, dwarf planets and asteroids. The primitive sun's solar system influence range was about 1 light year, while the cockroach's range was much smaller, less than 0.5 light years. The information source is actually 1.5 light years away from the cockroach sun, which means that it is not within the cockroach sun system. So the only explanation is that the information source 6.5 years ago, that is, the shockwave led by Langia, is either heading to the cockroach sun, on the way to the sun, or on the way to leave the cockroach sun. So the shockwave is moving, and therefore the current shockwave is definitely not where it was 6.5 years ago. Chapter 245: The Mysterious Message of Shockwave Civilization. According to the information sent 6.5 years ago, the maximum speed of the machine civilization named after Wave in the cockroach world is 2.2x, which is 0.022 times the speed of light, or 6,600 kilometers per second. However, considering various other factors, Louis set the transfer speed of this shock wave to 1.8x, which is 0.018 times the speed of light, which is 5,400 kilometers per second, or about 19 million kilometers per hour. Calculated at this speed, the distance traveled in 6.5 years is 1.1 trillion kilometers, about 7,400 Australian dollars, or about 0.11 light years. 1 Australian dollar is 1 astronomical unit. This distance is equivalent to 7,400 times the distance between the Earth and the Sun, 180 times the distance from Pluto to the Sun. To put it more bluntly, this distance is roughly equivalent to 42 light days, which is the distance that a beam of light takes 42 days to reach. So there are two problems with such a long distance. The first problem is that even if you now know how to reply to this message, you don't know where to send it because the shock wave is no longer where it originally was. The universe is three-dimensional. You don't know where the ultrasonic civilization is flying, and it takes several years for the reply message you send to reach the original location of the information source. At that time, you don't know where the shockwave civilization is, so there is no way to reply to this reply message. The second question is that Louis knows that there is uncertainty in the first question. By the same token, the other party's ultrasonic host Langya must have thought of this too, but it still sent this bit of information. This also explains two problems. First, the shockwave host Langya does not know about Louis' situation, or that it does not know the location of Austrian Dogia, and it does not know that Austrian Dogia is dead. The second is that shockwave knows the existence of this route. From the information it sends, we can know that if the infrasonic fangs were not defeated, they would choose this route to go to Wolf 359. However, the shockwave host Langya did not know that the infrasonic host Dogia had perished. It also thought that the infrasonic wave was on this route. Otherwise, it would not have sent the message 100 years after the infrasonic war ended. This message shows two pieces of information. The shockwave does not know that the infrasound wave has perished. And if the infrasound wave has not perished, it will definitely be on this route. And it does not know where the infrasound wave would be on this route at this moment if it had not perished. It knew basically nothing except this route. But it still blindly sent this message, which also explained two problems. First, this message is related to a very important matter. Otherwise, the shock wave would not risk exposing itself to other unknown civilizations and send a message to the infrasound wave that has perished but still thinks it still exists. Of course, mastering the energy of the signal and taking into account the attenuation distance and transmission direction of the signal can also effectively avoid the risk of exposing oneself to other unknown civilizations. Second, it sends information blindly, possibly with intervals on this route. Therefore, as long as the demon sword continues to sail, it is very likely that it will receive the second, third, or even more messages from the shock wave. Louis told Giada his speculations, and Giada replied, "What you said is absolutely correct. I think what you said makes sense. Then let's just wait. With such a long distance, we don't need to reply to messages at all," Louis said. "It seems that we still need to think more carefully when encountering problems in the future." "Yes, sir." "Jade, let me ask you a question. Say, sir, do you have a soul?" "I'm just a machine." "I am also a machine," Louis said. "But I have a soul. From my contact with you over the years, I feel that you are a computer with a soul. Maybe it's my experience over the years that has made my intelligence more humane." Seeing that Giada was deliberately avoiding his question, it might be that Giada was unwilling to accept the fact that she was a machine without a soul. Louis added, "It would be great if we could have more hosts with souls. It is not conducive to management. And if there is a soul, there will be selfish desires, and betrayal may occur. In this dark universe, only unity can allow civilization to survive. Disagreement, suspicion, and betrayal, these unfavorable factors will accelerate the demise of civilization." "What you say is not unreasonable," Louis said. "But if you want to realize machine-C tactics, you need multiple independent hosts to lead. Although a soulless host will not betray, it has poor flexibility. And the war with infrasound waves, as you can see. If the battlefield is too big, commands cannot be issued immediately. So multiple legions and multiple hosts are needed. And I feel that since it is a host with a soul, it is a computer first and a soul second. As long as the rules are set in its host system, I will not be afraid of its betrayal. And I also need someone who I can only trust to use it for me." Giada said nothing. Louis added, "It would be great if Jill and the others didn't die." Giada still said nothing. Louis continued, "It would be great if I could get Laurent out of the virtual world. Then I can get along with her day and night. I don't have to doubt her." This time Giada said, "This is not impossible." "What did you say?" Louis asked in surprise. You mean you can let Lorong come out of the virtual world? Why didn't you say it earlier? It's been 300 years since you said it. You didn't ask, Giada said. And it's very difficult to do. You tell me what kind of difficulty it is. Even if it is extremely difficult, I will do it, Giada said. Lorong is different from you. Your spirit after the death of a real person was uploaded to the host. And you are what you are now. So you are a computer with a soul. Regarding this issue, he has been struggling with it. That is, who is he during his lifetime? He has always suspected that it was Ouyang Chun. But there was no valid evidence. And he had no memory of his life. So he couldn't be sure that he was Ouyang Chun. Although he didn't know who he was during his lifetime. He agreed with what Giada said. And listened to Giada continue. Lorong is a code segment without a soul, which was generated by the virtual world host, including this computer. All the virtual characters in the host, such as Jian Haowei, Lihea and others, are the same. So, Louis waited for her to say that he wanted to see what kind of method Giada would come up with. So this requires soul stones. Soul stone? Louis asked in surprise. The soul stone, one of the 3 major artifacts. The so-called 3 major artifacts are the heart of the machine, the sword of the seraph, and the soul stone. Louis has the heart of the machine and the sword of the seraph, but not the soul stone. Giada said. Yes, the soul stone. Where is it? Chapter 246, The Third Cockroach Machine Civilization. When Louis knew that there was a way to bring Lorong to the real world, he was extremely excited. But at the same time, he also understood that it must be a very difficult thing for Giada to hold back for 300 years before coming up with this method. Sure enough, Giada said, the soul stone is in the Eternity system. Eternity, in the distant universe 70,000 light years away from the solar system, is at the other end of the Milky Way, at the end of the Swan Arm, and at the edge of the Milky Way. It is known as the fingertips of the goddess. Eternity is not actually a star, but a quadruple star system composed of 4 stars. In its star system, there is a planet called Quinching. This planet is 2.5 times the size of Jupiter. There are 62 natural satellites. Bixing is one of these 62 natural satellites, and it is also the cradle star of eternal man. The so-called cradle star is the birthplace of civilization. Therefore, the eternal people are also called Bixing people. The star system composed of the eternal quadruple stars is called the Eternal System. But now Giada actually said that the soul stone is in the Eternity system. It is indeed a very difficult thing to get Eternity. Louis was about to ask about the soul stone when he received the message from Shockwave again. It was the same sentence. Shockwave Wolf Fong calls infrasonic Fong. Please report your location. Although the Shockwave knows that there is such a route, it does not know when and where the infrasound waves that it thinks still exist pass by. So it will continue to send information. Louis said, it seems that my guess is correct. I estimate that it will not be long before the content of the information received will change. It cannot always ask like this. And it must say important things. Okay now. While waiting for the next message from Shockwave, continue the topic just now. Tell me what kind of magical existence this soul stone is. Yes, sir, Giada said. The soul stone is not a naturally occurring Pokemon. It is also artificially made. The chief engineer who made this stone is Master Feng Yu. There are only 3 soul stones in total, but now I know only one. It is kept in the preservation room of the Royal Academy of Sciences in Bixing. It can create a conscious body with a soul out of thin air. You mean, as long as you have this soul stone, you can put Lorong's code segment into an independent host, so that she can feel the real world? The principle is like this. It can make Lorong become a being like you. Of course, it is impossible for her to master the magic sword civilization. I understand that I will not let her control the magic sword. I just want her to come to the real world. Even if she is not a real person, she is still a machine. That is better than her living in the virtual world. But this is very difficult, Giada said. You also know that the Eternal People are a god-level civilization. They will be destroyed by it before you reach the Eternal System. Then how can I get the Soul Stone? Become stronger and destroy eternity, and you will naturally get the Soul Stone. After all, his ultimate mission is to destroy eternity. Master Feng Yu designed it very thoughtfully at the time. Maybe he arranged the Soul Stone this way on purpose. If you want your loved one to wake up from a dream, that is, from the virtual world to the real world, then you need a Soul Stone. And the Soul Stone is in the Dragon's Lair, which is the lair of the Eternal People. If you want to get the Soul Stone, you must kill this evil dragon called the Eternal Civilization. Louis felt that this was Feng Yu's deliberate arrangement. But no matter what, he was bound to follow this direction. Obtaining the Soul Stone and bringing his lover to the real world was what he had to do. And eradication of eternity must be done. Eternity is the culprit of destroying mankind. And eternity is a god-level malicious civilization. Its existence is a big cancer in the galaxy. So as long as the conditions are met, it must be eliminated. 3 days later, Magic Sword received information from the shock wave again. Through calculation, it can be known that the location of the information source this time has changed compared with the last time. And based on calculations, it can be inferred that the direction of the shock wave is towards Wolf 359. Its distance from Wolf 359 is about 6 light-years, and the speed is 2.2x. Calculated based on this distance and speed, sailing at full speed without mentioning other factors such as deceleration, the shock wave will reach Wolf 359 in 275 years. The current Magic Sword is about 4 light-years away from Wolf 359, and it is also traveling at a speed of 2.2x. At full speed, not counting other factors, it will take about 180 years to reach Wolf 359. Therefore, the Magic Sword reaches its destination 95 years earlier than the shock wave. This is the speed under an ideal environment. Excluding reasons such as deceleration, it will take both sides 50 years. Then the shock wave will reach its destination in 325 years, and the Magic Sword will reach its destination in 230 years. This is good news for the Demon Sword. Because if the Demon Sword had arrived in 1995, it could have been built for 95 more years. This practice could build at least 10 standard legions. Although the current Demon Sword has 2 legions, they are 2 strengthened legions, with a strength equivalent to 2.5 standard regiments. The standard of a standard legion is mainly calculated based on the most basic combat unit, the Warfleet warship. A standard legion is based on having 100 million warflies and related warships, discs, that can be mounted, building more than 10 standard legions, plus the current 2 reinforced legions, will reach the comprehensive combat power of 13 standard legions, which is equivalent to the total combat power of 1.3 billion warflies. Although there are not so many legions to command, if you can build so many combat units, you will be one step ahead of the enemy. If you seize the opportunity, you will have more chances of victory. Shock waves and infrasound waves work together, and there must be a battle with the Magic Sword. After taking all this into consideration, Louis couldn't help but be surprised when looking at this piece of information. Whirlpool was attacked by war bees in Hajiliu High. Please support him quickly. This is still a text message, which contains a lot of information. In this sentence, the third cockroach machine civilization appeared. The first one is infrasonic, and its host is K9 Fong, which was destroyed by the Magic Sword 100 years ago. The second one is the shock wave. The host is Wolf Fong. It is in space 6.5 light-years away from the Magic Sword. At the same time, it is 6 light-years away from Wolf 359, and 1.5 light-years away from Ross 128. We know that it is currently flying to Wolf 359 at a speed of 2.2x, and will arrive at Ross 359 in 300 to 350 years. It is not yet known what the strength of the blast force is. The third cockroach machine civilization is the Whirlpool mentioned in this message. It is only known that it is currently in a place called Hajiliu High, and encountered an attack by an unknown civilization called War Bee. The translation of Hajiliu High means Bee Sun. What exactly this Bee Sun is, and whether it is Wolf 359 is yet to be determined. Chapter 247 Impersonating Infrasound Waves. War Bees. Human civilization. Human species, bee people. Bee man, 6 limbs, 4 wings. Has a history of 12 million years of evolution, and a history of civilization of 50,000 years. Can use tools. Has entered the space era, and has the ability to navigate between stars. The lifespan of bee people is about 300 years. And they live in groups. Although they are called bees, they are still very different from bees. There is no longer a bee species called worker bees. And there is a universal clear distinction between male and female. In other words, every female bee can reproduce. And every male bee not only serves the queen bee. The queen bee, also known as the queen bee, is the supreme leader of the bee people. She is not specially bred, but is elected in the bee colony, or is hereditary in the queen bee family. In the bee society, every female bee is a fighter bee, and every male bee is also a fighter bee. But the female bees are more capable, which is exactly the opposite of humans. Although the bee people have experienced 12 million years of evolutionary history and 50,000 years of civilization, they are still a matriarchal society. The status of the queen bee is supreme in the hive, and she has a large harem of drones. The star system, where the bee people are located, is the bee sun. Bee sun, whose name in the human knowledge base is Wolf 359, is a red dwarf star 7.8 light-years away from the solar system, which is exactly where the magic sword is going. 400 years ago, Bee sun and Cockroach sun were 4 light-years apart, but now the distance is about 5 light-years. Cockroach sun, the star in Cockroach's star system, also known as Ross 128, is about 11 light-years away from the solar system. After receiving multiple messages from Shockwave Wolf Fong, we know Bee sun, also known as Wolf 359, is a red dwarf star. It has a planet, which is a rocky planet called Beehive. It orbits at an average distance of about 4 million kilometers from Bee sun and rotates. The cycles are all the same. How similar the Beehive star is to Saturn. Cockroach Earth is the only rocky planet on Cockroach sun, Ross 128, and the home planet where cockroaches live. While Hive star is also the only rocky planet on Bee sun, Wolf 359. Both of them are very close to their stars, because their stars are all red dwarfs. Both are relatively small and relatively cool. Cockroach Earth and Beehive both revolve and rotate in the same way, so they both have one side always facing their stars, which is the eternal sun side. If there is an eternal yang side, then there is also an eternal yin side. The bees, like the cockroaches, mostly gather on the dusk line of their planets. There is another thing that is the same. That is, it took a very long period of evolution and a very long period of civilization development to reach today's scale. They are all humanoid creatures that evolved from insects. The difference is that the cockroaches have degenerated, but the waspians have not. Although cockroaches have wings, they can't fly. But bees can fly. Cockroaches have machine civilization to protect them, but bees do not. So if there is no machine civilization, the bees can completely torture the cockroaches. Louis and Giada discussed countermeasures together. This year's human consultants were not as good as before, and they could not raise any substantive questions. Louis wanted to activate a few people in the virtual world, but in that case, it would require synchronization with the real-world time. He doesn't want time synchronization. He wants the development speed of the virtual world to be very slow, so that Lurong and others in the virtual world will not age and die prematurely. He also thought about getting the Soul Stone one day and awakening Lurong into the real world. After analyzing the information continuously sent by the shock wave and analyzing various situations, Louis came to the following analysis. The shock wave is on its way to Bee sun, Wolf 359, and will not arrive in about 300 years. The indigenous humanoid civilization Bee people on Bee sun's planetary hive, Wolf 359b, are resisting the invasion of the gyrowave civilization. Shockwave didn't know that the infrasound wave had been destroyed by the magic sword. Therefore, Louis plans to send messages to shock waves and gyro waves respectively. I didn't know the specific location of the shock wave before, so it was difficult to send a message. But now I know it, and I also know the route. So based on the transmission time of the message and the speed of the shock wave, send the message to the route in front of it. Then the other party can be received. Since you want to send information, you must not send it in the tone of the demon sword. You can only pretend to be an infrasound wave. Anyway, after destroying the infrasound wave, the demon sword has mastered all the information about the infrasound wave, including its communication decompression code. So it pretends to be an infrasound wave. Shockwaves send messages without being suspected at all. The other is to send a message to the whirling wave in the Bee sun system. If he wants to know more about all the situations in the Bee sun system, he can only send a message to the spinning wave in the Bee sun system to understand the situation. Only if you have a thorough understanding of the Bee sun system can you dare to move forward boldly. As for the current demon sword, the closest one is Feng Ri. Although there are still more than 200 years of voyage, the demon sword can only go to Feng Ri, and other places are too far to go. And because the current demon sword has been sailing for more than 300 years, it can only go to Feng Ri. If it goes to other places, it will undoubtedly increase the voyage in time, and the resources carried by the demon sword do not allow that. Louis sent a receipt message to Shockwave, telling Shockwave's leader Langya that he was Infrasonic's leader Kenya, and was on his way to Feng Ri. But he didn't know the current situation of Feng Ri. And of course, he didn't know what was going on in Fengya. What is the situation like with the Japanese gyro wave? After the information is sent out, It takes 12 years to wait for feedback. He is now about 6 light years away from the shock wave. It takes 6 years for the information to be sent, and another 6 years for it to be fed back. So the total is 12 years. In order not to arouse Shockwave's suspicion, Louis will continue to send messages to Shockwave in the coming time, hoping to continue to receive messages from him. After sending the message to the Shockwave, Louis then sent a message to Zifengri's gyrowave. He also pondered for a long time before he thought of what to say to Xuanhua. Of course, he is an ultra-high-speed computer, and for him, a long time is only a matter of 10 nanoseconds. The message he sent to gyrowave was, "I am the infrasonic K9, and I am flying to Biri with all my strength. I don't know your current situation, and I was told by the infrasonic K9 who heard the shock wave, because I had a war with an unknown civilization fleet before. I suffered relatively large casualties, and was in urgent need of supplies. So when going to Fingri, one is to provide supplies, and the other is to support you. But you need to tell me your current situation so that I can take corresponding countermeasures." This is roughly the content of the message he sent to the gyrowave. The current demon sword is still about 4 light years away from Bisande. At the current speed, it will probably take another 200 to 250 years to reach it. Chapter 248 Prepare to attack. After sending the information to the shock wave and the Euro wave respectively, it was time to wait. It was 6 light years away from the shock wave and 4 light years away from the gyration wave of the sun. He also sends messages from time to time, hoping to master the respective intelligence information of shock wave, spin wave and B-man, so as to plan and profit from them. During the subsequent voyage, through many exchanges with both parties, he gradually learned that shock wave's military strength was 100 million, which meant that it had 100 million war saucers, as well as supporting warships of all levels and related auxiliary saucers. Both the cockroach machine civilization and the demon sword actually coincide in their troop allocation, with 100 million being the standard group. Standard group, that is, standard legion. Other machine civilizations may prefer to use fleets once. So standard group is also equivalent to a standard fleet. As a standard group, its basic composition is that the lowest combat unit must reach 100 million. Similarly, in the standard group of Shockwave, there is also a cockroach society, and this cockroach society is placed in its flagship. The cockroach machine civilization does not have the habit of naming its flagship or other disk ships. The flagship is the Archangel-class disk ship, also known as the number 1 ship. After getting the information about the shock wave, Louis was bound to tell his own information as feedback. Of course, he would not tell the truth. He could only lie that he had experienced an interstellar war and lost many units. Now he only had standard 1/3 of the group's combat effectiveness. At the same time, he also informed him that the cockroaches in the flagship were all well. Later, he also received information feedback from the whirling wave from B-Sun, and learned that the leader of the whirling wave was a main computer named Split Tooth. In the B-Sun system, the spin wave and the B people have been fighting fiercely for 20 years, with each having their own wins and losses. When Louis first received a message from Shock Wave, Spin Wave had already been fighting fiercely in the B-Sun system for 12 years. Then Louis sent another message to the B-Sun system to inquire about Spin Wave's Split Tooth. After another 4 years in the world, Split Tooth received it took another 4 years for the news to come back, which adds up to exactly 20 years. Louis has experienced several battles, but they have never lasted longer than this. Even the first interstellar war, the battle with the Eternal Lightworm, lasted only 17 days at the longest. And that 17-day battle also took 17 days to prepare. The real battle in the world actually only lasted 3.1 seconds. The second battle was the battle with infrasonic waves, which lasted for more than 70 hours. Only the cleaning of the battlefield in the later period lasted for 100 years. But the entire war process only lasted for more than 70 hours. The war between Whirlpool and the B-Men actually lasted for 20 years, and has not ended yet. In addition to a hive of rocky planets on B-Sun, there is also a dwarf planet belt about 10 astronomical units away from Bisande. There are 3 dwarf planets there. The gyration wave has experienced a 16-year process. After the battle, he retreated to the dwarf planet belt and settled on a dwarf planet called B3. This message has just been received. Of course, the Euro wave was sent 4 years ago, because it is still 4 light years away from the B-Sun. So it will take 4 years for the information to arrive. Whirlpool and B-Men often have multiple battles, large and small, each with its own damage. The demon sword led by Lu Yi just moved towards Fengri, maintaining communication with both parties. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years have passed. And in the blink of an eye, it is the 450th year of the magic calendar. That is, 2639 AD. The magic sword fleet is sailing in space. And Lu Yi is sitting on the Tianji, the flagship of the Second Legion. In the past 100 years of this world, Lu Yidu has been planning how to contact the two civilizations in Fengri. Through the exchange of information between Ali and Xuanbua in this 100 years, he has gradually learned about the two civilizations in Fengri. Understand this power. His idea is simple. That is, to enter the B-Japanese system, collect resources, and expand the scale of the magic sword. But the spinning wave and the B people are definitely two major stumbling blocks on his development path. Either share the B system with them, or eradicate them. He doesn't have much hope for the former. First of all, the B people are the original civilization of the B system. And the whirling wave is already an alien civilization. Now that there is another magic sword, and there is a shock wave behind it, it is bound to be there is a war. Therefore, the most likely result is that the demon sword will do everything possible to eradicate these two major civilizations and monopolize the B-Sun system, a star system with poor resources. Then it will take another 100 years of development in the world to prepare for the arrival of the shock wave. This is his plan for the next 200 years. The key now is how to achieve the greatest victory with the least loss. This made Lu Yi think of a move, which was to let some disc combat units in his civilization go to the B-Sun system in advance to deceive the cracked teeth to gain his trust, and then eliminate them when they were unprepared. The maximum interstellar speed of the demon sword ship system was 2.2x, which was the speed achieved with the presence of crystal worms at that time, while the maximum interstellar speed of the saucer system could reach 2.2x without the participation of crystal worms. If crystal worms are added to the power system of the saucer system, the maximum interstellar speed of the disk system can reach 2.4x. That's why Lu Yi had such an idea. If flying at the maximum speed of 2.2x, it will probably take about 100 years to reach the sun. However, if some disk units are allowed to sail at the maximum interstellar speed of 2.4x, they can reach the sun 10 years earlier. Lu Yi discussed the matter with Giada and asked her what she thought. Giada replied, "Sir, I agree with your idea. Then let me be the pioneer." "No," Lu Yi said. "I plan to take the vanguard and come to me, and you will sweep the formation from behind." "But sir," Giada said, "you are the leader of our demon sword. If something happens to you, what will happen to the demon sword? What if something happens to me? Wouldn't it be you as well?" "If I could lead the demon sword forward," Giada said, "then I wouldn't have put so much effort into the War of Gods, and there wouldn't be any need for the Wanderer plan, the extraterrestrial home plan, or the Enlightenment plan, the predecessor of the demon sword. Now, I just developed my own strength. But no matter what, you need to try," Lu Yi said. "Don't worry, Angela, you don't have to persuade me. I have to be at the front in this battle. I will protect myself, and I have you as my backup." Seeing that Lu Yi could not be persuaded, Giada had no choice but to do anything. Lu Yi added, "It would be better if there were more consciousness hosts with souls that could cooperate with me to fight together." When Lu Yi was still in the virtual world, in the God War, he was the only one to win out of the 255 world lords. Although Giada had admitted after so many years, all the content of the God War was to cooperate with him and hone his son. Automatically generated. There are not even 255 lords. He is the only lord in the entire virtual world. But at this moment, he still misses the lords fighting side by side in the virtual world. He really wishes that they all existed in real life. So that's why he said this at this moment. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Giada immediately said, "That's not entirely true." Chapter 249 Other Lords. It has been confirmed for many years that all the world lords in the 255 virtual world are fake. But at this time Giada suddenly said, "Not necessarily." This made Lu Yi suddenly become interested. "What's not true? Please make it clear." "There are 255 lords. Lu Yi is one of them. The ones with the best relationship with him are Gil and Ron. Gil is the 9A World Lord, and Ron is the C9 World Lord, and Rogers, the AF World Lord whom he particularly hates, as well as the lords who persisted with him until the end and were defeated. Only he, Lu Yi, won." He watched with his own eyes as Giada wiped out all these eliminated lords and their world. after he came to the real world alone. In the days that followed, he suspected many times that these so-called world lords were fake and did not exist for him. They were just code segments in the virtual world and were not real people who had uploaded their consciousness. And he, Louis, was the only one whose consciousness was uploaded by Shirin during his lifetime. So Giada would choose him. Later it was proved that his idea was correct, including Giada's acquiescence. He had also checked Giada's database and found no relevant information about the lords of the virtual world, except for the pair of encrypted data. Even Giada himself could not crack it. Louis has been trying to decrypt the encrypted data, but has been unable to succeed. So he almost gave up. But at this time, Giada said something else, which made Louis very interested, and he didn't know what she meant. Under Louis's inquiry, Giada said, "You are not the only one." "What do you mean I'm not the only one?" Louis asked. "Is 255 world lords real? I never said it was false." Indeed, when Louis said that those lords were all fake, Giada just acquiesced but did not say anything. "But they were all destroyed by you." Louis was a little discouraged. "Yes, I only destroyed their world, but their consciousness still exists and is sealed in my host. Those encryption programs?" At first, Louis's consciousness was also in Giada's host. Later, after he won the God War, he was transferred from Giada's host to the Seraph robot. Then with the Qilin, Louis stationed at the Qilin. Giada has been stationed on the Angel-class battleship Hope. Later, the Hope was expanded into the Hope Interstellar Fortress, and the Second Legion was added. Louis moved from the Qilin to the Tianji, the flagship of the Second Legion. Louis also moved from the Hope Star Fortress to the Qilin. So now Giada lives on the Qilin, and Louis lives on the Tianji. Louis was a human before and was uploaded to the consciousness Hope host, but he actually has a core. Without this core, his consciousness would be no different from ordinary code segments. This core is a 2-inch square transparent card, which is an essential item for his human consciousness and is called the core. Core Village needs a small amount of data, and all his data is in the host's database. He has a core. If Nagel and the other 254 lords have human consciousness like him and have uploaded the consciousness of real people, then they should also have their own cores. So Louis asked Giada this question. Then Giada showed him a picture, which really surprised him. This picture showed a file cabinet inside the home host. This file cabinet had a total of 256 small grids, and each of them had there is a number, which is a hexadecimal number from 00 to FF. Among them, the two small grids 00 and 6E are empty, and the other 254 small grids are filled with small cards called cores. "World Lord?" Louis asked in surprise. Giada replied, "Yes, 00 is me. It has been taken out and plugged into my host connector. And 6E, your core is within yourself." Giada's words are very profound and reveal a serious reality. That is, Giada is not a complete digital code segment. She was also uploaded by a real person. Otherwise, how could she have a core? Louis realized this immediately, but no reporter asked. He was more concerned about the current situation of other lords. As for Giada's identity, he would ask about it later. Unexpectedly, this good virtue has been hidden so deeply. It has been more than 400 years. "You show me these?" Louis asked. "Does that mean you can resurrect them?" "They are not dead in the first place," Giada said. "They are just sealed. As long as they are connected to the host, they can be put into operation." "Isn't that still resurrection?" "Well, you can put it that way." It could be seen that Giada didn't want to argue with him, so she agreed with him. "Can we let him come to the real world?" Louis asked. "As long as you have a computer host that is fast enough." "Okay, give me 9A and C9 first." 9A is Jill, who was from European country F and female. C9 is Ron. He was from an African country and male. Gil and Louis compete for the final championship of the Battle of God. Ron was eliminated in the second round of challenge. When Louis was about to formally transfer these two people, he asked, "Angela, I have a question for you." Giada is her real name, but Louis prefers to call her Angela because she told him her name was Angela when she first met him during the infinite loop of the virtual world. "Do you have any questions for me?" "My lord," Louis said, "obviously all 255 lords are real. It is obvious that many of them are better than me. It is obvious that I was not the best in the challenge and even made mistakes. But why is the final winner I?" Giada's answer was a bit surprising. Because you were decided from the beginning. And the so-called infinite loop and God's war are all to hone you. That means no matter what, I will be the winner in the end. Yes, that's true. I'll go. Why? Because you were considered to be the best from the beginning. But you still needed to be tempered. So you had various tests later. Louis felt that if he continued to ask like this, nothing would come of it. Giada said he was the best. So he must be the best. Then why do you still want to keep them? And you haven't told me the truth until now? Louis asked again. Keeping them means only keeping their cores. And their worlds were destroyed because they took up a lot of storage resources. I'm telling you now. Because they couldn't be used before. Now the magic sword needs to be expanded. That's why I'm telling you. And you need to use it appropriately. I know this. Some people's characters are too poor to be used. Such as Rogers from AF. Okay. Now that I understand. Let's wake them up first. Chapter 252 Reawaken Lords. Virtual World number 02. This is a virtual world created by Louis himself. And has nothing to do with his own 6E virtual world. In a certain room of a castle in a certain European country. In the dim light. A woman was lying on the ground. She woke up leisurely at this moment. Looked around in surprise. And murmured in her mouth. Didn't I die? Why did I come back to life? Didn't the world end? Where is this place? This person is officially Gil from the world of 9A. But the world he is in now is not 9A. 9A was destroyed by Giada more than 400 years ago. This is another virtual world system created by Louis, which is not connected to 255. Jill got up from the ground and saw a sword leaning against the corner of the room. The sword had a scabbard. There was a pistol on the edge of the sword, which was full of bullets and had a magazine. There was nothing else but the oil lamp on the wall. Gil walked to the gun and sword and was about to get them. Only then did he find a line written on the wall. Take your weapons and go to the top of the castle. Someone is waiting for you. You will encounter many enemies on the way. Either kill them or be killed by them. Your choice. Jill couldn't help but cursed. At this time, did she still have a choice? Only take up arms. Holding the sword in his right hand and the gun in his left hand, he turned on the safety and came to the door. The door was unlocked and opened lightly. I stretched out my head and took a look. Both times it was relatively dim, and no one could be seen. There was a staircase that spiraled upwards. If I guessed correctly, it should go to the top of the castle. Jill left the room and walked toward the stairs. As soon as she reached the bottom of the stairs, she saw a figure emerging from the top. Then the person shot her. Jill was startled, but she quickly escaped. There is a square hole in the wall next to the stairs, and you can see the buildings outside. They are all modern buildings, which means that this is a modern society. Jill didn't know if it was her own 9A world, and she didn't have a mobile phone in her pocket, so he couldn't contact her family or get any further useful information. Someone was blocking her from going up. She hid behind the wall, took off the scabbard, and stretched out the tip of the sword. With the help of the light outside, she could see the shadow above, just in time to see the head of the man above pop up. Gil immediately stepped out and fired twice at the man. With a scream, the man fell down after being shot and rolled down from above. Gil stepped over his body and headed up the stairs. When she reached the end of the stairs, there was a corridor. She was at this end of the corridor and looked towards the corridor. She saw a staircase going up in the middle of the corridor. This was the only way up. Gil walked over carefully. Just halfway, he saw someone on the opposite side peeking out from the corner. Jill immediately planned, and the man howled and hid back. This voice felt very familiar to Jill, but she just couldn't remember who it was. Seeing that the man was hiding behind and not coming out, she didn't dare to go over. It happened that the man's voice sounded familiar. So she asked, "Who are you?" "Jill?" the man said. "Are you Jill?" "Who are you?" Jill asked again. "I'm Ron. Ron from the C9 world." Ron shouted. "Can you stop shooting? We're not competing now." "Okay. Why are you here?" Jill asked, still worried about him. "I don't know what happened. I thought I was dead. But I came back to life. And then I was here. I saw weapons and instructions, asking me to find a person on the top of the building. They said that person was on the top of the building. Wait for me. What about you?" "Jill, why are you here?" "Same as you," Gil said, stepping out of the shadows and saying, "I won't shoot anymore. You come out. And you don't shoot either." Ron walked out of the darkness, and the two walked towards each other. And soon they came to the middle of the corridor. What is going on? Ron asked. We are from two worlds. How can we be together? Is this the 00 world? I don't know either, Gil said. If we two people from different worlds can be together, it means it's definitely not our own world. Let's go up and have a look. Is there any danger? Ron asked cautiously. Jill smiled and said, What's there to be afraid of? Our destiny is in the hands of others. Do you think you have any way to resist? No. Then go up, said Gil. If he wanted to kill us, he would have done it long ago. 2. The two of them walked up the stairs. At the end of the stairs, there was an iron door. When they opened the door, they came to the rooftop at the top of the castle. The two came to the rooftop and saw a man standing on the edge of the rooftop with his back to them. The two looked at the man in confusion. But the man neither spoke nor turned his head. Ron said in confusion, Who is he? Mysterious? It should be a very important person. Gil said and then asked, It was you who came to us and called us? Who are you? The man didn't speak, but just waved, motioning for the two of them to walk over. Ron didn't dare to leave. What are you afraid of? Jill said, and motioned for him to follow her. The two stopped when they came about 3 meters behind the mysterious figure. Sir, said Gil. Here we come. The mysterious man slowly turned around and looked at them with a smile. Louis! Both of them shouted in surprise. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Louis said with a smile. What a surprise! What a surprise! Both of them were also very excited. Jill asked again, But what is going on? Louis sighed and said, It's a long story, so I'll make it short. According to the rules set by Giada, only one of the 255 world lords can survive. I accidentally became the final winner. In fact, I was not the last. Superior, Gil said. Louis, don't be humble. Just tell us the results. Okay, 254 worlds have been destroyed. This is a fact. But the lords have not. The cores of your 254 lords are safely stored in Giada's host. The cores are also important items that constitute your existence. However, your world no longer exists and I'm sorry. Jill couldn't help crying. Are my husband, my parents, and my friends gone? Louis nodded and said, Yes, they no longer exist. But Gil, Ron, you have to know that everyone, everything, and things in your world are virtualized by the system and are not real. Originally they are all real people. And the consciousness of real people has been uploaded to the system host. That is to say, the world you lived in was real. You had parents, brothers, friends and lovers in the real world. But you are all dead, and your bodies are gone in the real world. And all the people in the virtual world you are in, none of it is true. Chapter 251 About to enter the real world. Number 02 in the virtual world. On the top platform of the nameless castle, there is a big sun umbrella. And 3 people are sitting around a square table under the umbrella. It is Louis, Jill and Ron. Drinks and snacks are placed on the table. Around the castle, a fire dragon was circling and flying in the air, howling as it flew, and occasionally projecting a ball of flame into the sky. Ron looked at the flying fire dragon in horror, and Louisa said, Don't be afraid. Everything is virtual. We are all in a virtual world. Jill sighed and said, This is a cruel world, and our world is gone. Louis, thank you for your kindness. Why do you want to wake us up? I'm very sorry for Giada destroying your world. Wait a minute, Louis said, snapping his fingers in the air, and saw a light falling from the sky and projecting on the rooftop beside him. After a while, a woman appeared in the light pillar, and the light of the light pillar slowly disappeared, and the woman was clearly displayed in front of everyone. Taking a closer look, it turned out to be Jade. Minong? Jill asked in surprise. Giada had appeared under the name Minong in her 9A world. Ron was also extremely surprised to see the arrival of Giada, the woman who once controlled their destiny. Giada said, I'm sorry. You too. Your world is originally virtual, not your original memory. Moreover, running a virtual world consumes too many resources, so I deleted them all. Jill asked, Then can our memories of our lifetime be recovered? Giada shook his head and said, Uploading human consciousness into a computer is a very difficult task in itself. And retaining memory is even more difficult. Please understand, Louis said. I don't know what kind of person I was when I was alive. I have no memory. Ron said, Isn't it a very meaningful thing that we are still alive? Jill sighed and said, Then what can we do? Louis, Since you can wake up the two of us, does that mean that the other 252 people can also be awakened? Theoretically, yes, Louis said. Why? Do you like to wake them all up? Jill cried and laughed and said, They are not from the same world as us. I don't care whether I wake them up or not. Louis said, The situation in my heart is that I only woke up the two of you. As for whether other people need to be awakened, we will have to wait and see later. So Gil asked, What are you going to do when you wake us up? We won't just live in this world. Right. This is just a virtual world, Louis said. I need you to come with me to the real world. Real world? Jill asked in surprise. Yes. What a world. But in the real world, we don't have bodies. How can we get there? Jill asked. Ron also echoed. Yeah. Louis said. Body? What kind of body do you want? A human body? To be honest, I don't have one either. But forget it. I'll let you see the real world before you decide whether to go. After saying that, he clapped his hands and saw that the surrounding landscape disappeared instantly, replaced by the vast universe and various ships flying in the sky, densely packed and overwhelming. Both of them were startled, and Ron even screamed and jumped up. Although Gil did not jump up, he looked at everything around him in horror. The place where they stayed was on a circular glass platform, and the small table with the sun umbrella was still there. Louis looked at the two of them with a smile and said, This is the real world. Only after entering the real world can you truly be awakened. Earth? Jill asked. Where is Earth? Where is Earth? Earth? Louis sneered. The Earth was destroyed by a god-level cosmic civilization called Eternity 450 years ago. Do you think it is still 2016? No. It is already 2639. Oh no. No, Ron shouted. How is this possible? How is this happening? How is this happening? Louis felt that Ron's mood was about to collapse. So he hurriedly said, Can you calm down? When I was awakened, Giada didn't even have a chance to show me, and directly awakened me from the real world. At that time, the Earth was on the verge of destruction, and my situation was very bad at that time. Only then did Louis understand why Giada chose him among the 255 lords. He must have strong abilities in all aspects and passed the psychological quality test. Gil asked, But Louis, you said that the world has been destroyed for 450 years, so it shouldn't be 24 years ago. Right. How come it becomes 26 years ago? Louis replied. The Earth was destroyed in 2189, and the virtual world we are in is a simulated year of 2016. There is no conflict between these 2 points. 450 years ago, when we were still living in the virtual world in 2016, the real world had already it's the year 2189, on the verge of destruction. Seeing that Ron's mood had improved a little, Louis handed him a book of water and asked, How is it? Can you be awakened? If you can't accept this world? No. Louis, I can accept it. I'm fine, Ron said quickly. He thought Louis was going to sleep him again. Louis smiled and said, Don't be nervous. Since I woke you up, I won't let you sleep again. I will arrange a separate virtual world for you to live in. But in order to save space, it won't be too big. No. Really no need, Ron said quickly. I can adapt to the real world. Louis, just let me go to the real world. Louis looked at Gil again, and Gil said, You don't have to ask me. I will definitely be able to adapt. Okay, Louis said, stood up, walked back and forth on the transparent glass platform, and said at the same time, Before I start to officially wake up, I have to talk to you about a few things. Seeing the two of them looking at him seriously, Louis continued, The spaceships and battleships you are seeing now are real, and what we are seeing now are also reflected in the real world. Virtual images. They all belong to a machine civilization, and this civilization is called the Demon Sword. The supreme leader and commander-in-chief of the Demon Sword is called an angel, or an archangel. This person is me, Louis. Can you accept this? Well, I will continue. There are 2 in the entire Demon Sword civilization. Legion. The First Legion. The flagship Qilin. The captain and commander of the Legion is Giada. The commander of the Second Legion, the flagship Tianji, is me. This needs to be explained. Although I am the leader of civilization, I am not the commander of the First Legion, but the commander of the Second Legion. Due to the lack of resources now, The 3rd and 4th legions can only be expanded on B-Sun. That is, after Wolf 359 is opened. So after you two are awakened, you will temporarily obey my orders in my 2nd legion. I will temporarily allocate an Angel-class battleship and a Cherubim-class robot to each of you. Wait until the B-Sun and expand the new legion, and then allocate them to you. Chapter 252 Countdown to enter the real world. The Demon Sword civilization is a machine civilization. Before awakening you, there is an iron law that you need to understand. Louis said, this iron law is also the guarantee for maintaining the operation of the civilization. What is it? The two said. Louis didn't say anything, but looked back at the answer. Giada said, always be loyal to the Archangel. Louis, and you must not betray. And this iron law will also be written into the core of your consciousness. It cannot be changed or violated. So before starting to awaken, you must think clearly. If you agree, start the awakening process. Always loyal to Louis. Ron said, there is no problem with this. When we were still in the 2nd stage of the cycle, I admired Brother E very much, and I am willing to follow him. Looking at Jill again, Jill said with a cold expression, I have no problem. Giada said, 9A Gil. You seem reluctant. Just as Gil was about to speak, Louis said, I'm sorry Gil. This was set by the civilized program from the beginning, and I can't change it. But it doesn't matter. I have always treated you as a friend. I say I am actually loyal to civilization. We are all for civilization. Jill smiled and said, you don't need to explain Lou's intentions. I understand. Don't worry. I can do it. From now on, you are my boss, and I will completely obey your orders. Louis nodded and said, okay. I want to tell you a very cruel fact. Although our Demon Sword civilization now has a strong combat power of 250 million, it is still a very weak existence in the universe. And we will face all kinds of threats in the future. And if one of them fails, it will happen. When Louis said this, he made an explosive gesture and said, bang! You guys understand. Jill said, no need to say anything to Louis. Let's get started. Looking at Ron again. Ron also had a positive expression. Well, as for the suffering we are going to encounter now, let me tell you after I wake you up. Having said that, he reached out and fiddled with the air. As the 3-dimensional screen was pulled, an Angel-class saucer warship was pulled down in front of everyone. They saw this warship that looked like a flying saucer spinning and flying in space. Louis said, the disc unit is our Demon Sword's new warship. This one is of the Angel class, with a diameter of 1,024 meters. It can carry 50,000 war discs. I will equip you with one. Isn't that right, Brother E? Ron pointed at the Angel-class disc ship and asked, it's spinning like this. Wouldn't I feel dizzy if I stayed in it? Louis laughed loudly. Ron, you have to understand. Once you wake up, you will no longer be a human being. You are a machine. Does the machine understand? I think you should be able to think of this. You are a machine. You said you were afraid of dizziness, but you want to laugh me to death? But Brother E, Ron said, I have been a human being until now. If you suddenly accept the concept that I am a machine, I must have an adaptation period. Right. Adaptation period? It's too late. We will adapt slowly on the road. On the road? What road? Ron asked. The Demon Sword Army is now on its way to Wolf 359. It will take another 100 years to arrive at this speed. But I want to organize a vanguard team. This team needs to arrive 10 years in advance and eliminate the lurking wolf. Another machine civilization of 359. You mean, we're going to an interstellar war? Yes, Louis said. But it is launching an interstellar war. What kind of interstellar war is it? What kind of machine civilization is the enemy? Ron asked. Before Louis spoke, Jill said, Ron, don't be nagging. Louis said he would talk to us on the way. Let's start waking up now. Louis said, yes, the details will be very complicated. I can't explain it for a moment. After you are awakened, all the content will be stored in your database and can be called and viewed at any time. After that, the virtual map of the Angel-class disc was adjusted downwards so that its top faced the 3 people, and the disc stopped rotating. The Demon Sword is a machine civilization. All battleships, whether ship or disc, are built in an open manner. The same is true for all warships. They do not have a flat and continuous SH, L, but are all frames. Louis Rong pulled her head closer. pushed in through a round hole on the top of the disk ship, and entered the interior of the enemy ship. It was dark inside, so she snapped her fingers, and then she saw the specific situation inside. It turned out that inside there is a robot immobilized. Louis pointed at the robot and said, "This is your body. Your system host and consciousness core are stored in the center of the battleship. But when you are awakened later, your consciousness will first appear in this robot." After that, the robot was unfastened and began to lift off inside the saucer. It rose to the outside of the saucer and was fixed on the outside of the top of the saucer. Adjusting the screen again, I saw another Angel-class disc approaching, flying in sync with this search. And the robot was also fixed on the top of the same disc. It can be clearly distinguished that this robot has a female shape and that one has a male shape. Ron pointed outside and said excitedly, "I understand. This female robot is Jill. And that male robot is me?" "That's right," Louis said, pushing the screen, and came to a Force Angel-class disc ship. There was also a robot flying out from the disc ship, standing on the top of the disc ship, and looking towards the camera. He waved and soon saw the two previous robots flying over and arriving on the Force Angel-class disc ship. 3 robots stood together on the Force Angel disc ship. Louis signaled the 2 of them to stand up. The 3 of them stood together, facing each other, holding hands, and asked, "Are you all ready?" The 2 nodded, looking extremely nervous. Louisa smiled and said, "Relax. It will be fine soon. The countdown is on." The countdown numbers flashed in the air. 9, 8, 7. "Wait a minute. Wait a minute," Ron shouted, and the countdown was paused. Ron looked nervous and scared at the same time. Gil glared at him and cursed. "Are you not a man anymore? What is there to be afraid of? We were all eliminated originally, but it was Louison who chose us again. Otherwise we would be here now like the other 252 people. They are just a card without consciousness. Do you understand?" "I understand. I understand." Ron took a deep breath. "Okay, let's get started." The countdown continues. 6, 5, 4, 321. The screen switched. The 3 of them entered the real world together. Ron screamed. Chapter 253, 300 billion nanoseconds of waiting. Ron screamed. But this was in space, and sound couldn't travel. So he couldn't scream. Even if he screamed, no one could hear him. In space, the Second Legion, not far behind the flagship Tianji, there are Angel-class saucer warships. It is not rotating at the moment. And there are 3 robots standing on top of it. One of them pulled the other 2. And the 2 pulled robots were obviously frightened and could not stand up. The 3 robots are officially Louis, Jill and Ron. Louis opened the team channel, and information flowed into the 2 CPUs. Louis asked, "Hey, hold on. You two, try using data to communicate." Neither of them answered, and just stood shaky on the disk ship. Giada conveyed the data information and said, "I'll just say they can't do it. Even though I explained it in detail beforehand, they still can't adapt." During the data flow, Louis sighed and said, "Angela, please stop complaining. You have to give them time to adapt." Giada added, "Now you should know the reason why I chose you in the first place." "Right. Yes. You are good at discerning pearls." "Right," Louis said. This was tantamount to praising her. But while praising her, it was also tantamount to praising himself. Giada added, "Then let us wait for a while," Louis said. "I'm worried. Will they die? I originally wanted to bring them out with good intentions. But please don't do bad things with good intentions," Giada said. "I don't know about that." Louis looked at the 2 robots in front of him and waited. After waiting for about 5 minutes, I finally received Jill's data stream, which contained only 2 words, "Louis." "Ha ha. You finally came to life," Louis said. "Machine communication is at the nanosecond level. It would take you 300 billion nanoseconds to wait for me. 1 second equals 1 billion nanoseconds. 1 minute equals 60 seconds. Therefore, 1 minute equals 60 billion nanoseconds. 5 minutes equals 300 billion nanoseconds. Therefore, Louis said that he waited for her for 300 billion nanoseconds. Jill's robot started to move, looking around, and the data flow said, "Is this the real world?" "Yes. Gil, welcome to the real world. This place is about 6 light years away from the solar system. We are heading to Wolf 359. It will take about 100 years to arrive." When Louis talked to her, he also said data to communicate. and it was still set in nanoseconds. Jill had obviously adapted to it, and was able to use this method of data communication. Gil looked at the two robots in front of him, and realized that one of them was Ron. Seeing that Ron was still shaky and lifeless, he shook his head and shouted, "Hey, Ron! Wake up! Wake up!" Of course. Her calls are also silent data exchanges. Louis said, "It's useless. You don't need to scream. Wait for a while, and see if he can adapt. If he really can't adapt, we will have to send him back." "No, Louis," Gil said. "It took a lot of effort to wake him up. Give him a chance." Louisa said, "I've given him a chance. It's up to him to fight for it. Ron, wake up." Then he shouted, "Will Louis die?" The awakened Jill is now a machine like Louis. If she were still a real person, her tone of voice must be crying. Louis said, "I don't know if he will die. I just have to wait a little longer." After waiting for another 5 minutes, the data showed that Ron was online. Gil shouted excitedly, "I knew it. He won't die. Ron, speak quickly. Data flow. You speak in the data. We can have witnessed." Louis said, "Jill, let him do it by himself." Finally, Ron typed a word, "Shit." Jill smiled and said, "You can actually curse. It seems you are about to wake up completely. Who am I and where am I?" Ron's data stream asked, the robot he controlled still unable to move. Louis once again told him what he had just said to Jill. At this moment, Ron's CPU was rapidly reading the data in the database. Louis monitored this and said, "Don't rush to learn. First stabilize this robot." Although the three robots are of the same size, they are of different levels. Louis's robot is Seraph level, and has the highest authority of the magic sword, while the two of them are cherubim level. The level of the robot is defined according to the level of the consciousness. Gil and Ron are at the cherubim level, and Giada, like them, is also at the cherubim level. In the consciousness body, there are mainly 3 levels: Seraph level, cherubim level, and angel level. The Seraph is the supreme leader of the entire civilization, and has the highest authority within the civilization. There is only one Seraph level consciousness in the entire civilization, and that is Louis. The other 2 levels, the Cherubian level and the Seraphim level, must be absolutely loyal to the Seraph level. The Cherubian class resists the Seraph class, and is higher than the Seraphim class. It is the leader of the Machine Legion, and can command a Machine Legion. The Angel level is the lowest, and it belongs to a Machine Legion. Although Gil and Ron are Cherubim level consciousnesses, their current authority is only equivalent to that of angels, because they do not yet have their own Machine Legion. Ron finally stopped reading data, and began to stabilize the robot's body. He looked around and said, "Brother E, this is so spectacular. How is it? Are you very emotional?" Louis asked. "It's so emotional. Brother E, you are so cheating," Ron praised unabashedly. Louis replied, "It's not me who cheated. It's all thanks to Giada." "Jade, where is she?" Ron asked. Louis replied, "She doesn't have a robot. Her consciousness is in the First Legion, which is relatively far away from us." As he spoke, he pointed in a direction, but it was to the upper left of the fleet. Giada came in online and said, "T9 Ron, you made us wait for you for 600 billion nanoseconds." 600 billion nanoseconds? Ron said. "You said 10 minutes is enough. Why did you say 600 billion nanoseconds? Damn it. I can blurt out the conversion of minutes to nanoseconds without even thinking about it." "Relationship?" Louis said. "You are a machine now. We are all machines. The communication between machines is based on nanoseconds. You said you only had 10 minutes. For us, that is 600 billion nanoseconds. Are you embarrassed?" "I'm sorry. I'm stupid. So I adapt slowly," Jill said. "Fortunately you woke up. Otherwise you would have almost died." Louis pointed at the 2 Force Angel-class saucers and said, "These 2 saucers are your temporary residents. Since the saucers were built later, they are not large in scale. You 2 should just accept your grievances first." I saw those 2 disc ships. One had 9A printed on it, so it belonged to Gil, and the other had C9 on it, so it must have belonged to Ron. Chapter 254: Soaring in Space. Disc ships are ship units built using the infrasonic ship concept in the later period. There are currently only a small number of them, and they are mixed among the First and Second Legions. The largest one among them is only the Force Angel class. In the machine civilization, The magic sword also divides the starships into 3 levels: the main angel level, the power angel level, and the capable angel level, which are also divided based on their size. Obviously, the main angel level is the largest. There are more than a dozen ship-type battleships, but there is not a single one of the disc-type battleships. Among the current disc-based battleships, the largest is the Power Angel class. There is only one, and the others are all of the Power Angel class. Gil and Ron came to the real world and were almost adapted to it. They both read the databases in their respective hosts and had a general understanding of the current situation. Louis said, "We now have about 30 million war discs. In order not to arouse the suspicion of the swirling wave, our vanguard can only lead the disc units first, and let Giada lead all the other ship units to sweep behind. What do you think? Do you two want to take the lead with me, or stay behind and accompany Giada?" Jill said, "I don't want to stay with that female devil." Ron also said, "I would rather risk my life and death and follow you to take the lead than stay behind." "Okay, let's rest for a few days, get familiar with the situation, and then start to speed up and take the first step." Ron's robot started walking back and forth on the top of the disc ship. He looked around very curiously. Louis smiled and said, "You were so scared that you almost died just now. Why are you so excited now?" "I didn't expect it to be today," Ron said. "I thought back then when we were stuck in an infinite loop and a war with God. I never would have imagined that it would be like this. What a pity for that guy Rogers." Jill asked, "Why do you still feel sorry for Rogers?" Ron said, "Brother E. Gil, don't you think Rogers is actually a very good talent? It's a pity that his character is too bad. Otherwise, I believe Brother E will definitely wake him up." Louis said, "Although I pay attention to ability, I pay more attention to character. Our magic sword is to be proud of the universe. A person with such a bad character as Rogers, even if there is an iron law, I will not dare to wake him up easily." Ron said, "So, if Rogers had a good character, he might not have been awakened. If he had known that such a day would come, I believe he would have regretted it." Gil said, "Rogers was so arrogant at that time. He made fun of us all the time." Louis said, "To be honest, I don't know when I will enter the virtual world to wake him up. Of course, I will wake him up in the virtual world and give him a good ridicule. But think about it. Forget it. It's a waste of resources." "Say, it's also a waste of my precious time." Both of them agreed. Ron suddenly said, "Brother E, can our robot fly?" "Of course you can." "What? You want to fly?" "Yeah." "Okay. Of course you can. But it can't be too far away from your own flagship. Otherwise, there will be a delay in signal transmission." Louis formed an advanced team of these 30 million battle discs. The entire advanced team was capable of 1 Angel-class disc ship and 600 Angel-class disc ships. The Angel-class saucer can carry 500,000 war saucers, while the Angel-class saucer can carry 50,000 war saucers. The advanced team was divided into 3 squads, each consisting of 200 angelic disc ships. Each squad had a flagship, namely Louis, Gil and Ron. Louis's team has 10.5 million battle discs, while Gil and Ron have 10 million each. Louis's flagship is the only Power Angel class disc ship, while Gil and Ron's flagships are both Power Angel class. Hearing that he could fly, Ron was already eager to try it. After running for a short distance on the Force Angel class disc ship, he suddenly jumped up, soared into the sky, and soared into the universe. Yo-ho! Ron's data stream was transformed into a voice, echoing in the team channel. Giada was also on the channel, staying connected, and said, "Be careful not to hit other battleships when flying." "Yes, Lady Goddess," Ron said, continuing to fly and rolling in space. Giada's name is originally the transliteration of God. In addition, she had the high power to decide life and death during the God War, so she was called a goddess by Ron at this moment. Louis looked back at Jill beside him and asked, "Would you like to try it too?" "Try it. Then I'll give it a try," said Jill. She was now a computer with ultra-high-speed computing capabilities, and she quickly understood most of the situation. After that, she jumped into the sky in surprise and flew over in space, and said in the team channel, "Ron, please slow down and wait for me." The Seraph robot controlled by Louis stood on the Force Angel-class disc ship with his hands on his shoulders, looking at the 2 robots galloping in the fleet. Ron said, "Brother E, you are also flying with us. After 450 years of interstellar journey, I have long been numb." Louis said, I have long lost the freshness I had at the beginning. Gil said, Brother E, you'd better come and let's fly together. Gil called him by his name at first. But now, he followed Ron's example and called him Brother E. Okay, then I will play with you, Louis said, and then sighed and said, You actually want me, a 450-year-old man, to play with you two 5.5-year-old kids. It has been 450 years since Louis came to the real world, while Gil and Ron have only existed in their respective virtual worlds for 1,024 times 2 is equal to 2048 days, or 5.6 years. Isn't that just 5.5 years old? If calculated according to the real world, they can only be considered as newborns now. Not even 1 year old. Gil said, Brother E, this is unfair. You were born 450 years earlier than us. You didn't bring us out early. Louis caught up with the two of them in a moment and flew side by side with them in the fleet space. It's not my fault, Louis said. I just realized that you were just sealed up and not dead. If you want to blame, just blame Giada. Giada, come and explain to them. Before Giada could speak, Jill said, No, Brother E, I think Giada did the right thing. She has her difficulties. In fact, we should thank her. Without her, we wouldn't be where we are today. Ron also said, Yes, Jill is right. And I don't blame the goddess either. Louis was just flying smoothly in space. But because the two of them had just come to this real world, they felt very strange. And they had to roll around in space. Chapter 255 The New Continent of the Universe. In the 451st year of the demonic calendar, and the year 2640, the demonic sword officially dispatched its vanguard troops to fly to Bisun, Wolf 359, the flagship of the Chinese army. Infrasound number 1 is a Force Angel-class disc ship. The host of the conscious body is Louis, who is also the commander of the vanguard this time, since it was pretending to be infrasound. The flagship was named this way, Zhujuan's flagship. Infrasonic wave number 2 is an Angel-class disc ship with the consciousness host Gil, the flagship of the Right Army. Infrasound number 3 is also an Angel-class disc ship, and the consciousness host Ron, in the main force at the rear. The two legions were temporarily merged into one reinforced corps, temporarily commanded by Giada. The industrial spaceship and the only private interstellar fortress also remained in the main force. Liu Yi's vanguard army only brought combat units. The current speed of the Demon Sword is 2.2x, and it is starting to slow down to 2.1x. The vanguard led by Louis and 3 others is a disc unit, which can reach the top speed of 2.2x itself, and then add crystal insects to the power system. The speed can be increased to a maximum of 2.4x, but Louis does not intend to increase the speed to the maximum, but accelerates to 2.3x to avoid being too fast and causing suspicion of shock waves and swirling waves. The 601 disc ships of the vanguard began to speed away, with a total of 30.5 million war discs mounted inside, and began to accelerate forward to keep distance from the large force. The 3 pseudo-infrasonic disc ships are always connected, and the consciousnesses of Gil and Ron have returned to the central hosts of their respective flagships. Ron was obviously excited and asked, Are we really going to go through a long journey of 90 years to get to Wolf 359? Ron was originally an Earthling during his lifetime, so he was more accustomed to using the Earthling's name for this star, which was Wolf 359. Likewise, Jill was more accustomed to using the name Wolf 359. That's right. 90 years, Louis said. What? Is it too long? I have experienced a long, lonely journey of 450 years. You are only 90 years old. Are you scared? I'm not afraid, Ron said. Just thinking about it makes me realize that this will be a very boring thing. Ah, machine life. It's really interesting. You are quite capable of seeing, Louis said. We are no longer human beings, Ron said. So what? The average lifespan of a human body is only about 80 years old. If we live longer, it is only about 100 years old. But now that we are machine life, we don't know how long we can live, Louis said. As long as the universe is not destroyed, you can live forever. Of course, various natural and war disasters do not count. I'll go. Then you mean immortality? Immortality? Well, that can be understood as well. Yo! Ron couldn't help shouting. That's great. I like it. Although the 3 people communicate through data streams, because they are originally evolved from humans, their voices will be virtualized when communicating. so they can have all the effects of vocal communication such as shouts, cries, and laughter. Gil smiled and said, Ron, when you first woke up, you were almost scared to death. What's wrong? Now you've adapted to it? This disc ship is spinning and flying, and you're not dizzy anymore? Sister, Ron said, we are machines. If we are afraid of spinning, why do we call them machines? If other machines knew this, they would laugh to death, Louis said. So this is why I want you to adapt to this kind of disc-based unit. The units of the Cockroach Star Machine civilization can all rotate. If we don't rotate, we will be suspected, Jill said. Yes, we are pretending to be infrasonic waves, and we are going to Wolf 359 to sneak attack the cyclotron wave. The 601 warships in the Vanguard are all disc-type warships. They all rotate when flying. But Liu Yi's ship rotates slower. He wants to pretend that there are some in his Force Angel-class disc ship. A Cockroach Living Area module is inside. Each Cockroach machine civilization will have a Cockroach Living Area module inside it, which is embedded in the flagship of the civilization fleet. As the saying goes, it's all a show. Since you want to fake infrasonic waves, you must also fake a Cockroach Living Area module. Although there are no cockroaches now, they are so far away from the enemy, and they don't know it. In order to kill the boring time on the road, Louis said, I designed several virtual game worlds, including the martial arts world, the gun battle world, and the fairy world. You can enter and play at any time. But Brother E, Ron said, if you play games, won't you delay the voyage? We are multi-process supercomputers. We can fly and play games at the same time, Louis said. It's just that these games are all developed by ourselves, except for the three of us players. They are all NPCs. And if we even play, that's also a god's perspective. So after playing it twice, you will feel more bored. No, said Ron. That's better than doing nothing. During the flight, Ron talked a lot and would chat with Louis when he had nothing to do. Jill talked very little, and sometimes Louis would ask her what she was doing. Gil replied, There are a lot of things in my database, and I am studying. Now that I am a part of the Demon Sword, I will work hard to serve the Demon Sword. And these things in the database must be updated as soon as possible. Familiarize yourself with it. Well, there is indeed a lot of knowledge here. Enough to study for a while. Gil asked, Brother E, I have a question. You say, am I still a woman now? Jill asked, and Lu Yining could clearly feel that her tone was dejected. How do I answer you? Louis said. Do you know about angels? Angels from the Bible? Jill asked. Of course I know, said Gil. They are all messengers of God. So tell me, are angels male or female? The Bible doesn't say it clearly, Jill replied. But it's not difficult to judge from the scriptures that angels have no gender. This is why the consciousness host of our demonic sword is called an angel. Jill was silent. And Louis said again, Jade is an angel. Ron is an angel. You are an angel. And I am an angel. It's just that Liu Yi's angel has to add the word big. He is an archangel. The only archangel of the demon sword civilization. And all other angels must obey his orders. Louis added, But I always think of myself as a man in my heart, because he has always been deeply in love with Le Rong in the virtual world. The machine civilization has no gender distinction in the collective, but it always thinks that he is a man mentally. Gil sighed and said, I understand. Brother E, you and Ron can play together. I want to design a virtual world myself. Ron suddenly said, Wolf, the new continent in the universe. We are here. Chapter 256. It turns out that this is the first time for everyone. The new chapter of the Demon Sword begins. Volume 4, Wolf 359. Warby World. Wolf 359 is an N-type red dwarf star about 8 light-years from the solar system, and about 5 light-years from Ross 128. Note, the distance between Wolf 359 and Ross 128 at the beginning of the 21st century was 3.79 light-years. Its mass and volume are less than 1/10 of the original Sun, and its surface temperature is less than 3000 K. Compared with other stars, it is considered cold. Wolf 359 has 1 rocky planet, 3 dwarf planets, and some asteroids and other interstellar material. The only planet, Wolf 359b, has an average distance from its star of only 5 cents, or 7.5 million kilometers, which is 1/20th of the distance from the Earth to the Sun and 1/8 of the distance from Mercury to the Sun. In the ancient solar system, Mercury was the planet closest to the Sun, so its sunny side could reach more than 400 degrees, making Mercury a planet as hot as purgatory. However, Wolf 359b is much closer to its own star than Mercury is to the Sun. Even so, the temperature of Wolf 359b's sunward side is not as high as that of Mercury, only over 200 degrees Celsius. Moreover, Wolf 359b's revolution period and auto-transmission period are the same, so it has one side always facing its star. Wolf 359. The side that always faces the star is called the eternal yang side. And conversely, the side that always faces away from the star is called the eternal yin side. The highest temperature on the yang side is more than 200 degrees, close to 300 degrees, and the lowest temperature on the yin side can reach more than minus 240 degrees. And absolute zero is only -273.15 degrees Celsius. On such a planet with a harsh environment, there is actually a human civilization that has developed into the era of interstellar navigation. This human civilization is the Bee People. As for the Bee People, I have already introduced them before, so I won't go into details again. In the cockroach civilization, the star Ross 128 is called the cockroach sun, and the planet Ross 128b is called the cockroach Earth. The star Wolf 359 is called the Sun, and its planet is called the Beehive, the vanguard of the Demon Sword, with Louis as the commander, and Gil and Ron as deputy commanders, formed a disk fleet with a strength of 30 million war disks, sailing ahead towards Bee Sun at a speed of 2.3x. During the voyage, Louis connected with Giada and asked her, "There are 255 virtual worlds, 256 to be precise, with 255 lords. Each lord is a real person who uploaded his consciousness after death. So everyone has a card-like core of consciousness. And Giada, you also have one. So can it be understood that you were also uploaded after the death of a real person?" Giada led the large force at the rear and was already separated by some distance from the vanguard, so the communication between the two began to be delayed. After Louis sent the message, he did not get a reply from Giada immediately. But Louis was not in a hurry. The 90-year voyage had plenty of time to wait. After Ron and Jill were excited for a while, the communication between them gradually became sparse. Occasionally, they would say a few words if they remembered. Louis said another question mark, and Giada replied, "Yes, sir. I also uploaded it from a real person. Are you from Earth?" Louis asked again. "Oh no, I think you are not. You once told me that you were Master Feng Yu's apprentice. So you are an eternal person?" Giada's answer was to wait for a while, and the waiting time far exceeded the delay time, so Louis could understand that she was thinking. Giada replied, "Yes, you guessed it right. I am indeed from the Eternal Star. Feng Yu saved my life during my lifetime. In order to repay him, I am willing to contribute to his revenge plan." "This is interesting," Louis replied. "Eternal Man's technology can upload people's will to the computer at will. So why doesn't Feng Yu upload his own? Wouldn't it be more convenient for him to implement the revenge plan by himself?" "Good," Giada said. "Not every living being has the ability to upload consciousness. Feng Yu cannot. But you can." "Yes. Then what conditions are suitable for uploading consciousness?" Louis asked. "Brilliant minds. Simple thoughts. I'll go ahead and keep my mind smart and my thoughts simple," Louis said. "Isn't this a self-contradiction?" "There is no contradiction," Giada said. "The 256 of us, including one eternal person, that is me, and the 255 earthlings, that is you. We are all smart, but at the same time our thoughts are also very simple. Master Feng Yu is also very smart, and he is extremely smart, but his thoughts are too complicated. He is trapped by love and wants revenge, so his consciousness cannot be uploaded. But now I want to help him get revenge," Louis said. "Then wouldn't my thoughts be complicated? And I can't let go of my lovers and family in the virtual world. So wouldn't I have more complicated thoughts?" "There is a difference between before uploading and after uploading," Giada said. "Before uploading, your thoughts are in the human body. But after uploading, your thoughts have been uploaded to the computer." "Understood," Louis said. "This is a reasonable explanation of human consciousness. It must meet 3 conditions. First, he is smart enough, or has a high IQ. Second, he has simple thoughts. Third, he has just died, and not the brain-dead kind. You are such an adult." "I understand," Louis said. "Ouyang is purely a cover-up." Louis has always suspected that Ouyang, The research institute at the former Europa base is purely his predecessor, Giada said. I'm sorry, sir. I really don't know Ouyang Chen. Your consciousness was given to me by Yu Xiaoxin. It's Yu Xiaoxin again. But Yu Xiaoxin has been dead for more than 500 years. All her information is in the Wandering Fleet. And it is not known whether the Wandering Fleet still exists. The rover fleet left the solar system in 2159 and flew to Proxima Centauri, 4 light years away, at a speed of 1x. It is estimated that it will take 600 years to fly to Proxima Centauri, calculated based on this data. The rover fleet will arrive at Proxima Centauri in 2759. Proxima Centauri is also known as Alpha C, and Alpha is also known as Namin 2. It's the year 2640, more than 150 years before the Wanderers arrive at Proxima Centauri, even though the Demon Sword set off later than the Wanderer. And the journey was even further away. When the Demon Sword reached its destination, the Wanderer was still on the road. Luido wanted to send messages to the Wandering Fleet many times, but in the end, he gave up this year because he was worried that the good intentions he sent would be intercepted by the Eternal People. The Eternal Man destroyed the solar system, and his next target might be the Alpha Star. And the Wanderer happens to be heading to the Alpha Star. To a certain extent, it is equivalent to providing a cover for the Demon Sword. If the Demon Sword sends another message at this time, then it will definitely expose itself. Chapter 257 Neutron Star Bomb. Now it is finally confirmed that Giada is also a human being. But she is not a human on Earth, but an eternal human being. So she can only be a human race. Regarding such an answer, Louis still expressed doubts. Since you are an eternal person, why don't you take on this revenge plan yourself? And you have to take pains to choose among the people on Earth. Isn't this unnecessary? Moreover, are you not worried at all? The test of 2048 days, Giada said. Whether this person has high IQ, low distracting thoughts, and character value can be completely tested. So I believe you. And this is also what Feng Yu has set up. I can't change. As for why I didn't go up on my own, but chose you, and chose you among you, because you were better and more decisive than me. Are you satisfied with this answer? Louis stopped asking, but he still expressed doubts in his heart. He felt that Giada's answer was too far-fetched. Thinking about it from his perspective, if he were a Giada, no matter whether he was smart or stupid, he would not choose someone with higher authority among others. But if Giada didn't say anything, there was nothing he could do. He just expressed doubts about Giada's answer. During the voyage, I occasionally chatted with Gil. Gil asked, since the Eternals have targeted humans and were defeated by you once in the solar system, why don't they continue to track us? Even if they can't track us, press them, it must have gone to Wolf 359, which is the 3rd star from the solar system. The star closest to the solar system is Alpha. In fact, Alpha is a triple star system composed of 3 stars. The second one is Barnard, and the third one is Wolf 359, which is now called B. Day. There is absolutely no problem with Gil's idea. Eternity is a god-level civilization with instant messaging technology and wormhole transmission technology. Since he has destroyed the Earth civilization, he will definitely be worried that the people on Earth will slip through the net. And then, he will attack several people around him. Stellar for inspection. He didn't know about Alpha Galaxy and Barnard Star, but he knew that human civilization existed in the 2 galaxies, B Sun and Cockroach Sun. Eternity will not only destroy human beings. As for advanced intelligent life, they will destroy it. But they did not do so. Louis couldn't answer Gil's question and could only speculate like this. Maybe it's because there are too many stars in the Milky Way and he can't take care of them at all. So he doesn't check them one by one, but finds one eliminate one place. That doesn't make sense, Gil said. If you were an eternal civilization, all you had to do was eliminate other names. Wouldn't you go check each place one by one? I might. But eternity is a god-level civilization after all. Who knows how they do things? Louis also asked Giada later. And Giada entered the chat channel between the two and said, what destroyed the Earth was a neutron star bomb. Its production process is very complicated. First, a star is compressed to a diameter of less than 100 kilometers. Make it a neutron star and fit it into a small universe. Little universe? Louis was very curious. What is it? Giada replied. The small universe is actually a kind of parallel universe. It is made using space division technology. This is also a god-level technology. We have not yet mastered the magic sword. Of course, Giada added. A small universe is a parallel universe with boundaries that requires special technology to be preserved. And this small universe can carry neutron stars very safely and stably. Since the small universe is a parallel universe, it is invisible in our universe and does not occupy resources in the universe. Then how do you master it? Gil asked. It doesn't take up the resources of the universe. So you mean you can't see it or touch it? Yes, Giada said. There is a set of equipment that can control this small universe. And this small universe is like a soap bubble in the air. The Eternal Man will put this soap bubble into this equipment, which is a neutron star bomb, and carry out store it. But you just said that the small universe does not occupy the resources of the universe. Jill said. Yes, Giada said. In this conflict, the neutron star bomb contains neither a small universe nor a neutron star, but a device to control the small universe, which is the soap bubble I just mentioned. In other words, the neutron star bomb itself is not powerful, but the neutron star in the small universe it controls is infinitely powerful. When the Eternal Man dropped the bomb into the target galaxy, the control device in the bomb opened the small universe, which meant bursting the soap bubble and releasing the neutron star in the small universe. Think about it. What will happen if a neutron star suddenly joins this star system? Back then, Eternal Man launched a neutron star bomb that bombarded the sun. This was equivalent to a collision between the sun and a neutron star, which resulted in a massive solar explosion. A large-yield neutron star bomb is enough to destroy the entire solar system. However, the neutron star bomb that bombarded the sun was only a medium-level neutron star, so the sun after the explosion only spread to Mars. So neutron star bombs are also called stellar weapons, and their power is beyond the imagination of humans on Earth. Oh my God! Is it so awesome? Jill exclaimed. Yes, Gil said. And its production process is very complicated. Think about it. Compressing a normal star into a neutron star. This work alone will be epic. So you think? Eternal Man, will it be easy to use an expensive neutron star bomb to bombard unknown stars? That's not true. Gil added. But he has wormhole technology. He can use the wormhole technology area to detect the galaxies near the sun, even if he doesn't use neutron star bombs. As an Eternal Man who exists in a god-level civilization, he is completely different. The same very advanced way to wipe out a civilization. That's what it says, Gil said. But I don't understand why the Eternals didn't go to the two stars, Bee Sun and Cockroach Sunday. At this time, Ron also joined the group chat and said, could it be that eternity has become extinct on its own? Giada was at the rear, and there was a delay in communication with the three of them. So after Ron said this, he was waiting for Giada's reply. Fortunately, the delay was not too long. Otherwise, he would have to wait for a long time. While waiting for Giada's reply, Gil said, isn't this so-called neutron star bomb a Pandora's box? Louis sighed and said, then this Pandora's box is really overbearing. Chapter 258, the first stop on the 500-year journey to stardom. Due to the delay, it took a long time before Giada's reply came. It's impossible. Eternity is the most powerful god-level civilization in the galaxy. How can it be extinct? Ron said. The entire universe is not just the Milky Way. Ron's message was sent. And before Giada's reply came, Louis asked, you mean that Younghing may have been attacked by extragalactic civilization? Ron replied, it's unlikely, but it's possible. And eternity is 70,000 light-years away from us. There are 400 billion stars in the entire Milky Way, not including combined stars. Otherwise, there would be more. He is eternal even if there is more fraud. I can take care of it. And how? Louis asked. And I think this eternity may not be as corrupt as the legend says. He can use stellar weapons, Gil said. How dare you say that he doesn't cheat? Ron said. So what? Can he still use it like dumplings? So far, I only know that it was used once. In other words, even if he only used it once, it was out of chi nigh the energy comes out. It only made a neutron star bomb, Gil asked. Ron said, it is possible. What Giada said just now is very clear. The production process of neutron star bombs is too complicated and very difficult. Think about it. If it is so easy to make, then isn't the Milky Way in chaos? It can make neutron star bombs at will for eternity. If a star is not pleasing to the eye, go over and mold it into a neutron star. Then if you look at the existence of human civilization in that star, you will throw the smaller star over. In that case, the Milky Way will be messed up by it. Obviously, so far, the Milky Way is quite normal. Louis said, "So what you are saying is that Yongheng did not make many neutron star bombs, or even only one, and used our solar system as a training ground?" "Yeah. What's impossible?" Giada's reply finally came. "But I still think it's impossible." Gil said, "I don't think it makes much sense for us to be entangled with this issue now. We should think about how to gain a foothold in Bisan, expand our strength, and then leave Bisan and move to the next galaxy." Louisa said, "Yes. This is the biggest problem we are facing now. I am considering whether to wake up other lords." Gil said, "What are the character values of other lords? Even if there are iron laws of the machine, you still have to be cautious. Brother E, it's hard to find loyal people like me and Ron." At that time, I believed you two extremely." Gil added, "Even if everyone is awakened, I don't think Rogers should be awakened." During the Battle of God, Jill was assigned to the same team as Rogers, and they were considered teammates at that time. But now, Jill actually has such a deep prejudice against him, which shows how much she hates Rogers. Louis asked, "Why do you dislike Rogers so much? He was once your teammate." "Don't mention your teammates." Gil said, "He is arrogant and willful, and his character is extremely poor. Maybe he just wants to express himself, but the nature of others is still good." Louis said this deliberately. In fact, he also hated Rogers extremely in his heart. Even hated him. "Impossible." Gil said, "Even if it is what you said, then if you wake him up, he will, because he is the smartest, will give you instructions in future actions, even wars, and feel that everything must be done. If you want to listen to him, then tell me, how can you command the demonic sword? How can you conduct interstellar warfare wisely?" Ron said, "So Rogers cannot be awakened." I agree with Gil. I even think it is better to destroy his card. Each of the 255 lords has a card. A transparent card as big as the credit cards used by ancient earthlings. The card of the station is engraved with the core of consciousness of the corresponding lord. So if the card is destroyed, the lord will be completely dead, let alone awakening. Even if it is transferred to the virtual world, it will be impossible. So it was very cruel for Ron to say this. Louis said, "I won't wake him up. But if I destroy his card, I think I won't use it for the time being." Ron said, "Yes, he is a trouble. It is best not to wake him up forever." Since the arrival of Gil and Ron, Louis is no longer so lonely. At least he knows that there are two people like him in this universe. That is Gil and Ron. As for Home, although she also had a battle card and admitted that she was an eternal person in her previous life, Louis was still skeptical. However, as the Vanguard marched towards their destination, they did not forget to keep in touch with shock waves and swirling waves on a regular basis. As expected, it took 90 years of human life to reach Bisan, which is Wolf 359. It took Louis 540 years, spanning 8 light-years of distant space, from the solar system to the Bisan system. When he arrived at the Bisan system, it was already the year 547 of the magic calendar, AD 2736. According to calculations, the Wanderer fleet has not yet reached Alpha Star. If nothing goes wrong, they should still have 20 years to reach their destination. Moreover, in more than 500 years, the human population in Demon Sword's Hope Star Fortress has grown to a huge scale of 500,000 people. The Star Castle only has one large area module, and the other modules have not yet been completed. And the large force in which the Star Castle is located is still 10 years away from its destination in the Sun system. Therefore, a population restriction growth plan has been adopted in the Star Castle, with only lights. Only after arriving at the destination will we see how much Star Fortress will be developed and expanded. At that time, the population growth plan will continue to be relaxed. The Vanguard force led by Louis and the others arrived first, while the large force led by Giada was slightly slower and would take at least 10 years to arrive. When Louis's Vanguard was about to arrive in the B-Sun system, Giada at the rear actually received a strange message. This message came from the Honeycomb Star, the only rocky planet in the B-Sun system. It was B-Man who sent the message, and a decoding program was attached to the message. So Giada easily understood the message and sent it to Liu Yiken in an encrypted manner. The content of this message is, "I am a B civilization. The galaxy where I am now has been invaded by an alien civilization. I ask you to rescue us." Chapter 259, The Dark Universe. We were about to reach the B-Sun system, and Giada actually received a distress message from the B people. At this moment, Giada was commanding a large army of magic swords. which was 0.3 light-years away from the B Sun system. The vanguard of the disk system led by Lu E is 0.1 light-years away from B3, the closest dwarf planet in the Sun system, and 0.2 light-years away from Giada. Therefore, the message Giada received should have been sent 3.5 months ago, in order not to arouse the suspicion of the enemy. With Lu Yi's benefit, Giada had changed the waterway as early as 80 years ago, so she and Lu Yi were not on the same route. Giada's course formed an angle of 30 degrees with the route to the Sun system, and it planned to return to the normal route after a certain period of time. Therefore, if Giada received this distress message, it does not prove that Lu Yi also received it. If Giada wanted to feed this information back to Lu Yi at this moment, or send a message to ask him, it would take 2 months for Lu Yi to receive it. Lu Yi's current speed will probably completely enter the B Sun system in 4.5 years. So it is still too late to send him the message. So Giada sent the message to him and waited for his reply. During the flight, Lu Yi had communicated with the whirling wave in the position of B3 many times, and had also made many changes to the information he wanted to show to the other party. For example, the flagship, Infrasonic No. 1, driven by Lu Yi, is a Force Angel-class disk battleship. As a cockroach machine civilization, its flagship should be the Lord Angel class. The main angel level is 1 level higher than the main angel level. Therefore, Lu Yi could only lie to the leader of Whirlpool, Splitya, saying that he did have a Lord Angel class disk ship, but it was seriously damaged in an interstellar war with an unknown civilization. In order to support him quickly, the only choice was to leave the seriously injured Archangel class disk ship behind and let it fly over slowly from behind. As for the cockroach machine civilization, their fleet, like the Legion of the Demon Sword, also likes to carry their own humans. They are not like the Demon Sword, which specially builds interstellar fortresses for human survival. They prefer to directly arrange cockroaches inside the flagship. So each cockroach machine civilization only has a very small loadout. Although Demon Sword currently only has 500,000 humans, one Legion of Demon Sword can carry a population of 5 million. Therefore, Lu Yi's 30 million strong vanguard force could clearly tell the other party that they did not carry cockroaches, but told them that the cockroaches were all on the Archangel-class disk flagship at the rear. Because the Lord Angel-class flagship was damaged, Lu Yi could only arrange the flagship to this Force Angel-class battleship. Since the infrasound waves were eliminated before, and a large amount of infrasound data was intercepted, he can now deceive the swirling waves into turning around, allowing him to completely relax his vigilance against himself. Lu Yi did not receive the message from B-Man, but conveyed the distress message to him through Giada. When Lu Yi received this information, he summoned Gil and Ron to discuss the matter and asked them, "What do you think about this?" Gil said, "The bees only sent a distress message to Giada, but not to us, which shows that they have detected Giada's total. Jade is further away from Fairy than us. She can be discovered, which means that we have not escaped its intelligence detection. If she can detect us, it means that they have seen the appearance of our ship, and can use it according to the appearance. The analysis shows that we are in the same group as the Euro wave, so it will not send us a distress message. They discovered Giada, and they must have seen Giada's ship. Seeing that Giada's ship is different from ours, it will judge that we and Giada are not the same, so it will ask Giada for help." But Ron said, "How does it know whether Giada is kind or malicious? After all, compared to the bee people, we are all foreigners. Why should it believe in Giada?" Gil said, "It is possible that the bee has been forced into a desperate situation by the swirling wave. Even if it does not believe in Giada, it has no other choice. The so-called enemy of the enemy is a friend." Lu Yi also came to a further inference. According to the information fed back by Giada, the signal strength of the message sent by B-Man to Giada was very strong. Based on this strength analysis, its signal can be sent at least 5 light-years away. Outside, the star closest to the bee sun is the Cockroach Sun, and the Cockroach Sun happens to be the home of the Cockroach Star's machine civilization. It is impossible for the bee people to ask the cockroaches to rescue them. There are no other stars except the Cockroach Sun. 5 light-years seems very far away, and it would take more than 200 years to reach it at the fastest speed of the magic sword. But on the scale of the universe, this distance is just a stone's throw away. Therefore, besides the demon sword, this letter of help from the bee-man can be received, and it is almost impossible to find other civilizations to rescue it. Lu Yi asked Gil and Ron to discuss how to deal with such a letter asking for help. Gil said, "Then it depends on how you are going to treat the bees. Do you want to eliminate them? Or do you want to coexist peacefully with them?" Louis said. My demonic sword is in an awkward position now. It is now connected with the bee people and the cockroach star. I don't know whether to help the bee people, the cockroach star, or neither of them. I want to eliminate them all. All civilizations from the cockroach sun system are called cockroach star civilization, or cockroach star for short, including infrasonic waves, shock waves and Euro waves, as well as other civilizations named after waves originating from the cockroach sun system, including the original cockroach civilization. Inside, Gil said, the purpose of our visit to B-Sun is to replenish supplies. Although the resources of this B-Sun system are very poor, it shouldn't be a problem for us to build 2 standard legions. Right, Louis said. The Sun system has 1 standard star and 3 dwarf planets, which is enough for us to supply resources. That's all right, Gil said. The B-Sun system is the original homeland of the bee people. If we want to exploit resources there, it will inevitably affect the interests of the bee people. So we will definitely fall out with them. As for the people who are entrenched into the whirling wave of the B-Sun system is an accomplice of infrasonic waves. So it is also the enemy of my magic sword. So, in my opinion, we must destroy these 2 civilizations. Ron said, but this bee has no grievances against us. It also asked us for help. We just treat it like this for no reason. Isn't that too cruel? What are you doing? Jill said, this is the universe. Do you know how dark it is? I don't know. Ron replied matter-of-factly. Boss, Gil said, just talk to him. Louis said, in ancient Earth, there was a very famous science fiction writer who said in his works, the universe is a dark forest, and every civilization is a hunter with a gun. He must protect himself at all costs and eliminate other hunters in this dark forest. This is the famous law of the dark forest. Ron was surprised. Oh, my God. Chapter 260 Hive. Wolf 359. Also known as B-Sun. It is the only planetary hive. This planet is just like its name. There are caves everywhere on the surface of the planet. Each cave has a diameter of more than 100 meters in large and a dozen meters in small ones. It is as deep as no bottom. Each such cave has something like drilling equipment built on it. And there are various things like aircraft flying in and out constantly. The Beehive star is a rocky planet. Its volume is 0.8 times that of the Earth. And it has a thick atmosphere. But this atmosphere is being gradually stripped away. As mentioned before, the revolution period of the Beehive star is the same as the autobiographical period, which is about 52 Earth days. In other words, on the Beehive star, it only takes 52 days to complete a year. However, these 52 days are only Earth days. If we talk about hive days, then a day on the Hive star will be infinitely long. Just because its revolution period and autobiographical period are the same. Its eternal sun side always faces their sun, the B-Sun, while the eternal Ean side is always in darkness. So a day on the Beehive star is endless. This situation is just like the moon's revolution around the Earth in ancient times. The moon's revolution and autobiography periods are the same. So one side of the moon always faces the Earth, and the other side always faces away from the Earth. But the moon revolves around the Earth, and the Earth is a planet. As for the B-Sun surrounding the Beehive star, although the B-Sun is a red dwarf star that is far lower than the Sun in terms of volume and mass, the surface temperature of the B-Sun is also 2,800 degrees Celsius. This temperature is very low for a star, but the Beehive star is very close to it. So close that the average distance is only 7.5 million kilometers, or 5 cents. Such a close distance can also allow the low-temperature star to warm the eternal sun side of the honeycomb star, so that the maximum temperature of the eternal sun side of the honeycomb star can reach 270 degrees Celsius. And this temperature is basically constant. The distance from the star is too close. So on the eternal sun side of the Beehive star, there are not only high temperatures, but also super strong radiation and violent storms. So it is almost impossible to survive on the eternal sun side. But even so, there are still a lot of drilling and mining equipment on its Yongyang side. And there are also many caves, which were all dug by the bees. On the eternally dark side of the hive, this side is permanently dark, and its sun can never be seen. If the eternal sunny side of the beehive is purgatory, then its eternal negative side is an extremely cold HL. The lowest temperature here can reach minus 180 degrees Celsius, a temperature that can almost turn oxygen into liquid. Note, the liquid temperature of oxygen is minus 183 degrees Celsius. so such a temperature is also unsuitable for survival. But even so, there are many such cave-like nerves on the eternal shadow side of the hive star. And there are also many devices that come in and out. The bee people are a native human race of the beehive planet. They have experienced 12 million years of evolution and 50,000 years of civilization. How do they survive on such a planet with such a harsh environment? This is about the morning and evening line. The twilight line, where the sunward and reverse sides of a planet meet, was where day and night intersected on ancient Earth. Since day and night alternate on the Earth, the dawn and dusk lines on the Earth are also constantly changing. But this is not the case on the honeycomb star, because it has a permanent sun side and a permanent ean side. The morning and dusk lines on the honeycomb star are permanently fixed. In this case, it creates living conditions for the bee people. That is, the bee star creatures. The temperature at the dusk line is between extreme hot and extremely cold, and there will be an area that is very suitable for survival. The temperature in this area will be between -30 and 40 degrees Celsius. This is a very narrow area, but it is enough for bees and bees to survive. Therefore, such an environment is a very harsh environment. Bee people are living in the gap between purgatory and hell. Because of this, bees have experienced a long history of evolution that lasts 12 million years and a long history of civilization that lasts 50,000 years. This is how the bee people came into being today, and finally allowed the bee people to enter the interstellar era. It stands to reason that since the living space of the bees is so small, the number of humans should be very small. However, the reality is completely the opposite. The total number of bees now is 1 billion. Obviously, the number of 1 billion will definitely not be enough if they all live on the dusk line. This leads to the underground world of the hive star. The many caves on the surface of the hive star are the entrances and exits to the underground world. Just like a real hive, bees can shuttle between the ground and underground, using underground structures to achieve a suitable temperature for bee survival. Therefore, there is a huge real honeycomb structure underground on the honeycomb star. On the Yongan side, because the surface temperature is extremely high, the honeycomb structure will be used to lower the temperature after reaching a certain depth, once to reach a suitable living environment. As for the lowering of the Yongin side, it is necessary to reach a deeper depth, using the temperature from the Earth's core to call out the low temperature from the ground, thereby creating a living environment suitable for bees in the underground hive structure. In addition to this artificial honeycomb structure, the honeycomb star has another very obvious feature. That is, it is not a round planet. The Yang side is slightly protruding, and the Yin side is slightly concave. At that time, because the Yang side was heated and expanded, the Yin side was cold, caused by shrinkage. There is no ocean on the Yongyang side, and all sea water has evaporated. There is an ocean on the Yongin side, but it is all ice. And there is also a liquid methane sea. The underground honeycomb structure of the beehive star is about to reach the edge of collapse due to the extensive exploitation of the planet's internal resources. And magma eruptions often occur, coupled with the invasion of Euro waves. This makes the hive star even more difficult. Beehive star, Yongyang Mayan, 1,200 meter deep underground city number 23. In the underground city with a honeycomb structure, various aircraft are shuttled. Various equipment is working, and 2 people are walking on a wide transport belt. Of course, this person needs to be quoted, because they are both bee people. Walking in front was a male beeman, with droop bee wings and not flying. About 5 or 6 meters behind him was a female beeman, shouting as she walked, "Yuan Fan! Yuan Fan! Wait for me!" It turns out that the male bee in front is named Yuan Fan. This name is quite interesting, because we people on Earth know that there is a kind of honey called Yuan Fan honey, which is produced from Yuan Fan pollen collected by bees. It is also the most abundant nectar. Good honey. The female beeman caught up with Yuan Fan and took his arm and said, "Don't be angry." "Okay." Yuan Fan glared at her and said, "Wen Jing, let me ask you, are you still a woman?" The female beeman was quiet. Her face flushed, and she shouted, "Why am I not a woman anymore? If you are a woman, you should sign up to join the army to fight against the alien invasion." Chapter 261 Honey Flower Story 1 Bee Star, Underground City Number 23. Wen Jing and Yuan Fan are walking on the transportation conveyor belt. "Of course I'm a woman!" Wen Jing shouted. "Isn't it just fighting? I'm not afraid of death. But that's not how wars are fought." "Hey, Wen Jing," Yuan Fan said, "you and I are just ordinary people in the beehive. How to fight is a matter for the higher-ups. We just need to obey. If everyone thinks like you, we have to deal with it. If the war continues, how can we win the war? I also know this truth. Wen Jing flapped her bee wings, jumped up, came to the railing next to her and landed, leaning on the railing, facing her boyfriend Yufan and said, I'm not afraid of death either. Let me do it now. I'll go to war without even frowning. Then you come with me to sign up for the army. Yunfan said and grabbed Wen Jing's hand. In the bee society, the strength of female bees is much greater than that of male bees. So in terms of wisdom and strength, in the bee world, women are stronger than men. This also resulted in the fact that in the bee world, the number of female soldiers was far greater than the number of male soldiers. And the number was still large in absolute terms. Seeing that Yunfan was so anxious to drag her to join the army, Wen Jing said, Wait a minute. I'm definitely going to join the army. I just want to have a few words with you. Yunfan glared at her and let go of her hand. Then tell me. As far as I know, Wen Jing said, the aliens don't just have one cyclotron wave on the B3 dwarf star, but there is also one called infrasound wave. It is estimated that it will soon reach our B solar system. And there is also one called the alien machine civilization of Shockwave is coming from Cockroach Sun. And it is estimated that it will take at most 50 years to reach our B sun. This single Euro wave will throw us around. If there is another infrasound wave and shock wave, then our B star will have no way out at all. Yufan said, Then you are still afraid of death. I told you I'm not afraid of death. The girl said quietly, If there is a war, I will definitely become a brave warrior bee. But we can't fight like this. And Her Majesty the Queen Bee has also sent a distress signal to another alien civilization. Doesn't this push our B star to the point of no return? Then how do you want to fight? Yufan asked. Leave the B sun system and find a new home. Leaving the sun system? Looking for a new home? What you said is quite easy. Do you know where the closest star to us is? The sun. It's 5 light years away from us. And there are also cockroaches and human beings living in the sun system. Cockroach machine civilization. If we go there, we are asking for death. Wen Jing said, Who told you that going to Cockroach Day is asking for death? Of course it's not. Okay, if you go directly, we have to take a detour and form an angle of no more than 30 degrees on the way to Cockroach Day. If he flies over it aligns with the course when he reaches a certain distance, he may not be able to hide from us. Yufan laughed and said, Your idea is really ridiculous. You all know that there are cockroaches and their machines in Cockroach Star. Where are you going? What else are you going to do if you don't throw yourself into a trap and seek death? Wen Jing replied, I dare say that Cockroach Star's lair is absolutely empty now. It can be seen from the many confrontations with the swirling waves. Their technological level is about the same as ours. And they have dispatched so many fleets outside. So its lair will be empty. Wouldn't it be better if we rob its lair? Yufan said, Even if, as you said, its Cockroach Star nest is empty. You also know that they have sent so many robot fleets. So I am sure that its nest must have reached the point of exhaustion of resources. Where are you going? Isn't it empty? And the Cockroach Sun is 5 light years away from us. At our speed. Do you know how long it will take? An optimistic estimate is that it will be 300 years. If it is slow, it may be 500 or 600 years, which is not guaranteed. By the time we get to Cockroach Star, I estimate that Cockroach Star's resources will be exploited to the point where there's not even a scrap left. Wen Jing scratched her head and said, Hey, it sounds like this. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect that our man is so smart. Come on. Come here and give me a kiss. Yunfan punched her and said angrily, Hack you. Who is your man? We are not married yet. Okay. Sooner or later. Sooner or later. Wen Jing said with a smile. In B-Star civilization, women are strong and men are weak. The style of painting like the two of them is common in B-Star. But if it is placed among the people on Earth, it will make people feel very weird. As the two were talking, they suddenly saw a lot of fast food hanging in the air. The big screen suddenly flashed, and the picture of Queen Bee Lychee appeared. In the B-Star civilization, all queen bees are female. In the 50,000-year history of the B-Star civilization, there has never been a male queen bee. So this Lychee King is also female. I saw the queen bee saying, Hello to all the bee residents of the B-Star. I am your Queen Bee Lychee. Our B-Star has reached a critical moment of life and death. The gyrowave of machine civilization is now stationed on the B3 dwarf star. Frequent confrontation we constituted a nuisance and caused many damages to our hive, causing us great losses. It is up to you to decide whether to survive or perish. Therefore, I am now issuing an emergency mobilization order to all the bees. All women should take up arms and join the ranks of the war bees. Fight to defend our homeland. The enemy is completely crushed. Some bees could be seen around, holding their fists high and encouraged by the queen bee, shouting loudly, "I am a war bee. I am a war bee." Yunfan said to Wenjing beside him, "Do you want to become a war bee?" Cloud Sail, "My woman must be a war bee." Yunfan said very excitedly, "And I also want to sign up for the war bee." "Are you crazy, Yunfan?" Wenjing said anxiously. "War will kill people. How can there be male warriors? War is our women's business. Men should stay at home and take care of the children." "I don't." Yunfan was also very stubborn. "I have to sign up. Believe me, I have also practiced martial arts. I will become a qualified male fighter. In the bee-star civilization, there are only war bees and male war bees, and there has never been a term for female war bees. So unless otherwise stated, war bees are female." "Be good." Wenjing hugged Yunfan and said, "Be good, and I'll just sign up for the battle bee. You can wait for my good news at home." Yunfan said, "Bee-star is at the point of life and death. How can I still have a home? I have to sign up." "Yunfan," Wenjing said, "I originally wanted you to stay at home and hatch our eggs. When I come back from the war, you can hold our baby." In the bee-star civilization, bees all reproduce oviparously. The female bee will give the eggs she lays to her mate, and then the male bee will incubate them. Although bees evolved from bees, they have undergone great changes in physiological characteristics. There are only a few eggs that hatch at a time, so a bee family only has a few children. No more than 10. Chapter 262 Honey Flower Story 2. The evolution route of the bee-man is very strange. It evolved from the bees of the bee-star. If we look at the history of biology on Earth, this would have been absolutely impossible at that time. The reason why the bees of bee-star can evolve to the stage of advanced intelligent organisms is because their climate environment is different from that of the Earth. And after evolving into intelligent bees, most of the characteristics have undergone fundamental changes from the original bees. For example, they no longer live in groups. The genders are clearly differentiated, and drones will not die immediately after mating. Female bees are not limited to queen bees. Bees do not make honey or build nests. The food of bees is not limited to pollen and nectar, but also begins to become rich in food like other creatures. Although the diet structure of bee people has changed, and they no longer rely on pollen and nectar as their main food, they have always liked to eat pollen and nectar. Although the bees can't make honey, that's only because they can't do it actively, but they haven't lost the ability to make honey. The reason for not being able to build nests is because during the process of evolution, they were able to use tools. Tools replaced manual work, so the original ability to build nests was gradually lost. Bee people in the civilized era, like humans, use tools to build a nest. In short, most of them are almost the same as humans, with only a few differences. Humans walk upright on all fours and 2 legs. The bee-man has 2 wings, 4 wings and 6 limbs, and walks upright on 2 legs. Although it has 4 wings, it can only fly briefly and cannot fly long distances. The antennae have also degenerated, and the abilities that various primitive insects should have also degenerated. This is the advanced intelligent creature in the bee-star world, the bee people. The bee people civilization belongs to the human civilization. Just like humans are divided into yellow, white and black races, bees are also divided into bee species. But their bee species are not classified by the bee's skin color, but by the flower family to which he belongs. Among the bee people, there are 4 levels and more than a dozen flower types of bee species, namely, high-end flower series, lychee, acacia, loquat and longan. Intermediate flower series, 4 types, milkfish, tangerine, jujube and thorn. Low-level flower types, rapeseed, wolf tooth, colored cotton and tongue hemp. In addition to the above 12 flower systems at the 3rd level, there are other less popular flower systems. The naming habit of bee people is first name, surname, flower family, so a bee person's social class can be seen from his full name. For example, in this extra chapter, the male protagonist's full name is Yu Fan Ling Yonghui, while the heroine's full name is Wenjing Yu Ziyining. It can be seen from the full name that the male protagonist's surname is Ling Yufan, who belongs to the high-end acacia family and is a noble in the bee society. The heroine is Yuming Wenjing, a mid-level milkfish flower type. and a mid-level commoner in the B society. But it is said that a young couple in the B world. When Jing and Yunfan heard the mobilization order from Queen Bee Lizzie, when Jing was going to enlist in the army, and Yunfan was going too, when Jing said, "My dear, listen to me. Fighting is our women's business. Can you wait for me at home and wait for my triumphant return?" "I don't," Yunfan said very stubbornly. "Fighting is a matter for each of us B people. But you are a man. You can't go anyway. Be good, or I won't go." Yunfan had no choice but to say, "Okay, I listen to you and I won't go. That's all right." "Right. Okay." When Jing smiled. "Come on. Accompany me to the application office. I'll sign up now." "Wait a minute. We should go first," Yunfan said mysteriously. "I will take you to various places." After that, she took Wen Jing's hand and waited on the conveyor belt. Wen Jing asked very curiously, "Where are you taking me?" "Keep it secret. You'll know when we get there later." Yunfan remained mysterious. And soon a commuter speed car flew from the other end of the conveyor belt. Yunfan took Wen Jing's hand and ran in the direction of the speed car. After a while, the commuter speed car arrived and started to slow down. Yunfan took Wen Jing's hand and jumped. The two flapped their wings and jumped onto the flying car. The car was packed with people, and there were no seats left. Yunfan held Wen Jing's hand and stood by the window, watching the underground honeycomb scenery passing by outside the car. The underground hive is very large, filled with frames, equipment, and running vehicles. Wen Jing kept asking where she was going. Yunfan glared at her and said, "Stop beeping. You'll know when we get there." Wen Jing said, "Oh." She really didn't dare to ask any more. But Yunfan kept looking outside carefully. And after about 10 minutes, he said, "We are here. We are here. Let's get out of the car." After that, he pulled her to the car door. When the speeding car slowed down, the two jumped out and landed on the conveyor belt. In B society, because of their wings, each bee can glide for short distances. Therefore, when there are few passengers getting on and off the bus, commuter buses generally do not stop, but only slow down, allowing passengers to fly up and down. Car. After getting out of the car, under Wen Jing's doubts, Yunfan pulled her and walked forward for a while, then jumped onto a wide transmission pipe. Jumped and ran for a while, jumped off the pipe, and go to a wide place. In this open space, there is an office space with 5 words written on it, Official Media Registration Office. Yunfan and Wen Jing stopped here, looking at the Official Media Registration Office. Wen Jing was so shocked that she couldn't open her mouth from ear to ear and asked excitedly, "What are you going to do? Yunfan? You don't want to marry me, do you?" "What? You don't want to?" Yes. Yes. I am so willing." Wen Jing nodded excitedly, suddenly picked up Yunfan and spun her around. "Ah!" Yunfan shouted. "I'm about to be choked to death by you." In bee society, women are strong and men are weak. So the strength of female bees will be many times stronger than that of male bees. Wen Jing quickly put him down and said quickly, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so happy." "Then go in." Yunfan tilted his head and motioned for her to go in with him to register. "No," Wen Jing said suddenly. "What's wrong?" "Yunfan," Wen Jing said, "you want to marry me, but I haven't bought a bracelet to propose to you yet. How can you get married so frivolously?" "I don't want it. Those are all false. What's important is that we can be together." "That won't work either," Wen Jing said. "Let's go to a jewelry store to buy a bracelet." "Let's go!" Okay. Let's go buy it." The two left the official media, came to the conveyor belt, and waited for a commuter bus to the commercial street. The commercial street is also a huge honeycomb structure, with access from top to bottom, left and right. The two came to a jewelry store. Wen Jing took a fancy to a red spar bracelet and asked the clerk to show it to her. Yunfan said, "No, Wen Jing. This must be very expensive." Wen Jing smiled and said, "Brother Yunfan has a noble bloodline from the Acacia family. If you have bad hands, you should have the best." Chapter 263 Honey Flower Story 3. The clerk began to brag about the advantages of this bracelet and how it matched Yunfan's noble temperament. After talking a lot, Wen Jing asked, "How much does one cost?" "This is this year's limited edition. Today's event offers a 25% discount. Only 9,998 yuan. And each one comes with an amethyst pendant." "Oh?" Wen Jing was so shocked that she couldn't open her mouth from ear to ear. Yunfan smiled, stretched out his hand, revealing the payment code tattoo on his wrist, and said, "I'll do it." The clerk picked up the QR code scanner and was about to scan the QR code to collect the money. But when he was about to scan the QR code, he glanced at Wen Jing, with obvious contempt in his eyes. Wen Jing grabbed Yunfan's arm and said, "No, there is no reason to let a man pay." Yunfan smiled and said, "Whatever belongs to a man or a woman, isn't what's mine yours?" "That's not possible," Wen Jing said. But she really couldn't afford such an expensive bracelet. So she said, "Let's go and buy it later. Brother, keep it for me. I'll be back in a minute." After that, he pulled Yunfan out of the jewelry store and walked towards the conveyor belt. Yunfan smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Where are you going to get money? Let's go to the recruitment office." With that said, the two of them had already boarded the commuter bus. Yunfan asked, "Are you going to sign a mercenary contract?" Wen Jing nodded and said, "Yes. It takes 3 years to be drafted, and then 2 years to sign a mercenary contract. The salary is exactly 10,000. I have already served in the draft, so I can directly sign a mercenary contract. But don't worry. If I perform meritorious service in the War Bee army, I will receive generous bonuses. I am a War Bee to begin with, and it is my obligation to serve civilization." The two came to the recruitment office, and Yunfan accompanied Wen Jing to sign up. The procedures were completed quickly, since Wen Jing was a retired conscript. The procedure for signing a mercenary contract was relatively simple. After signing the contract, the officer who received them said, "Go home and prepare. Come back tomorrow, no later than 48 hours. If you are late, you will be charged with treason. Don't worry. Sir, I'll be back soon." Wen Jing signed a 3-term mercenary contract for a period of 6 years in one go, and could receive 1-term salary first, which was exactly 10,000 yuan. Yunfan was very moved and said, "How do you want me to say hello to you?" Wen Jing said with a smile, "Now that I have served civilization, I have made money again. And the most important thing is that I have deceived a handsome guy. I have become a big man. Let's go buy a bracelet." "Wait a minute," Yunfan said, and asked the officer in front of him, "Are you still recruiting male soldiers?" The officer said, "Of course we are recruiting. Why do you want to apply?" Wen Jing immediately said, "No, I don't allow you to apply. It's okay if I go alone." "Sir, he won't go." After saying that, he took Yunfan and left the recruitment office. In Beastar, every woman who reaches the age of conscription, whether she is a noble or a low-level commoner, must serve in the military for 3 years. This is a mandatory rule, but men do not need to apply for conscription. After leaving the recruitment office, Wen Jing said, "I don't allow you to be a soldier." "Yes, my little girl, I don't want to be a soldier." "You swear?" "I swear. Our little one girl will be the flagship of the army, and I, Yunfan, will be obediently incubating the eggs and raising the children at home. This will be..." "Okay. Right. That's pretty much it. Let's go buy a bracelet." The two returned to the jewelry store. Wen Jing buried the ruby stone in her hand, then faced Yunfan, knelt down on one leg and said, "Brother Yunfan, are you willing to marry me?" Yunfan smiled and nodded. Wen Jing put the bracelet on for him, and there was a burst of applause in the jewelry store. Yunfan helped her up. Wen Jing hugged him and said, "From now on, you will be my Wen Jing. You, Ziyan Ying's man. Look at how anxious you are." Yunfan said with a smile, "I haven't registered yet. Only after registering can I seriously become your man. Sooner or later. Sooner or later." The two left the jewelry store and rushed to the official media to register their marriage. In Beastar, every B-man has a file tattoo directly on his wrist since birth, so he doesn't need to carry any documents when going out. Everything can be done with just an outstretched arm. It is very convenient to pay for shopping and apply for certificates. So the two of them went directly to the official media to get married without notifying their families. After finishing the rankings, the two hugged each other and left the official media office. Wen Jing said, "Before setting off for the expedition, there is one last thing to do." "What's the matter?" Yunfan asked. "Are you really stupid or are you pretending to be stupid? We are husband and wife now. What do you think is the most important thing for a couple? Let's go and find a place to do business." "Don't do it. Isn't this too hasty?" I'm not ready yet. What else do you need to prepare? I'm going on an expedition tomorrow, Wenjing said, pulling him away without breaking up. The two found a hotel nearby and settled the matter. In the hotel, Wenjing laid 3 bee eggs, packed them in sterile bags, and handed them to Yunfan, and said, "This is our child. You hatched them at home and raised them well." Yunfan took the bee eggs and put them away and said, "Don't worry, Wenjing. I will take good care of our children." Wenjing added, "I made a lot of honey and put it in the freezer at my house. If you go to my house and ask my parents for it, they will give it to you. This honey can be fed to our children until they run out of honey." In Bee Star, only female bees can make honey, while adult bees basically do not eat honey. Only babies feed on honey, and they continue to eat honey until they are about 1 year old. Bee babies eat honey in the same way that human babies eat honey. Human babies stop eating honey when they are about 1 year old, while bee babies stop eating honey, because female bees are basically unwilling to make honey unless they are laying eggs. Bee babies can only eat honey made by their own mothers, which is called maternal honey. Many female bees will brew honey very early and freeze it in the freezer in order to plan for their future offspring. The shelf life of mother honey can reach more than 50 years when stored at low temperature, so there is no need to worry about its quality if it is frozen for a long time. The two cuddled together. Yunfan nodded to everything Wenjing explained. Wenjing added, "I'm sorry, Yunfan. You are willing to marry me, but I can't give you a fixed house to live in." Yunfan smiled and said, "What's the big deal? As long as we love each other, we can live anywhere." Wenjing said, "Don't worry, Yunfan. After I join the War Bee Army, I will make contributions, earn a salary, and buy our own house to live in. You wait for me." Yunfan said, "You don't work too hard. My family is rich, and I can ask my parents to buy us a house to live in." "How can that work?" Wenjing said. "How can there be any reason to let a man buy a house? If this spreads out, wouldn't I be laughed at to death?" Chapter 264 Honey Flower Story 4. Yunfan sent Wenjing to the Zhanfeng army and went home himself. His home is a very large and luxurious villa on Fenghuan. Acacia is a high-end flower in Fengxing, so everyone is rich, and Yunfan's family is no exception. As for what a bee ring is, we will introduce it later. After returning home, his father, a handsome middle-aged man, welcomed him home with a smile. Yunfan lazily sat on the sofa and said, "Where is our mother?" Yunfan's surname was Ling, so his father was Ling's father. He said, "She is busy with work and is away from home all day. It's not like you don't know. Why are you back so late today?" Yunfan fiddled with the computer terminal on his arm, projected the image of the marriage certificate in the air in front of him, and said, "I'm married, and this girl is my wife." Father Ling's eyes widened as he looked at the three-dimensional wedding photos in the virtual image. "Hey, what's wrong with you, kid? You didn't tell your family about such a big thing as getting married? Isn't that what you said?" Father Ling walked around the room angrily. "Did you say that? You're going to kill first and tell later. You're going to make me mad. What would your mother be like if she knew about it? Let me see. Hey, why is this girl a purple veg? What's wrong with Xianing?" Yunfan asked. "What's wrong?" Father Ling shouted. "Our family is a locust tree. How can her milk vetch be worthy of our acacia tree? Hey, you old man. What age are you in now? How can you still have such an old concept of family status? I'm not negotiating with you. I'm informing you." After that, he got up and went upstairs. "What are you doing?" Ling's father asked. "Go upstairs and pack your things," Yunfan said. "While the ladies are not at home." I quickly packed my things and walked. "Where are you going?" Ling's father kept chattering and followed Yunfan into his room, only to see him flipping through things in a mess. Yunfan said while packing his luggage, "I'm going to stay at Wenjing's house." "What? Our house is not enough for you to live in. Why are you going to live at her house?" Yunfan said, "Wenjing already has 3 eggs, and they are here with me now. I will go to her house to hatch the eggs." "What? You? How come you even have children? This is too soon." "Oh, my dad?" Yunfan said, holding Ling's father's arms. "It will take 10 months to hatch before we can have a child. You said that Wenjing honey is stored in the freezer at her house. I won't go to her house. What will the child eat after it hatches?" Father Ling walked back and forth in the house. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Then you go to her house and bring the honey back. You live at home and there is someone to take care of the eggs." "Okay, Dad." I'm not that squeamish. If I don't leave now, I won't be able to leave when the old ladies come back, Father Ling said with an expression on his back. Yuan Fan, both of your sisters died in the war. Now that our Ling family is the only one with your bloodline, do you still have to suffer outside? Dad? Yuan Fan comforted him and said, when Jing is a war bee now, she will go to the front line in a few days. Do you think we, the family members, can hold her back? These 3 eggs are hers. Lifeblood. If she dies in battle, these 3 eggs are all her hope. I can't let her have any worries. So I'm going to stay at her home. In addition, what else happened? Yufan said. After I hatch the child in 10 months, I will either give it to her parents to take care of, or I will give it to you to help me take care of it. What are you going to do? I want to be a soldier too. Are you crazy? Ling's father shouted. Men don't have to serve in the military. Why do you want to be a soldier? Yufan said. Men don't have to serve, but they can be drafted. Now many positions of war bees can be filled by men. Okay, I won't say more to you. I have to leave. If it's too late, if the old people come back, I really won't be able to leave. Yufan packed his luggage, ignored Ling's father's nagging and objections, and hurriedly left the house and went to Wenjing's house. At this moment, Wenjing had already arrived at the Zhanbi unit and didn't even have time to say hello to her family. Yunfan arrived at Wenjing's house and explained his purpose. When Wenjing's parents knew that he was her son-in-law, they were very happy to welcome him. From then on, Yunfan lived in Wenjing's house and began the 10-month incubation of bee eggs. But he said that his wife Wenjing, who had only been married to him for 1 day, went to the war bee army and became a war bee corporal. At the recruitment office, there was a special spaceship carrying a group of 30 people from the underground hive to the beehive in space. Bee Ring is an artificial planetary ring of a giant star 3,600 kilometers away from the ground of Bee Star. This is a very vast project. The so-called artificial star ring is actually a ring-shaped battleship base of a giant star. A large number of bee warships are parked on this artificial star ring. The Bee Ring is built around the planet, so it is very huge. It is so huge that it surrounds the entire planet. Its circumference reaches a super length of 50,000 kilometers. Moreover, the changing face of the Bee Ring is on the same side as the knowing face of the Bee Star. After the Bee Ring surrounds the Bee Star, it will also rotate around the Bee Star, and the Bee Ring can be evenly illuminated by the star, so that there will be no huge temperature difference on the Bee Ring. This rotation period is about 24 hours, so there is an alternation of day and night at any position on the Bee Ring, and a constant temperature of 35 degrees Celsius can be achieved at every corner of the Bee Ring. Therefore, living on a Bee Ring will be more comfortable than living on a Bee Star, whether it is the dusk line of the Bee Star or the underground hive of the Bee Star. Therefore, Bee Ring is the residence of many high-level flower nobles and wealthy people. At the same time, most of the star ports of Bee Stars are also built on Bee Ring. The unit Wenjing is going to serve is on the Bee Ring. But it was said that a spaceship that Wenjing was riding on was shuttled through the underground hive, passing through the hive's steel frame structures and soaring towards the ground. There were 30 war bee soldiers in the spaceship. One of the soldiers shouted loudly, "Oh, we can finally leave the hive. I have had enough of living in this lish place." Another soldier said, "What's so exciting? We're going to fight, not go on vacation. Those rich girls can spend some money to avoid having to do military service. But we have to rush in and give them cannon fodder. But this is also the best way out for those of us living at the bottom." These women chatted all the way, and Wenjing was too lazy to chat with them. She leaned against the porthole alone and watched the scenery passing by outside the window. The spaceship quickly flew out of the underground hive and out of the ground. The place where the spacecraft they were riding in happened to be the twilight line, and they could see the bright rays of the huge bee sun shining in the sky. Chapter 265 Honey Flower Story 5. The spacecraft carried everyone out of the hive and into space. It quickly flew out of the atmosphere and arrived at the Bee Ring 3,000 kilometers above the ground. It began to fly towards the nearest port of the Bee Ring. The Bee Ring is not only long, with a circumference of 50,000 kilometers, it is also very wide, reaching 1 kilometer in width. 1 kilometer is compared to 50,000 kilometers. If you look at it from space, this ring feels very thin. But when you really get close to it, you will find that it is very thick. The Bee Ring also belongs to the frame structure, and there are many independent closed cabins inside the Bee Ring that constitutes such a vast scale. And because the Bee Ring rotates around the Bee Star, it will generate centrifugal gravity. If you live on it, you don't have to worry about weightlessness. And on the B ring, no matter where you are, as long as you walk inside, you will see the B star in the direction of your feet. Because of centrifugal gravity, the direction of the B star becomes downward. On the B ring, it relies on the star gravity of the daughter B star. And coupled with the centrifugal gravity, it is easier to create artificial gravity. The spaceship docked at a skyport in the B ring. When Jing and everyone got off the spaceship and walked through the airlock to the port, suddenly, someone was waiting for them. This time it was not just the people from their one spaceship who came to the B ring from the hive. A total of 100,000 combat bees were summoned and flew up in batches on hundreds of troop transport spaceships. When Jing and others were taken to their barracks, among their group of 30 soldiers, there were only a few mercenaries, and most of the others were recruits. They were full of curiosity about this place. And when Jing was too familiar with this place. After all, he had been a conscript here for 3 years and had fought against the enemy. After arriving at the military camp and arranging the dormitories, when Jing was called over by the squad leader. The rank of squad leader is somewhat similar to that of our Earthling's second lieutenant. Hey, old squad leader, we meet again. The second lieutenant shook hands with her. When Jing saluted her with a military salute, shook hands with her, and said, "What's going on with you, girl? You were a second lieutenant when I left. Why are you still a second lieutenant when I come back?" The captain had a helpless expression. "There is no way. The most important thing for the war be is officers. But outstanding non-commissioned officers like you are very scarce." When Jing said, "Actually, this is my first time as a sergeant." Since she was called up after retiring, she sat up directly from corporal. The last time she retired, she was a first-class private. "How's it going? How long will you stay when you return to Warby this time?" "I signed a 3-term contract. 3rd period? That's 6 years. The captain patted her arm and said with a smile, "Great. We can fight side by side for 6 years. Hey, seeing these young girls, it won't be long before some of them will die in battle. Which makes me heartbroken. Damn aliens! By the way, have you found a boyfriend this time you retired?" "Of course I have it." When Jing began to brag. "But this man is hard to catch. It took me a lot of effort to catch him. How's it going? Are you handsome? Do you have any photos? Hey, Zissou, you're so drunk." When Jing laughed. The squad leader's name is Zissou. And both Wen Jing and Wen Jing belong to the mid-level flower type. But she is from the tangerine type. "Hurry up. Don't be nagging. Take out the photo and let me see it." "Then wait a minute," Wen Jing said, opening the 3-dimensional photo of Yifan. Looking at Yifan's photo in the 3-dimensional image, Zissou's eyes widened and she shouted, "Hey, you're such a good girl. You can actually pick up such a handsome boy. That's necessary. There's nothing I can't do with the Milkfetch flower system. Will you die if you don't brag? Hey, he seems to be from the Acacia family?" "Yeah. What's wrong?" "Let me go." Wen Jing, why are you so cheating? You, a vetch type, can actually get into Acacia type. You are a noble among honeys. So what? Hey, I'm convinced by you. Zissou shook her head and sighed. Okay, you sighed. There will be flowers. And there will be boyfriends, Wen Jing said. By the way, I was married before I came here. Aw? Are you too fast? Don't wait for my sister. Wen Jing smiled and said, I asked him to help me hatch the eggs at home. 10 months later, I will have a baby. I am excited just thinking about it. Humph. Just try your best to covet me. By the way, you called me here just to talk about men. Right. Oh no. Let's get to the point, Zissou said. According to the above, our intelligence agency discovered that several groups of enemies are heading towards B-Re. The latest group is also the Cockroach Machine Civilization, which will be destroyed in about 2 years. It can reach our B-Japanese system. So fast? Yes. So the superiors asked us to seize the time to bring out all the new recruits and prepare to launch an attack on B3 at any time. B3 is a dwarf planet located on the outskirts of the Sun system, and the Euro wave is entrenched on B3. So we have to seize the time to train our troops? Yes. You are a veteran, Zissou said. You have a good way of training soldiers. So you help me train soldiers. How about it? Is it difficult? No problem at all. When will it start? Let's start tonight. Let's do an emergency zipper first. No problem. Elsewhere. Somewhere in the B ring. At the War Bee headquarters, Queen Bee Stamina Lung Lychee stood in front of the huge porthole, looking at the bee ring outside the window that stretched to the sky. Behind her stood a dozen senior War Bee generals, all waiting for her to speak. Huarui looked for a while and turned around, came to the conference table, held the table with both hands, and asked, "Do you think we should trust this magic sword?" Everyone was whispering, and Huarui was afraid of the table and said angrily, "I asked you to make suggestions, not just to bite your ears. Isn't it difficult that no one can come up with a solution?" At this moment, an officer stood up and said, "Your Majesty, the enemy whirlpool entrenched in B3 has been watching eagerly and refuses to leave. There is another fleet called Infrasonic Wave on the way. According to the analysis of the people in the intelligence department, there are probably more. It takes 2 years to reach our galaxy." And, "Okay," Huarui interrupted her and said, "these are no longer secrets. Everyone knows them. Can you say something useful?" "I think," the officer said, "we might as well go out with all our troops to surround and destroy the B3. A swirling wave of destruction." "Then what?" Huarui asked. "Then we all leave the sun system and embark on a space voyage to find a new home." Her words immediately aroused strong opposition from everyone. But she continued to finish her words. "If we don't leave, we can only wait to be eliminated. Our enemies are not only cyclones, but also shock waves and infrasound waves. Ah, 1 euro wave is enough for us. And there are infrasound waves, shock waves, and the unidentified magic sword behind it." Chapter 266 Honeyflower Story 6. When this person talked, some agreed, some opposed, and some even yelled at her, calling her escapism. Some people asked her, "How can all 1 billion bees in the world carry out star immigration?" One of the officials stood up and asked, "Let's not care about your escapism. And let's not discuss whether your suggestion is correct. What I want to ask is this, sister. How many spaceships do we have that can take away 1 billion bees? Look at the hives and rings. It took us 300 years to build these? How many resources did it cost? How to take them away? Take them away as a whole? Obviously it is impossible. Dismantle them and take them on the road? But we only have 2 years, which is obviously too late. Let me ask you a second question. Even if we don't consider population issues, resource issues, equipment issues, and a series of other issues, then what I want to ask is, where should we go? The nearest one is Cockroach Day, which is far away from us. 5 light years. Our spaceship flies over. The fastest is 300 years. The slowest is 600 years. The key is that there is a civilization on Cockroach Sun, and it is our enemy. How do we get there? Running all the way. The resources we carry are exhausted. And when we get to Cockroach Sun, we still have to fight with Cockroach Star Civilization. How many more can you do? What are the chances? So my point of view is, you can't leave. But what if you don't leave? Are you going to resist? Someone questioned. There was also a lot of noise in the conference room. People were worried about the future of B-Star. And they were also arguing about resisting foreign enemies. After some debate, Huarui began to summarize and said, "The problems we are facing now are nothing more than 2. How to deal with the swirling wave. And we all hope to kill the swirling wave before other places arrive. The second question is whether the magic sword is trustworthy. Before we sent him a distress signal, and they responded to us, and were willing to help us, and form an alliance with us to fight together." Having said this, Huarui looked at everyone and said, "The infrasound wave is about 2 days away from us. The magic sword is about 90 years away. And the shock wave is still 120 years away. I plan to send a visiting team. Go to the demon sword and investigate the demon sword to see if it is truly kind to us. If so, we will believe in it, and unite with it to deal with the enemy. If it's not enough to trust them, let's make other plans." While sending a delegation to visit the demon sword, I plan to send a fire fleet to fly out. The mission of the fire is to continue our B-Star civilization and survive on other planets. Our B-Star will probably not be able to escape this crisis. Luck. But the B-Star cannot be forgotten. So it is necessary to send out the fire. Think back then. Before the Earth faced catastrophe, didn't it also build a fleet of wanderers? The Earth's technology at that time was simply incomparable to the current B-Star technology. The Earth at that time was still like this. But the technological level of the B-Star civilization was several levels higher. So why can't it do that? Of course, the B-Star civilization does not know the history of human beings on Earth. Infrasound waves are about to come to our B-Sun system, Queen Bee Rui said. So we must organize a massive attack as soon as possible. Even if we cannot annihilate all the enemies entrenched on B3, we must inflict heavy damage on them. So in the end, the meaning of Queen Bee Lychee is that there are 3 things to do. 1. Attack B3. 2nd, the Tinder plan. The 3rd is to send envoys to meet the magic sword. The first thing to do is to have fun within a year. After annihilating or severely damaging the swing wave, fully prepare to face CI Singbo. The second task must be completed within a year. The Spark plan needs to form a fleet and take away enough resources. But not too many people. It must choose a suitable star and fly there. The third thing also needs to be done as soon as possible. Huarui thinks it should be completed within a month. After she expressed her idea and got the approval of more than half of the staff, Huarui said, "Then let's do it according to this idea and organize a team to implement it immediately. Everyone. We don't have much time left. Everyone needs to hurry up." Zissou team. In the military camp. In the armor equipment room. The soldiers began to equip the armor. The so-called battle armor wraps the whole body of a soldier and puts the soldier in a closed armor cabin that can provide oxygen. And even the wings are equipped with battle armor. The wings equipped with the battle armor are powered and can carry soldiers to fly, and can conduct space flight, and conduct amphibious operations in the air and on the ground. With the clicking sound of the machine, pieces of armor were put on the body. After they were all put on, the oxygen system, body adaptation system, power system, and weapons system began to be installed. After Wen Jing put on the matching armor, Captain Zissou came over and asked, "How are you doing? Are you still used to it?" Wen Jing smiled and said, "I haven't worn it for a year, so it's a bit strange. But I got used to it quickly. Well, it's not bad. Try moving around." Wen Jing began to walk around, doing somersaults and jumping on the spot, and hovering above everyone's heads. The recruits exclaimed in envy when they saw her mature movements. After getting used to it, Wen Jing flew back, landed and said, "Well, it's not bad. It feels like there should be some improvement compared to before." "Right? I don't know either," Zissou said. "It is said that the software system has been upgraded. How about you become my instructor and help me lead my troops?" Wen Jing looked at her, then at everyone and said, "No problem. When will it start?" "Then now." Wen Jing said to her teammates, "Thank you, Captain, for trusting me and letting me be the instructor. I will teach you how to use the armor and how to fight. Since I am the instructor, you have to listen to me in the future. Always be prepared to sacrifice." After that, I started teaching everyone how to learn and use the armor. The above requirement is that all recruits must be proficient in fighter aircraft within 10 days and be able to participate in combat. 10 days later, there were 35 people in the Zissou team, and all of them were able to master the armor proficiently. And just 10 days later, under the call of Queen Bee, B-Star organized a huge fleet of war bees, sailed away from the B ring and headed towards B3. This war bee fleet has a strength of 100 million. That is, 100 million battle armors and their corresponding battleships. Because there are so many battle armors, there are also many battleships, with more than 1,000 battleships, according to the classification method of magic swords. Among these battleships, there are not only the main Angel class, but also the powerful Angel class and the capable Angel class. The mighty ones, covering the sky and the sun, drove away from the B ring with a circumference of 40,000 kilometers and flew towards B3. At the same time as the fleet set off, a small fleet consisting of several spaceships was mixed in with the dispatched warships. In the middle of the battle, it broke away from the fleet and flew in the direction of the magic sword. It was the special envoy of the Queen Bee group to visit the demon sword. Chapter 267 B vs. Heroine 1. There are 3 dwarf planets on the periphery of the B Sun system. They are named after B1, B2 and B3. The Whirlpool has a strength of 42 million. So in terms of numbers, the Whirlpool still does not meet the requirements of a standard battle group. This is also the result of the whirling wave coming to the B Sun system and the war with the B people that lasted for more than 100 years. In this 100-year war, Whirlpool launched more than 100 large-scale attacks on B-Star, as well as countless small-scale attacks. None of them could have imagined that the B people, who had never stepped out of the B Sun system, would have such tenacious resistance, and they had to fight the swirling wave for 100 years. Therefore, in this 100-year war, the bees became more brave and stronger as they fought, while the Whirlpool was getting worse and worse, with fewer and fewer combat units. They retreated steadily to the dwarf planet belt and simply occupied a dwarf planet. Otherwise, resources could not be replenished and there would not be today's 42 million troops. However, it was said that the large-scale counterattack organized by the Bee people this time involved a total of more than 1,000 warships of various types and 100 million battle armors. It was also huge in scale, and the place it passed was overwhelming. Since this Bee is not a machine civilization, but a human civilization, each of its battle armors requires a combat Bee to operate. War Bee, the name of the military Bee people. War armor is the equipment equipped by every basic soldier. It can be used for air and space operations, as well as landing operations. The appearance needs to be changed during air and space operations and landing operations. A bit like a combination of an airplane and a robot. The fleet for this general attack was equipped with 100 million battle armors. This was also the largest military operation in the history of Beestar. Since there are 100 million battle armors, 100 million battle bees are needed to drive them. In addition to the 100 million battle bees required to drive these 100 million battle armors, various positions on the battleship also require battle bees to operate. However, the number of command, operation and logistics personnel on the battleship is not large, compared with 100 million battle bees. If it comes to collect, there are only 200,000 people. The number of 200,000 seems to be a lot, but for 100 million armors, it is an insignificant number. But when Jing, as one of the mini mecha warrior bees, was currently riding in a battleship with her comrades, wearing combat uniforms, sitting neatly in rows, just waiting, arriving at the B3 orbit 12 hours later, we will have a life-or-death confrontation with the enemy Eurowave machine civilization in the B3 orbit. Behind them are rows of fixed battle armors, which can be entered and equipped at any time. This is a story about bees. There is a language barrier between bees and humans. So when people in later generations saw this story, it was translated into human language. As for the time length and other data, all the data used by Earthlings were used. Habit. Yuan Fan, I may not be able to come back. Wen Jing muttered. Take care of our children. Hey, Sister Wen Jing, said a war bee next to her. Do you miss your brother-in-law? Wen Jing looked back at her, with a childish face, and said with a smile, Sister, how old are you? The little war bee said proudly, I am 16 this year, calculated according to the time habits of people on Earth. The average lifespan of bee people is about 120 years old, and some people can live to be 160 or 70 years old. But those are very few. Wen Jing sighed. You are only 16 years old. You are still a child. Don't we have no one in Beestar? The children are going to the battlefield. The little war bee said, I am not a baby. I am an adult. Wen Jing just smiled. The name of the child soldier next to her was Hui Yun. There were many child soldiers like this among the war bees, and some of the oldest soldiers were 80 years old. Otherwise, how can 1 billion bees recruit 100 million soldiers? This is also the characteristic of all bee people being soldiers. Wen Jing pressed the personal computer on her arm, pulled up a three-dimensional photo of Yun Fan, and said, Hey, this is your brother-in-law. Wow, Hui Yun exclaimed. He is so handsome. Several war bees nearby also screamed with envy, which made Wen Jing feel extremely proud. One of the war bees exclaimed, Acacia family, let me go. Wen Jing, you can even pick up handsome guys from the Acacia family. What happened to the Acacia system? Wen Jing said disapprovingly. Then he is also a bee. Can he still become a god? Hey, look how good you are. Several war bees cheered, and several of them begged her to help introduce the drones. Okay, Wen Jing said. Sisters, as long as we fight bravely to kill the enemy, achieve great achievements, and become heroes among the war bees, then we still have to worry about not finding a man. I will chase you a lot, and we will be here. Sometimes, you can't get rid of me even if you want to. It will be very annoying. The war bees also laughed and laughed. During the fight, Wen Jing couldn't help but look at the armor behind her and thought to herself, My little husband, when the time comes, you have to support me and help me kill more enemies. When everyone was tired from joking, some rested while others fiddled with the terminals and played games. Wen Jing was also very bored. She couldn't contact Yun Fan and her family, so she could only pass the boring time by watching the video of her and Yun Fan together on the terminal. About 6 hours into the flight, the battleship they were on suddenly started to bump violently, and everyone screamed. Immediately after, the battleship began to bump continuously. People exclaimed and asked, What's going on? What's up? At this moment, a gentle mechanical male voice came from inside the battleship. Alarm! The fleet is under attack. All combat bees are requested to enter combat positions immediately. This is not an exercise. All combat bees are requested. Hack! The war bees cursed and began to prepare to log into the armor. Wenjing also stood up and walked towards her little husband, preparing to drive it. Sudden, with a loud bang, the entire battleship exploded inside, with flames and heat waves rolling. Wenjing saw many comrades in arms were instantly swallowed up by the flames and could no longer survive. Xiao Huiyun, who was talking to her just now, also screamed and perished in the sea of fire. It was obvious that the battleship was under attack, hit by enemy fire and cut in the middle. Quickly, get on the armor! Wenjing shouted loudly, stumbling towards her armor, little husband. While running towards the armor, she could constantly see other armors being swallowed up by gunfire and exploding. From time to time, I saw warrior bees being buried in the flames. After a lot of effort, Wenjing finally reached the armor and pressed against it with her back to the armor. Her exclusive armor opened the corresponding equipment and wrapped her body in it. Hurry! Hurry up! Hurry up! Wenjing shouted. Explosions continued, and from time to time, comrades would be killed instantly before they could even log into their armor. Hurry up and get on the armor! You guys! Wenjing shouted loudly. She couldn't see her comrades dying in vain in front of her, but she was helpless. Chapter 268b versus Heroine 2. Hurry up! Wenjing shouted, watching as the armor equipment was turning on and off the corresponding settings little by little, and her comrades were killed in the fire from time to time, without even a chance to call for help. Explosions occurred one after another. Buzz, buzz, click. The corresponding facilities of the battle armor were closing, and she was wrapped little by little into the battle armor. The closing sound of the machine became smaller and smaller. The air in the battleship was being quickly extracted, and equipment could be seen from time to time, and the Battlebee sisters were sucked out, once thrown into space. If there are no protective measures, you will die quickly. Wenjing was also scared to death. In the bee world, women were strong and men were weak. Women rarely cried, but even though she was a woman, she couldn't help crying at this moment. Finally, the login was completed, and the body was completely wrapped in the armor. The armor system computer issued a very feminine male voice and said, Hello, little girl. I am your little husband. Hurry up, Wenjing shouted. Dear little husband, we have to fly out quickly. After that, she drove the armor and prepared to leave from the transmission channel. However, the transmission mechanism of the entire armor failed and could not be opened. She could only run towards the explosion gap. At the same time, he saw several equipped armors milling around. So he shouted, Quick! Get out of the gap! Headquarters! Call the headquarters! If you hear me, please call back! However, the headquarters lost contact and the communication system was paralyzed. Wenjing cursed and ran to the gap. Through the gap, she saw debris everywhere outside, as well as the corpses of the war bees that were thrown out, some complete and some incomplete. Looking past these fragments, you can see that the shield not far away has been automatically repaired, and from time to time, energy beams shine on the shield and explode. After crossing the shield, you can see the entire fleet, densely packed in the entire space. And in the middle of the fleet, many war saucers have already rushed into the middle of the fleet. The bee fleet also rushed to fight. From time to time, flying armors could be seen being shot down and exploded. Dozens of warships could also be seen having their shields penetrated, and a series of explosions were occurring inside. The battleship Wenjing was on was basically useless. Although it was barely supported by a shield, it also broke down and lost power. My dear, is the shield activated? We are about to rush out, Wenjing asked. Don't worry, little girl. The shield is already on, the armor replied. Then let's go, Wenjing said, then drove the armor and rushed out of the battleship. Because the armor is in an amphibious combat mode, it will transform into a fighter plane when flying in the air. The pilot will lie in a reclining position with his feet pointing forward. This is flight mode. And it also has a land combat mode. When it activates the land combat mode, the nose of the aircraft is turned downwards into a mechanical pair of legs, and the pilot also becomes a standing posture. At this moment, the armor becomes a robot. No, a robot bee to be precise. The mecha driven by Wenjing was still in land combat mode when it was in the battleship cabin. The moment it rushed out of the battleship, it transformed into flight mode. Wen Jing piloted the mecha and rushed out of the armor shield without hesitation, and came to outer space, looking for targets to attack. There is no need to look for the enemy's target at all, because the enemy's war saucers are flying around all over the sky. Wen Jing piloted the armor and began to fire towards the war saucers flying in the sky. She called the headquarters at the same time, but Ken couldn't connect to the line. She tried to connect to her teammates, but they couldn't. "What's going on?" Wen Jing asked anxiously. "Why can't I contact anyone?" The little mecha husband replied. "We encountered an electromagnetic pulse attack from the enemy, and communications were paralyzed." Wen Jing cursed continuously while attacking the enemy's target. She could also see the armor of her comrades joining the battle from time to time. Our battleships also began to fire at the enemy non-stop. "How can I fight if I can't contact the commander or my teammates? I'm just like a headless chicken." Wen Jing stared at a war saucer and kept firing at it. But who knew that the war saucer was very cunning, constantly changing its flight path and escaping in all directions. "Does she really want to run away?" Wen Jing roared angrily, pressing the launch button from time to time to shine the beam towards the enemy. However, the enemy is too flexible and cannot be hit. Moreover, the enemy's battle disc has a shield like your own battle armor, so it is difficult to defeat it if you don't attack frequently enough. While she was attacking the enemy, the armor she was driving was hit from time to time, and the energy reserves of her armor began to be consumed rapidly. Although the shield can protect the body, it is not invincible. Every time it is attacked, an additional amount of energy is consumed. When the energy is exhausted, the shield loses its effectiveness. As for armor without shield protection, or other combat units, they are like sheep like wolves, waiting to be slaughtered. A combat unit, no matter how good its body materials are, cannot withstand the high temperature irradiation of the enemy's energy beam. Energy beams, including plasma, are basically at or close to the speed of light. So when you see the enemy's beam coming, it means you have been hit. Therefore, the best way to deal with energy beam irradiation is to add shields to combat units. However, Wen Jing kept shuttling through space, trying to avoid the enemy plane's attack while also attacking the enemy. After she killed several enemy planes in a row, and still couldn't contact her superiors and teammates, she thought a good idea. Said, "Little hubby, turn on all the warning lights on the front, rear, left and right of the armor." "But little girl," the armor computer said, "fighting in space doesn't require lighting." "Who told you to light up?" Wen Jing said. "After turning on these warning lights, they flash and illuminate according to the encoding method of the machine code." "Flash lighting? Why don't you understand?" Wen Jing asked anxiously. "What is the most basic computer language?" "Binary machine language," the little husband replied very quickly. "We bees can't understand machine language directly, but all computers can." "Right. Yes, girl. Then flash the warning light to send information according to the machine language. On for 500 milliseconds and off for 100 milliseconds is the number 1. On for 100 milliseconds and off for 100 milliseconds is the number 0. "I know, little girl," the little husband said. "You want me to use machine language to communicate with other armors." "Right. You got it right this time." "Okay. Let's start broadcasting the message. I am Wen Jing Yuzianing, a corporal soldier of the 34th Team. Number WYZ45A6540. Chapter 269B versus Heroine 3. Edit what you want to say into binary machine language, and then send this language, which is the lowest level in the computer system, through Lantern language, after other combat units, including battle armors and battleships. See it? They translate this into machine language. Then translate the machine language into assembly language and high-level computer language. And finally the B language that can be frozen by bees. This process may seem complicated, but for computers with ultra-high computing power, it takes seconds. Following Wen Jing's instructions, the armor said what she said through the language of lights. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the onboard computer finally said, "A message has been received and can be seen on the screen." The content of the message is, "Wen Jing, I am Zissou. It's great that you are still alive. Have you seen me? Where are you? Ah, I see you." In addition to displaying this text message, the computer system also specially marked the location of Zissou. If you want to communicate in Lantern language, the other party must be within sight. Otherwise you will not be able to receive it. "Where are you? Where are you?" Wen Jing shouted, looking around, and soon found Zissou. She was bitten by several enemy planes at a distance she didn't want. Wen Jing said, "I see you. Just wait. I will come to your rescue." Similarly, what she said is compiled into lantern language and emitted through ordinary lighting. The lantern language is sent in all directions without a target. So as long as it is within the lighting range and not too far away, text messages can be communicated. As Wen Jing spoke, she flew towards Zissou in her armor and fired continuously. The two quickly came together, fought side by side, and communicated through the language of lights. Zissou said, "Are all the sisters in my team here? If you see the language of the lights, please reply immediately." It didn't take long for them to get the answer. Only 10 of their 35-person team survived. As the captain, Zissou began to issue combat instructions. "All the sisters in our team are moving closer to me. Please note that the enemy warships have not yet entered our defense zone. So everyone should try to rely on the shields of nearby warships to fly, which can provide a great degree of protection." "Own." The separated teammates gradually moved closer, and Zissou said again, "We are now returning to the mothership and cruising near the mothership's shield. We cannot leave the mothership too far." The team members all answered yes and followed Zissou, and the cross armor flew towards the severely damaged mothership. This time the B fleet encountered a sudden attack by a Euro wave near the dwarf planet B1. Due to incorrect intelligence, the power of the ambush whirlpool was not discovered. So we found out. Moreover, when the whirlpool attacked the B fleet, I don't know what weapons it used, but it actually caused a large area of information to occur in the entire B fleet. Terminal phenomenon. On the way back to their own mothership, the team led by Zissou received a message from the flagship through lantern language. Communication will be restored in 10 minutes. So all the armor should stop flying around and surround their mothership. Cruise and fly to destroy enemy war saucers at the nearest distance. The Zissou team quickly arrived near the mothership and saw that a very large hole had been blown out in the middle of the mothership. The adjacent cabins in the hole had been separated by hatches to block air leakage in other cabins. There are already many battle armors flying around the mothership, blocking the approaching enemy planes. This time the enemy's sneak attack troops were not large in number, and soon a large number of enemy planes were seen fleeing the battlefield. Wen Jing looked around and found through the observation equipment on the armor that there was an enemy disk ship at an interesting place far away from the mothership. So she said, "Captain, I want to go do something big." "What's big?" "Did you see the enemy ship closest to us? Let's kill it." "No way without orders from superiors." Zissou said, "We are waiting for orders from our superiors. The daylilies are already cold." Wen Jing said, "Now that the communication has not been restored, the superiors can only give instructions through lanterns. It is too formal. By the way, do you want to go? If you don't want to go, I went by myself." After saying that, she sailed away from the team and flew towards the enemy's ship. "I'll go." "You crazy girl. Why did you just leave?" Zissou cursed, and she followed and flew over, and ordered, "Everyone, follow me." Since the mothership was at the edge of the fleet, it was the first to be attacked. Of the more than 1,000 warships in the entire fleet, only 10 at the edge were damaged to varying degrees. Not long after the formation of 10 people left the mothership, a light message came from their superiors asking, "What are you doing? Come back quickly. Be careful of being ambushed." Wen Jing was about to reply via lantern when suddenly all communications were restored. She opened the team channel and said, "Captain, let's go quickly." Some team members asked worriedly, "What should we do? The superiors won't let us go." Wen Jing said, "You're so scared. Just follow me." Zissou also said, "Come on. Everyone, follow us. If you are afraid of death, go back." No one is afraid of death, so they rushed forward together. At this moment, the enemy had begun to retreat in large numbers. The 10-man formation quickly approached the enemy's ship. At this moment, a large number of battle armors flew over behind them and joined their ranks. Several battleships also began to follow. Without the light language, they would not be able to know the intentions of the higher-ups. However, seeing so many battle armors and armors joining the counterattack, they knew that the fleet headquarters had launched a counterattack. There were not many enemy teams in the sneak attack this time. The sneak attack was just for sneak attacks. After they tasted a little sweetness, they began to retreat in large numbers. The bees chased and the enemy fled, so the pursuit would not be quick to catch up. At least 3 battleships joined the pursuit behind them. Under the cover of the battleships, the battle armors of Wen Jing and others chased the disc ship in front of them together with mini mechas. Based on the battlefield pattern analysis, the armor computer gave a figure that it would take at least 5 hours to catch up with the enemy warship. During the pursuit, Zissou said, "I'm sorry to everyone. So many sisters died at once." When Jing comforted her, "It's not your captain's fault. The despicable enemy launched a sneak attack and our ship was attacked without defense. That's why we suffered such a huge loss." A team member shouted in the team channel. "Destroy the swirling wave," Zissou said. "Sisters, the time has come to avenge our fallen comrades. We must kill at least one enemy ship," one team member said. "We rush too far forward from time to time. Don't we?" Another team member said. "We are glorious war bees. We don't know what it means to retreat. Even if we die on the battlefield, we will never retreat. Don't back down. Don't back down." Chapter 270b vs. Heroine 4. The 10 battle armors headed by Zissou, and when Jing rushed towards the nearest enemy ship. As they were flying and impacting, they saw the fleeing enemy ship in front, surrounded by countless war saucers. Flying guard. After the communication was restored, the Warbee Legion also began to counterattack. As when Jing drove the armor, she almost saw endless armors swarming behind her. There are several more of our warships beside him. The war saucers and war armors of the enemy and ours are fighting each other. From time to time, you can see fireballs flashing around you. At that time, the war saucers or war armors are hit and explode. There is a living Warbee sister in every battle armor, and there is a sister killed in every exploding battle armor. When Jing said, "Captain, we can't fire anymore. Just keep flying. There are too many enemy planes. If this continues, our energy will be consumed quickly," Zissou asked. When Jing, "Do you have any plans?" "Conserve energy. Intersperse among the fleet. Quickly reach the surface of the enemy ship. Use the sword edge to split the enemy ship's shield. And then rush in. As long as we can enter the enemy shield, it will be the world of the sisters. But there will be a lot of casualties. Without sacrifice, how can there be victory?" When Jing said, "Getting close to the enemy shield may encounter strong electromagnetic interference. We need to activate light communication," Zissou added. "The pressure ahead is too great. Sisters, save your firepower and make a spiral flight with me as the center. Turn on the light language communication." 10 battle armors flew around and rushed forward without fear. The fighter planes in the sky, including the enemy's war saucers and the Battlebee's battle armors, were all mixed together. When Jing asked the armor to communicate with the sisters through the language of lights. "Captain, sisters, if we can successfully break into the enemy shield, we may." Zissou interrupted her and said, "Don't say anything, Wen Jing. Sisters, we may die while we are here. Are you afraid of death?" "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid," Zissou shouted. "You are a mother-in-law. You are rushing to me." The enemy ships were approaching little by little, and more fighter planes were flying around, fighting and exploding. In addition to avoiding the enemy's fire, their cross armors nimbly charged forward, and there were also many right army armors around them joining their ranks, flying in a spiral together and assaulting forward. Not only that, Wen Jing also saw that through the enemy's fire network, she could see several armored formations not far away, just like them, attacking the enemy's shield in the same way. Seeing that they were about to reach the enemy shield, Zissou mobilized again. "Sisters, we are all heroes of the Beastar. For the Beastar, for the Warbee, and for the honor, let's charge." I saw that the front had reached the shield, and ripples rippled on the shield from time to time, which were stimulated by the energy beam hitting it. As expected, there was strong electromagnetic interference here, and it was impossible to contact the superiors. The team members communicated with each other intelligently through light language. Zissou began to issue tactical instructions. "Sisters, change to land combat mode." All the flying armors began to transform into robot shapes and slowed down. On the one hand, they avoided the gunfire from the enemy ships, and on the other hand, they continued to approach the surface of the shield in robot mode. I quickly arrived in front of the shield, and saw a very light-colored translucent material. I could see the scene through the shield. I saw enemy planes flying from time to time inside the shield. I saw the enemy shipborne artillery fire bombarding the outside from time to time. The shield exists in the form of an energy wave. The specific process is very complicated, but its defense theory is very simple. That is, it can only get out, but not get in. The so-called only exit but not entry means that the artillery fire inside the shield can bombard the outside, and the fighters inside can fly out through the shield. The artillery fire from outside cannot penetrate and will be blocked by the shield. When the shield blocks the enemy's artillery fire, it will inevitably consume energy to resist it. Therefore, the shield is not permanently invincible. When the energy is exhausted, the shield will lose its effectiveness. Enemy planes outside can't fly in either, as they will be blocked by the shield. If the speed is too fast, the enemy plane will hit the shield, and in serious cases, it will crash on the shield. So how to recover the fighter jets that were released? If they want to return to the warship, they must also pass through the shield. For such a situation, there are generally two ways to solve it. One is to close the shield and let one's own fighters in. The other is to open a gap somewhere in the arc of the battleship and let one's own fighters in. Whether it is a war saucer, a war flag, or a war armor, they are all collectively referred to as a fighter plane. It is the most basic combat unit for a fleet or a legion to conduct interstellar warfare. But they said that both solutions have drawbacks. Closing the shield can only be done when there is a truce. Otherwise, in a state of war, once the shield is opened, the battleship will be like folded paper, and it will soon be destroyed, torn apart by enemy fire. Setting up a shield gap and letting your own fighters in will solve the problem of returning damaged fighters to a large extent. But this also involves certain risks. Only when the warship is under little pressure from attack can it open a gap to let its own fighters in. However, when there are too many enemy planes around and the pressure of artillery fire is too great, the shield gap cannot be opened. In this case, in order to protect the battleship, if your own fighter planes are injured, you cannot let them in. You can only let them wander outside the shield, waiting for a suitable opportunity before letting them in. This is the situation of the enemy warship at this moment. It is surrounded by Warby fighter planes, and there is no chance to open the shield gap. This is also the reason why when Jing and others chose to break through on the shield. But it was said that when Jing and others had arrived on the shield, stopped flying, and hovered outside the shield, only a short distance away from the shield, when Jing and Zissou both lit their lanterns at the same time, asking the other sisters' armors that had not yet rushed in to cover them and not to hit them. Zissou said, "Let's start." Sisters, when Jing drew out the giant sword from behind, and the other sisters also drew out their swords. They held the handle of the sword with their right hand and the tip of the sword with their left hand, displaying the giant sword in front of them in an upright manner. Although the B-Man has 6 limbs, during the evolution process, the middle 2 limbs have gradually degenerated to the point where only a pair of very short limbs are left, which are basically of no use. So they will be worn on underclothes without showing up. As for the B-Man's tail, it has long since disappeared in the process of evolution. So the B-Man, if it weren't for the 2 pairs of B-wings on his back and the pair of antennae on his head, he would be basically the same as a human being. Chapter 271 Bee vs. Heroine 5. The average height of a bee is about 1.5 meters, with female bees slightly taller. The armor is 2.5 meters long, whether in flight or land combat mode. So when the armor is shown in land combat mode, it is a 2.5 meter tall robot. Although in the habits of bee people, the armor in land combat mode is called Robot Bee. But in order to take care of the reading of humans on Earth as a habit, we still call it a robot. But it is said that this 2.5 meter robot not only has legs and hands, but also 2 pairs of large wings, which are used for flying and jumping during land combat. As for the 2 vestigial limbs in the middle of the B-Man, they have not been added to the robot. So from a distance, the robot still has 4 limbs, compared with the average height of B-Man, which is 1.5 meters. This robot could have been made smaller, so that it would be more suitable for B-Man to drive. But considering that all the bee people are soldiers, when a war breaks out, it will be a star war for all people. So a dual-purpose armor is set up. When the armor is in flight mode, it needs to be equipped with more fire control, power, avionics and related supporting equipment. So its size is bound to increase. We needed to add equipment and streamline the size. So we finally set the length to the standard length of 2.5 meters. The minimum fighter planes of Cockroach Star and Magic Sword are more than 3 meters, because they are both machine civilizations. Machine civilization can divide the fighters into 2 parts. During land combat, the land combat part can be separated, so there is no need to consider streamlining. However, the bees belong to the human civilization, and it is impossible to separate the armor for combat, because one pilot cannot control 2 combat units by one person. Therefore, the B-Man's armor is inseparable. At the same time, In order to take care of the land combat mode, the length has also been streamlined to 2.5 meters. However, it is said that in addition to the above-mentioned settings, this 2.5 meter tall land combat robot also carries a large sword on its back, which is the standard equipment that every armor should have when it is in land combat mode. It is also called the giant sword because it is big enough. Compared to the 2.5 meter tall land combat mode mecha, the length of this giant sword is 2 meters. Compared to the 1.5 meter tall beeman, that is not a big sword. It's a giant sword, isn't it? However, these 10 robots all pulled out the giant swords they were equipped with, raised their swords, and released their blades against the shield in front of them. The so-called sword edge is actually a type of energy beam that emits plasma through an extremely thin front, which is as thin as nanometers. Aim the blade at the target and trigger the energy device on the giant sword, which will emit this extremely thin plasma front from the blade. The length of the giant sword is 2 meters, and the blade length is 1.5 meters. So the plasma blade emitted is also 1.5 meters long. This is the principle of sword edge. Let's go back to shield. If you want to penetrate the shield, you must either wait for the enemy's energy to be exhausted, and the shield will naturally become smaller, or bombard the shield with a plasma cannon or other energy beams to blow a hole in the shield. And then combatants or small vehicles you can enter through this opening. However, the shield is coherent, which means that when a gap appears somewhere on the shield after being attacked by enemy artillery fire, the shield energy around the gap will be quickly filled in, and the gap can be quickly removed. Fill it up. Therefore, it is almost impossible to blow a hole in the shield through gunfire and then get in. Therefore, in John B., this giant sword weapon was born. The combat method is that several land combat armors hold giant swords and release the blades at the same time to form a closed geometric figure on the shield, such as a square or other polygon. However, in actual operation, triangles and quadrilaterals are mostly used, because the graphics are simple. In this graphic way, a graphic opening is cut on the shield. In this case, this piece of the shield will be cut out with a graphic. The edge of this graphic is an extremely fine nanosecond mark, which is also the mark of the sword, cut out by the edge. In such a figure, the middle piece will be disconnected from the shield on the side. This disconnected world is also measured in nanoseconds. That is to say, if a few of you work together and cut out this figure, the figure will be immediately connected to the surrounding shield in less than 10 nanoseconds, making it difficult to break in later. Of course, since Warby invented this operation, he would naturally have a strategy to deal with it. Let's talk about this sword first. Originally, this shield requires extremely strong energy to penetrate it, and the energy of the sword's edge is definitely far from enough. However, the sword's edge is nanoscale wide. So how thin is this width? A human hair is thin enough. Its diameter is 50 microns, and the width of a sword blade is only 15 nanometers when converted to human calculations. Calculated by calculation, more than 3,000 such swords tied together would be as thick as a hair. One can imagine how thin the Warby sword is. The power may not be large, but when the power is released on a very small area, it will be very lethal. The giant sword uses this principle to spread the energy carried by the sword on the shield in a very small area. Cut it down. Due to the continuity of the shield, if it is cut, it will heal quickly to prevent enemy units from breaking in through the gap. So Janbi also thought of countermeasures. In fact, the method is very simple. Let's see. 10 people formed a square and pressed against the shield. In this square, there were 2 people on each side and 2 people in the middle. Everyone leaned against the arc, turned on the flame thrust on their backs, pushed their bodies against the shield, and only waited for the moment the shield was released before they rushed in. After they were in place, they aimed their giant sword blades at the shield and attached them to the shield. 8 giant swords were connected in a closed circle, and the 2 people in the middle also aligned their sword blades in an arc, so that there was an 11 pattern in the middle of the square. When everything was ready, Zissou ordered loudly, "Open the sword continuously! Break in!" 10 giant swords and 10 plasma blades were fired out continuously, quickly cutting the shield into a quadrilateral shape. Several people pushed the cutout figures and rushed in. Due to the continuity of the shield, once it is cut, it will fill up quickly. So when 10 people break in, the speed still cannot keep up with the filling speed of the shield. While the shield was being filled, 10 people were also hit by the filled shield. Immediately, everyone was flying around due to the impact of the filled shield. 6 people were blocked outside, and only 4 people broke in. Chapter 272b vs. Heroine 6. When Jing, Zissou, and 2 other sisters rushed in, and the other 6 people were blocked from the shield. Everyone inside and outside the shield lost their balance and were flying around in space. Zissou asked, "Quick! Keep your balance and report the status." "It's safe. I'm fine. It's fine." After making sure that everyone was okay, Zissou added, "The people outside are regrouping with the people from her sister team, and the 4 of us inside should quickly balance it out." After some tossing, the 4 of them calmed down, and Zissou said, "Let's break in." The shield was only about 10 meters away from the enemy ship's surface, so Zissou warned again, "Be careful not to fly out." The working principle of the shield is that you can only go out but not enter. That is to say, if you go out, you will not be restricted by the shield, but it will be difficult to come in. That's why Zissou asked everyone to be careful. The distance is only 10 meters. It's too short, and it can really fly out if you're not careful. After entering the shield, ship-based artillery fire was immediately aimed at them and bombarded them. Fortunately, they were also protected by individual shields. But once they were hit, they would still be knocked away far away. Zissou gave the order to break in, and the 4 people quickly adjusted their flying postures and flew towards the ship in land combat mode. In the process of approaching the hull, one person was hit by gunfire and the shield popped up. So in the end only 3 people were left. At the same time, you can see a steady stream of war bees rushing in from other places, each rushing towards the hull. Therefore, many land combat armors have already broken into the enemy ship's shield. As for the outside of the shield, it is not clear. Wen Jing's top priority now is to enter the enemy ship's interior with their comrades to carry out deeper damage. The 3 people quickly landed on the hull. The battleships of Whirlpool and all other machine civilization battleships have one thing in common. That is, they are built in an open style. There is no coherent SHL on the surface of the hull. They are all frames, so there are many holes on its surface for convenience. The arrival and departure of fighter planes. During the battle, this battleship had released all the fighters inside it. So the current battleship was just an empty SHL, but Wen Jing and the others did not go in, but ran quickly on the surface of the ship. There are super magnets on the soles of the robot's feet, which can attract metal. They hold it when it steps down and release it when it lifts its feet, making it easier to walk on the surface of a warship without gravity. The war bees walk on the surface of the ship mainly to look for naval guns. Once found, they open fire to destroy them. Wen Jing had already put away the giant sword. Although the edge of the giant sword was sharp, its energy was too weak and could not be used against the alloy. So she put it away and used it as a hand cannon. The robot driven by Wen Jing has a main cannon on its right arm, which is slightly more powerful, and a secondary cannon on its left arm, which is slightly less powerful. As he ran, he kept firing at the surface of the ship's hull twice, and constant explosions echoed around him. Several other sisters did the same thing. As soon as they reached the surface of the ship, they were immediately surrounded by cockroach-shaped robots. Everyone fought back and ran. Fortunately, there were not many enemy cockroach-shaped robots. Cockroach robots are the combat units of Cockroach Star's machine civilization. They are small in size and look like cockroaches, so they are called cockroach robots. They are also called cockroach robots, or robot cockroaches. There is a naval gun about 500 meters ahead, which is constantly firing at the war bee units outside the shield. Wen Jing shouted, "There's one in front of us! Hurry up!" After saying that, she flew up and flew close to the surface of the ship. Although the land combat robot has 2 pairs of wings, this is space and there is no air, so the wings cannot help flying. The reason why the wings are set up is to facilitate the landing of land combat robots in the atmosphere. Several other sisters also flew low, and many sister war bees could be seen flying in, with their own people everywhere. Wen Jing shouted while flying, "Come on, sisters! Don't let others take away the credit." The 3 of them were the first to arrive at the naval gun: Corporal Wen Jing, Captain Zissou, and Private Chimei. This is a plasma naval gun with a diameter of 1 meter. The direction of the muzzle can be adjusted. It is currently rotating to find the target design. "Oh, Nemas!" Wen Jing cursed, turned on the laser welding gun on her arm, pointed it at the edge of the naval gun, and started cutting. The red laser irradiated the metal, and the high temperature generated immediately melted the cut area. Zissou and Chimei also began to use laser guns to start cutting. After just a few clicks, the naval gun misfired. Once it misfired, Zissou said, "Install the bomb." Replace it with another one, and leave quickly, Wenjing said. I'll do it. After saying that, he took out a magnetic bomb and prepared to put it on the dumb cannon. At the same time, he asked, How many worlds can be set up? Captain? 5 minutes, Zissou said, then turned on the lighting on his head and told his computer, Sign up the light and say that we have installed a bomb with a 5-minute timer here. When Zissou said this, it was like lighting up the surroundings. Wenjing began to set up the world on the bomb. As soon as she set it up, but before it was installed, she saw a ray of light shining over her. And immediately after, she felt a powerful force slamming into her body. Immediately afterwards, her whole body flew up and rolled backwards. Zissou shouted, Wenjing! Seventh sister also shouted, Monitor! It kept colliding with the hull frame, and after continuous collisions, it fell into the interior of the battleship. The mutation happened so quickly that she had no time to think, let alone react. After falling into the enemy ship, it continued to collide with the surrounding frames. After about half a minute, the impact stopped. There was no gravity, and she was floating inside the battleship. The surroundings were dark. She wanted to see the surrounding scene clearly, but her mind became heavy and she passed out. With a sizzling sound of electric current, Wenjing wanted to open her eyes, but she couldn't open her eyes no matter how hard she tried. She couldn't move even if she wanted to. She had no strength. A man's voice rang in her ears. Wenjing! Look! We are having a baby. You are a mother. Look how beautiful she is. It's Yunfan's voice. Why is he here? Child? Where is the child? Is the war over? Have I been unconscious for a long time? She missed Yunfan so much that she tried hard to open her eyes. The sound of banging explosions is endless. No, this is still on the battlefield. But where exactly is it? The sound of electricity was sizzling, and Yunfan's voice was no longer heard. Then came Zissou's voice. Wenjing, where are you? Are you still alive? Come out soon, or it will explode. Chapter 273b versus Heroine 7. The communication was restored. So the voice of Captain Zissou came from the headset. Wenjing, come out quickly, or the entire battleship will explode in a few minutes. There was also the voice of Seventh Sister. Sister Wenjing, come out quickly. Where are you? Wenjing opened her eyes suddenly. The surroundings were dark, and this was the inside of an enemy ship. Whirlpool is a machine civilization, so there is no lighting inside its battleship. So it is pitch black. There is no artificial gravity system inside the battleship. So you are in a state of weightlessness inside. There is no oxygen, no air pressure, no constant temperature system, and the temperature is more than 100 degrees below zero. Fortunately, there is a constant temperature system inside the armor. Otherwise, he would have been frozen to death here. As soon as she opened her eyes, a beam of light came over and hit her personal shield, causing her to hit a frame next to her. She now understood that she fell into the enemy ship and never got out. Thousands of bombs must have been deployed outside, so the warship would explode in a few minutes, and she would be killed inside. What we have to do now is to get out of here quickly, and don't fight with the robot cockroaches here. When this beam of light came over, it must be that the battleship's internal defense machine was infected. She quickly turned on the lights on the battle armor, turning on more than a dozen lights, which could be seen all around. At the same time, she also turned on the infrared radar, and found that there were at least 10 robot cockroaches surrounded her. The system of the battle armor is still normal and can be used. Wenjing moved and fired continuously at the robot cockroach in front of her. At the same time, she said, Captain, Seventh Sister, I'm still alive. I fell into the battleship. I'm preparing to get out. Where are you? Zissou asked. Just wait. I'll pick you up. No. 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 Captain, listen to me. No one can leave if you come in. You take Chimei and leave quickly and fly out of the shield. Sisters, let's go! Wenjing shouted. Sisters, tell Yunfan that I love him and my children. Zissou cried. Don't worry. Sister, I will take good care of your parents and your children. Please, sister. Just as he was talking, a robot cockroach rushed over. Wenjing pulled out the giant sword and slashed it with one sword, cutting it over. Looking at the place not far in front of her, there was a gleam of light. At that time, there was something outside the battleship. The artillery fire shines through, and the light is diffracted. This shows that there is a way out in that direction. The battleship was in space, and there was no artificial gravity. so she had no sense of direction while inside. When she saw the light, she flew towards the place of light, hoping to fly out from there. However, during the flight, robot cockroaches came out to interfere from time to time. Just as they were about to get there, they were about to go out, and several more robot cockroaches rushed out. The distance was too close, so she could only fight. She held her sword and slashed left and right. Suddenly, she saw the entire frame inside the battleship collapsing, and fire could be seen everywhere. She knew that the enemy ship was exploding. Since there was no air, the violent explosion could only propagate through the frame of the battleship. When it reached her ears, it was a low thump. So, don't think that there is no sound at all in space. Sound can be transmitted as long as there are objects in contact. But the sound will sound very small and dull. When Jing knew there was no hope of going out, and no hope of seeing her lover Yunfan, and her unborn child. The reproduction method of bees is oviparous. After the female bee is happy with the male bee, she will usually lay 3 to 5 eggs, which will either hatch by herself or be handed over to the male bee for incubation. The incubation period is 10 months. Moreover, the hatching survival rate of bee eggs is 50%. If you are lucky, 2 of the 3 bee eggs will hatch successfully. If you are not lucky, all of them will fail. After the bee babies are born, they will grow up on honey and stop using honey when they are about 1 year old. When Jing has 3 bee eggs with Yunfan, according to the proportion, she will have at least 1 child born. So at this moment, she is very looking forward to seeing the child who will be born in 10 months. But at this moment, she knew that all this was a luxury. All the robot cockroaches around her lost control and stopped attacking her. But it didn't matter anymore. She wouldn't survive anyway. I could only mutter silently in my heart. Yunfan, now that I have sacrificed my life for civilization, I can be considered a hero among the war bees. I have not embarrassed you. Silent explosions came and went, reaching the ears through various carriers, and they quietly waited for the final moment of death. Suddenly, she saw a large object in front of her break apart and move away quickly. A force came from nowhere and pulled her deeper into the battleship. Just as she fell, she saw that the explosion was moving away from her. But there was no explosion around her. She thought about this problem quickly and made a rough guess. That is, the battleship was divided into 2 parts. The part far away was the part that was blown up, while the part she was in now was separated. Nothing was blown up, and it is very likely that this part has been equipped with a new shield. In that case, a powerful bombardment will be needed to blow up this intact part. But if it escapes quickly, it will be more difficult to eliminate it. So when Jing planned to destroy it internally, and be prepared so that it would no longer think about getting out quickly. At the same time, she also saw a glimmer of hope for herself. For now she is safe. She then explored around inside the battleship. Since there was no gravity, she had no sense of direction. She relied solely on feeling and flew forward with the help of the power of the flames without encountering any obstacles. She also wondered, how could there be no obstacles? She didn't care about anything for now. And then installed a bomb. Thinking of this, she took out the bomb and set it to explode in 30 minutes. She didn't want the bomb to explode too early. She still had the desire to win. She also missed her husband and unborn child very much. After the explosives were installed and the countdown to detonation was set, she continued to fly forward. After flying for a while, she saw a series of robot cockroaches rushing towards her, each holding a sword and slashing at her. When Jing couldn't help but sneered. The enemy did not shoot at her, but wanted to fight her hand to hand. This showed that the place she was in was very important. If she opened fire, it would easily damage the equipment inside. Since you don't open fire, I will play with you. Thinking of this, when Jing drew her sword and started fighting with the 2 robot cockroaches that rushed over. When Jing has 3 years of experience as a conscript and is an excellent fighter bee. Basic fighting skills are her compulsory skills. She easily killed these 2 robot cockroaches. Although when Jing did not fire, her giant sword had a blade function. So she fired the blade from time to time during the fight, so she could easily kill the enemy. After killing several robot cockroaches in succession, I finally arrived at the core engine room of the battleship and discovered an astonishing secret. Chapter 274B vs. Heroine 8. This is an enemy battleship. The battleship of Whirlpool was also introduced earlier. It is a saucer-type battleship, which means that its appearance is like a flying saucer. Since it is a flying saucer, it will rotate when flying. The larger the warship, the slower the rotation speed. This is why the war bees will not feel dizzy after landing on the warship. But this is not the case with Wenjing now. But she said that the battleship she was on was a Force Angel-class disc battleship with a diameter of more than 8,000 meters. It was composed of two parts. The inner and outer parts. When the battleship suffered heavy damage, it could abandon the outer modules and only leave the inner modules. Continue fighting or flee. Moreover, after the inner and outer modules are separated, the inner module can also have a shield. The external module loads the fighter aircraft, while the internal module is where its core components are located, including the energy module and computing module. In other words, the central computer of the battleship is in the internal module. Although this Force Angel-class saucer battleship has a diameter of 8,000 meters, its internal modules are very small, only 200 meters in diameter. After being detached from the outer module, the inner module, which is only 200 meters in diameter, will also rotate, and due to its volume, the rotation speed will become faster. So at this moment, Wenjing was in the core of this battleship, and her head almost turned dizzy. She couldn't help but curse. What the hell? I'm going to vomit. There are not many robot cockroaches with core power, and after cutting down a few, they will no longer be seen. Although there was no interference from the robot cockroach, the dizziness caused by the spinning was really unbearable for Wenjing. She hit a bomb at the beginning, but the one behind it couldn't be installed. She was rotated at high speed and pressed against a frame, unable to move. And she couldn't help but curse. There was no way to contact the outside world, and the communication channel was buzzing at the moment. So I had to rely on myself. Then he asked the armor computer, "Honey, please tell me what to do. I'm going to vomit." The little husband said, "This speed is not too fast. What you're doing is a machine. I'm just a mortal bee. How can I bear it? I'm almost done. It's so uncomfortable. Little husband, please kill me. I'm sorry. Big girl." The little husband replied, "I have no right to kill you. What should we do? Life is worse than death. If you can fly in the opposite direction, you can overcome the high-speed rotation." The little husband said, "Oh, that's right. Why didn't I think of that?" Wenjing said, "Hurry up and fly back home." Even the internal modules and the enemy ship have a frame structure. The armor began to carry Wenjing, shuttled through the frame, and flew in the opposite direction. "But flying like this is not an option. How can we install the bomb?" Wenjing asked, since she was flying in the opposite direction. Although she was no longer dizzy, the surrounding frame was spinning faster than Wenjing, so the bomb was not good. Installed. "Little hubby, how about we drop all the bombs and fly out?" "Yes, big girl." "Wait a moment. What's wrong?" "Big girl, why are there frames all around?" "But over there's a metal wall." Sure enough, there was a spherical metal wrap not far away. My husband said, "It should be the central host of the enemy ship. There should be a large amount of liquid nitrogen inside as a coolant for the computer." "Central host?" Wenjing pondered. "Can you connect in and spy out its information?" The little husband replied, "The grammar of machine language is different and cannot be read. How will you know if you don't try?" Wenjing said, "Just give it a try." "Little husband?" "Yes, big girl. I'll try it. But I need to find the input and output equipment." "That's not easy to find. Whirlpool's computer hardware is different from our people's. You don't need to find physical equipment," the little husband said. "Just get close and search for electromagnetic equipment. Lean over there." "Yes, big girl." The armor flew over, getting closer to the core, and its speed of flying in the opposite direction became happier. Wenjing said very anxiously, "Hurry up. It will explode in 20 minutes. We have to try to fly out before the explosion. We don't know what the situation is like outside." Wenjing installed a bomb at the beginning, but later she stopped installing any more explosives because she felt dizzy because the speed was too fast. But even if there was only one bomb, there was no guarantee that the entire battleship would not be blown up. "Come on! Come on!" the little husband said. "Yes, big girl. We found the signal. Do you want to stop?" "No," said the little husband. "The amount of data is a bit large. Do you want to download it all? Can you put down your memory?" Wenjing asked. "I definitely can't fit it in." "Then download them in order," Wenjing said. "Download as much as you can. Go out when the 5 minutes count down." "Yes, big girl." The little mecha husband flew Wenjing in the opposite direction while downloading the data from the central computer room. About 5 minutes into the download, my husband suddenly said, "It doesn't feel right. What's wrong?" Wenjing asked. The coding rules of this piece of code are completely different, the little husband said. And it seems incompatible with other codes. What's the reason for that? I don't know. I don't have a compiler for the Eurowave. You don't have it. But Warby does, Wenjing said. Our Warby high level and the Eurowave pass messages. So we have a compiler. That's a public compiler. It's impossible to use a public compiler for the core secrets of the Eurowave. How will you know if you don't try? Hurry up and get in touch with your superiors to see if you can get the compiler program? Yes. Hello. I can't connect. Wenjing felt that there must be something wrong with this strange data in the enemy data, and it had to be deciphered. But now she couldn't connect to the superior, and the bomb was about to explode in 20 minutes. What should she do? She belongs to Nai, Wenjing said. Block my signal. Please eat a flower bud. After saying that, he threw a grenade and went out. The bees were evolved from the original bees, star bees, and everything was related to flowers. So the grenades were called flower buds. Huawei has such a nice name, but I didn't expect it to be a murder weapon. But it was said that the flower bud grenade was thrown out, which immediately caused a small explosion. The entire enemy ship shook, and then calmed down. How about it? Do you want another one? Wenjing shouted, My dear, send the broadcast message. If you block it again, I will drop another bomb. But before the next call could be made, the communication was restored. It seemed that the grenade explosion had played a role. Once connected, Wenjing called out, Is there anyone who can hear me? I am currently inside an enemy ship and have captured a set of data. One of the contents is quite strange and questionable. I need to get a solution now. Wave Compiler. Chapter 275B versus Heroine 9. As soon as she finished calling, she heard Zissou shouting excitedly. Wenjing. Is it you? Sister? You're still alive. That's great. Wenjing also said excitedly. I don't know why I'm not dead yet. I feel like I'm in a small battleship now. And the battleship just now seems to have shed its SHL. Zissou said. We have all seen it. After its outer layer fell off, there was still a small core battleship. But its speed was too fast, and we couldn't catch up. Are you inside now? Yes. I have intercepted its database now. But there is no compiler program. So we can't read it. We can only download it in full. But we can't download much. Just as he was talking, an officer came online and said, Corporal Wenjing Yuzining. Are you there? I am Officer XX. I'm here. Sir. I'm fine now. The officer said. I have sent you the compilation program of the Eurowave. But this is a public program and may not be able to be deciphered. Common compilers. For Eurowaves. They also have bees. Both parties have each other. But this is only used for communication between the two parties. For core secrets, it is not feasible to use such a public compiler. Wenjing had no intention of having any effect. She just wanted to give it a try. Who would have thought? But her little husband of the armor system said, It's cracked. Wenjing said in surprise. Impossible? Why is Whirlpool so careless? Why is there no secret compiler? The little husband said, Because it didn't expect that we would enter its core computer room and hack into its host system. Big girl. That special data is? What is it? There is too much data. The general content is, infrasound waves have a combat power of 30 million. They will arrive in the B-Sun system in about 2 years and merge with the cyclotron wave. They will then join forces with the cyclotron wave to destroy the B-star civilization. Wenjing said, I knew it would be like this. It is no longer a secret that infrasound waves have invaded the Sun system and combined with Euro waves to destroy the B-star civilization. The little husband suddenly said, But there is such a record behind this information record. What is it? Wenjing asked. And at the same time, their conversation was simultaneously transmitted to Shumfeng. The little husband said, Infrasound is fake. It is not the original real infrasonic civilization. And the real infrasonic civilization may have been eliminated. Wenjing said, Oh my god. How could this be? How do they know this is fake infrasound? And who is this person pretending to be infrasonic civilization? Why does he pretend to be infrasonic? And what is he? Infrasound and the magic sword? Relation? The person on the line didn't answer her. She was just talking to herself. Zissou didn't dare to speak for fear of bumping into the person on the line. After a while, the little husband suddenly said, 10% of the troops will contain the B-Star fleet at the Beehive 1 orbit. And the other 90% of the troops will all attack and quickly attacked the beehive star from the side of the bee sun. Oh my god! Wen Jing said in shock. Little husband, what are you talking about? The swirling wave is going to attack our homeland. And the enemy troops here are just their bait? The little husband said. Yes, big girl. That's what it says on it. The officer on the line said. Wen Jing, after you get out of trouble, quickly return to the hive to fight. The call is over. What's going on? Wen Jing was confused and asked Zissou online. Zissou said, Zhongfeng has given the order. Everyone should return to defense. We may have fallen into the trap of the spinning wave. Oh my god! Wen Jing exclaimed in shock. We have dispatched 100 million troops. This is almost a full force. Now our home base is empty. If the enemy attacks our home base at this time, Zissou added, then we may be homeless in the future. Oh! My god! My god! Wen Jing kept shouting. She had realized the seriousness of the situation. If the Eurowave power attacked the Hive Star, the Hive Star might be destroyed. At this moment, the Beehive Star may have been attacked. No wonder the enemy we encountered in the orbit of B1 this time did not have many troops. Not many troops dared to ambush such a huge fleet of B-stars so boldly. Little hubby, we have to leave. Throw all the bombs down and let's get out. Wen Jing dropped a dozen bombs, all of which were scheduled to explode in 10 minutes, and then piloted the armor and began to find a way out to fly out. He quickly found a way out, flew out, passed through the shield, and came to outer space. He saw that there was no team of his own in the entire space. He couldn't help but curse. How stupid. What is the purpose of this garbage gyration wave? Where did I knock down? But he quickly found his position, not far from the main force. Zissou was still on the line and said, Are you out, sister? Wen Jing ignored everything else and flew directly towards the Hive Star in her armor. Based on the current position and speed, it will take about 8 hours to reach the honeycomb orbit. I came out Perilla, and I'm flying towards the hive now. I have sent you the location of the mothership. You fly over and berth under the mothership for maintenance. Yes, Captain. I looked at the enemy warship behind me. It was moving away, and it was not yet time to detonate. Since the enemy's warship is a core module, it has no naval guns and no fighter jets to cruise. But it will completely explode after a while. Seeing that there were no enemies around, Wen Jing turned on the autopilot, letting the armor drive automatically according to the data provided by Zissou. Wen Jing, Zissou said on the line, you have done a great job this time, investigating the enemy's intentions. But it's already too late, Wen Jing said pessimistically. It will take 8 hours to return to our home base. If the enemy has already arrived at our home base by this time, what will be the consequences? Zissou also sighed and said, I hope they can escape this disaster. How to hide? Wen Jing was extremely pessimistic. There are 900 million people in the beehive and the bee ring. And there are many men, old people and children, most of whom are not capable of fighting. Oh my god! How can this be? Okay, there's no point in being anxious now. Whatever is supposed to happen will happen. Zissou comforted her. In fact, she herself was also panicking because she also had family members in the hive. Wen Jing said, I feel something is wrong. What's wrong? Zissou asked. Open private chat. Sisters, why are you so mysterious? Zissou asked in the private chat channel. Before returning to the mothership, Wen Jing chatted privately with Zissou and said, How ridiculous is it to send out 100 million troops to attack the enemy at B3, yet ignore them at their home base? Stupid dismissal. Zissou sighed. Hey, but Wen Jing changed the topic. Our command team cannot be all fools. What do you mean? There is a traitor in the command level. Chapter 276B versus Harrow in 10. Wen Jing broke away from the enemy ship and was returning to the mothership on autopilot according to the flight data provided by Zissou. Not long after she left the enemy ship, which only had a core module, exploded due to the detonation of multiple time bombs inside, turning into a fireball flashing its last light in space. On the way back, Wen Jing set up a private chat channel with Zissou and expressed her thoughts. She felt that there was no traitor inside John B. Traitor? Zissou was also very surprised. How is this possible? Our enemy is a machine civilization. To put it bluntly, it is a computer. Traitor? Why does she want to collaborate with the enemy? What are the benefits of collaborating with the enemy? Could the enemy give her anything? Will the boss's hard drive fail soon? Wen Jing was speechless and could only say, I don't know. I just think it's possible. Sisters, Zissou said, don't make blind guesses. Let's go back quickly and eliminate all the enemies. Wen Jing was also panicking. Her husband Yunfan was a rich second generation and his family lived on the Bee Ring, which is a huge man-made structure surrounding the beehive. If the swirling wave attacks the honeycomb, it will attack the Bee Ring first. Once the Bee Ring is attacked, if it cannot resist it in a timely and effective manner, the Bee Ring may be knocked down, and Yunfan will probably fall down. When she thought about what might happen to Yunfan, Wen Jing didn't dare to think about it anymore. She shook her head desperately and said, "No, it won't be like this." In the channel, Zissou asked, "What's wrong with you, sister?" "It's okay. I'm okay," Wen Jing said. "I'm just worried about my family. My husband lives on a Bee Ring. If he is attacked, he will be the first to suffer. Once the Bee Ring crashes, it will inevitably bring harm to the hive below. A huge disaster." Her parents lived in a beehive. After the Bee Ring suffered a disaster, the beehive came next. Zissou said, "I hope they are all okay. And I hope we can get back in time. It's quite annoying," Wen Jing said. "It's been almost 10 hours since we came out. And it will still be 8 hours before we go back. If anything happens, it should have happened long ago." Zissou said, "If I were like that, even if I risked my life, I would die with the spinning wave." About 30 minutes later, Wen Jing's armor returned to the main force and found the mothership. The mothership was already scarred, but it could still accommodate her small armor. The armor returned, logged into the mothership, and found that the aircraft was fixed, and Zissou was in the adjacent aircraft. Zissou on the side said, "Sisters, we meet again," Wen Jing said. "We survived the catastrophe because God gave us a chance to take revenge. When we see the swirling wave, we should not be too polite to it," Zissou said. "Destroy them all." A message came from Shangfeng. Your team will be reorganized into a 35-man team, with Second Lieutenant Zissou as the captain, and Corporal Wen Jing promoted to Sergeant Major, serving as the captain's assistant, assisting the captain in managing the team's affairs and directing operations. Zissou said, "Congratulations, sister," Wen Jing said very calmly. "I just want to fight back as soon as possible. Captain, I will be your Sergeant Major. Who are your teammates now? Sign up." The members of the new Team 35 began to report their names one by one, except for the original 10 old members. The other members of the new team were all adjusted from other teams. This time they encountered an enemy sneak attack, and the mothership they were on suffered heavy losses, and some teams were wiped out. After everyone signed up and boarded the plane with their personal information, Zissou asked her to say a few words. Wen Jing said, "I have nothing to say. Just one word, kill. No one is allowed to back down. If anyone dares to take a step back, I will kill you. Kill her with one shot." Everyone in the team shouted, "Never back down. Kill all the enemies." Zissou mobilized. "We are all the bravest warrior bees in Beestar. We will bleed without shedding tears." After checking the time, it seemed that there were about 7 hours before we could return to the hive. Wen Jing said, "It will still be some time before we can go back. We must always prepare for war. So don't take off your armor easily. Of course, except for defecation and defecation. If there is any urgent matter, go and solve it quickly. Put on the armor as soon as you come back." The mothership was mixed in with the fleet, following the mighty fleet towards the Homestar Hive. In order to refresh themselves, Zissou and Wen Jing asked everyone to take advantage of this opportunity to sleep for as long as they could. And those who couldn't sleep should close their eyes and rest their minds. About an hour into the flight, a woman's voice suddenly came over the radio in the mothership. "Sisters, I am the Queen Bee Stamen." Her voice can easily be heard to contain sadness and anger. Listen to her continue. "Here, I want to tell you some bad news. The despicable Euro wave hit the Bee Ring and caused the Bee Ring to crash. When the Bee Ring fell to the hive, it also caused a huge chain explosion. The entire hive was immersed in the sea of fire. Preliminary estimates indicate that the entire Bee Star, including the hive and Bee Ring, caused at least 70% casualties. This is extremely sad news. There are a total of 900 million residents in the hive and the Bee Ring. If 70% is assumed, more than 600 million people will die in the war. And the Queen Bee said at least, so it may be more. Such a large proportion of casualties is almost a devastating disaster for a civilization." Wen Jing couldn't help but feel that her seniority was at its peak. She could hear crying coming from the cabin from time to time. She understood that in this catastrophe, Her husband Yuefan and her parents might have died. She really couldn't accept this fact. Listening to the constant crying. When Jing shouted, "Why are you crying? If you are a woman, just give it to me and hold back the tears. We want revenge. Revenge for our family. Revenge. Revenge." Queen Bee reported the battle situation. And the battlefield scenes will be played later. Queen Bee said in the report, "This war failed. I did not do detailed intelligence work in advance and rushed in recklessly. I bear serious and unshirkable responsibility. Therefore, I decided to hand over the military command to the Prime Minister of the Cabinet, Ina Luo Longyan, who has the temporary command of the troops. He will lead the war bees and continue to fight until all the swirling waves are eliminated. And after the war is over, I will also consider abdicating the throne and selecting talented people to succeed me." Next, Prime Minister and Commander-in-Chief Ina will speak to all the soldiers. When Jing established a private chat with Zissou again and said, "Zissou, I feel something is wrong. This Yaina is definitely not simple." Before Zissou could answer, Prime Minister Yaina, the new Commander-in-Chief of the War Bees, said next, "All sisters of the War Bees, I am Yaina. Now I am in charge of the War Bees military power. Regarding your Majesty's previous wrong command, without making too many comments for now, I will start my policy plan next. All combat units of the fleet continue to go to the hive. The follow-up deployment will be issued later. I'm done. God bless my B-Star." Chapter 277 B vs. Heroine 11. When there were still 4 hours left before the hive, the picture fed back from the front was finally released. All the war bees in the fleet saw this tragic scene. The bee ring stretching for more than 40,000 kilometers was destroyed and fell, and large pieces of bee ring debris can still be seen on the ground of the hive. The surface of the bee ring is full of large explosion craters. Many hive structures have been destroyed. There is beacon smoke everywhere, and there are corpses everywhere. From time to time, whirling fighter jets can be seen circling over the hive. The resisting bees held guns and aimed at the enemy planes flying in the sky. But most of them were shot and killed mercilessly by these enemy planes. Looking at these tragic scenes, when Jing was extremely sad and angry. She knew very well that her parents were dead. Her sweetheart Yunfan was dead, and her unhatched child was also gone. Spin wave! When Jing secretly made up her mind. "I swear, I will destroy you all." However, the next scene made everyone feel extremely angry. Over there, the new commander of the war bees, Yaina, issued an order again. Her image appeared in the cabin and in each war bee's personal computer. I saw Yaina saying, "All the war bees, just now, we have reached an understanding with Whirlpool." Before she could finish her words, when Jing started to curse, it wasn't just her who was scolding. She heard other sisters scolding them too. What understanding? More than 600 million bees were massacred by the enemy. And yet, we still want to reach an understanding with them. Isn't this clearly a sign of surrender? Sure enough, as when Jing expected from the beginning, there is no traitor among the war bees. And this traitor finally has the answer. And that is their new commander-in-chief Ina. But I heard Yaina say, "Spiral Wave and B-Star. The two sides have reached a ceasefire agreement. All our war bees are not allowed to attack any combat unit of Whirlpool. Violation will be considered treason." "Hack!" When Jing yelled, "Are you so hacking shameless?" She did not turn on the communication equipment, but opened the hatch of the mecha. The sound echoed in the cabin, and more of her other war bees were yelling curses. Zissou beside him whispered, "Can you please keep your voice down? Be careful, as trouble comes from your mouth. Are you afraid of her being a bee?" When Jing continued to scold, "My hacking parents are gone. My lover is gone. My child is gone. I have nothing now. What should I be afraid of?" I heard a war bee shouting, "Sisters, we are rebelling. Reverse. Reverse." The cries kept coming, and the child Yaina on the video screen continued. "Due to the wrong command of the former Queen Bee, our B-Star suffered huge casualties, almost to the point of destroying civilization. Therefore, after the headquarters has been studying and deciding to impeach her position as Queen Bee, sentence Warui to death, temporarily detained, and executed at a later time." This result made everyone angry. It was clear that Yaina was usurping power. There were shouts and protests throughout the cabin. When Jing also joined the angry crowd. She originally expected to go back to take revenge. But who knew that she would surrender, and there would be no more battles to fight in the future? The 650 million bees who died would have died in vain. How could she not be angry? Can all the other war bees not be angry? Zissou whispered from the side. When Jing, Please calm down. Please? I can't calm down. My family is all dead. How can you tell me to calm down? Who doesn't have a family? Zissou asked. Don't I have a family? You have to understand the situation. You can't solve the problem by making trouble like this. Wenjing asked. Then what do you think we should do? Zissou said. Since Yaina dares to surrender, it means that she has secretly colluded with Wan Qian. Don't look at the large number of us. If there is a fight, if there is no unified command in the first place, it will definitely not be possible. Secondly, since Yaina has colluded with Whirlpool, what happens next? Huh? How is it? Wenjing asked. Zissou said, we will definitely be taken over by a Euro wave. Take over? What do you mean? Wenjing asked. Zissou did not answer her, but asked, try your weapon system. Wenjing checked the system and said, they are all good. Normal. Then see if you can fire. This is in the mothership. Wenjing said, in order to prevent accidental damage, the weapon system must be locked. So it must not be able to fire. Okay. What you said makes sense. Please check the system carefully. Wenjing checked her little husband armor and found nothing suspicious. So she asked, little husband, answer me. Are you under control? I'm sorry, big girl. The little husband replied, I can't answer your question. Hack, are you going to rebel? Wenjing scolded. The Warframe system never spoke again. Zissou on the side asked, how's it going? Am I right? Why do they do this? Wenjing asked. Labor force. Zissou only answered this question. Labor force? Wenjing asked doubtfully. Zissou said, this Yaina is not only a traitor, but also a complete fool. She betrayed all RB residents. You see, the spinning wave will definitely enslave us next and help it mine resources. We have 100 million war bees. Enough for it to enslave. And how? And the remaining 250 million refugees in the hive may be being slaughtered by the recipients at this time. The refugees without labor will definitely be killed by the revolving wave. This is impossible. Zissou, how did you know? Wenjing asked. My guess? If you think about it carefully, the Euro wave is a machine civilization. It will definitely not allow us bees to survive. But it now needs to mine resources. With the attack from fake infrasound waves, their own units cannot mine them quickly. More resources. So, in the next 2 years, our hundreds of millions of war bees will become its slaves. In 2 years, when fake infrasound waves enter the Japanese system of our bees, it is possible. I just said it is possible that we will fight the cyclotron wave. And our 100 million war slaves will either continue to be enslaved, or we will all be killed. And even if we are not all killed, we will face extinction. You have to know that after the hive is completely destroyed, there will only be 100 million fighting bees like us in the entire Beestar civilization. And among these hundreds of millions of fighting bees, there will only be 10,000 men. In the days to come, 99 million Warbee sisters will have no spouses. But this is not important anymore, because whether they can survive or not is a question. Beestar civilization is a civilization where women are strong and men are weak. Even the soldiers are all female bees, and there are only a very small number of male bees in the command system. So Zissou is absolutely right. Among the fleet of hundreds of millions of war bees, there are only about 10,000 commanders who are drones. Chapter 278b versus Heroine 12. After listening to Zissou's analysis, Wenjing was completely confused. She never thought that after 100 years of fierce battle with Whirlpool, Beestar would have such an ending. Moreover, she felt that what Zissou said was completely reasonable, and it was very possible that what she said all will become a reality. Zissou added, so sisters, listen to me. We all should maintain restraint. Nothing is more important than surviving. We can only endure the humiliation for a while, and choose the opportunity to resist. No one in their team is making any noise anymore. For now, the situation is not very clear, so we can only wait and see what happens. But there are still people making noise and grumbling elsewhere. After arguing for a while, Commander Yaina spoke again. Sisters, you must know that the Euro wave is equal to our strength. And it also has 3 powerful allies. The infrasound wave that will arrive 2 years later, and the demon wave that will arrive 80 years later. The sword and the shockwave arrive 150 years later. If we resist, we have no chance of winning. So we might as well coexist peacefully with Whirlpool and jointly develop the Japanese system. Wenjing turned back to Zissou and said, This stupid woman. Doesn't she know that infrasound waves are fake and are the enemy of Euro waves? Zissou said. I'm also confused. This information should be known to the entire fleet now. Why did she say that infrasonic waves are allies of the cyclotron waves? Wenjing said. I think there is something wrong with her. Absolutely. She has a premeditated plan. Zissou, the enemy of my enemy is a friend. Now we only have to find a way to contact Shanji Soundwave. And we still have a chance to make a comeback. But how to make a comeback? Zissou asked. Our current weapon systems are all locked, and our armor may no longer be usable. Even if we contact the infrasound waves. So what? We can only watch them adjust. And in the next 2 years, we will also contribute a large amount of resources to Whirlpool. Infrasound waves come from afar, and resources must be exhausted. How can we fight against resource-rich whirling waves? What about the magic sword and shock wave? Wenjing asked again. Zissou replied, the demon sword will not arrive for another 80 years. Not to mention whether the demon sword is an ally with Whirlpool. Even if it is not, then 80 years later, Whirlpool has mined so many resources and is fully capable of attacking. Demon sword. As for the shockwave 150 years later, let alone it. Just as he was talking, I heard Yaina on the video saying, to show our sincerity in forming an alliance with Whirlpool, our fleet is now flying to B2. B2 is one of the 3 dwarf planets in the Sun system. Its orbit is between B1 and B3, which are also dwarf planets. Yaina said, there are 4 mines on B2. After we go there, we will be assigned to these 4 mines for mining in order to build a B-Wave joint navy and resist our common enemy infrasound. Immediately, some people began to scold her again, calling her a coward and surrendering to the enemy. Some people questioned. Just now she said that infrasound was an ally. Why did she regard it as an enemy in the blink of an eye? Wenjing is calmed down. She wants to avenge Jean Run, so she must remain calm. Listen to Yaina's words, and watch the sisters complain with cold eyes. Seeing her become extra calm, Zissou whispered, Sister, do you have any ideas? Wenjing also calmly turned around, glanced at Zissou, and said, I think. As she said this, she gestured towards her. Wenjing knew very well that this place must be under surveillance, and her speech would definitely be monitored. This was also the tacit sign language between her and Zissou, which meant rebellion. Zissou immediately met and asked, Is it possible? Wenjing sneered. Seeing her not speaking, Zissou said, I fully support you. The battle armors are all fixed in the mothership. Since there are too many battle armors mounted inside the mothership, many of the battle armors are deep inside the mothership, not at the edge, and the portholes cannot be seen, so there are no windows to the scene outside. At this time, they also intelligently learned through what Yaina said that the fleet was no longer going to the hive at this moment, but turned around and headed to the outer reaches of the B-Sun system. B2 in the dwarf planet area. Wenjing had already guessed that the fleet must have been controlled by the swirling wave. Because of Yaina's rebellion, the fleet of 100 million people was captured so easily. She couldn't resist forcefully, so she could only act secretly and act by ear. Wenjing was very calm, no matter what Yaina said or how her sisters yelled and scolded her. At this moment, she was in the cabin of her mecha, little husband, making small movements quietly. She lowered her head and first opened a small box under the console, revealing several interfaces inside. Then she took out a thumb-sized card from her pocket, which was similar to a flash drive for us humans. She inserted the memory card into one of the interfaces, and saw a small screen next to it light up, and several buttons appeared. She pressed a few of these buttons, and a progress bar appeared. It turned out that she was hacking into the mecha system. She kept her head down while operating, anxiously waiting for the progress bar to end. Zissou looked at her seriously, unable to see what she was doing. At this time, the real mothership began to bump. Ina on the screen said, Please cooperate with all sisters and give up resistance. Please return to the engine room of the armor you are driving immediately. And now there are spinning wave of robot cockroaches logging into their respective battleships. Give everyone 10 minutes to prepare. If after 10 minutes, you still find that any sister has not entered the armor, you will be killed on the spot. Her words immediately caused a strong commotion in the cabin. Wenjing was worried that everyone would suffer, so she said to Zissou, Captain, please persuade everyone to come in. Hurry up. Zissou then shouted, Sisters, listen to me. Keep the green hills and don't worry about running out of firewood. In order to survive, everyone, please be patient and return to the armor cabin as soon as possible. The war bee who was originally in the mecha, and the cabin cover of the mecha she was in was originally open. But now, they all started to respond automatically. It turns out that all the mechas have been taken over by the system. Moreover, it is unknown whether this system has been taken over by a Euro wave. But looking at this situation, it is not optimistic. When Jing lowered her head and saw that the progress bar was almost at the end, but her hatch cover had not been closed. So she quickly said, "Little husband, close the hatch cover quickly." "Yes, big girl," the little husband replied. When Jing smiled, it seemed that she had successfully hacked the mecha system. The progress bar had also ended, and the hacking program had been written. She then raised her head, turned around and looked at Zissou beside her, and made a success gesture towards her. The hatch opens, and a large number of robot cockroaches enter. Chapter 279, Fake Surrender Plan. Happy New Year 2020. There were still many war bees in the cabin who had not entered the mecha. At this time, the cabin door opened and many cockroach-shaped robots came in. The so-called cockroach-shaped robots are also commonly known as robot cockroaches. The robot cockroach cannot speak, but a warning sound came from the loudspeaker in the cabin. "Please all war bees enter the battle armor cabin immediately. Those who have not entered within 5 minutes will be killed immediately. Please cooperate with the robot cockroach and do not resist. Otherwise they will be killed immediately." There were still people protesting, and they saw a robot cockroach opening fire, and several combat bees were killed on the spot. When Jing cursed, and stayed in the cabin obediently, thinking about countermeasures. Now all the war bees and the weapons they are equipped with are locked by the system and cannot be used. So resisting at this time will undoubtedly lead to death. But when Jing's weapon system is good, because she has already done something about it just now. She had served in the military before joining the army this time, and she had always liked to ponder the weapons system of the war bee, and she had achieved some success. She could also easily hack into the armor system, preventing the armor system from being controlled. After several war bees were killed by the enemy's robot cockroaches, the other war bees also became more obedient and got into their respective battle armors obediently. The current armor has been completely deprived of control, so staying in the armor is equivalent to being imprisoned. Then the fleet will fly with all the war bees to B2, where there are many large mines, and the 100 million war bees in the fleet will be sent to become slaves. However, when Jing feels that there may not be so many war bees in the fleet now, some of the earlier B1 orbital star battles must have been killed and starved. Now that Prime Minister Yaina has surrendered, there will definitely be a conflict when the robot cockroaches take over the fleet. So she guesses that many people will die as a result. Zissou asked quietly from the side, "How are you? Have you thought of any solution?" She spoke a dialect, which was not recorded in the system language library, so the two of them could understand her. But the enemy could not. When Jing sneered at her, opened the cabin cover suddenly, raised her hands in the air, and shouted, "Don't shoot! Don't shoot! I have important information to tell you!" Several robot cockroaches pointed their guns at her. When Jing continued, "Don't shoot! I have an important situation to respond to. I am not rebelling. You believe me, Commander-in-Chief." When Jing said to the screen again, "I want to see the Commander-in-Chief. Please let me know her. I have something important to respond to. It's the secret of the Queen Bee." Several war bees looked at her doubtfully, and Zissou shouted, "Are you crazy? When Jing?" Several other war bees shouted, "Sister, don't be a traitor. We war bees can die in battle, but we will never become traitors." When Jing scolded them, "You're not afraid of death. I'm not as stupid as you. I won't die with you. I have an important report, so I don't want to work as a coolie in the mine." More and more people began to curse, and finally the screen flashed, and the Commander-in-Chief Yaina said, "This war bee, I saw you. Do you have anything important to respond to?" When Jing took out a card and held it up in her hand and said, This is the evidence I intercepted of Her Majesty Queen Bee's collaboration with the enemy." "Oh," Yaina asked with a smile. "You said that Huarui is in contact with the enemy. So may I ask Jean B, which enemy is she in contact with?" "The magic sword is the magic sword," when Jing said confidently. Yaina laughed. "You are just an ordinary low-level warrior bee. How can you intercept the communication data of the pistol? Even if you can intercept it, it is the communication data of the highest level, which is encrypted layer by layer. How can you decrypt it?" "I have a way. I am a master of hacking," when Jing said. "My beautiful Commander-in-Chief, I will show it to you now." After saying that, The operator's suit moved, and at the same time, he raised the hand cannon on his arm and turned on the safety. This move made several robot cockroaches present nervously want to fire on her. "Don't fire! Don't fire!" Wenjing shouted. "I'm just showing it to you. You're beautiful, Commander-in-Chief. I won't rebel. I'm loyal to you. I just want to tell you that I can hack into mechas. System. I can give my mecha no control over the system. I have this ability. But I didn't rebel. I was very good. Did you see it? Your Excellency. The beautiful Commander-in-Chief. Our B-Star can only continue to develop under your wise leadership. And only by cooperating with Master Whirlpool Split Fong forming an alliance is the way out for our B-Star to repel the invasion of the demonic sword." Wenjing didn't care about the constant cursing in the cabin, and just kept flattering Yaina. Her comrade-in-arms Zissou was stunned and looked at her with extremely surprised eyes, not knowing whether she was really flattering or had another plan. Yaina said, "Okay, don't flatter me. Let me ask you, how do you know that the magic sword is coming to invade us, and not an ally of Whirlpool?" Wenjing said, "This is the information that I intercepted the Queen Bee. If you don't believe it, you can bring the Queen Bee out and ask her." Yaina hesitated, but still ordered someone to bring the stamens over. The image of the stamens appeared on the screen, and the war bees in the cabin shouted, "Your Majesty." Huarui pointed at Yaina and cursed, "You traitor! I fell into your trap." Yaina ignored her, just sneered, pointed at Wenjing on the camera, and asked, "This little bee said that you colluded with the Demon Sword and prepared to unite with the Demon Sword to deal with our B-Star Spin Wave Alliance. Right? Really?" Yaina asked. "If you don't say anything, I will kill you." Huarui glared at Wenjing. Wenjing was too scared to look at her, but still stood up and looked at her. Huarui raised her head and said, "It's nothing. You won't tell me. Right?" Yaina picked up the whip and whipped it towards Huarui. Huarui just snorted slightly and did not compromise. Immediately there were all kinds of cursing and crying in the cabin. Wenjing raised the card in her hand and said, "Beautiful Commander-in-Chief, there is evidence of Queen Bee's collaboration with the enemy in my memory card. If you ask me to confront her, I will definitely convince her." Yaina thought for a while and said, "Okay, then give the memory card to the robot cockroach." Wenjing held the memory card tightly and said, "Your Excellency, the beautiful Commander-in-Chief, I don't want to go to the mines to work as a coolie. Just let me follow you. I will do my best to assist you and honor you. I will obey your orders." "From? Oh," Yaina said. "I can't believe that you, a little bee, actually want to negotiate terms with me." Wenjing said, "Beautiful Commander-in-Chief, I am not negotiating terms with you. I just want a good way out. This memory card not only contains evidence of Queen Bee's collaboration with the enemy, but also the military deployment of the magic sword, all of which were given to me by me. I intercepted it. I am willing to bring it to see you and donate it to you." Hearing that she had military deployment of the magic sword, Yaina thought for a moment and said, "Very good. Then come over." Chapter 280 Battlebee Flagship, Happy New Year 2020. Amidst the scolding, Wenjing added, "I want my sisters to go with me." She pointed at Zissou and Zissou glared at her and said, "I don't." She wanted to say that she didn't want to be the enemy's lackey, but by Wenjing was immediately interrupted. "Zissou, you are my good sister. You go with me. At least you don't have to suffer in the mine." As he spoke, he winked at her, but Zissou said no more. Yaina said, "Okay, then let's get you two little bees." "Who is that? What's your name?" "My name is Wenjing Yuziun. Purple milk veg?" "It turns out to be a mid-level flower type," Yaina said with a look of disdain on her face. "Yes, but my husband is from the acacia family, and he is from the high-end flower family." "Oh, I can't tell. You, a veg type, can actually defeat an acacia type. Well, your weapons are not locked, so for the sake of safety, I need you to remove all your weapons." "No problem," Wenjing said, and began to remove the two hand cannons on both arms, as well as the laser gun and the giant sword on the back, throwing them all on the ground, and said, "Beautiful, Your Excellency, Commander-in-Chief. In order to show my sincerity, you have also seen that I have removed all my weapons." Zissou said, "The weapon system on my mecha is locked. I want to remove it, but I can't." Yaina glanced at her and said, "You can't use your weapons, so you don't need them. Come here, you two." The two answered yes and walked towards the cabin door. There were all kinds of insults in the cabin. Zissou whispered, Wenjing! Wenjing! Are you going to kill me and let me follow you and bear the reputation of a traitor? Zissou! You are stupid, Wenjing said loudly. I am saving you. Okay. Only those who understand current affairs can survive. But it is better to live in humiliation than to die in pride. You can pull me down, Wenjing said. How can you be proud if you can't survive? Leave quickly and stop talking. The two of them arrived at the cabin door in a moment, passed through the airlock cabin, and came to the transmission cabin. After exiting the airlock, you cannot reach the space outside the battleship, but first reach the transmission cabin. The transmission cabin inside the battleship takes up a lot of space, and the battle armor is released from the transmission cabin. Both of them wore battle armor, and were pushed to the outside of the battleship by the transmission mechanism in the transmission cabin. The two piloted the battle armor and flew automatically to the flagship with reference to the flight data sent by the flagship. Being in space at this time, I could see the surrounding situation. I saw battleships all over the sky. Many battleships were scarred and damaged to varying degrees, and none of the battleships had their shields turned on. Wenjing was silent, just waiting to go to the flagship. After flying for about 5 minutes, we finally arrived at the flagship and entered the transmission cabin through the entrance and exit. The transmission cabin was very large. The two mechas flew in the transmission cabin and quickly came to an airlock cabin and parked in. The door of the airlock cabin was closed, but the inner door was not opened. So the mecha was placed in an airlock. In the airlock, Yaina's video also came through and said, "You two can get out of the armor. There is oxygen when you enter the cabin." The two looked at each other. In order not to arouse Yaina's suspicion, Wenjing took the initiative to open the Zonkai and said, "Zissou, come down quickly. We can work in the flagship headquarters from now on." Zissou got off the mecha with a confused look on her face, because her mecha was taken over by the system. The cabin cover opened automatically. Both of them got off the armor and waited for the inner door of the airlock to open, so they could enter the interior of the cabin. After confirming that there were no weapons on the two of them, the inner door of the airlock was opened. It seemed that Yaina was very careful. The two entered the aerobic cabin and saw patrolling robot cockroaches everywhere inside the cabin. Under the leadership of the two robot cockroaches, the two walked towards the flagship command module. Since the command cabin was relatively far away, the two took an internal commuter car there. After some rounds, they finally arrived outside the command cabin. They got off the commuter car and waited for the hatch to open and enter. Before going in, Zissou asked worriedly again, "Wenjing, why are you doing this?" Wenjing smiled and said, "Of course, it's me who owns our future. You are my best sister. Now I have no family, no lover, and no children. You are the best person in the world for me. So I'm also thinking about you." After that, he winked at her again. The door opened and the two entered the command cabin. The command module is a very large cabin with a large dome-style porthole in front of it, allowing you to see the outside. In the observation cabin, there are a lot of equipment. And of course, there are also many commanders. In addition to these commanders, there are also many robot cockroaches, holding weapons in their hands, facing everyone. Among these people, the most conspicuous ones were Commander-in-Chief Yaina and Queen Bihuali. Except for her, everyone else looked at her with disdain. Among these commanders, there were many drones who were despised by the drones, which made Zissou lower her head in shame. The commanders were controlled by the swirling wave, and they did not dare to resist. Yaina hooked her fingers and said, "Come here, Xiafeng. Just give me your information." "Yes, Your Excellency, the beautiful Commander-in-Chief." Wenjing held the memory in her hand and walked over with a smile on her face. Huarui said, "John B., you have your own reasons, right?" Wenjing glanced at her and said, "Yes, I don't want to do hard labor. This is my reason." Wenjing handed the card to Yaina, but she didn't dare to look at the pistol. She turned her head to the side, stepped back, and stood with Zissou. Yaina held the card in her hand and asked with a smile, "Is it really as magical as I told you to have a military deployment of the magic sword?" "Yes, your beautiful Commander-in-Chief," Wenjing said. "There is indeed information about the magic sword in it." Ina looked at the memory card in her hand, and then at Wenjing. Wenjing lowered her head and did not look at her, worried that she would not believe in herself. So she could only pray silently in her heart. A screen in the command cabin flashed strange patterns, and a rich male voice said, "Yaina, I think this is a trap. You'd better be careful." Wenjing shouted at the pattern on the screen. "You fart. This is the information I worked hard to find out. Before she could say anything, Yaina scolded. How presumptuous! Who told you to talk to the Lord like this? Lord? Wenjing looked at Yaina curiously, and then at the strange pattern on the screen. A male officer next to him said in a disdainful tone, It's Split Tooth, the leader of Whirlpool. Chapter 281 Counterattack. In the command cabin of the flagship of the War B Fleet, the Prime Minister and Fleet Commander Yaina is in charge of the overall situation, while the Queen Bee Stamen has no power and is controlled. The entire command module headquarters officials were controlled and unable to resist Yaina. The Second Lieutenant Zhisu and the Sergeant Major Wenjing of the armor team were also brought here. At this moment, Wenjing was holding a memory card containing the so-called evidence of Hua Rui's collaboration with the enemy. The strange pattern on the screen is Splittusk, the leader of Whirlpool. Since Whirlpool is a machine civilization, it has only one conscious subject, which is the host of the civilization's flagship. So it does not have a specific appearance. So it can only display some strange patterns on the screen. At this moment, Splitya, the leader of the spinning wave, is just a computer, and is actually called the Lord by Aina. Wenjing immediately changed her expression, bowed to the screen, and said with a smile, Oh my god! Are you the respected Lord Split Fong? B-Star surrenders to you. That is a clear choice. You will be in charge of our B-Star. Star, I believe, will definitely bring a bright future to all the B residents of our B-Star. Yaina said, Chao Feng, you have to understand that the situation here is being broadcast live to all the War Bees in the entire fleet. Really? That's great. Wenjing still looked excited and said, Where is the camera? Where is the camera? I want to say to all the War Bee sisters, give up resistance. For the sake of the B-Star in the future, legal resistance will only perish. And following the trend is the only way out. Wenjing. Zhisu called her in a low voice on the bench. She almost didn't recognize her. But Wenjing didn't look at her at all and kept holding the memory card in her hand. Splitya finally asked, Are you saying that Huarui colluded with the Demon Sword to invade the B-Sun system? Yes. Great Lord. Wenjing said. This is the communication record between her and the Demon Sword that I intercepted and cracked. This is not important yet. What is important is that it contains detailed records of the Demon Sword's military strength, the tonnage, aircraft capacity, internal structure, firepower deployment, and number of resources carried by each warship, the specific data of each fighter plane, etc. Great Lord, if you think these are not important, then let me destroy this little card, he said, breaking it. Wait a moment. Crack T stopped. Wenjing held up the memory card in her hand and said, Lord, I really want to submit to you. Please believe me. Okay. Before Xinying could say anything, Zhisu suddenly came up to snatch the memory card in her hand and cursed. Wenjing, don't you just not want to go mining? As for framing His Majesty? Wenjing quickly dodged and knocked Zhisu to the ground with a punch. Zhisu, I treat you like a sister. Why are you so ignorant? Do you want to go mining? Okay. You want to go mining? Mine? Then you can go. Traitor. Zhisu fell to the ground and glared at her. Splitya finally said, Okay. Yaina, let your people take her memory card to decipher it. Yes, Your Excellency. Yaina ordered someone to get the memory card. Wait a minute. Wenjing said, Your Excellency, I have made a meritorious service. Right? Can you not let me go to the mine? I want to work in the command center. Split Tooth's hoarse and low voice said, It's not your turn to negotiate terms with me yet. Hand over your things quickly. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. I will kill you. Yes. Wenjing lowered her head in fear and handed over the memory. Zhisu, who was sitting on the ground, cursed. You deserve it. Wenjing ignored her, but watched as her memory card was taken away, taken to the command platform in the middle of the command cabin, and began to read the memory card. Wenjing knelt down next to Zhisu and asked quietly, Can I still fight? Zhisu glared at him, and Wenjing winked at her again. Zhisu pushed her away and said, I don't want you to be hypocritical. Reading information appeared on the screen of the flagship console, and a progress bar actually appeared in the middle. Yaina asked, Why is there a progress bar? Is there a virus? Wenjing stood up and said, Beautiful Sir Datong. If there is a virus, the host will call the police. But there is no. It is obviously not a virus. Since the amount of information in the intelligence is relatively large, it will take time to decompress it. But it will not take long. At most just 1 minute. Yaina glared at her and said, "You'd better not be so naughty. Don't you dare. Don't you dare," Wenjing said, coming to Huarui, bowing to her with a pious attitude, and said, "Your Majesty, you have been wronged." Huarui did not respond to her with an angry expression, but looked at her very curiously. The progress bar on the screen was going on, and seeing that 9 was about to end, Wenjing went over to pull Zissou up again, and led her to Huarui. Seeing her strange behavior, Yaina became suspicious and asked, "What are you going to do?" Wenjing looked up at the progress bar and saw that it was over. Then she smiled and said, "Because I want to protect Her Majesty the Queen Bee." After that, he suddenly flew towards a robot cockroach next to him. He saw the robot cockroach knock to the ground and shouted, "Your Majesty, take over the system quickly. Zissou, protect Your Majesty." Wenjing had already grabbed a laser gun, killed the robot cockroach under her, and started firing at Yaina. Immediately, other robot cockroaches opened fire on the two of them, and Zissou took Huarui and hid behind a piece of equipment. Due to the rush, Wenjing's shot just now did not hit Yaina. She quickly rolled over and rolled behind another device, shouting, "Your Majesty, the system can take over. Give the order quickly." Huarui just said, "All battleships in the fleet have opened their arcs, and all weapon systems have resumed operation." With a bang, the equipment Zissou and Huarui were hiding from was hit by a string of lasers and collapsed, pitting the two of them underneath. Wenjing couldn't see the two of her and heard Zissou crying, "Your Majesty, His Majesty." Wenjing also shouted, "How is Zissou? Your Majesty, how is she?" At this time, a mechanical male voice came from the command module. "The system has returned to normal. Wenjing Yu Ziyining has been granted the highest authority. Please give the order." Wenjing was stunned for a moment, and immediately understood that Huarui must have been injured, so she temporarily gave her authorization. "In this case, you won't be polite to me. Open the command module door," Wenjing said loudly. "Let the robot bees in. Kill all the robot cockroaches, and arrest Yaina." With a buzzing sound, a large number of robot bees came in, exchanged fire with the robot cockroaches, and quickly captured Yaina. During the exchange of fire, high-energy laser beams hit the porthole glass from time to time. Just as the glass was about to shatter, the protective steel plates outside the glass immediately lowered, making a clattering sound. These steel plates protected the command module. This was also seen, not outside, when Jingban ran over and, together with a robot bee, pulled the stamens out from under the destroyed equipment. The head of the flower stamen was covered with blood and he was dying. He said, "I am issuing an edict to the world of Fengxing. Your Majesty, please stop talking." Wenjing cried. Huarui continued, "Zen position and Wenjing Yu Ziyining." Chapter 282 Princess Wenjing. It turned out that a virus was installed in this small card, which modified the system instructions and allowed the system to resume operation. Wenjing also immediately issued the order to activate the shield. Seeing Huarui dying, the commanders all cried, including Wenjing and Zissou. But at the critical moment, Huarui actually issued an order to surrender. Wenjing shook her head. Huarui was speechless. Zissou quickly said, "Wenjing, in times of crisis, you are first ordered to command the fleet. Whether you accept the surrender, wait until the crisis is over. Let's talk about it later. Okay?" Wenjing wiped away her tears and said, "Zissou, take good care of your Majesty." "Yes." Wenjing called 2 commanders to take care of the flower pistols, and then came to the commander's position and said, "The headquarters resumes work. Tie Yaina to me. Don't let her die. And punish her later. Everyone." "Yes." "Activate the fleet defense system. Report battle damage and fleet position." The commanders all returned to their posts. Yaina was tied up by 2 robot bees and held in the command cabin. Without going anywhere, she shouted, "You little bee. How did you do that?" Wenjing turned back and glared at her and said, "B-Stars traitor. You have no right to know. The current fleet has flown past the orbit of B1 and is about to reach B2. During the mutiny just now, Split Tooth was also suddenly disconnected. The battle damage situation of the fleet soon came out. There used to be a fleet with 100 million combat power, but now there are only 60 million. Wenjing said sadly. 40 million sisters were lost in vain. I gave the order to sail to the B with all our strength. 3. A commander said, "Commander, B3 is the enemy's home base and is heavily guarded. We have suffered such heavy losses now. Wen Jing said, 650 million bees and 40 million war bees are dead. What else do we have to be afraid of? Order all the war bees in the fleet to get ready. Let's go to B3. Yes, Your Excellency. Commander-in-Chief. The fleet began to move towards B3. At this moment, the two dwarf planets B3 and B2 were on the same line. So if they went to B3, they would just pass by B2. Turn on the broadcast system. Wen Jing said, I want to mobilize the fleet. Yes, Your Excellency. Commander-in-Chief. Wen Jing said to the camera, all sisters of John B. Let's go to B3's nest now. Are there any of you who are afraid of death? In the split shots, you can see that in the cabins of various warships. The war bees shouted loudly, don't be afraid of death. Fight towards the enemy's nest. Wen Jing added, I'm sorry, sisters. I just had no choice but to make the first move. The so-called last resort was naturally her fake surrender. At this time, an intelligence officer reported, Your Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief, we have discovered that a large number of enemy troops are approaching our army from the direction of B3. Prepare to fight. Wen Jing ordered, release all armors and attack with power with their respective motherships as the core. Zissou said, Wen Jing, no, Commander, we can't fight hard. A commander also said, yes, Commander, our combat effectiveness is low now. If we continue to fight hard, we will cause greater losses. Wen Jing looked at the three-dimensional starry sky sand table and said, the entire fleet rushed towards B2 at full speed, bypass B2 in a parabola, and then return to the hive. When passing B2 again, attack B2 with all firepower. Don't fight with the enemy. Fight. Yes, Commander. Wen Jing's intention couldn't be clearer. If he fights with Wu Xuanbo now, he will definitely suffer a loss. And he will suffer a big loss. She rushed forward with all her strength, which was bound to give the enemy the illusion that she was going to fight a tough battle. Little did they know that Wen Jing would bypass B2 and return to the hive when passing by B2. On the B2, there are mines and industrial units with a lot of swirling waves. When passing by, a large part of them can be destroyed easily. Dwarf planets are small in size and have small gravity. So when they pass by, they will not have a great impact on the speed of the ship. The fleet soon arrived at B2. Just as the Whirlpool fleet arrived, Wen Jing let all the armors fly in a spiral around the mothership, attacking nearby Whirlpool units as they flew. The battleship attacked B2 with all its firepower, and various plasma cannons poured at B2. The entire B2 was immersed in gunfire. Since the surface of B2 is covered with mines and industrial equipment, there is a large amount of energy, and explosions occur one after another under the attack of space artillery fire. Wen Jing just let all the fleet units fly over at full speed, fighting while flying, not dealing with the enemy at all. Moreover, the B-Star fleet was told to fly from the beginning, and when it came to B2, it also circled around, coupled with the gravitational attraction. When the parabolic trajectory turned, it actually gave the fleet an acceleration effect. Therefore, after passing through B2, we can still tell the inner honeycomb orbit of the B-Sun system. The whirling wave was different. It came from B3 and was in an accelerated state, so it couldn't keep up with the B-Star fleet. After a battle near B2, the B-Star fleet quickly ran away. After leaving B2, the fleet began to fly towards the inner side of the galaxy, and the swirling wave fleet behind it was also accelerating to catch up. There were still about 8 hours of flight to the hive. Seeing the enemy getting further and further away, Wen Jing once again ordered all the armors to return to their respective motherships to save energy. After this, she turned around to visit Huarui. Huarui was in the command cabin, lying on the hospital bed, with specialized military doctors treating her. Wen Jing came to Huarui, bowed and said, Your Majesty, am I doing this right? Huarui smiled sadly and said, Girl, you are doing the right thing. You are very smart. I think you will be the Queen Bee of B-Star. No, Your Majesty. I am not a royal family. I am just a mid-level flower type. How can I be qualified to be the Queen Bee? Huarui still smiled miserably and said, Do you think there will be survivors in the hive? Do you think there will be survivors in the royal family? So what about high-level flower types? What about mid-level flower types? Even low-level or even unknown flower types? Then so what? You are the only one who can solve the crisis of my B-Star at the critical moment. So you are suitable to be the Queen Bee of my B-Star. I declare my decree. Wen Jing immediately knelt down to listen to the announcement. The other commanders were unable to salute at their posts and could only listen attentively. Hua Rui said, "Accept Wen Jing Yu Ziyining as a righteous daughter. Make Yanwu Princess a temporary commander-in-chief of war bees, and be incorporated into the imperial line, with the right to run for the throne. His Majesty, accept the order." "Yes, my daughter accepts the order." From then on, Wen Jing became the Princess of Beastar. Hua Rui asked the people around her to avoid her and told her something important. Asked, "How did you know that I was connected with the demon sword?" Wen Jing looked at her in surprise and said, "I don't know. I just made it up." "Your Majesty?" Yes, Mother," Wen Jing said. "I had no choice but to make this up. Please forgive me, Mother." Chapter 283 The Commander's Decision. Listening to Hua Rui's tone, I felt that Beastar and the demon sword were really connected. As expected, Hua Rui sighed and said, "My Beastar is really connected to the demon sword. And the demon sword also agreed to help me Beastar fight the swirling wave." "But Mother," Wen Jing said, "this magic sword is also from a foreign race. How can we trust it?" "Yes, I thought so too. So I sent a noble envoy to the demon sword to find out." "A noble envoy?" Wen Jing asked curiously. Hua Rui said, "Anyway, from now on, you will be the leader of my Beastar. I will tell you the secret. My flagship host system has the decryption code for communicating with the magic sword. When the time comes, you can directly communicate with the magic sword." Fortunately, the decompression code was not told to Yaina. Having said this, she couldn't help but look back at Yaina, who was trapped once, and then said, "Whether this magic sword is good or evil, you can decide for yourself when the time comes." "Mother, I'm afraid I'm not qualified." "Don't worry. Just do what you want. It really makes me feel very heartbroken that Beastar has reached this point. I am really Beastar's sinner. Stop talking like that." "Mother," Hua Rui asked again, "what are your plans?" Wen Jing said, "I have also thought of this. If the bee ring falls, it will inevitably destroy the entire hive. So no one in the hive may be spared. Even if someone survives, I estimate it is very few. And the swirling wave has been killing them on the hive. And Mother, you have also seen that the swirling wave army has been following us closely and can't get rid of it at all. So we returned to the hive and couldn't stop to save the scattered survivors." So, Wen Jing sighed and expressed her plan. "For the continuation of civilization, we can only abandon the hive when we pass it and leave the Bee Sun system." "Where can we go after leaving the hive?" Wen Jing said. "The fleet does not carry many resources, and there is no time to exploit them. There are also swirling waves chasing us, so we can only go to the infrasound waves. But infrasonic waves are foreign. Can we trust them?" Hua Rui expressed doubts. "Your Majesty," Wen Jing said, "the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The cyclotron wave has discovered that infrasound waves are hostile to it. So we can only destroy the cyclotron wave by joining forces with the infrasound waves. But what if we destroy the gyro wave, and the sound wave comes back to hit us?" Wen Jing sighed and said, "But we have no other way at the moment." Hua Rui sighed. "Just do as you say." In the previous encounter between the B-1 orbit and the gyro wave, Wen Jing broke into the core of a battleship and intercepted a piece of information showing that the gyro wave and the infrasound wave were connected earlier, and they were preparing to form an alliance to jointly deal with the Beastar civilization of the Bee Sun system. However, Spin Wave discovered that infrasound was not their ally, and had discovered infrasound's intentions. It turned out that infrasound pretended to form an alliance with Spin Wave, and then waited for an opportunity to destroy Spin Wave. The Beastar fleet with a fighting strength of 60 million flew towards the direction of the hive. Beehive. It is the only large planet in the Bee Sun system. Bee people drilled many holes on this planet and built huge underground structures. So it was called Beehive. Wen Jing took over the supreme command of the entire fleet and led the fleet to sail quickly, when it was still 3 hours away from the hive. The intelligence officer reported, "Commander, we found that a large number of enemy troops are flying from the direction of the hive. The current situation is that they are being attacked from the front and back, either by staggering away from the front and escaping from the battlefield, or by attacking head-on." Wen Jing just thought for a moment and said, "Charge forward with all your strength. It's still the same situation as before. Don't slow down. Don't be obsessed with fighting. Fight and run at the same time. Release all the armors. Fly in a high-speed spiral around the mothership. And don't get too far away from the mothership." Once the order was issued, all the war bees began to execute it unconditionally, although there were many war bees just now calling Wen Jing a traitor. Now that she has taken charge of the supreme command of the fleet, all the war bees can also enforce the order. Do it. And everyone also knows that what Wen Jing did just now was just a trick to surrender. Otherwise, all the Zhan bees would have turned down the B2 mine and started mining for the machines. In the previous confrontation between B2 and Whirlpool, when the entire fleet was orbiting flying B2 in a parabolic trajectory, the mines on B2 were almost destroyed by the swirling wave. They soon engaged in a confrontation with the enemy. According to Wen Jing's order, the entire fleet did not stop, did not slow down at all, and flew towards the hive at high speed. The two forces started fighting in space, not far from the hive. The entire space was filled with warships and fighter planes from both sides, with Wen Jing sitting in command. The huge glass portholes tended to shatter due to the firefight just now, and are now completely blocked by steel plates. So the situation outside can only be observed through several large screens. The porthole glass is also being repaired by nanorobot bees, and it will probably take at least 10 hours to repair. Wen Jing was very calm, paying attention to the dynamics of the entire battlefield, listening to the commander's reports, and issuing combat instructions from time to time. Zissou said beside her, "Princess, I can't help here. I request to return to the combat unit." Wen Jing has been adopted as an adopted daughter by Huarui and treated as a princess. At this moment, she glanced at her and said, "Zissou, please stay here with me for now." "Yes, Your Highness Princess." Zissou stayed obediently. During the exchange of fire between the two sides, each suffered casualties, since the two sides were flying towards each other, and the B-Star fleet was flying straight over. Even though a lot of casualties were caused during the confrontation, the fleet still rushed over quickly. If the enemy fleet wants to catch up, it must make a large circle without slowing down to continue to catch up. And it will also fall a long way behind. Seeing that she had left all the enemies behind, Wen Jing said again, "Fly towards the hive at full speed. Don't slow down. Merge into the hive's orbit around the bee sun. Continue flying with the help of the gravity of the star. Start to change orbit, and merge in the direction of the orbit." The current hive is at a point that cuts into the orbital path, so the fleet will fly side by side with the hive for a certain distance, then cross over and merge into the orbiting path, and then use the gravity of the star to accelerate, speed up again, and escape from the B solar system. The so-called orbit is the orbit of the planetary hive around the sun. When flying within a star system, the speed itself will slow down due to the gravity of the star, but it can also be accelerated by the gravity of the star. Seeing that the hive is in front, it is revolving around the star B sun at a speed of 35 kilometers per second, and the speed of the fleet is nearly 200, so it will pass by quickly. Send a probe to the hive. Chapter 284, Leaving the B sun system. The probe is launched into the hive's atmosphere. Before approaching the hive, the condition of the hive could already be observed. The huge bee ring was destroyed, broken into dozens of pieces, and fell on the surface of the hive, making many large craters on the surface of the hive. And there is no good spot on the surface of the entire hive. There are traces of explosions everywhere, and the volcano continues to erupt. The bee ring is a huge ring-shaped man-made object that surrounds the beehive and is more than 40,000 kilometers long. Its fall is equivalent to a huge meteorite hitting the surface of the planet, or equivalent to the energy generated by the explosion of 10,000 nuclear bombs, enough to destroy all living things on the planet. Through the surveillance footage, you can see that the surface of the planet is like a purgatory on Earth, with erupting and flowing magma everywhere. When Jinwen glanced at Yaina behind her and said, "I really want to know, as a bee dweller, why would you betray civilization and take refuge in a machine?" Yaina said, "Today I was carried into the hands of a little bee like you. I admit it. If you want to kill me, you can kill me. I have nothing to say." Wen Jing said, "System, bring up Yaina's information for me. I want to see what her background is." "Yes, Your Highness Princess." The flagship system computer quickly retrieved Yaina's information. From the data display, it can be seen that Yaina is single, without a father or mother, and her parents are in Fenghuan construction. Sometimes he died in an accident. At the same time, it can also be seen that Yaina's former boyfriend was actually the current prince. But the prince was also killed in this war, along with the 900 million B citizens of B-Star. When Jing sneered and said, "I finally understand. It turns out that you were once the Queen Bee's love rival. You want to take revenge on Her Majesty the Queen Bee, but you have to risk the lives of all the bee people. You are so shameless." Yaina suddenly shouted, "I am better than Huarui in every aspect. Why do I have to lose to her? Just because she is a royal? I am not willing to accept it. I want to take revenge on her. If it hadn't been for her, my sweetheart wouldn't have left me. If it hadn't been for the royal family's insistence, there wouldn't have been a B ring, and my parents wouldn't have died during the construction of the B ring. So I hate her and this world. I want to destroy the real B-Star. Although I failed in the end, I am not far away from my goal. There are only 60 million war bees left among 1 billion bees, so I can be considered a success. Right? Even if I am now, it's worth dying for me. Want to die? Wenjing said. It's not that easy. I want you to watch how B-Star rises again. I tied her up tightly, pried her mouth open, and gagged it to prevent her from chewing her tongue, and taped it back again. The detector that went to the hive also quickly sent back information. The entire hive was destroyed, and almost no one survived. The fleet began to approach the hive and flew tangentially 10,000 kilometers away from the hive. The image of the detector was projected on the screen, allowing all the war bees in the entire fleet to see the tragic scene of the hive. Everyone was trapped in the trap. In grief, Wenjing began to speak to all the war bees in the fleet. All war bees, sisters, we are about to leave the Bee Sun system. Our current strength is not enough to fight the swirling wave. But I promise you, we will come back one day, destroy the swirling wave entrenched in the Bee Sun system, and make it pay the price of destruction, and issued an order to all the warships to advance at full speed along the orbit of the Bee Sun, and after flying half the orbit, fly towards a specific point. This specific point is the direction of the infrasound wave. But Wenjing did not say anything at the moment, and set such a deployment as top secret. Only she and Queen Bee Huali knew about it. All battle armors returned to their respective motherships, and all battle bees took turns to rest and replenish their physical strength. There is an ecosystem on the battleship that can be used by the war bees on the battleship, but it will not last long. Since Bee Sun is a red dwarf star, its volume, mass, and temperature are much smaller than those of the Sun, so its only planetary hive is very close to its star, the Sun, only 7.5 million kilometers away. Correspondingly, the hive's orbit is also very short. The fleet flew through half of the orbit in less than a few hours and began to fly away from the orbit on a tangential trajectory toward the outside of the system. What Wenjing and the commanders of the fleet headquarters did not expect was that after chasing for a long time, Xuanbo actually gave up the pursuit. Regarding the next actions, Wenjing convened a meeting with the commanders of the headquarters to discuss. No one had any good suggestions for the future, and they were just waiting for Wenjing to tell her plan. Queen Bee Stamen was too seriously injured to attend the meeting and was sent to the next cabin to recuperate. Seeing that no one had any good opinions, Wenjing said, "We are now flying in the direction of infrasound waves at full speed." As soon as he finished speaking, some people began to raise questions. Wenjing said, "We have no better situation at present. We can't stay in the Bee Sun system. We have no backup and no resource supplies. We will be chased by swirling waves wherever we fly. It is obviously impractical to fly to other galaxies. The closest one to us is the Cockroach Sun. But the Cockroach Sun is the home of the cyclotron wave, and other stars are far away. It often takes hundreds of years, or even thousands of years to fly, arrive. And with the resources our fleet carries, who can tell me how long they can last? 5 years max," one officer said. 5 years? Where can we fly with only 5 years of resources? Wenjing said. So this is the first reason why I decided to fly to infrasound. Secondly, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I have intercepted a piece of information from the Whirlpool before, and the information intercepted this time is true. The so-called information about the Queen's collaboration with the enemy was made up by me to confuse the great traitor Yaina, and it cannot be treated as such. The second reason for this is the information I intercepted. Originally, infrasound and gyrowave were allies, but gyrowave discovered infrasound's conspiracy. That is, under the guise of forming an alliance with gyrowave. Infrasound was actually it is to eliminate the swirling wave. And in Soundwave's premeditation was discovered by Spinwave. So Spinwave planned to pretend he didn't know it, lure Infrasound Wave into the Sun system, and then rob and kill him. So based on the above two, I think we can go to Infrasound, a commander said. But Your Highness Princess, judging from the names of the two civilizations, Cyclowave and Infrasonic Wave, they are probably accomplices, or they have the same mother civilization. Can we trust it? Wenjing said. What will happen if we don't trust it now? Even if they are the same mother civilization, it is not impossible. Take our B-Star as an example. Isn't it the same as a great traitor to civilization? When Wenjing said this, She looked specifically at Ina, who was also tied up. Chapter 285 3 Interstellar Civilizations. When Jing convinced everyone and began to lead the fleet to the direction of the infrasound wave and send messages to the infrasound wave. Infrasound wave, as early as 200 years ago in the infrasound wave battle, was eliminated by the magic sword. But the people in B-Star did not know it. As for whether they knew about the Euro wave, judging from the intercepted information, it already knew it, and also saw through the conspiracy of the magic sword pretending to be infrasound. But for now, Feng Xing and Feng Xing's Supreme Commander Wen Jing don't know that this infrasound wave is actually a fake magic sword. However, the message Wen Jing sent to infrasound is roughly as follows. I am the B-Star civilization of the B-Sun system. I intercepted the intelligence of the spin wave and learned that they have discovered that you want to use Alliance as a cover. But in fact you are planning to destroy the spin wave. Now our B-Star civilization has been ambushed by the whirling wave conspiracy. We have suffered heavy casualties, and our homeland has been destroyed. We are now leading the fleet to you. We want to join you and defect to you to work together to eliminate the whirling wave. I hope there will be no suspicion. We are here sincerely. I am the Commander-in-Chief. So to speak. The current infrasonic wave is actually the vanguard of the Demon Sword. It has begun to go through a deceleration period, but it will still take 2 years to reach the B-Sun system. It takes about 7 days to send a message over such a long distance, and it takes more than 7 days for the other party to reply. Therefore, it takes at least 15 days to receive a reply message from the infrasound wave. After the message was sent, Wen Jing said, "We are just waiting and getting discouraged. If the infrasound wave is willing to form an alliance with us, we will fly over and join it. If not, we will think of other methods. If we want to form an alliance with infrasound, we will need to fly for at least a year to join them. So from now on, let all the warbees have a good rest. In addition, we should seize the time to repair the damaged units in the fleet. As for this bitch," Wen Jing glanced at Yana and said, "Lock it up in a glass jar. And eat, drink, and drink everything in it. Keep an eye on her and feed her regularly. If she doesn't eat, force-fed her. In short, we can't let her die." Yana whimpered, unable to scream because her mouth was blocked. Wen Jing glared at her and asked someone to take her down. Keep her under strict supervision and ignore her. Then he ordered the commander on duty to manage the entire fleet, while he called Zissou up to the next cabin to visit the Queen Bee. In the ward, Queen Bee was in critical condition and was relying on potions and instruments to stay alive. After Wen Jing entered the ward, she knelt in front of the bed with Zissou and Zissou. Huarui said with difficulty, "When our B-Star was at its most prosperous, we had a population of 1 billion. But now we have been tricked by traitors and have been defeated and declined, so that now there are less than 60 million people. And so many people have died. Wen Jing, please revive me. I leave the heavy responsibility of the B-Star civilization to you. Mom, please rest assured that I will definitely revive the civilization of the B-Star and eliminate the swirling wave. I will also fight to the cockroach sun and smash all its nests into pieces in retribution for the 940 million deaths of my fellow citizens on the B-Star. Hatred," Huarui added. "A month ago, I, B-Star, sent a noble mission to the Demon Sword. You must keep in touch with them and keep abreast of the latest developments of the Demon Sword." The leader of the mission is named Yunfan Ling Yanghui. When Wen Jing heard Yunfan's name coming from Queen Bee Huarui's mouth, she was shocked. Unexpectedly, in this catastrophe, the person she loved most, Yunfan, did not die. Seeing her excited expression, Huarui asked, "What's wrong with you?" Wen Jing said, "Mother, don't tell me that Yunfan is my husband." "Oh, that's great. It's great that you and your wife can work together to revitalize our B-Star civilization." "Yes, Mother. In order to revitalize the B-Star civilization, I, Wen Jing, have been ruined and died." In the B-Sun system, a defeated B-Star fleet is accelerating out of the galaxy and flying towards the deep space of the universe. 7 days later, the vanguard of the demonic sword disk system, with a strength of 30 million, was on its way to the B-Sun system when it received a message from B-Star. The leader of this vanguard force is Lu Yi, the supreme commander of civilization, and 2 lieutenants, Gil and Ron. Under the guise of infrasound waves, we have been maintaining contact with Euro waves. When Louis saw this news, he couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect that even though he was hiding it so well, he was still discovered by the swirling wave. He quickly contacted Gil and Ron to discuss. After the three of them were online, Louis asked, "Can you help me advise? What is going on?" Ron said, "We have done a good job in keeping secret. How did Whirlpool discover our intentions?" Gil asked back, "How do you know that Spinner Wave has seen through our plan? The old man said just now that this message was sent by B-Star, not Spin Wave. Who knows if B-Star is cheating?" In order to gain our trust, it compiled this false information in order to sow a wedge between us and the Whirlpool. It is very likely that it already knows that we want to form an alliance with the gyratory wave, so it wants to deceive us. It is also for its own interests." Louis said, "What you said, Gil, is not unreasonable. But you have to know that the B-Stars are already on their way here. They have 55 million troops. We will encounter it in about a year, and we won't be able to deal with it by then. Then there will be a battle between us." Ron asked, "What should we do?" Louis thought for a moment and said, "Send a message to Crack Teeth and question it. But we can't express our position yet." The two agreed with his idea, and Louis edited a text message and sent it using a special communication password. The content of this message is to ask how the information sent by B-Star was sent. It takes about 7:30 for the message to arrive after being sent, and it will take another 7 days for the receipt to be received. So it will take 15 days to receive the receipt for the Spin Wave. But Fengxing couldn't be negligent or arouse their suspicion. So Louis sent another message to Fengxing, using Fengxing's special communication password. In this way, even if these two messages are intercepted by another party, they will not be leaked. But he said that the message sent to B-Star was nothing more than to stabilize his content, asking him to just fly over and be willing to form an alliance with it to eliminate the swirling wave together. Now Louis still doesn't know much about these two civilizations of the B-Sun system, so he can only act according to circumstances. But he said that 15 days had passed since his two messages were sent out, and he received messages from B-Star and Spin Wave respectively. The message from B-Star is that they are very happy that Infrasonic Wave can accept them and are willing to form an alliance with them to eliminate the gyro wave together, and they are flying over at full speed with confidence. As for the content of the message sent by the swirling wave, it is Chapter 286 about to reach the target galaxy. Not long after Louis received the reply from B-Star Civilization, he received another message from Whirlpool. The general content is as follows. My Spin Wave was in full swing during the battle between the B-Sun system and the B-Star Civilization. In order to prevent them from escaping and unable to pursue them, I deliberately created false information about hostility and deliberately leaked it to confuse them. In other words, the information that Wen Jing captured from the enemy warship was false information deliberately released by Whirlpool. It had never suspected Infrasound at all, and had no intention of turning against Infrasound. Louis summoned Gil and Ron again to discuss countermeasures. Gil said, "Boss, you are just worried about whether the swirling wave has discovered our plot, right?" Louis said, "Yes, this is still one of them. The second doubt is whether the words of B-Star are worthy of trust. What is the relationship between it and the whirling wave? Is it an ally or an enemy? If the B-Star is hostile to the whirling wave, it would be easier to deal with. The B-Star can be collected and then deal with the whirling wave together. Moreover, the message sent by the B-Star also shows that it came to seek refuge in despair. If Whirlpool really discovers Louis's intentions, and Fengxing provides this information at this moment and comes to defect, then it can be judged that Fengxing is more likely to be sincere. And now Xuanbo has sent another message to deny it, which shows that Xuanbo still wants to restore the previous situation and continue to deceive Lu Yi's trust. In this case, it is even more important to believe in B-Star. And if, as expected, the message replied by Whirlpool is just its strategy, which means that Whirlpool can still be trusted now, then B-Star has also fallen into its trap. So B-Star's words are still trustworthy. Based on the above inferences, Louis felt that he could trust Fengxing, so he explained his similarities to the two of them. Gil was smarter and could tell at a glance, while Ron's brain circuit was slower. After explaining, he understood. Although the two have different IQs, they are now conscious computer hosts, so their computing speed is still measured in nanoseconds. In other words, from the perspective of the Euro wave, B-Stars can be accepted regardless of whether the Euro wave is trustworthy or not. Then the next step is whether to accept B-Star. Jill asked, "Does the boss mean to accept it?" Louis said, "Yes, I want to accept it and use it to lure the swirling wave into my plan." "What's the plan?" "I haven't thought about it yet. In this case, Gil said, I suggest that we cannot directly accept the B-star, so as not to arouse the suspicion of the swirling wave. What do you mean? Louis asked. For example, we just tell Whirlpool directly that we want to accept B-star. But, Louis said, the cockroach-shaped machine civilization is a malicious civilization. They will never accept other human races unexpected by the cockroaches. If I rashly accept the B-star, the cracked teeth of the spinning wave will doubt me. Is it really infrasound? Gil said. Then this is easy to handle. For example, we can tell Whirlpool directly and plan to pretend to accept the B-star, and then destroy it after accepting the B-star. Who knows that the B-star suddenly mutinied and fought with us, causing losses to both sides? It's so tragic that it needs the full strength of the gyrowave to rescue it. Can you believe this? Louis asked. Gil said, let's just say there are 1 million cockroaches on the flagship, and their lives are threatened. I think his swirling wave will definitely come to save them. Louis said, yes. In the cockroach-shaped machine civilization, the life safety of cockroaches is above all else. Of course, in our demon sword, the importance of human life is also above all else. Gil said, so we also need to explain all this to Fusion B and prepare it. Otherwise it will be easy to make mistakes when the time comes. After some research, they decided to accept B-star and told it that this was done in order to unite to deal with the Hero wave. Everything is ready, just waiting for the arrival of B-star. And now the vanguard of the demon sword led by Louis is far away from the large army led by Giada behind. There is a voyage difference of about 10 years. So I will contact Giada. It will take about 2 months for the information to go back and forth. Even so, I still need to keep in touch. For this reason, Louis Tong made up his mind to develop instant messaging technology, so as to encourage people to conduct scientific research in the interstellar fortress. In this way, about 2 months had passed since Louis received the first message from the B-star fleet, and she received a message from Giada, saying that the B-star civilization had sent a message to her, requesting an alliance to fight against the spin wave of machine civilization entrenched in the B-Sun system. Asked if it would agree. For this matter, Louis asked Gil and Ron. Gil said, according to time calculation, the message sent by B-star to Giada should have been sent before the battle between B-star and Whirlpool, so they had not thought of it at that time. Find us an alliance. Louis agreed with her view, and Gil added, later, a battle broke out between B-star and Whirlpool. B-star was defeated and escaped from the B-Sun system. However, due to lack of resources, it could not fly to the place where it met Giada because Giada was too far away from the B-Sun system. Far away, let alone escaping from nearby stars. Ron interjected. So they were forced to send us a distress signal? Louis praised. Ron, your analysis makes sense. Ron said, I can finally get a compliment from the boss. Louis said, so I guess it won't take long before Giada will send a message. Just wait. Sure enough, before the day was up, Giada sent another message saying that the B-star was defeated. 950 million of the billion bees died, and only more than 50 million battle bees escaped. Louis said to Gilron and the others, it seems that what B-star said is true. They still don't know that we are fake infrasounds. Nor do they know that we are in the same group as Giada. In that case, I think we might as well help them out. Gil asked, boss, this B-star civilization is not a human civilization. We are helping them like this. Louis said, I want to bring them under the command of my magic sword. You must know that the development of science and technology requires wisdom. We are computers. We only have intelligence but no wisdom. Therefore, the more the population, the more wisdom can be displayed. Come out. We currently have only 600,000 humans, which is too small. If we accept them all at once, there will be more than 50 million. This is a huge number. Gil said, it's a good thing, even if they surrender sincerely. Boss, have you ever thought about it? We need to build 10 interstellar fortresses to accommodate such a large population. You mean to keep them free? Louis asked. Gil asked back, does the boss mean to let them continue to be a fighting force? Chapter 287, The Alliance of Two Interstellar Civilizations. Louis said, through this year of contact, we have gradually learned about the bee people, and I want to attract them to my demon sword. Demon sword already has a human under his command. Why can't there be another bee? Although they are not from the earth, they are all human beings just like humans. I believe that I can use you to create value for my magic sword. As for how to arrange them, I think since they are war bees, they have fighting value. so they can be incorporated into the 5th Legion under my Demon Sword. The 1st Legion, Commander Giada, has the flagship Chilene and a star fortress named Hope. It is a human on Earth with a population of 600,000. It is also the only human star fortress in the Demon Sword civilization so far. The 2nd Legion, Legion Commander Louis, flagship TMG. The 3rd Legion and the 4th Legion are under preparation. The Legion commanders are Gil and Ron respectively. So if we rank them secretly, we will reach the 5th Legion. Louis said, the combat effectiveness of a standard Legion is calculated based on basic combat units, which is 100 million. The current combat effectiveness of the B-Star fleet is 55 million, which means they have more than 50 million combat Bs, and more than 5,000 Bs. Once fighter plane. They call it a battle armor. So what I have to assume is that if they gather their combat power together to form a standard Legion, the rest will need to be supplemented by 45 million battle flies, or battle saucers, and matching battleships. Who will be the commander of the army? Ron asked. Louis said, this is a problem. I want them to be the commander of the army themselves. But I don't worry. After all, the B is a human race, and I don't want the computer to be easy to control. Jill said, well, it's not like Ron and I. We are both computers. Louis said, Jill, you are obviously dissatisfied with me. No. Hee hee. Jill said, I'm just telling you a fact. But I don't care. We are machines asking for answers. With this feature, if we don't write it into the machine for preparation, wouldn't it be a mess? The communication between machines is all data flow. But Jill likes to add emoticons such as hee hee and haha to express her happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. Although she is also a machine now, she was still human after all. Ron also said, yes, we are a machine civilization. If we want to survive for a long time, we may have to have some restrictions. The boss is determined to follow you and has no ambitions. Louis said, although I say so, bees are not like machines and are difficult to control. This is a fact before us. Gil said, in fact, it is not difficult to solve. Since the B-Star fleet wants to join us, it must build the Demon Sword. So their computer system must be replaced with our system, and the Iron Law of the Demon Sword must be written into it. Finally, the Magic Sword absorbed the first Iron Law. Louis said, well, this is a way. Since then, Louis has had a grand plan for the future, which consists of 3 parts. The first part is to absorb the B-Star and defeat the Whirlpool. The second part includes several subparts, namely, occupying the B-Sun system and exploiting all exploitable resources in the B-Sun system, including the Hive Star, 3 dwarf planets, and the scattered war debris of the B-Sun system. Plan to build 5 legions, and strive to build 5 legions within 90 years, waiting for the arrival of the Shock Wave. In the third part, the oncoming soldiers destroy the Shock Wave civilization. After completing these 3 parts, it is the next development goal. Although the next development goal is still a bit too far away at the moment, Louis has already thought about a general plan, such as continuing to conquer Ross 128, which is the solar system, or going to other stars. The big goal was set, and Louis sent a message to Giada, asking her to stabilize B-Star, but not to tell them for the time being about the relationship between Giada and the legions led by Louis and him. Before officially contacting the B-Star, any possibility may become impossible. And similarly, any impossibility may become possible. In this way, the main force and the vanguard of Demon Sword actually established an alliance with B-Star at the same time. The Magic Sword also circled between the B-Star and the Whirling Wave, and everything developed in the direction Louis expected. As the distance between the B-Star fleet and Pseudo-Infrasound continues to shrink, the connections between the two have become more and more frequent, and the two have learned more and more about each other. Since this Vanguard unit uses disk-based units, it looks the same as Whirlpool. In this case, it is inevitable that people will doubt that he and Whirlpool are not in the same group. So in order to dispel Feng Xing's doubts, Louis directly told it the truth. That is, he was not a real infrasound wave, just as the information intercepted by Wen Jing said. His was a fake infrasound wave. Sun once again had a discussion with Gil and Ron about whether to tell them that he was actually a branch of the Demon Sword. The final decision was to treat everything as the truth and establish a dedicated encrypted communication with the B-Star. Even if it is intercepted by the Hero Wave, the secret will not be learned. And in the meantime, the Demon Sword Vanguard also welcomed a guest. the noble envoy from B-Star, a small spaceship carrying 5 bees, 2 men and 2 women, including 1 bee infant. This also allowed Louis and others to see the true face of the bee people up close for the first time. The leader of the noble delegation is a drone, whose name translated means Yunfan, and the bee baby is his daughter. Louis was very curious that the bee man Yunfan actually brought his child to use the magic sword. After Yunfan's explanation, he learned the whole story. It turned out that the bee man was oviparous, and both female and drone bees could incubate eggs. The incubation period is 10 months when converted to Earth time, which is equivalent to 10 months of human pregnancy. Although bees lay eggs, their egg-laying rate is very low. Moreover, female bees will only lay eggs after having fun with male bees, and they usually have no eggs. Moreover, the hatching success rate of bees is also very low, at 50%. So although Yunfan brought Wenjing's 3 eggs, only 1 hatched successfully. The vanguard of the Demon Sword only has an Angel-class disc ship with an ecological cabin installed inside, also to meet unexpected needs. This disc ship could originally carry 50,000 war discs, but after installing the ecological cabin, a lot of space would be freed up. As a result, this Angel-class disc ship could only carry 40,000 war discs. The aircraft is measured. After Yunfan arrived, Louis arranged for a small part of the ecological cabin to be modified according to his characteristics to suit the survival of bees. In this way, Yunfan and the other 5 bees can live in the next year. Life here is worry-free. Chapter 288 Interstellar Communication. With Yunfan's arrival, communication becomes more convenient, and the trust between the 2 parties becomes even higher. As they were about to approach the Japanese system, the vanguard led by Louis was in a state of deceleration. At this time, in order to understand B-Star more conveniently, Louis sent more than 100 battle saucers to fly to the oncoming B-Star fleet for a disgusting meeting. However, Yunfan joined the vanguard of the Demon Sword and learned about the specific situation of the Demon Sword. He also got in touch with Wenjing, the commander of the B-Star fleet, and introduced her to the situation about the Demon Sword. This further deepened the understanding between the 2 parties, and made Louis more determined to help Fengxing eliminate the swirling wave. Since the distance between the magic sword pseudo-infrasound and the B-Star has shortened, communication between the 2 parties has become more convenient, and the delay has become shorter. In an Angel-class disc ship, there is a centrifugal living cabin at the bow of the ship. 5 people from the B-Star Noble mission, headed by Yunfan, live here. Yunfan stood in front of the porthole, looking at the scenery in the sky. Since there were bees in the saucer this time, it rotated very slowly, and the scenery in space also rotated very slowly. Behind him, a drone was helping him take care of his newborn daughter, feeding her honey. In front of Yunfan, there is a 3-dimensional virtual screen, with Wenjing's virtual image reflected on the screen. Wenjing, Yunfan said, using the magic sword is a top secret matter, so I didn't tell you at the beginning. This was the first video call between him and his wife since the beginning of the war. This was also due to the distance that limited the call. Now that the distance is closer, video calls are possible. Even so, there was still a delay in the call between the 2 of them. But the delay was not too long. Only 7 or 8 seconds. It seemed like a long time, but on the scale of cosmic distance, this delay was already quite short. Wenjing on the screen wiped her tears excitedly. She waited for at least 15 seconds before she heard Wenjing say, Yunfan, I thought you were dead, and I would never see you again in this life. Who knew I would still be there? If I can see you, if not like this, I can still see our children. Yunfan said, I brought our eggs on the road. I'm very sorry. Only 1 of the 3 eggs hatched. It took more than a year on the interstellar journey. Our child has only hatched not long ago. Look, it's a girl. How beautiful she is. Without discussing it with you, I gave her a name of Xiantian. Originally, she should have been named after you. But considering the level of the flower family, I chose to let her give me the last name and put it under the acacia family. Yes, you won't be angry, right? But the war destroyed our homeland, and the surname and flower family hierarchy no longer mean much. If you mind, I will let the child still have your last name and your flower family. B-Star civilization is a matriarchal society, where women are strong and men are weak. So the children all inherit their mother's surname. Hence Yunfan's words. After another 10 seconds of delay, Wenjing's reply came. Dear, as long as you are still alive, as long as our child is still alive, it doesn't matter whose surname it is or what flower family it belongs to. What I want to know is how are you doing in infrasound? Although he knew that this was fake infrasound, Fengxing still insisted on calling it that. But Louis followed suit, so he simply named his vanguard unit infrasound. Yufan said, I am very good at infrasound. Wenjing. Although this time the sound wave is also a machine civilization. But in these days of contact, I can assure you that they are definitely not a malicious civilization. It is completely feasible for us to rely on it. Moreover, I feel that at present, only infrasound waves can eliminate Euro waves. I get along very well with their leader. His name is Louis. He was once a human race during his lifetime, so he still has great feelings for the human race. His civilization came from the solar system. In the B-star culture, they definitely have their own names for the solar system, because the B-star and Demon Sword civilizations already have translation programs. Louis automatically translated their names for the solar system when reading their conversations. Automatically translated into a way that the Demon Sword civilization can understand. That is, solar system. Yunfan said, more than 500 years ago, the sun was destroyed and the Earth civilization perished. Only then did the current Demon Sword civilization emerge. That's why they particularly cherish human civilization. Wenjing, we can trust them and rely on them. Oh, their leader wants to talk to you. Please wait a moment. Louis also joined the video call between the two. Louis also appeared in the video channel of the two in the form of a human image, and said with a smile, Princess B-Star Wenjing. H. Lo. I am Louis, the Archangel of the Demon Sword civilization. I have learned about the tragedy of your B-Star civilization. In the end, I felt very sorry and confused. And at the same time, I was full of anger towards the gyration wave. I learned that your civilization suffered 950 million deaths in this war. I deeply sympathize with you and ask your Royal Highness to express my condolences and accept the change. Here I want to tell you the birthplace of my magic sword civilization. At that time, the Earth civilization had 90 with a population of 100 million. After encountering the eternal Hessian blow from a god-level civilization, there are only more than 500 survivors left. After the demise of the Earth civilization, 3 human civilizations continued, namely, the Outer Space Home, the Wanderer Fleet, and the Hope Interstellar Fortress under the command of the Demon Sword. The Outer Home is on Kepler 47, 4,900 light-years away from the solar system. The rover fleet is on an interstellar journey to Alpha Centauri. The life and death of these 2 human civilizations are unknown, and they also left the solar system long before the destruction of the sun. Therefore, after the destruction of the Earth civilization, Louis did not count them among the survivors, where the magic sword civilization was established. Its internal interstellar fortress of Hope houses a total of 4 groups of Earth humans, namely, about 100 people from the Earth's 100 Sons of Earth's underground Gaia base, and 100 people from Mars base from the 100 Sons of Mars. On the left and right, there are 4 people from the Ingwa base on Mars, and more than 300 people from the Europa base on Europa. The total number of these 4 groups of humans is more than 500 and less than 600. But after more than 500 years of development, they have reached a population of 600,000. For a civilization, a population of 600,000 is indeed very small. But the growth rate of the population is still very fast. According to this ratio, Louis said, the survival rate of the Earth civilization is only 1 in 25 million. And the survival rate of your B-Star after the disaster is 1 in 20. Princess, you are better than me. The sword is much stronger. But even so, we still cannot let go of the gyrowave and its parent civilization, the Cockroach Star civilization. We must make them use a devastating blow to make this malicious civilization disappear from the universe. Chapter 289 Subcivilization. Interstellar civilization is divided into 3 categories according to its main components: human civilization, machine civilization, and Zerg civilization. According to the form of life composition, it is divided into carbon-based civilization, silicon-based civilization, light-based civilization, light carbon-based civilization, radiation-based civilization, etc. According to the degree of good and evil, it is divided into benevolent civilization, malicious civilization, and neutral civilization. Louis defined his demonic sword civilization as a neutral civilization. The so-called neutrality means that it will not be eternal, like the Cockroach Star machine civilization, which will destroy other civilizations whenever they see them, no matter whether they are good or bad. However, A neutral civilization will never help an alien civilization for no reason. For example, this is the case with Demon Sword. He will not help Beastar for no reason unless it is beneficial to his own civilization. The advantage is to take the Beastars under their command, use their population resources for their own purposes, and develop their own technology. Therefore, the Demon Sword is characterized by Liu Yi as a neutral machine civilization. As for a benevolent civilization, it is not absolute in the universe, but it is relative to other civilizations, and it may change its good or evil attitude towards you at any time. I heard that the Demon Sword civilization was even more miserable than the Beastar when it was first founded. Wenjing also sympathized deeply. But she added, although my current war bees still have a population of 55 million, there are only 10,000 drones among them. It's less than that. So it's still very difficult for our civilization to continue. Louis once again comforted her. When the Demon Sword was founded, there were only more than 500 people, and there were less than 200 male and female pairs. But you see, over the past 500 years, it has grown to more than 600,000 people. Have you? Don't look at it. 500 years seems like a very long time. On the scale of the universe, it is simply a fleeting existence. So Princess Wenjing, don't be too discouraged. I believe that your Beastar civilization will develop and grow. Of course, under the protection of my magic sword. Don't get me wrong, Princess Wenjing. My magic sword is just absorbing you. Beastar, under my command, I don't want to enslave you, and I won't let your subjects mine. I have my own machine army, and all my mining is done by machines. Similar to Whirlpool, there are human beings living under my civilization. They live in the Hope Star Fortress. They don't have to work. They just eat, drink, and have fun. However, I don't want them to follow the footsteps of the cockroaches and become degraded. They have intelligence, so they can participate in appropriate jobs voluntarily. Of course, people who don't work can also survive comfortably. So what I have to propose is that my demonic sword serves as the main civilization, and you and the humans in my demonic sword serve as sub-civilizations under my demonic sword and jointly develop the demonic sword. Of course, my demonic sword will also protect you. I need to explain the thing is, although you are a sub-civilization of my demon sword, you enjoy a high degree of self-control. There is no slavery. You only need to be loyal to my demon sword and act in unison during civilization construction and interstellar wars. When she said this, Wenjing obviously fell silent. She was hesitating whether to join the Demon Sword. After joining, would she lose her sovereignty? Taking advantage of Wenjing's silence, Louis asked again, is the Hive Star of your Beastar civilization a unified civilization? Or does it have many countries within it? Wenjing said, in the early days, hives did exist in many countries. But that was more than 5,000 years ago. Later, the entire hive was unified. And then, there was a real beehive. The stars are civilized, Louis said. Very early on, before the Earth civilization was destroyed, there was an organization on the Earth called the Earth Alliance. All countries on the Earth must obey the unified command of the Earth Alliance to cope with the possible doomsday disaster. But under the banner of the Earth Alliance, all countries have their own autonomy. So, our situation now is the same as it, except that the top level is the Demon Sword Master civilization, while humans and Beastars are just sub-civilizations. Wenjing, I'll give you time to think for yourself. After contacting the Beastar fleet, the Beastar traveled in a large circle, merged with the infrasound waves, and flew towards the B-Sun system again. It is expected to reach the B-Sun system B3 orbit in 1 year. Wenjing also had some discussions with the higher-ups of the civilization, communicated with infrasonic Yufan, and then summarized the time she spent with the Demon Sword this year. Wenjing finally decided to join the Demon Sword and became the second sub-civilization under the Demon Sword, Beastar. The humans within the Hope Interstellar Fortress were automatically upgraded to a sub-civilization, and they were called Humanity without even thinking about the name. And they also automatically became the first sub-civilization of the Demon Sword. Now that Beastar has become a sub-civilization under the Demon Sword banner, we need to discuss how to deal with the swirling wave. Louis stated his plan. Destroy the swirling wave. Build and strengthen the Demon Sword. Fight the shock wave. An expedition against the Japanese system. Wenjing asked, do you mean to completely wipe out the spin wave and its parent civilization? That's right, Louis said. This cockroach civilization is a big cancer in the universe and must be eradicated. Otherwise, it will bring disaster to other civilizations. Then he told how he and Cockroach Xing took over Liangzi. All Cockroach Machine Civilization and Cockroach Civilization are collectively called Cockroach Civilization. Therefore, Cockroach Civilization is a comprehensive civilization of machines and humans with machines as the main body. Wenjing said, "That's great. I'm willing to destroy Cockroach Star. Now go all out to the B-Sun system." Louis said, "I have a question that is very confusing and I want to get an answer. Your Excellency Archangel, please speak." Wenjing said, she now officially regards the Demon Sword as the main civilization. "There are two types of machine civilization," Louis said, "pure machine civilization and transformed machine civilization." Then he introduced to her what is pure machine civilization and what is turned into machine civilization. The so-called pure machine civilization means that its host system is a pure computer and has not been uploaded by the consciousness of advanced intelligent creatures. So it is a pure computer. Louis, on the other hand, control the computer system after being uploaded by human consciousness. Therefore, if he is not a pure machine civilization, he is turning into a machine civilization. Wenjing asked, "Your Majesty Archangel, do you have any questions?" Louis said, "According to my previous exchanges with the real infrasound wave, I found that this original infrasound wave was a pure machine civilization. And I also found that other machine civilizations on Cockroach Star are also pure machine civilization. The so-called pure machine civilization CPU speed is certainly much faster than that of my machine civilization. But it does not have the complex emotions that I have and the logical analysis capabilities of advanced intelligent creatures. So, my question is, how did it contact and bribe Yaina and cleverly implement the Trojan horse plan and the plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain? I don't know much about machine civilization," Wenjing said. "So I don't know much about it either. I'm interrogating Yaina." Louis said, "Maybe she knows." Chapter 290 Outsmart. The interrogation of Yaina was conducted by Wenjing inside the B-Star fleet. Louis did not come forward and only dared to watch in secret, because he had a plan to use Yaina. Through the interrogation of Yaina, we learned that it was not the whirling wave that designed the B-Star, but Yaina provided everything. From this incident, we can see how dark Yaina's heart is. In order to vent her selfish anger, she actually wanted to harm 1 billion B people, eventually leading to the death of 950 million B people. Her behavior was even worse than that of Eternal Fengyu. Although Fengyu also wants to destroy his mother civilization. His mother civilization is always a malicious civilization. And Fengyu also has a blood feud, the hatred of seizing his wife. And his opponent is a heinous person. Although Fengyu's behavior was also very extreme, it pales in comparison to Yaina's. At the same time, a second conclusion was also drawn, which further strengthened Liu Yi's point of view. That is, the Euro wave, like the previous infrasound wave, is a pure machine civilization. The so-called machine civilization does not have the same logical thinking ability as humans. Inferring from this, Liu Yi felt that since Yaina could convince Xuanbo to use her strategy, Liu Yi would have a way to convince Xuanbo to use his strategy again. But this time the strategy would also use Yaina. Liu Yi told Wenjing his plan. Spiral Wave is a pure machine civilization and does not have human thinking ability. So it will not come up with its own strategies. It only knows how to attack and retreat. Therefore, it may not be able to see through the strategies. In that case, let's give it a try. Wenjing asked, "Your Excellency Archangel, do you have any good plans?" Louis said, "Didn't Yaina control the system of B-Star before? Then she made a plan to attack the east and attack the west. Then we will repeat the same trick. I believe that the spin wave will definitely be fooled." Wenjing asked, "Your Excellency Archangel, how can you repeat your old tricks?" Louis said, "I want to send a message to Xuanbo, saying that Yaina has regained control of the highest authority of B-Star civilization, and has surrendered to me, Infrasonic Wave, and has taken control of Princess Wenjing, the new leader of B-Star civilization. This message needs to be sent to Whirlpool by Yaina and me," Wenjing said. "But Your Excellency Archangel, this Wenjing is a lunatic. Even if you beat her to death, she will not compromise." Liu Yi's virtual image smiled and said, "Isn't this difficult to handle? You still have 55 million war bees in the B-Star fleet, right?" "Yes, Your Excellency. So among the 55 million war bees, there isn't one who looks like Yaina?" Wenjing asked. "Your Excellency, you mean to find someone who looks exactly like Yaina among my war bees to impersonate her?" And the voices must be exactly the same, Louis said. Although you and I have a combined strength of more than 70 million, we still have no advantage over infrasound waves. And if we fight, if we use hard steel, we still have no advantage. If there are heavy casualties, it will take another 10 years to count on Demon Sword Giada to support us, which is obviously too late. So we can only defeat it by outsmarting it. Yes, I understand what you mean. I am now searching the whole army for someone who looks and sounds exactly like Yaina. Well, the sooner the better. When Jing then ordered people to search for people who were exactly like Yaina among the 55 million war bees, Lu Yi continued, this is only the first step. The first is to make her believe it. The second step is to lure her into the trap designed by us. When Jing said, I would like to hear your detailed explanation, Lu Yi said, Yaina controlled the B-Star civilization. Controlled you. Surrendered to infrasonic. And was rushing to the B-Sun system with all her strength. However, when the mutiny occurred, a conflict occurred and huge energy was consumed. Infrasonic energy spacecraft were needed. Come to support. And at the same time, the interior of the B-Star is not stable. In order to prevent large-scale violence from happening, please send a large number of infrasound fleets to plunder the formation. When Jing said, what a good plan. Your Excellency. After luring them over, then surround them and annihilate them. Right? Yes. That's it. Okay. Let's do it. When Jing said, thanks I didn't kill Yaina at the beginning. Otherwise it would be difficult to implement this plan. Louis added, it must be exactly the same. Otherwise it will be impossible to fool its facial recognition system. And then all our efforts will be wasted. When Jing said, yes, sir, I will be very careful. When Jing then searched for someone who was exactly like Yaina among the 55 million combat bees in the army. Even though there were 55 million combat bees, she was really quick to find them. First of all, these 55 million war bees all have profile information in the flagship database, including facial and voice information. So just by comparing them, more than 100 more qualified ones were quickly found. Then, they further screened among the 100 similar war bees, and finally selected 3 people. When Jingyu personally assessed the 3 people, and finally selected a calm and steady person with a very similar face and voice, and asked her to impersonate Yaina and send messages like a swirling wave. Such a message was sent according to what Louis said. And Louis also sent the same details. It is a year's voyage from the B-Sun system. It takes about 3 days for the message to arrive, and it takes 6 days for the feedback to come back. Yaina was imprisoned in the prison of the B-Star Fleet flagship. After when Jing sent the message, she took people to the prison to see Yaina. I saw that Yaina was being held in prison and was being monitored around the clock. In the first few days of detention, Yaina was on the verge of death. Her mouth was always gagged to prevent her from chewing her tongue, and she was given intravenous fluids to keep her alive. Gradually, she stopped making trouble. At the beginning, she was forced to eat, drink, and defecate in the cell. Later, when Jing also considered moralism and improved her prison life, and specially installed a bathroom in her cell, many people in the entire Jean B team protested, saying that she was a traitor to the B people and should not be treated like this. But they were all convinced by Wen Jing. She persuaded all the bees that although Yaina is unkind, we cannot be unjust. Now Wen Jing came to the prison, looked at Yaina inside through the fence, and said, life is pretty good. I want to tell you good news now. After that, show her the fake image of Yaina. Yaina was shocked. What are you doing? Why do you want people to pretend to be me? It's very simple, Wen Jing said. Impersonate you. Contact the swirling wave. Lure it into being fooled. And then eliminate it. Just wait and see how I eliminate it. There is also good news to tell you. Her Majesty the Queen Bee has spent a year after treatment. She has recovered. Although she does not want to be in power anymore. She will live very well in the future. I guess this must be very disappointing to you. Right. Just watch. Our B-Star will slowly get better. Get up. You will get better and better. And you will forever become the public enemy of all B people. And will be nailed to the pillar of shame of a traitor forever. You will be infamy for eternity after your death. Ha ha. Chapter 291, All Out in Force. When Jing went to the prison and humiliated Yaina. Then, among the 55 million war bees, she found someone who looked very similar to Yaina. Since her voice was not similar, she hired another one with a very similar voice. In this way, there were 2 war bees who looked and sounded very similar to Yaina. When Jing asked them to send the message to Wanhua, And Louis also sent the message at the same time. The infrasonic B-Star combined fleet is still 1 year away from B3, the outermost dwarf planet of the Sun system. At this distance, it would take about 3 days to send a message. So if you get a reply, it will be 6 days later. Now that B-Star has also merged with the infrasound wave. Louis also sent Yuan Fan and his mission members back to the B-Star fleet to reunite him with his wife Wenjing. For this reason, when Wenjing was talking to Louis, she said, "Your Excellency Archangel, you also know that Yuan Fan is my husband, and he also has my daughter with him. Why don't you plan to take him as a hostage? Are you here to hold me hostage?" Louisa said, "In the sub-civilized human civilization of the Demon Sword civilization, there is an idiom called don't trust people who employ people, and don't use people who doubt. If you sincerely join me, I can't be suspicious of you. Otherwise, how can you be pious in the future? Where are you following my magic sword? How can we join forces to destroy Cockroach Star?" Cockroach Star is the collective name of Cockroach Civilization and Cockroach Machine Civilization. For this matter, Gil and Ron also advised Louis, and Louis's answer was, "Comprehensive analysis. This B-Star civilization is not a malicious civilization. We are all driven by interests. I believe it is worthy of our trust." Gil said, "At present, the enemy is the B-Star. For its own interests, it is impossible for it to rebel in the short term. After arriving in the B-Sun system, we can strengthen its centralized rule. If we impose restrictions in the future, it will not rebel." Louis said, "Yes, B-Star is not an idiot. It knows that it can only survive by relying on my magic sword. There will be a shock wave coming in 90 years. If it doesn't rely on me, how will it deal with the shock wave?" The agreement was reached, and 6 days later, a message was finally received from the leader of the swirl wave of the B-Sun system, Split Fong, who was gathering the team to rush over for support. Moreover, the detection equipment also discovered that a fleet of swirling waves set sail from the Sun system and came over. According to Splitya, it has personally led a fleet of 75 million troops over. Louis, Gil, Ron, and Wenjing discussed online. Since Louis and the other three were computers, the three of them could only be displayed in virtual images. Louis saw their virtual images in the virtual world before, what it looks like during the God War. Like him, they both have no memory of their lifetimes. So just like him, they can only display the appearance generated by the system at that time. Wenjing is not a computer. She is a real person. A B person. Although her appearance is very different from that of people on Earth, she is still a real person after all. Louis asked Wenjing, "You are from the B-Sun system, and you have the most say. Do you know how many troops this swirling wave has?" Wenjing replied, "Originally they also had 80 million troops. After the decisive battle with B-Star, they also suffered a lot of battle losses. It is initially estimated that they should have 60 million troops left. But this was already a year ago. Over the past year, it has been very difficult for it to develop another 15 million troops." Ron said, "That's not necessarily the case. Whirlpool is a machine civilization. If it is at full power, it will still be very fast. Plus, with your B-Star leaving, there will be no fetters." Wenjing said, "But I also destroyed the largest mine in the B-Sun system of the Whirlpool. Without the support of mine resources, the expansion work will become more difficult." Louis asked, "Then how did it quickly replenish its 15 million troops within a year?" Wenjing said, "My estimate may be on the low side, and its construction speed may be faster than expected. What I want to say is that 75 million troops is almost the limit of the Euro wave. At least for now. And it actually dispatched almost all its troops. This is a full-scale dispatch, which means that the B-Sun system it occupies is an empty nest. Why does it do this? If it is defeated, it will have no way out." The question raised by Wenjing is indeed worth thinking about. Neither Gil nor Ron could think of a reason. But Louis thought of it and said, "Actually, this is not difficult to explain. I will analyze a few points for you. First of all, the first point is that Spin Wave is a machine civilization. Within its civilization, there is its own Homo sapiens. That is, cockroaches. The intelligence of cockroaches has degraded, and they cannot take care of themselves. Therefore, Spin Wave needs to create a large number of artificial intelligence. These cockroaches who take care of it. The cockroaches live inside the Whirlpool flagship, and there is a sealed living compartment. If Whirlpool wants to come to support us, it must bring the cockroaches with it. Otherwise, it will have no time to take care of it." Louis said this was his first point of view. Before he could speak, Ron said. Then it can be placed in the B-Sun system. It is too inconvenient to carry it around, Louis said. If we place it in the B-Sun system, we have to disperse our forces for protection. This is the second point I want to say. We are now a year's voyage from the B-Sun system, and the Euro wave is accelerating. If nothing happens, when we met, we should still be half a year away from the B-Sun system. Have you calculated the half-year voyage and how long it will take for ordinary photoelectric signals used for communication to reach? Ron said. About a day and a half. That's right, Louis said. The signal is delayed for a day and a half. If the cockroach module is separated from the main fleet, once the cockroach is in danger, how can the main fleet take care of it? Even if there is any situation, we won't know until a day and a half later. Ron said. Ah, I understand. So it needs to take the cockroach with it. That's right, Louis said. And the cockroach module was specially designed into the flagship, which means that when the cockroaches are there, the machine is there. And if the cockroaches die, the machine will die. Ron said. In other words, his 75 million troops are indeed fully mobilized. No matter if he has 75 million, even if it is hundreds of millions, or even if there are not 10 million, he will mobilize all his troops. Louis added, there is a third point. That is, the closest to the B-Sun system is our infrasonic B-Star combined fleet, which has a 1-year voyage, followed by the Demon Sword Giada, which has a 10-year voyage, so it does not have to worry about the B-Sun system's home base. It will be attacked in a short period of time, so it goes out in full force and takes the cockroaches it wants to protect with it. When Jing said, Your Excellency Archangel's analysis is very reasonable. I completely agree. Louis said, in this case, everything will be easy for us. As long as we eliminate it, there will be no threat to the Fury system. And then we can head directly to the Fury system. Chapter 292 The Bitter Meat Scheme. After setting a trap, we are waiting for the Euro wave to come. Who told it to be a machine civilization? In preparation for the battle half a year later, Louis also sent a message to Giada, who was in the rear army, asking her to lead the entire team to speed up. In addition, he also maintains constant contact with the leader of the Whirlpool, Split Tooth. B-Star Civilization also contacted Split Tooth, using the fake Yaina to connect to it. Just like this, another half year passed. Seeing the swirling wave right in front of us, the 4 commanders of the combined fleet were online at the same time, nervously watching the rendezvous process. Online, Split Tooth said, Hint Tooth, Yaina, my fleet needs to make a large arc to fly in sync with you. Louis is now pretending to be infrasonic, and the leader of infrasonic is K9. So Split you will call him K9. Louis felt so embarrassed herself. K9 teeth. K9 teeth. Just dog teeth. Damn it. I'm a computer now. Even if I'm not a computer, I'm still a human being. So my teeth should be human teeth. That's right. But he couldn't say it out yet. He had to pretend that he was right when he called him Hound Tooth. Jill couldn't help but send him a message quietly. Hee. It turns out the boss is Hound Tooth. A smiley face symbol is also added between the lines. Louis just replied with 2 words to her, naughty, because the distance is close enough. There is no long delay in the signal, which is specially designed to allow Louis and the other 4 to better communicate with Cracked Teeth. Louis immediately sent another directed message to Jill. Stop using the internal password to communicate to prevent the suspicion of Cracked Teeth. There is an internal encrypted communication method between the infrasonic wave and the B-Star. Although it is encrypted, once it is intercepted by Cracked Teeth, suspicion will inevitably arise. Fortunately, Louis sent a directional signal to Gil, and Cracked Teeth are leading the maneuver at the moment. The wave fleet is making a large arc detour, and it will probably take at least 10 hours to get around it, and then synchronize with the B-Star infrasonic coalition. So we can't be anxious now. We must stabilize the Euro wave. In the flagship command module of the B-Star fleet, the commanders of the B-Star command headed by Wen Jing were all extremely nervous. The 2 people pretending to be Yaina stood in front of the camera, and the one with the fake appearance was facing the camera, pretending to be Yaina. The voice was beside her, slightly away from the camera. There was no video call now. Wen Jing came to the 2 fake Yaina and said, You 2, relax and perform well. Don't relax in the last 10 hours. Yes, Your Highness Princess. As for Wen Jing, her hands were tied behind her back. This was also for the sake of realistic performance. The information she is now releasing to the spinning wave is that the B-Star fleet is controlled by Yaina. as the former commander of B-Star. Wenjing was captured by Yaina through a trick. So if you want to see a cracked tooth, it must be tied up. And Wenjing's husband Yunfan was also in the corner of the command cabin. At this moment, the cracked tooth sent a signal, and Yunfan shouted, "Everyone is on your place. Are you all ready? Open it!" The connection was connected, and the cracked teeth still appeared on the screen with irregular patterns. The fake Yaina bowed to the screen, and then the fake Yaina, with the voice next to her, said, "Dear Mr. Whirlpool, may I ask you what are your instructions?" Yunfan, who was hiding in the dark, kept gesticulating at Wenjing. Wenjing understood and cursed loudly. "Yaina, you traitor! You betrayed the bee people! You will die a good death!" The fake Yaina in appearance sneered and waved her hand. Yunfan had already prepared what the fake Yaina wanted to say and wrote it on an electronic card. Facing the fake Yaina, the electronic card said, bold and quiet, pretending to be a princess, fighting for power and profit, disrupting the development plan of our B-Star. This is extremely disgusting. Beat me up. The fake Yaina looked like she was lip-syncing the words, and the fake Yaina, who sounded like her, quickly followed suit and cursed out the words. Then two war bees walked over, took whips and started beating Wenjing, while Yunfan continued to write on the electronic card. "Really beat. Really beat. Don't be soft. Otherwise I won't believe it." Wenjing screamed after being beaten. Split Tooth said, "Okay. Those who hinder my development plan, just pull them down and lock them up." After stopping the beating, the two war bees dragged Wenjing out of the camera and sat down together with the one placed in the corner. The two war bees quickly knelt down to apologize, while Wenjing pulled her up with a smile. However, Xiaofang said, "There are still 9 hours left for the final meeting. At this last moment, we must have a good relationship with the infrasound wave to avoid causing trouble. This time the sound wave is also my brother. Relying on it is equivalent to relying on me. From now on we also want to jointly develop the Japanese system." The two fake Yaina responded in unison with their appearance and voice. "Yes, Your Excellency. We will treat it with caution." Lu Yi's message also came in, but he also showed it in irregular patterns like a swirling wave, and said, "Split Ya, don't worry about Yaina. In the year she has been with me, very cooperative and sensible. When we meet up later, we can go to the B-Sun system together." Split Ya said, "Last time, it was the bee named Wenjing who led the B-Star fleet to destroy a large number of mines on our B2. What a shame." Lu Yi said, "I already know about this, so I specially asked them to imprison Wenjing. After returning to the Fury system, you will execute her personally. What do you think?" Split Tooth said, "I don't want her to die. I want her to be a miner. My mine is going to be mined again, and she wants to be the first miner." Lu Yi said, "Well, this proposal is quite good." So far, Cracked Teeth have not found any flaws. This is also due to the good acting of Wenjing and the good director Yunfan. Of course, the two fake Yaina are also very discerning. The three parties remained connected and watched as the swirling wave fleet circled the arc and began to move towards them. Lu Yi also watched the Whirlpool fleet nervously, his eyes completely focused on the opponent's flagship. The enemy's flagship not only has the Cockroach Life module, but most importantly, the host Split Tooth is also on it. As long as the enemy's flagship is destroyed, the entire enemy fleet will be completely out of control. This is the so-called capture of the thief and the king. Moreover, all fleets of the three parties have not turned on their shields, and all fighter planes are mounted inside their respective motherships and have not been released. The shield consumes a lot of energy. Even if it is not under attack, it still needs energy support. Therefore, when the fleet is sailing, there is no need to turn on the shield when there are no enemies. If you encounter a meteorite or something like that, it will have been discovered by the detection equipment long ago, and the laser will be turned on to destroy it. If the larger object cannot be destroyed, just avoid it. If there is no shield, then the next thing will be easier. Chapter 293 One Blow. In this battle, Lu Yi will create another miracle. The Whirlpool fleet circled around and merged into the ranks of the sailing B-Star Infrasound Poland and fleet. Since they have a strength of 75 million, they need thousands of Angel-class battleships or other levels of battleships to load them. So at a glance, one can see that a continuous stream of warships are flying over in a wide arc. Sailing at the front is the flagship of Whirlpool, which is also the Archangel-class battleship. The Archangel class is the largest battleship among the interstellar carriers. Although the Whirlpool battleship is a disc ship, its organization is roughly the same as that of the Demon Sword. Whirlpool's Archangel-class battleship can also carry 5 million battle discs. Seeing the largest warship approaching, Louis kept paying attention. The largest disc ship was sailing at the front without opening the shield or releasing the warship. The distance was getting closer and closer, and he was about to reach the firing range. Within, there are at least 30 warships that can directly attack the enemy's flagship, including B-Star warships and infrasonic disc ships. The B-Star infrasonic combined fleet has always maintained silence. This was agreed upon from the beginning, in order not to arouse the suspicion of Whirlpool Split Fawn. Even at the last moment, they cannot relax. Even if victory is now certain, they cannot too hasty. Finally, the enemy's flagship entered the optimal setting. Louis sneered and issued a combat order. The 30 warships closest to the enemy's flagship were all to launch a full-fire attack on the enemy's flagship, and only on the enemy's flagship. And while attacking, the entire army opened its arc and released all fighters, including battle armor and battle saucers. All combat units, please do not attack other enemy combat units except the enemy's flagship for the time being. In the vast universe, the sky was full of warships, and their rays of light were shining on the enemy flagship. In an instant, the largest interstellar carrier exploded violently under the irradiation of these high-energy plasma beams. Split Tooth didn't have time to fight back. He just sent a message at the last moment of his demise. With only a few short words, "Why?" Louis immediately issued an order to all combat units of the Whirlpool fleet. The Whirlpool flagship has been destroyed. Split Tooth has been killed. And all combat units of the Whirlpool belong to the infrasonic flag. The infrasonic host Houndstooth takes over. The computer system of the enemy fleet also has an identification friend or foe system, so its identity cannot be announced for the time being. It can be officially incorporated into the Demon Sword banner after the system is replaced for the remaining units of the Whirlpool. This battle also took 2 years of preparation, and all kinds of scenes were done to win the trust of Cracked Teeth. This is also due to the fact that the opponent is a machine civilization, as long as it is other human civilizations. If you think about it more, you will be recognized, because there are too many loopholes in this series of strategies. But it is said that the enemy flagship that reproduced the Cracked Tooth host and Cockroach Life module, as well as millions of built-in war discs, without turning on the shield protection, was so easily combined by the B-Star infrasonic wave with Louis as the commander-in-chief. The fleet was destroyed and turned into a huge fireball that flickered in space like a small sun, burning and shining in space. The remaining 70 million combat forces and their corresponding warships were all taken in by Louis without any damage. In this way, the strength of the vanguard force of the fake infrasonic magic sword instantly increased from 30 million to 100 million. Louis ordered to continue moving forward, ignoring the destroyed enemy flagship, and released a replica of the machine heart. The replicating heart will stay on the edge of the fireball. After the fireball is extinguished, it will absorb the debris, automatically build a spaceship, and bring the scattered debris back to the sun system. From the time Louis gave the order to attack, it only took 5.6 seconds until the battle ended when Huaya issued a "Why?" to end the battle. When Jing came online and said gratefully, "Your Majesty Archangel, thank you for avenging me." Louis said, "I didn't expect that this swirling wave was not so powerful. It was defeated by me so easily." When Jing said, "This makes me extremely ashamed. I didn't expect that this Whirlpool machine civilization would destroy my 950 million bees. I couldn't defeat it, and I had to escape all over the universe." In the end, the Archangel came out and talked and laughed. "It was destroyed. So Your Excellency Archangel, this made me more determined. Our B-Star must follow Your Excellency Archangel. Only by uniting under the command of the Demon Sword can our B-Star develop and survive in the long term." Louis said, "It's good that you have such an awareness. Our next step is to quickly go to the B-Star system. I guess you don't have many resources in the B-Star system?" "Yes," Wen Jing said. "The ecosystem can no longer support it for long. If there is no more resource supply, the ecosystem will collapse, and many war bees will starve to death. Then let's speed up together." "Yes, Your Excellency Archangel. Move forward. There will be half a year of sailing time, and the B-Star infrasonic wave combined fleet flies to the B-Sun system at full speed, which is also called Wolf 359 in human astronomy." Seeing that the B-Solar system was about to arrive, Louis also expressed emotion and said to Gil and Ron, "I have been away from the solar system for 540 years, and I can finally land. I am extremely emotional." Ron said, "I hope this Wolf 359 can build the second Earth." Gil said, You can pull it down. The boss has said it a long time ago. We will not stay in the B-Sun system for a long time. We will greatly exploit the resources of the B-Sun system and form and expand a more powerful demon sword civilization. What about B-Star? Ron asked. Gil added, didn't I tell you already? B-Star has merged into my Demon Sword's command and has never been my Demon Sword's 5th Legion. Louis also told Wen Jing his plan, which was to establish a 5th Legion. He had already thought of a name. So it would be called the B-Star Legion, and the flagship would be renamed the Jean B. Louis said to Wen Jing, in order to agree to the civilized ban, I need to update your fleet's computer system. You don't have any objections. Right, Wen Jing said. Your Excellency Archangel, I would have been suspicious of this in the past. But after experiencing this battle and listening to your plans for the future, I have changed my view of you. And let me no longer doubt you, and I have complete trust in you. So, Your Excellency Archangel, please feel free to update my battleship system. I will have no problem. And all of us war bees will not. Questionable. That's good, Louis said. I'm afraid you might have some resistance in your heart. No, absolutely not. Archangel, please just rest assured. One more thing, Louis said again. I want to build an interstellar fortress in the future 5th Legion, so that more B-Stars can be liberated from manual labor. Just like humans. Without labor. The same you can live without worries, and live a happy and comfortable life. Chapter 294 Entering Wolf 359. After half a year's journey, the B-Star Infrasonic Eurowave Combined Fleet finally arrived at the B-Sun system. For Louis, 540 years have passed since he led the Demon Sword to leave the solar system. Seeing the nearest dwarf planet B3 in the solar system right in front of him, Louis also felt emotional. There were a lot of original Whirlpool equipment on B3, but after Louis arrived, they were all taken over by him. That is to say, all the equipment in the B-Sun system that originally belonged to Whirlwind Fawn have been taken over by Liu Yi's magic. The sword took over, at the cost of destroying the enemy's Archangel-class ship and the millions of fighter planes it carried, and at the expense of his own casualties on May 1st. He achieved a complete victory in the battle. This was also the most glorious battle in the history of the Demon Sword. After arriving in B3 orbit, Louis asked Wen Jing to lead the B-Star fleet to the Beehive to clean up the old home. Wen Jing asked, you trust me so much. Aren't you afraid that I will betray you? Louis replied, you are not as strong as me now. This is one of them. The second point is that you also know very well that if you want to survive, you must rely on me. Not to mention the large army of magic swords 10 years later. And the shock waves after 90 years are all powerful enemies. Wen Jing said, I never thought of rebelling against you from the beginning. I am going to the hive now to see if there are any survivors. I want to pick them up and mine the origin to replenish the fleet's biological system. Go ahead. Yes, Your Excellency Archangel. Louis stationed the team in the B3 orbit. The so-called stationing did not mean landing on the planet. After all, there were so many units. It just shares the orbit with B3 and revolves around the B-Sun. Jill expressed doubts about the internal circulation system that allowed B-Star to go to B-Sun, fearing that the quiet princess of B-Star would never return. Louisa said very confidently, don't worry. She will be back within 3 days at most. What we have to do next is to build ourselves to cope with the shockwave civilization after 90 years. As large-scale construction began near the B3 orbit, the magic sword has a machine heart, making it very convenient to build. The machine heart can first make a replica heart by itself. Then as long as the replicating heart is placed on the surface of the planet or in the wreckage of the battlefield, it will operate on its own, automatically collect mineral resources, and automatically build corresponding combat, industrial and biological supply units according to the program's presets. The first thing Louis has to do is to update all the systems of the 70 million Eurowave units to the Magic Sword system, so as to achieve complete control. Build 2 Archangel-class battleships for Gil and Ron. These 2 Archangel-class battleships will also be the flagships of the Gil Legion and the Ron Legion. At the beginning of preparations for construction, Louis asked them for their opinions on whether they needed disc-based units or ship-based units. The warships and war saucers of the saucer system will rotate during flight, but those of the ship system will not. It has been 90 years since the 2 of them were awakened by Louis, and the infrasonic wave is also a disc-based ship. So the 2 of them have long been accustomed to this rotating flying disc-based unit. And they also realized that the flying speed and maneuverability of the saucer system units were stronger. So they all adopted the saucer system units. Therefore, the flagships of both of them will be disc ships of the disc series. Jill will be the commander of the 3rd Legion under preparation. She was a woman during her lifetime, so she named the flagship Phoenix at her own request. The commander of the 4th Legion under preparation is Ron. In order to be more vivid, he named his flagship Black Dragon. B3 is a small dwarf planet. The main components of the star are silicate soil and water ice, and it has an extremely thin atmosphere. However, the current B3 has been dug out by the previous gyration wave to exploit resources. The huge hole, seen from space, looks like an apple with a big bite, hanging alone in space. The industrial production of replicating hearts comes to kick off in less than 3 days, when Jing sent a message asking to return to Jin, and invited Lu Yi to lead a large force to the hive orbit. When Jing's attitude was also extremely sincere, so Lu Yi asked Gil to accompany him, and lead 80 million units to fly away from B3 and fly to the inner reaches of the galaxy, leaving Ron to lead 20 million units to stay behind in B3 and supervise the next industry put up. When we arrived at the Beehive, we saw that the entire Beehive star was almost in ruins. The B-Star fleet does not have fighter planes and small spacecraft that travel between the hive and space. When Jing contacted Lu Yi and said, "This catastrophe caused all the bees on the bee ring and hive to be killed or injured, but we still found hundreds of thousands of survivors and rescued them. They are all now placed on the flagship." Lu Yi expressed his condolences and said, "Spiral Wave has been eliminated and Split Tooth has been killed. The next step is to carry out the era of vigorous events, as well as the shockwave invasion after 90 years, and the counterattack against the Japanese system. Prepare for..." "Yes, Your Excellency Archangel. I understand," Wen Jing said. "We have returned to the B-Sun system safely, and the B-Star can accept reorganization at any time." The most basic task of reorganization is to update the computer system. Only when all the systems of Fengxing are replaced by those of the Demon Sword can Lu Yi truly rule Fengxing. "Well," Lu Yi said, "for the survival of civilization, I will not hesitate to update your B-Star system. Please do a good job in ensuring personnel protection in advance." "No problem, Your Majesty Archangel." Now that an agreement was reached, Lu Yi began to update the systems of the entire B-Star fleet, replacing them all with the Demon Sword system. And based on the hive, we began to expand the B-Star. The expansion part was all machine systems. The expansion of Fengxing was negotiated between Wen Jing and Mo Jian, giving Fengxing full autonomy. Under Lu Yi's proposal, the B-Star fleet will build an interstellar fortress according to the maximum scale, which is the standard of 5 million people. After all, this B-Star is a human civilization and already has 55 million war bees. So the standard star fort with a population of 5 million is obviously too small. To this end, the 4 people from the Demon Sword held a meeting to discuss. There are actually 5 people in the Demon Sword. Lu Yi is the Archangel, and the one with the highest authority. The other 4 people are Giada, Gil, Ron and Wen Jing. And among these 5 people, only Wen Jing is a real person or a bee-person. Since it is a real person, it has a lifespan. The average lifespan of a bee is 120 years old. So after Wen Jing dies, she must choose a successor within her B-Star. Giada still has time to fly to arrive, and there will be a longer delay in online meetings, so she will not be taken to this meeting for the time being. The main topic is about the construction of the interstellar fortress on the B-Star. Chapter 295 Cigar. Wolf 359. At the beginning of the 21st century, was 7.8 light-years away from the solar system, and was also the 3rd closest star group to the Sun. The reason why the word group was added was because it was the closest star to the Sun at that time. Alpha Centauri is actually a triple star. The next closest star is Barnard star, which is 5.8 light-years away. If we talk about numbers, Wolf 359 is the 5th closest star to the Sun, and Barnard is naturally the 4th closest star. Due to various reasons, the Demon Sword led by Lu Yi neither went to Alpha Centauri, Alpha, nor Barnard star, but chose Wolf 359, the B-Sun. And in the astronomy of the Demon Sword, B-Sun is defined as the official name of this star, while Wolf 359 is labeled as an alternative name. The corresponding official name of Ross 128 is also defined as Cockroach Sun, the vanguard of the Demon Sword, led by Lu Yi, officially moved into Fengri, and set Fengri as the Demon Sword's first stronghold. Discussing the future development plans of B-Star with Princess Wen Jing, the leader of B-Star, Lu Yi said, "Since B-Star belongs to my Demon Sword and has become a sub-civilization of my Demon Sword, You should develop according to the way of my general. Of course you don't have to choose this. So I did some research and made this plan for your reference. In the future 5th Legion, which is your B-Star Legion, all battleships will be built into fortress-style battleships. Fortress type? Wenjing asked. She was a little confused about what a fortress-type battleship was. Louis said, I know that in your B-Star civilization, every female bee can become a combat bee, and among the male bees, there are also many people who can become combat bees. So in the B-Star civilization, almost everyone borrows troops. So if that's the case, what about building a fortress-style warship with the undefended warship? The so-called fortress-type battleship, as the name suggests, is both a fortress and a battleship. Now that you have 55 million bee citizens, you can build 550 fortress-type battleships. Each battleship has a living area inside for the bee residents to live. It is divided into 2 parts, the inner core and the outer core area. The inner core area is the living area for bee dwellers, which can accommodate combat bees, their families, and other bee dwellers who are not combat bees, with a population of 100,000. Don't worry. The magic sword can completely build such an ecosystem. The construction scale of the Hope Star Fortress is 5 million. And now it has reached a scale of 600,000. So your fortress-style warship with a population of 100,000 is completely out of China. In addition to the inner core area, there is the outer core area. The outer core area is a fortress and the combat part of the warship. It is equipped with naval guns and built-in fighter planes. Your fighter plane mode is a battle armor. I have seen it, and it is very suitable for UB people. Battle mode. In this way, life and battle can be balanced, and this kernel module can be expanded to a population of 1 million. After Lu Yi finished explaining his idea, Wenjing asked, But Your Excellency Archangel, the amount of the project is really too large. Shang Wen, you said. It's not big. I have a machine heart. As long as the construction blueprint is planned, everything will be automated. I also envision that UB people can live together with us humans and enjoy the same leisurely life as humans. Wenjing said, We, the bee people, are a fighting civilization, and we cannot enjoy that blessing. That's not necessarily the case. My magic sword is a machine civilization. As long as the machines don't die, the human race will never be destroyed. Louis said. Wenjing praised. What a machine! If the machine doesn't die, the human race will never be destroyed. According to Lu Yi's suggestion, the 5th Legion, the Bee Legion, began to be built on a large scale. The entire Bee Sun system has also entered an era of major construction. Louis contacted Jill and said, Ron is in B3 and can't get through for a while. Do you want to log into the Hive with me? Beehive is the only planet in the Sun system besides the dwarf planets, also known as Wolf 359b. At this moment, the flagships of Lu Yi and Gil were both in the circular orbit of the Hive. Gil asked, How to land on the Hive? The Hive is now in ruins, and our flagships are all Angel level 1s. They are too big. It's hard to log in. The 2 of them, as well as Ron's flagship, are not at the Archangel level, because they came to the Sun system in order to dare to have time, and there was no time to build on the passage. But now the Lord Angel class flagship battleship is being built. In fact, it is also very convenient to build. The ship units of the Demon Sword are all modularly constructed. Just stack the Power Angel class battleships on top of it to expand it into the main Angel class. Even if the Force Angel class is not the largest battleship, it is still more than 8,000 meters long. So Gil expressed doubts about Lu Yi's idea of landing on the planet. And that's why he had this question. Louis said, Don't you have a robot? You can control the robot to log in. More than 500 years ago, when Lu Yi awakened, he once drove the robot Seraph to the Earth to rescue the Earth's Bizi. However, the consciousness host was on the flagship, and the robot could only be controlled remotely. It did not transfer the consciousness to the robot's host. Inside, remote control of the robot can also achieve the feeling of personal experience. Jill said, Okay, let's go together. The 2 did what they said. Lu Yi remotely controlled the robot to eject from his flagship, and saw Jill also controlling a robot to eject from her flagship. Then the 2 left their respective flagships and flew towards the Hive. On the way to Bandit, the 2 met together. Lu Yi looked back and asked, How are you doing? How do you feel? It feels like I'm alive. Gil said, Ha. What you said is interesting. Our conscious body has always been in the flagship host, so we can't feel the existence of the body. Now driving a robot is completely different. It feels like a robot. But fortunately, I can't transfer my consciousness into the robot host. Of course, the combat effectiveness of the robot is too low. Once it is destroyed, we will receive a box lunch. Get a lunch box? Jill smiled. You actually use words from more than 90 years ago? More than 90 years ago? Louis asked back. It's more than 700 years ago. Okay. The time that Jill was talking about was the 2110s. When she was in the virtual world. It was 2016. It was only 90 years since she was awakened. So she said it was 90 years ago. But the current real year has reached 2732. So to be precise, this internet word should be from more than 700 years ago. Okay, boss. Who made you wake up so many years earlier than me? Jill said, convinced. After passing through the atmosphere, they quickly arrived at the surface of the hive and landed on a huge wreckage. The two of them stood on top of it. Louis actually took out a cigar, lit it in his mouth, and then took a deep puff, which made a round smoke stick out. Come around. Chapter 296, Starship Civilization. Two giant robots more than 10 meters high stood on a large section of metal ruins of the hive. Louis took out a large cigar more than 1 meter long, lit it in his mouth, and blew out smoke rings, looking like he was enjoying it. Jill on the side smiled and said, Hey, boss, you are a robot. Why are you smoking too? Louis said. When we were still in the digital world. Do you still remember the Battle of Gods? Uh-huh. One of my staff members was a mercenary who liked to smoke cigars. In order to ease the tension of the competition, he gave each of us a cigar to smoke. As a result, I fell in love with the taste. But you are a machine now, Jill said. I'm sorry, boss. This is a fact. So what? Louis said. I can completely simulate this sensory stimulation. Simulate the smell of cigars that I can feel. And simulate the wonderful feeling of smoke entering the lungs and then being spit out. And the most important thing is yes, I'm not going to get lung cancer from this. Ever. Jill smiled and said. It's true. I've never heard of anyone getting lung cancer from a machine. Louis picked up the cigar in his hand, raised it in the air and said, So this cigar or tobacco is harmful to human health. But it is a good thing for me. I can smoke it casually without using it at all. What matters is whether it is healthy or not. But boss, one puff of your cigar will consume much more than an ordinary cigar, Louis said. Smoking and cigars are harmful to human health. I don't have to worry about it. So I am just helping them. And you also know that human beings are greedy for enjoyment. The tobacco cultivation industry cannot be cancelled. Bar. Tobacco is grown in the growing area within the Star Fortress. Hey, Louis said after taking another long puff. You know, Jill, it's been more than 500 years since I woke up. And I've been dreaming about when I could smoke cigars like in the digital world. But we have been sailing in space without air. And the cigar cannot be lit. If we want to enjoy the taste of cigar tobacco, we can only enter the digital world to smoke it. And here, there is air. And there is oxygen in the air. Although the air here is not suitable for human survival, it is enough to light my cigar. It's cool. Why don't you get one too? I'm not. Jill laughed. I'm a lady. Lady? Louis said with a smile. Are machines also divided into men and women? Do you know why I call the consciousness host an angel? Because there is no distinction between men and women in angels. Then I was also a woman during my lifetime. Okay. So in my mind, I think I am a woman. But in reality, we are just machines. This is an indisputable fact. There is nothing that can be used to distinguish gender. So it's okay if we don't want to face it. Jill also sighed and said, I want to create a virtual world for myself. When nothing happens, I can go in and experience human life. This is absolutely possible. We have ready-made models here and at Giada. You can take them and write them yourself. And you can create the virtual world you need. You can create mythical worlds, magical worlds, etc. It's okay to make yourself a god in the virtual world. I don't want any mythical world. And I don't want to be God. I just want to copy my original world and resurrect my family and my husband. Sister, Louis said, that virtual world is not real. All the characters in it are made up. It is completely different from the world you lived in. I know. Louis added, but it is also a good choice to occasionally change this boring machine life. Then wait for me. The virtual world has been programmed. Do you want to come in and play? Jill asked. Forget it. I won't go in and disturb your life. And I also have my own virtual world, Louis said, although it was not destroyed during the God War. Like I just said, it was written by a previous system and has nothing to do with my life. I know. Boss, you don't need to explain. The two of them stood on the ruins mountain and chatted. When Jing saw them in the B-Star fleet flagship in orbit and sent a message asking, I saw 2 robots there. Are they you? Your Majesty the Archangel? Louis replied, it's me. And Jill, do you want to come? When Jing said, I don't have such a big robot, Louis said, actually, I just want to come down and take a look to see how the hive has been destroyed by the whirlpool, so that it can inspire my determination to eradicate the cockroach stars. When Jing asked, Your Excellency Archangel, do we really want to eradicate cockroach star? What? Do you mean to back down? Louis asked back. How can you do that? When Jing said, Cockroach star killed 950 million B citizens of our B star, 900 million of whom were civilians. I want Cockroach star to pay for it with blood. Louis said, my plan is to spend 90 years on B star to build a powerful magic sword navy. Wait for the shock wave to come, beat it up, and then go straight to its lair. It will take about 350 years to reach the cockroach sun, which is about 5 light years away. So we have to go all out to build it and mine a lot of resources, which have been used on the journey. Yes, Your Excellency Archangel, I am willing to follow you. Well, Louis said, don't worry. The magic sword will become more and more powerful. After that, he asked Jill, I've finished smoking this cigar. Would you like to take a walk around the honeycomb with me? Okay, no problem. The two took off and flew in the air of the hive, witnessing the purgatory-like scene on the hive. In order to prevent signal loss, they only flew on the side facing the flagship. After some travel, they returned to their respective flagships. Since then, the B-Sun system has launched a vigorous and crazy construction process. Now that the hive has been destroyed, Louis has no intention of continuing to rebuild it. He talked to Wen Jing about the concept of starship civilization. Civilization can be divided into 2 categories based on its carrier: planetary civilization and starship civilization. Planetary civilization uses the planet as the carrier. The members of the civilization mainly live on the planet, mainly human civilization, such as the ancient Earth civilization and the B-Star civilization in front of the station. As for the starship civilization, as the name suggests, the members of the civilization all live on the starship and do not call the planet their home. These 2 forms of civilization each have their own advantages and disadvantages. Planetary civilization has richer resources and more comfortable life. The disadvantage is that once an interstellar war breaks out, it is difficult to retreat quickly. Starship civilization is just the opposite. In the context of the universe, with frequent interstellar wars, starship civilization will become the mainstream of civilization. Therefore, Louis suggested that Wen Jing abandon the existing planetary civilization model and change to a brand new starship civilization. Chapter 297 Digital World. The B-Star fleet was organized into the 5th Legion of the Demonic Sword Civilization, and the Legion leader was Princess Wen Jing of the B-Man. But whether it is the previous B-Star fleet or the current 5th Legion, it does not have a single Archangel-class battleship. Therefore, during its expansion process, at least 1 Archangel-class battleship will be built, which can accommodate 1 million B-Dwellers and 1 million built-in battle armor. Therefore, the construction model of the 5th Legion also breaks through the concept of the Demon Sword, which is a fortress-style battleship. Each battleship is both a fortress and a battleship. This fully solves the life and battle between civilians and war bees relation. Louis wants to bring the 5th Army to a standard group, which is a combat strength of 100 million. However, the current 5th Army only has 55 million combat bees, which is still 45 million short of the standard group of 100 million. So Louis added machines to it. The elements are supplemented by robot war discs and robot disc ships. Although the machine part has a high degree of AI, it is different from the machines of Louis and others. This machine has no consciousness. No matter how high the AI is, it is equivalent to having no soul. However, the machine components in the 5th Legion must also obey the command of the Legion commander. But Louis still installed a monitoring system on the machine parts of the 5th Legion to prevent the Bee Rebellion, which also had to be considered. Louis will rebuild the 2nd Legion's Archangel-class flagship, using a disc system structure. Although there are many Lord Angel-class battleships in the large force led by Jia, none of them are of saucer system structure. So Louis wants to build a Lord Angel-class battleship of saucer system structure. The original flagship, Tianji, was a ship-type battleship. It lost its role as a flagship and was downgraded to an ordinary Archangel-class battleship. Since a new DIS-type Archangel-class battleship is to be built as the flagship, the original name, Tianji, will be changed. Therefore, his second legion, named after the new flagship built by the Archangel-class battleship of the DISC system, is still the Tianji. Flagships built on the scale of the Archangel-class battleships are named after the names of ancient exotic beasts. So, the First Legion, Legion Commander Giada, Flagship Qilin. The Second Legion, Legion Commander Louis, Flagship Tianji. The Third Legion, Legion Commander Gil, Flagship Phoenix. The Fourth Legion, Legion Commander Ron, Flagship Black Dragon. The Fifth Legion, Commander Wenjing, Flagship Xianfeng. In this way, large-scale construction was carried out in an orderly manner, and the entire Bisun system was prosperous. Louis also took this opportunity to visit the 6E digital world. On the campus of the Provincial Polytechnic University, Laurent was walking on the campus with a large armful of information. Louis pushed his bicycle and followed him, saying hello. Laurent looked at him with a smile and asked, "We haven't seen each other for a day, right?" Louis nodded with a smile and looked at her with love. It felt really good to be able to walk with his favorite girl. Laurent asked, "So how many years have passed in the real world during this day?" Louis sighed and looked around. The world is still the same as it was more than 500 years ago. Nothing has changed. After some emotion, he said, 500 years. Ah, Laurent said without being surprised. 500 years have passed. And another 500 years have passed. So where are you now? Bisun. Oh, it's Wolf 359. After 540 years of sailing, we have finally arrived at our destination. We are now in the construction period of civilization. Is everything going well? Louis shook his head. It didn't go well. After several battles, I helped another interstellar civilization. The current construction is just a wait for the next battle. Have you never seen a god-level civilization called Eternity again? Louis shook his head. It feels so magical. This Eternity suddenly disappeared from my sight, as if there has never been Eternity in this world. Laurent smiled and said, "There will be no Eternity in this world." Louis was stunned for a moment, then realized that her words were a pun, and said, "I really hope that one day, this Eternity can disappear in the universe. My brother Louis is the best." Laurent said, "I believe you will succeed." After saying that, he put on a sad expression, sighed and said, "I really want to be able to fly across the stars with you and share your worries and solve your problems. This won't just be a dream." "Oh." Laurent looked at him in surprise. "Are you saying that I can also go to the real world?" Louis nodded. "Ah, that's great. Take me there." "It's not possible yet." "What's wrong? Are you having trouble?" Louis nodded, and then said, "I need the Soul Stone to take you to the real world." "Soul Stone? Where is this thing?" Laurent asked curiously. Louis replied, "It is an Eternity. 70,000 light years away from here." "Oh my god! 70,000 light years," Laurent said in surprise. "At your current speed, it will take at least 3.5 million years to reach it. Then don't I have no hope at all?" Louis said, "Don't be discouraged. Although hope is slim, it does not mean that there is no hope. You must know that there is a technology called wormhole. As long as I master the wormhole technology, I can quickly reach Eternity. It's just that this Eternity is a god-level civilization. With my current strength, even if I master the wormhole technology, going to Eternity will only lead to death. So now I need to continue to develop and strengthen myself and master more cash skills. Only when I have full confidence will I be able to confront Eternity." Laurent sighed and said, "I feel so sorry that I can't accompany you as you grow up. But there's nothing you and I can do about it." "It's okay, Laurent," Louis said. "I will definitely work hard to rise. I just want you to wait." "I'm fine," Laurent said. "Anyway, I'm in the virtual world. If the time flow rate is adjusted slower, by the time you get the Soul Stone, I will have only been here for a few days. So for me, not much waiting." Louis also looked at her with a wry smile. He also felt very helpless about such a fate. But he had to face it and try his best to change it. Louis said, "In order to save time, I can't come to the virtual world often. And I can't come for too long each time. And in order not to forget you, I have to come occasionally." Laurent nodded and said, "Yes, I understand. Just go and do your work. I don't blame you. If you see me disappear later, don't panic. Because of the difference in the speed of time, I may reappear shortly after disappearing. So for you, you will see me in the same place. Don't panic if a flash appears in front of you. I know. Brother Louis. Laurent patted him and said, Go quickly. Louis hugged her, then placed the bicycle on the side of the road, and the person disappeared into the air. In the real world, the B-Sun series, in the newly built Disk Series flagship Tianji, there was silence in the dark central computer room. There was a sudden soft sound, which indicated that Louis had returned from the virtual world. Chapter 298 Convergence. Demonic Sword Civilization. The 1st Legion Reinforcement Group. 130 million combat units. Mounted inside more than 1,000 battleships of all levels. Headed in the opposite direction of Fengri. The commander of the 1st Legion was Giada. The Star Fortress Hope was flying at the same speed among the Legion fleet. The current Hope has a population of 600,000. The Hope Fortress is a modular construction, consisting of 10 large areas. It looks like a cross-cut orange noodle or a sliced pizza. Therefore, this kind of module is also jokingly called a space pizza by humans. The maximum load of the Star Fortress is 5 million people, which is divided into 10 large areas. Each large area is like a piece of pizza that is cut and then assembled together. The population of each region is 500,000, and the 10 regions have a population of exactly 5 million. Because the current Hope Star Fortress only has 600,000 people, which is far from the Star Fortress's maximum capacity of 5 million people. The current Hope Star Fortress has not been built to its maximum scale, due to its modular construction. The Interstellar Fortress with a population of 600,000 only requires 2 large area modules to be assembled together. So the current Hope Star Fortress, when viewed from a distance, looks like 2 pieces of pizza put together. In the cryogenics department of the Central Hospital of Star Fortress, there are rows of hibernation warehouses. There are ordinary hibernation warehouses where people are hibernating. And there are 3 hibernation warehouses connected together. In these 3 hibernation chambers, there is a 7-year-old little girl lying in the middle one. It is Luo Xiuxue, who is the backstage of Gong Tizui. She puts her hands on her abdomen and holds something purple. She is inseparable from her. Purple-orange. The hibernator on the left is his father Roger, and the female hibernator on the right is her mother Hua Yu. Back then, Luo Xiuxue suffered from an incurable disease and was forced to be frozen, in order to be able to live with them when she woke up. Her parents also chose to hibernate with her. This is how a family of 3 hibernates together. In front of these 3 hibernation warehouses, there was a doctor standing with several intern doctors beside him. The doctor sighed and said, Luo Xiuxue, you were only 7 years old when you hibernated. 300 years have passed, and we are still. No cure can be found for her. It seems she will just have to continue sleeping. After Louis and the other 3 arrived at the ferry system in advance. 10 years later, Giada led a large army and finally arrived at the ferry system. Once they entered Fengri, they met up with Louis and others. Although Fengri was only 10 years old, it was already different from what it used to be. There are battleships and industrial spaceships everywhere, shuttling back and forth throughout the galaxy. Once they merge, Louis plans to reorganize. Since the 5th Legion, the B-Star Legion, is a sub-civilization of the B-human race. The disk-based units that Wenjing initially requested were not suitable for her. So Louis allocated all the original ship-based units from the 1st Legion to Wenjing's 5th Legion. As a result, the 5th Army Corps was quickly filled to capacity. Even so, the 1st Legion is still a reinforced group, which is also the ship and fighter units left over from the original 2 legions. However, as time goes by, some units and equipment need maintenance and upgrading. Therefore, although Giada's 1st Legion was an enhanced group, it quickly became a standard group after arriving at the B-Sun system. Giada's 1st Legion parked in the B-Sun system, and there were still 80 years before the arrival of the Shockwave civilization. Louis has always maintained contact with the Shockwave as an infrasound wave and a Euro wave respectively, so that the Shockwave's Wolf Fang does not know that the 2 waves it is talking to have already perished, and the ones waiting for it will also be the same. It is destruction. Therefore, the Shockwave came to the Sun system with confidence and boldness, and through the contact he maintained with Shockwave, Louis also learned a piece of information. That is, after Shockwave planned to replenish resources in the Sun system, its next stop would be the Solar system. Shockwave knew that the sun had been destroyed by an unknown god-level civilization more than 500 years ago. But as the saying goes, the crater was the safest place on the battlefield. The solar system has already suffered a blow. This god-level civilization, which is still unknown to the Shockwave, will not visit again. Moreover, more than 500 years have passed. When the Shockwave returns to the solar system, what will happen before and after? That's more than 1,000 years. Cockroach Sun, also known as Ross 128, is a red dwarf star that is too similar to be Sunday. It also has a planet Cockroach Earth, also known as Ross 128b. Coincidentally, the cockroach soil, like the honeycomb, is very close to the star, and its revolution and rotation are synchronous. Therefore, the cockroach soil, like the honeycomb, also has a permanent yang side and a permanent yin side, as well as a fixed twilight line. It is because of this that the cockroaches want to immigrate to the B-Sun system, which resulted in the death of 950 million B people in the hive in the war. However, this malicious behavior of the B-star civilization also brought consequences for itself, which led to the demise of their two sub-civilizations, Infrasonic Wave and Cyclo Wave, and the large number of cockroaches carried by these two sub-civilizations also suffered. Giada's First Legion and Wenjing's Fifth Legion were quickly established. What's left are the 3 legions of Lui and the others. Since they need to be built, there is a time process, and the 3 legions are being built and expanded at the same time. This process will take at least 50 years to complete. But this is not a problem. It will take 80 years for the enemy Shockwave to arrive. And the construction method of the magic sword is very time-saving and worry-free. That is, using the heart of the machine and the heart of copying. Let's not talk about the construction process, but say that after Giada reaches the B-Sun system, it is equivalent to people coming to the B-Sun system. Human beings are full of curiosity about this new world outside the solar system. Today's human beings are no longer what they used to be. At that time, human beings lived in interstellar fortresses. They could open their mouths for food and stretch out their hands for clothes. They could obtain a large amount of living resources without doing anything at all. Therefore, people at that time were not lazy. Think enterprising. But in the 300 years since the wage system was implemented, people have long learned to study and work, as well as enjoy higher quality and content. So after arriving in the B-Sun system, humans requested, and with Lu Yi's permission, to take a spaceship to travel around the B-Sun system. In this way, there was communication with the B people, and humans were very surprised that the B people could actually participate in interstellar wars. It's already very good if humans can work, but if they are allowed to fight, it is simply unimaginable. However, during the exchange, some people still asked to join the army, or become a Star Wars soldier, or become a starship commander. However, the combat system of the Demon Sword did not prepare combat positions for humans at all. So Lu Yi was unable to meet the requirements of humans. Fortunately, there were not many people who asked for it, so it didn't take long for him to lose his voice. At the same time, humans are also very surprised by the 55 million bees. Because in people's understanding, humans are the most orthodox human race, with only 600,000. However, humans and bees are also very harmonious. And there are also exchanges between the two human races. For example, humans took a spaceship to visit the fortress-like battleship of the 5th Legion of the Bees. Chapter 299 Space Passengers. Bees and humans evolved in different ecological environments. The air suitable for bees to survive contains methane and chlorine. Such air composition makes it difficult for humans to adapt. Therefore, if humans want to go to bee society, they must wear a filter mask to filter out harmful gases in the air. At Port 2 of the Hope Interstellar Fortress of the 1st Legion of the Demonic Sword, Cryonecologist Hokusai was among the passengers, waiting to board the ship. There are more than a dozen spaceships parked at the outer port of the airport, including an Angel-class small passenger spacecraft, which has been connected to the airlock channel. After a while, it will carry 30 tourists to the Black Bee, the flagship of the 5th Army. This tour is jointly organized by bees and humans, which means that human tourists will go to the bee ships to visit. And similarly, bee tourists will also come to the Star Fortress for sightseeing. Among the 5 major legions of the Demonic Sword civilization, only the ships of the 5th Legion, the Bee-Men, have ecosystems and ecological cabins. There are cabins with artificial gravity, oxygen, air pressure, temperature and lighting suitable for human or human survival, which are called ecological cabins. Except for the 5th Legion of the Bees. The other 4 legions are all machine legions. Among these 4 machine legions, except for the Star Fortress, which has an ecosystem and an ecological cabin, all other ship units do not have an ecological cabin. So if the bees want to visit, they can only go to the Star Fortress. Among the 55 million bees, they are basically all combat bees, with only less than 100,000 civilians. But he said that in addition to the 30 tourists in the airport, there were also some Star Castle officials and researchers who were waiting for the first bee tourist group to enter the port. Accompanying Hokusai is the young and beautiful female nurse Nong Meta. But she looks listless at the moment. Hokusai asked, "Why? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Nong Meta said with a wry smile, "I have a bit of a cold." "Cold? Have you taken any medicine? Otherwise, I won't go today." No, Dr. Ha," Nong Meta said. "I just took cold medicine. It's just a minor cold. It won't affect you." Hokusai nodded and said, "That's okay." After a while, I saw an Angel-class small passenger spacecraft with a string number starting with 5 entering the port, moored into the port, connected to the airlock channel, and secured it. The string number starting with 5 indicates that the aircraft belongs to the 5th Legion. Through the portholes, one could see people on the spaceship starting to enter the airlock. Many people in the port pointed at the bees who disembarked and entered the airlock and made a fuss, just because they looked different from humans. This is the first time in thousands of years of human history to see aliens, and the first time to have close communication with aliens. Can people not be surprised? The airlock door opened, and bees walked out. In addition to their special appearance, each bee wore a nose mask. Since the Star Fortress is a human atmosphere, they need to replenish the chlorine that is not in the atmosphere after entering. So they wear a nose mask. The nasal mask is much smaller than the mask. It just covers the nose and is tied to the head. There is a small tube connected to the chlorine device, and this device is placed in the jacket pocket to provide bees with a cyclic supply and recycling of chlorine. People exclaimed excitedly and came forward to talk, shake hands, and take photos with these special-looking aliens. Bees, like humans, also use sound language to communicate. You only need to bring a translator to eliminate communication barriers. Hokusai and Nong Meta were about to board the ship. Hokusai said, "It will be a while before we board the ship. Do you want to take a photo with them too?" Nong Meta said, "If I don't go, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Hokusai said with a sigh of relief, "Yes, we are allied with the bee people now, and there will be many opportunities to meet each other in the future. Let's go. You can get on the ship." The spacecraft they were going to board carried another airlock to board the ship. The two of them walked to the corresponding airlock along with a flow of people, and boarded the spacecraft through the airlock. After boarding the ship, the beautiful stewardess started talking and asked everyone to sit down and fasten their belts. Since it is a small passenger spaceship, there is no artificial gravity device. Since there is no artificial gravity, snacks and drinks will not be provided on the spacecraft. Air filter masks have begun to be distributed. The masks require a deposit and are included in the ticket. They can be returned when returning. The stewardess took the mask and introduced how to use it. She said, "You don't need to wear it now. You will wear it when you get to the Beeman spacecraft. The air in the Beelander contains methane and chlorine. This mask can filter out these harmful gases. If you don't wear it, it will be difficult for you to survive in the bee air." After the introduction, the stewardess added, "Because the air of the bees is poisonous, but not very toxic. You can also choose whether to wear a hat and gloves to wrap your skin." Hokusai and Nong Meta were sitting in their seats, looking at the masks in their hands. Nong Meta said, "Will this thing leak? If it leaks, will I die?" Hokusai smiled and said, "What? Do you regret it?" "A bit." Nong Meta pouted and said, "But the whole hospital finally managed to get 2 tickets for the first voyage. If I don't go now, it will be a waste. What a pity." Hokusai smiled and said, "Okay. It's okay. Look, there are so many people. And isn't there me?" Nong Meta hummed and nodded. The passenger spacecraft disconnected the airlock and connecting mechanism, and began to leave the port, flying in the direction of the 5th Army. The 1st and 5th Legions are both in hive orbit, revolving around the hive, although they are all in the orbit of the same planet. The size of the fleet and the large number of ships mean that it still takes a little time for the spacecraft to reach the flagship of the 5th Legion, the Black Bee, after leaving the Hope Interstellar Fortress and sailing in space. There were ships all around. The sailing speed couldn't be too fast. It was originally a civilian spaceship, so it couldn't go any faster. After leaving the airport, weightlessness immediately occurred. Fortunately, a flight attendant had fastened his seat belt beforehand, so that he would not float. After about half an hour of flying, the passenger spacecraft arrived in the airspace of the Fifth Army and flew towards the flagship Xianfeng, approaching the Angel-class battleship Xianfeng, approaching the battleship port and berthing in. It was grasped and fixed by the connecting mechanism. The hatch and the airlock were docked, and the docking was successful. Once entering the port of the battleship, even if the personnel have not entered the interior of the battleship, they can already feel the gravitational pull of the battleship. At the reminder of the flight attendant, the passengers unfastened their seat belts and put on air filter masks. After all inspections were completed, the flight attendant opened the cabin door, and everyone began to enter the airlock and head to the internal hatch of the battleship. After the airlock passage ends, enter the connecting airlock cabin of the battleship. There are transparent portholes on the battleship airlock cabin. You can see the bees watching in the inner harbor, but the number of humans watching is much smaller than that in the Star Fort. It may also be because most of the bees are war bees, and there are very few civilians, so there are no idlers. The tourists came to the door of the airlock cabin. The door opened and officially entered the interior of the Beeman's battleship. Chapter 300 Playing in an Alien World. Human tourists came to the Bee warship for sightseeing and were very curious about everything here. This is the first recorded contact with aliens in thousands of years of human history. Hokusai and Nometa entered the interior of the battleship along with the passengers. As expected, they were also watched by the curious bees. But there were far less humans than those who watched the bees in the Star Fortress. Some bee people also asked them to take photos with them, and the two of them mingled with the tourists to communicate and take photos with the bee people. The tour group has a leader who leads everyone out of the port and to the interior of the battleship. The internal structure of the battleship is completely different from that of the Star Castle. The interior of the Star Fort is a huge space with houses, roads, and green belts that imitate the appearance on the planet. But the interior of the Black Bee is not like this. There are honeycomb-like structures everywhere. If you are not careful, you will get lost, and you don't know where each passage leads. The team leader took everyone out of the port, for battle bees were sent to greet them on the battleship, and a special commuter car inside the battleship was driven. There were 4 tails in total, and each car had 7 or 8 people on it. Then the commuter bus took them for a tour inside the battleship. Looking at the strange internal structure of the battleship outside the window, the tourists were eye-opening and experienced a completely different alien style. They could even see war bees wearing flying armors flying past commuter cars. Although bees have wings and evolved from primitive bees, they cannot fly for long periods of time and can only glide short distances. So they will be equipped with flying armor, and they can continue to fly. The food of the bee people is not just pollen or petals as in the legend. Like humans, they also eat omnivorous food. And they also eat cooked food. This is just like humans. Didn't humans also eat raw food in the early stages of evolution? And the earliest ancestors of humans were not apes, but evolved from marine creatures much earlier. Similarly, on the Beehive Star, primitive bees are just a milestone in the evolutionary path of bee people. Today's bee people have long lost many of the characteristics of bees. Inside the battleship, the tourists were warmly received, and the beemen provided them with delicious food they had never had before. Since bees and humans are two completely different races, their animals and plants are completely different from those of the human world. So the food and cooking methods they provide are also different. The most unforgettable thing for human tourists is the flower dew provided by the bees. The so-called flower dew is actually wine brewed from flowers. It's just that the bee people use flowers to make wine. The flowers used are completely different from those of humans. They must be flowers from the bee people's world. And they also have their own unique brewing process. Beeren Flower Dew is a low-alcohol wine with fragrant aroma and sweet taste. There is electronic currency circulating inside the magic sword, which has been applied to the bee people. Tourists bought a lot of toilet water and bee people's items in the Xianfeng battleship to take back. Looking at the magical world of bees and visiting here, Nometa, who was originally uncomfortable with the cold, seemed to be much better, and she was very happy all the time. Hokusai was originally worried that Nometa would not have fun playing because of a cold. But this worry was completely unnecessary. Nometa had a great time playing. This girl is good-looking, and she always laughs when she plays. This made Hokusai, who came together, like it even more. After hundreds of years of development and the promotion of the Sea of Life, the original small population and the situation of more women than men have long been alleviated in the Star Fortress. Therefore, the current Star Fortress no longer has the few women as before. The situation of pursuing a man in this B world, due to the war, the proportion of males is only 1/5 of that of the entire B world. This means that in the future, out of every 500 bees, 499 female bees will not be able to find a partner. But they said that Hokusai and Numeda spent a day on the Black Bee and were very happy. They bought a lot of things and took the passenger spacecraft back to the Star Fortress. On the return ship, the tourists were still immersed in the joy of playing. The two of them sat together and exchanged their experiences on the trip and looked at the photos and short videos they had taken. Nongmeta kept talking about her travel experiences, while Hokusai stared at her. "What's wrong?" Nongmeta noticed that he was looking at her and asked, "Is there something dirty on my face?" Hokusai did not answer her, but asked, "Are you sure your cold is completely gone?" "Yes. It's amazing," said Nongmeta. "It feels like I haven't had a cold at all." Hokusai nodded. "What's wrong?" Nongmeta asked. "It's just a little cold." "Why are you so serious?" "We are just here to have fun." "Let's have fun." "I suddenly thought of a question," Hokusai said. "Oh. What's the problem?" Nongmeta asked curiously. "Bees and humans are two completely different human beings, with completely different living environments, completely different biospheres, and completely different evolutionary routes. Therefore, they have completely different body structures," Nongmeta said. "Of course, the body structures of the two species are different. This has nothing to do with the environment. Just like cats and dogs are in the same environment." "Can the structure still be the same?" No. You may not understand what I mean. Bees and humans have completely different biological principles. So, oh, my Dr. Hata. Nongmeta interrupted him. "We are just here to have fun. Why are you doing academic research?" Okay, Hokusai said with a smile. "In order not to slander our Miss Nong, I won't say this. Let's see what photos were taken." The two returned to the Hope Star Fortress, and Nongmeta asked him to take her home. After getting on the commuter bus to Region 2, Hokusai said, "Nongmeta, I think we should go to the hospital." "What are you doing?" Nongmeta asked. "We are traveling today. Can the hospital give us a day off? We won't go back to work until tomorrow." "No," Hokusai said. "I'm not going to work overtime. But I'm still worried about our trip." "What are you worried about?" Hokusai said. "Didn't I just say it? Two different environments. Two people in different worlds. We have lived in their worlds for a whole day. You are worried about the ecosystem." Nongmeta said. "Don't they all have biochemical quarantine beforehand? There should be no problem." Hokusai shook his head and said, "It's not that simple. We just have to check it again. And we will have to check it many times in the future. After all, they are two different worlds. And parasites and bacterial flora are different. Just in case, I think we should go to the hospital for a checkup. If there is a problem, we will be the first to discover it." Okay. Then I'll go back with you and check it out." Hey. Chapter 301 Miraculous Bacteria. Hokusai and Numeda returned from traveling on the Xianfeng battleship. They did not go home immediately. Instead, they returned to the hospital at Hokusai's request. Hokusai planned to draw blood for testing, so he went directly to the laboratory with Nongmeta. It is already dark in the artificial day and night at this moment. After arriving at the laboratory, Hokusai said, "We will test the blood sample and then go out to eat. Are you hungry?" "Of course I'm hungry. You're in for a treat." "No problem," Hokusai said. "There is a new hot pot restaurant on the corner in front. We will go to make hot pot later. Your treat. I'm just treating you." "What a big deal," Hokusai said, and began to draw blood for Nongmeta, and also drew a portion for himself, and then got busy. Looking at the busy Hokusai, Nongmeta asked, "Dr. Ha, you only draw blood. Why don't you do other tests?" Hokusai said, "Other aspects have been done before the bees and humans started communicating. If I check again, I guess I won't be able to find anything." "What about the blood?" "We can only shake hands with the bee people at most. And there is no deeper contact. And the bee people have green blood. And we humans have red blood. It is impossible to transmit blood diseases." "Right," Hokusai said. "I mainly suspect bacteria. Didn't you catch a cold? But after arriving at the Black Bee ship, your cold got better quickly. So I doubt that our human flora and the bee flora will be different." "Will there be some kind of conflict? Will it affect future communications?" "I told you when we were on the spaceship. But you wouldn't let me." "Oh, You're waiting for me here, Non-Meta said with a smile. Then I'm all ears now. Just tell me, Hokusai continued. What I mean is, will the B-Man's flora be very harmful to us humans? Or will it have unexpected benefits? Gone? No, Hokusai said. By the way, your cold is completely gone. Is it still coming back now? Non-Meta spread her hands and said, It's completely healed. There's no recurrence at all. I don't think the B-Man's flora will pose a threat to us humans. After all, they are not the same race. It would be best if we didn't. The test results came out quickly, and indeed nothing abnormal was found. However, Hokusai found that there was no cold virus in Non-Meta's blood samples. The new cold virus will not disappear so quickly. Even if there is drug treatment, it will not disappear so quickly. However, Non-Meta only went to Xianfeng once and took cold medicine once. She got this new type of cold virus. The cold is gone, and it's a very good and thorough one. Not even a single cold virus is gone. So Hokusai looked at the picture on the microscope screen and thought deeply. Nagging. This is impossible. Non-Meta smiled and said, What? My cold is completely cured. Am I still not cured? Then you still hope that I am cured? Hokusai just smiled at her and said, That's not true. I'm just curious. Then we can't find anything wrong. Let's go eat. Non-Meta smiled and pulled his collar and left. Wait a minute. You have to wait for me to change my clothes before leaving. Hokusai shook his head helplessly and had to give up continuing his research, change his clothes, and go to have supper with her. As for the things bought from the Xianfeng ship, they can only be carried with you and cannot be stored in the laboratory. If they are seen by colleagues when they come in the next morning, can they still be kept? However, they said that the two of them took their luggage outside, found a hot pot restaurant, and started eating. After finishing the hot pot, Non-Meta wanted to go to the movies with her. So the two of them watched a movie again. After watching the movie until very late, Hokusai sent her home. After Hokusai returned to his home, he tossed and turned but couldn't sleep. He kept thinking about the test. Feeling uneasy, he got up and went out and went to the hospital. When I came to the laboratory, I saw that the blood specimen placed under the microscope had not been thrown away. After eating hot pot and looking at the penis for such a long time, I guess that small piece of blood must have dried up. Even if there are bacteria on it, they should all be dead. However, Hokusai still planned to take a look. So he turned on the computer and put the results under the microscope on the screen. When he saw it, he couldn't help but be shocked, because he found that the blood was not dried, and there were actually living bacteria in it. And life is very prosperous. Sure enough, it was a newly discovered bacterium. Hokusai studied it carefully and found that this bacterium was not found in humans at all, or even possessed by creatures in the human world. Then it comes from the bee world. Are bacteria with such vigorous vitality harmful to the human body? Whether it was harmful or not, he didn't know yet. But he guessed that the cold virus in Non-Meta's body was probably killed by this bacteria. Hokusai paced back and forth in the laboratory, thinking about what to do next. There are two things to do first. One is to track Non-Meta to prevent her from developing lesions caused by this bacteria. The second is to contact the bee people to check the relevant information about this bacteria. The latter is more difficult and requires the help of official power. His small research institute cannot do it. What he can do now is track down Non-Meta's possible illness. Thinking of this, he called Non-Meta. It's so late, and you're still not asleep? Non-Meta asked in surprise on the other end of the phone, when she saw Hokusai on the screen actually in the laboratory. She asked in surprise. You didn't go home? Went to the lab again? Hokusai stood in front of the camera with his hands on his hips and said, I just said there were new bacteria. So I came back and looked again. And sure enough, there was. So I was worried about whether there would be any health problems with you. Ah, I'm fine. Be good. Go to bed. I'm so sleepy. Non-Meta hung up the phone, looking at the frozen image of Non-Meta on the screen. Hokusai sighed and turned off the screen. Maybe it doesn't matter much? At this point, Hokusai himself shook his head. All he could do now was go back to sleep and wait until he saw Non-Meta tomorrow morning. Thinking of this, he would go to sleep. The next morning, when he came to work, he was relieved to see that everything was in good condition, and there was nothing unusual about Non-Meta. After working in the hospital for a long time, during the lunch break, I ate in the cafeteria with Non-Meta. While eating, Non-Meta asked, It feels like you are going crazy in the past 2 days. I just felt like I was going to make a big discovery, Hokusai said. Isn't it just a bacterium? Is there anything good to discover? Haxai said. Obviously. Your cold was cured by this bacteria that is unique to bees. So what? Nong Meta disagreed. Perhaps this magical bacteria you mentioned is gone from my body now? Haxai said. I was thinking that this bee-man's bacteria can quickly cure your cold. But can it cure Luo Shishua's disease? Chapter 302 Interstellar Communication. The year 552 of the Demonic Sword Era is 2741 AD. B Solar System. The Wolf 359 Galaxy. The orbit around the Beehive star is filled with battleships. And a Force Angel-class disk battleship with the string number 2-6E is also among them. This Force Angel-class disk battleship is the temporary flagship of the 2nd Legion, which is also Lu Yi's ship. Although the original Tianji was a Lord Angel-class battleship, it was indeed a ship-type battleship that was not suitable for current needs. So he downgraded it to an ordinary battleship. Originally, in order to deal with the swirling wave, Lu Yi moved his consciousness host from the Angel-class battleship Tianji to the current Force Angel-class disk battleship 2-6E. And he had no plans to move it back again, because he is currently building the Archangel-class battleship of the disk system as his new flagship. And his consciousness host will have to be moved there by then. So he will not return to the Tianji for the time being. The new disk flagship will also be named Tianji. As for the original Tianji battleship, its name has been cancelled. The Lord Angel-class battleship is currently the largest interstellar carrier. The construction period is long, and it will take at least 10 years to be completed. Therefore, Lu Yi is now smart to temporarily use this Angel-class battleship as a temporary flagship. The 20-year construction cycle does not mean that only one ship is built in these 20 years, but that it takes 20 years to build one ship. Therefore, within 20 years, multiple Archangel-class battleships can be built at the same time, including Gil's Phoenix and Ron's Black Dragon. 10 years have passed now, so the construction cycle still has 10 years to improve, and it will still be nearly 80 years before the shock wave comes to the Sun system. But it was said that this 2-6E Force Angel-class disk battleship was parked on the orbit of the Hive. The interior of the battleship was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. It was originally Lu Yi's ship, and there were no humans or creatures inside, so there was no need for lighting. Only the light-emitting components on a few components in the computer room flickered faintly, which showed that Lu Yi's consciousness host was running at high speed. Lu Yi is currently paying attention to this exchange of visits between humans and bees. After all, this is the first contact between two biological civilizations, so he is paying special attention. During this exchange of visits, the ones that attracted his most attention were Dr. Haxai and Nurse Nong Meta. Haxai discovered new bacteria, which also attracted Lu Yi's attention. Seeing that Haxai was so serious about academic research, he thought it would be better to help him directly. So when Haxai took his lunch break, he took the initiative to connect with him. Haxai stood on the balcony of the office with double the amount of coffee, looking downstairs in a daze. At this moment, the communicator reminded that a call was coming in and asked if the call was connected. Haxai looked at it and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He hesitated for a moment because he had few calls, let alone unfamiliar numbers. But he still got through. The virtual screen was placed in the air in front of him, and he didn't expect that the person connected to him was actually an archangel. Lu Yi is the supreme leader of the Demon Sword civilization and is known as the Archangel. He was originally just a machine and had no specific image. He could only be shown in a virtual image. So what he is showing now is that of a young man. Image. And this image is also his image in the 6E virtual world. This image also often appears in the human society of the Demon Sword civilization. So people are very familiar with this image. This is why Haxai recognized him after just one glance, and said in surprise, "Your Excellency Archangel?" Lu Yi's virtual image smiled and said, "Yes, it's me," Haxai said excitedly. "Oh my god! Your Excellency Archangel! I have lived for 30 years, and I never expected that Your Excellency Archangel would call me. I am so happy." Lu Yi chuckled and said, "Don't get excited. I am more concerned about this exchange of visits with the bee people. So I accidentally saw you doubting the bee people's bacteria. After all, what kind of bacteria do you need?" "Help," Haxai said excitedly. "I just said that this bacterium is not simple. It turns out that the Archangel has also noticed it. Now I want to get detailed information about this bacterium and its living samples. Well, I will talk to their Princess Wenjing about this later and see if we can provide the living body and related information of this bacteria," Lu Yi said. Do you want to use it to study whether you are interested in this bacteria? Can other diseases in humans be treated? Hokusai said. I don't know this yet, so I need to study it. In addition, Luo Shushua's hibernation case has been pending for more than 300 years, and the cause of her illness has not been found. So I want to try to see if this bacteria can kill the virus in her body and cure her. Luo Xiaoxue is a descendant of Gong Tiechui, and Gong Tiechui was also one of the 100 sons of the earth rescued by Lu Yi when the demon sword was founded. He has been dead for more than 400 years. Gong Tiechui can be regarded as one of the veterans of human society construction back then. Luo Xiaoxue is her descendant. She got an incurable disease when she was 7 years old. She went into hibernation with Zi Cheng and waited for a treatment plan to be awakened. And that purple orange is the product of many mutations of the space creature Minanu. It has long been transformed into a plant fruit, and has been passed down from generation to generation along with Cheng Xiaocheng's descendants. Cheng Xiaocheng is the great-granddaughter of Gong Tiechui, and she is also the first person she came into contact with and established a relationship with the space creature Minanu. Now Hokusai actually felt that this newly discovered bacteria might be the key to curing Luo Xiaoxue. So Lu Yi also became very interested. So Lu Yi now wants to support Hokusai, which makes Hokusai very happy. Later, Lu Yi contacted Wen Jing and told her about the matter. Wen Jing said, Dear Archangel, during the Great Changes 12 years ago, 950 million civilians died on our planet, including doctors. Guilty. So now I, B-Star, have no doctors, and all the hospitals and laboratories have been destroyed, and all kinds of bacterial samples are gone. Lu Yi asked, It's been 12 years. Haven't you continued to develop? Although Fengxing has now surrendered and is under the command of Demon Sword, Lu Yi still gives them a high degree of autonomy, as long as they do not rebel. Lu Yi still does not interfere much with Fengxing's internal affairs. Wen Jing replied, After the whirling wave was eliminated, only 100,000 civilians were rescued. Among these 100,000 refugees, there were very few doctors. However, I have some military doctors among the battle bees, and there are archives about B-Star microorganisms on the battleship. If you need it, you can call it up at any time. Lu Yi said, In human society, there is a case of hibernating. He suffered from an incurable disease and has been hibernating for more than 300 years. Some doctors in the human society feel that they have discovered a microorganism in bees that may cure this hibernating patient's disease. That's why you asked me to come to the bee people for help. Your Excellency Archangel. Now we, B-Star, are already a sub-civilization under Demon Sword. So as long as we, B-Star, can help, I will spare no effort to provide all kinds of support. Chapter 303 Biological Treatment. With the support of the Archangel, Hokusai's research was put on the agenda, and the Hope Star Fortress Central Hospital organized manpower to establish a research team. Hokusai naturally became the leader of this research team, although Nemeda was only a nurse. She was also sucked into the research team because she was the first to let Hokusai discover this new microorganism. Subsequent laboratory tests revealed that the bacteria in Nomeda's blood disappeared on their own. On the human side, several experts have participated in the research team, including experts from hematology, neurology, and other specialties. This research team also includes there be experts provided by B-Star. The research sites are set up in 2 places. One is in the laboratory of the Hope Star Fortress Central Hospital. There is also a place set up in the flagship of the 5th Legion Xianfeng. The 2 sides send research institutes to each other to share data, intelligence, and scientific research successes. The research content is not limited to the newly discovered hygienic behavior of B-Stars, but will also include the study of various microorganisms and parasites in the 2 biological worlds, as well as the relationship between organisms in the 2 worlds, including microorganisms, parasites, plants, and animals. Is there any influence of love? Everything in the research is moving in a good direction. In less than a month, great results have been achieved. It is discovered that there are indeed many microorganisms in the B-Star world that can restrain some acute diseases in the human world. However, a strange phenomenon has also occurred. That is, after the use of biopharmaceuticals from the B-Stars for human emergencies, the bacteria have actually become drug-resistant. As the saying goes, if the Tao is 1 foot high, the devil is 1 foot high. This is also the reason why human acute diseases can exist for tens of millions of years and cannot be completely eradicated. In other words, the emergence of the B-Stars and the blending of the 2 biological worlds will neither bring biological disasters to both sides, nor will it allow the human races on both sides to eliminate diseases once and for all. But Hokusai first thought of how to cure Luo Xiaoxue, who was in hibernation. The acute illness that Luo Xiaoxue contracted was something that the demon sword humans had never experienced before. This meant that she was the only one who had this kind of germ in her body, and it had not spread. If the B-Man's microorganisms could restrain this kind of germ and achieve a single blow, if it is certain to kill, then this rare emergency disease will have no room for development and no chance of upgrading drug resistance. So Hokusai is full of hope for this. If Luo Xiaoxue can be cured, it will greatly increase his popularity, academic research results, and make a great contribution to medical research on humans and bees. The research team began to study Luo Xiaoxue's sudden illness through various research processes such as sampling analysis and biological culture. Finally, after another 3 months, the research team unanimously decided to inject Luo Xiaoxue with a biological agent called Angel Number 1 and bring her out of hibernation. Wake up. Before waking her up, her parents need to be woken up first, and only with their parents' consent can corresponding treatment measures be taken. Finally, a day was chosen, and Hokusai personally woke up Roger and Huayu. When the two of them woke up, the first thing they asked was what year it was. As the attending physician, Hokusai said, "Mr. Luo, more than 300 years have passed since you hibernated. The current time is 552 years in the magical calendar and 2741 AD in Earth time." "Oh my God! More than 300 years have passed." Huayu covered her mouth and cried softly. "Xiaoxue! Xiaoxue! Where is my daughter? Where is she? She is fine. She is still hibernating and has not been awakened. I will take you there now." When I came to Luo Xiaoxue's hibernation cabin, I looked at my daughter in the transparent glass hibernation cabin. She was still 7 years old, sleeping in the low temperature with her eyes closed. Huayu sobbed softly. Roger asked, "Why did you wake us up? Does Xiaoxue have a cure?" Hokusai said, "I am Luo Xiaoxue's attending physician. The treatment method is biological therapy. It can be cured in theory, but there is a lack of practice, so there will be certain risks. This is also the reason for waking you up in advance." "Risk?" Roger asked with a trembling voice. "That means failure?" Hokusai nodded. Huayu was a little excited and said, "It's been 300 years. Why is there still no treatment after more than 300 years? What have you doctors done?" Before Hokusai could speak, the nurse beside her, Nong Meta, said, "Madam, what you say is unreasonable. Her case is the only one in the entire civilization. We have no precedents and no existing experience. What do you want to do?" "What should we doctors do? 300 years? So what if it takes 3,000 years? There is no way." Hokusai quickly stopped her, but Nong Meta continued, "I am telling the truth. The entire demon sword has only a population of 600,000. The population base is too low, and scientific research results and practical experience cannot be mentioned at all. Go up. In a situation like this, let alone 300 years, even 33,000 years. If there is no progress in medicine, it is still possible." Huayu stopped talking, and Nong Meta stopped talking. After everyone was embarrassed for a while, Luo Jiuan said, "So Dr. Ha, what do you need us to do?" Hokusai said, "I will tell you about the treatment plan later. Let's study it carefully. If you think this plan is feasible, we will continue. If not, we will continue. The implication is that as long as you sign, you can start treatment. If you don't sign, you can only continue to hibernate," Roger said. "Okay. I am also a doctor. Let's study it together." The property where Roger and his wife lived before hibernation is still there, but the house has been renovated due to its age. Luo Jia and Huayu returned to their home. Since more than 300 years had passed, their original relatives were no longer there. So in this world, except for their sleeping daughter, they had no relatives. Standing in front of the window on the second floor of her family's small building, looking at the scenery in the community, Huayu lay on Roger's shoulder and sobbed. Roger held her in his arms and didn't know how to comfort her. Huayu said, "Why? Our lives are so miserable." Roger said, "For Xiaoxue, we must persevere no matter how hard it is." Huayu nodded. Roger asked, "Do you regret being with me?" Back then, many girls chose to hibernate, waiting to wake up and find a mate for the rest of their lives. Huayu sighed and said, "If I had chosen to hibernate at that time, I would have let Roy Lanchua get you. I am not stupid. My son, You have always been in love with her. No. Didn't you name the child Xiaoxue? Why, you said. But I don't care about that. I only care about Xiaoxue now. You two are everything in my life. And one cannot exist without the other. Besides, Rui Lanxue is also dead. It's been 100 years. Right? Why should I be jealous of a dead man? Roger sighed and said, let's clean up the house later tonight and see what we need to bring. We will be admitted to the hospital tomorrow. Yeah, Brother Jack. Chapter 304. An accident occurred during the awakening process. Roger and Huayu rested for the night after returning home. They brought some daily necessities and went to the hospital early the next morning. Since the two of them regained consciousness, the hospital resumed work for them and arranged a single-room dormitory for them to live in. A single in-suit ward was specially arranged for Luo Xiushua's treatment. The two also joined the consultation expert group to study Luo Xiushua's condition. After arriving at the hospital, Roger spent the whole day researching this biological treatment plan. In the dormitory at night, after discussing the plan with his wife, Huayu asked, is there really a certain risk as Hokusai said? Roger nodded. What should we do? Huayu asked anxiously. Roger said, actually, this risk means that if it fails, it will not be fatal immediately. It just maintains the current status of Shishua's condition. Then I also hope to succeed. I don't want to sleep anymore. Roger added, if it succeeds, there will be two situations. One is to completely cure Shishua's disease, and the other is to control her disease from relapse, which means that she will become a patient for a long time. What do you mean, Jack? I think we can give it a try. Roger said, life is fragile and worthy of all. Even if any bad situation occurs, we must have the courage to face it. And our current technology in the East is also very mature. So no matter what, our family of 3 can continue to sleep. Huayu nodded vigorously and said, I listen to you, Brother Jia. The two of them finally decided to accept the biological treatment plan. But the treatment could not be carried out immediately. It would take several days of preparation time. This also attracted the attention of the entire Hope people. The only online TV station also conducted a full tracking report. After all preparations were in place, 3 days later the treatment for the first hibernating man in human society with the demon sword began. A group of expert doctors and nurses gathered in front of the hibernation warehouse. The so-called hibernation chamber is actually a transparent low-temperature hibernation cabinet. The hibernator lies in it, under the instructions of the attending physician Hot Keisai and the deputy attending physician Roger. 2 nurses operate the hibernation chamber and push the biological agent into the chamber, which is still there, in the veins of sleeping Luo Xiushue. After the injection is completed, be sure to turn on the wake-up mechanism. All the citizens in the Hope Star Fortress are paying attention to this incident on TV and the internet. Huayu just held her husband's hand, which was all sweaty. Roger lowered his head to comfort her. Don't worry, Huayu. It's okay. Our daughter is fine. Hokusai glanced at Roger. Roger nodded towards him, and Hokusai said, start the wake-up procedure. A nurse worked on it and pressed her finger towards the confirmation button of the device. However, just when her finger was about to press the confirmation button, she had not yet reached it. There was a loud boom, and the entire hibernation experiment collapsed instantly. Dust and mist fragments flew around. Electric current flickered, and people screamed. It was dark, and the explosion happened so suddenly that no one noticed it. Huayu cried, Xiaoxue! Xiaoxue! The darkness only lasted for a second, and the lighting was restored in the laboratory. A large piece of the beam collapsed, and one of the beams happened to press on Luo Xiushua's hibernation cabin, deforming the cabin. No, Huayu shouted and moved over. This is a very large metal tube that completely covers the hibernation chamber, so you can't see what's going on beneath it after being crushed. Huayu came to the front, hugged the metal pipe, and lifted it up hard. But the metal pipe didn't move at all. Roger also ran over and shouted, come over and help lift it. Roger was also extremely frightened, as his daughter's life might not be saved. Several people came over to lift it, but they couldn't lift it. At this moment, an armed robot came over and easily picked up the metal pipe and threw it aside. At this time, when I looked at Luo Xiaoxue in the hibernation warehouse, I saw that she was not damaged on the outside. The glass panel was full of cracks, but not broken. However, it formed a strange shape. It collapsed twice, but the middle part was bulging. Got up. The bulging part just covered Luo Xiushua's body, so that her body was not crushed. Hokusai said quickly, quickly! Check the equipment! Check the hibernation system. Roger pursed his lips and looked at his daughter in the hibernation warehouse. The equipment staff were checking the equipment. He had already looked around and saw that the laboratory was in a mess with debris everywhere. So he asked, "Check. See if there are any casualties." The hibernation equipment was quickly repaired. More than a dozen people in the laboratory were injured to varying degrees. But no one died. Hua Yu knelt in front of the restored hibernation barn and cried, "What on earth is going on?" After checking the condition of the hibernator Luo Xiaoxue, Hawkeye said, "It must be awakened immediately. Otherwise it will be dangerous." Roger was also very sad. Looking at his daughter who was still sleeping, he could only nod his head and said, "Okay, wake up immediately." The wake-up procedure was restarted. About 10 minutes later, the detection equipment showed that the hibernator had been awakened. Then he removed the damaged hibernation chamber cover and waited for Luo Xiaoxue to wake up. Luo Xiaoxue's face was pale, and she was lying there with no intention of waking up. Hua Yu knelt beside her, caressing her daughter's neck, and cried, "Baby, wake up quickly." Everyone was waiting quietly. Roger looked anxiously and said silently, "Wake up quickly." Hundreds of thousands of Fortress civilians were watching the live broadcast, waiting for a miracle to happen. Finally, after waiting for about 5 minutes, Luo Xiaoxue finally woke up from a violent cough. Hua Yu cried and called her baby, while Roger said, "Quickly, breathe. Take a deep breath. Breathe hard." The respiratory system has been stagnant for more than 300 years. In order to prevent suffocation when waking up, hibernators need to breathe on their own. Luo Xiaoxue spit out a lot of hibernation liquid, and then breathed heavily. Then she looked at the people watching her curiously, while Hua Yu cried and hugged her. Hawkeye said, "Let's transfer her to the general ward first. Let's have 2 people help her." 2 caregivers came over to lift the child. But Luo Xiaoxue shouted, "Orange baby! Where is my orange baby?" The so-called orange baby in her mouth is the purple orange that was transformed by the space creature Minano after many mutations. When Luo Xiaoxue was hibernating, he was put into the hibernation warehouse with her and participated in the hibernation with her. As he said that, he started looking around in the cabinet. But after searching around, he couldn't find anything. So he shouted, "Orange baby! My orange baby!" Roger comforted her and said, "Go to the ward first and give you a systematic examination. I'll let everyone help you find your purple orange. Okay?" After that, people were asked to carry her away. But after Luo Xiaoxue was carried into the trolley, she kept clamoring for her orange baby. Chapter 305: The Disappearing Purple Orange. Lu Yi was paying close attention to Luo Xiaoxue's entire awakening process. Just when the laboratory was about to open, but had not yet started the awakening process, a patrol robot in the hospital suddenly launched a missile towards the laboratory without any call. Rocket missile. Lu Yi was startled at this. In just a few nanoseconds, he immediately controlled the robot and related facilities in the hospital, freezing the attacking robot. Find the cause quickly. If a robot suddenly attacks a human being, and it does so without his authorization, it means that the robot has been tampered with, or the network has been attacked. But Lu Yi was still very confident in its network security and felt that the network could not be attacked. Even so, he still conducted a comprehensive investigation of the entire network system. He also checked the accident robot and all the surveillance cameras around the hospital, and the results came out very quickly. It took only a millisecond to find the culprit. It turned out that 3 days ago, someone had indeed tampered with the robot. Through surveillance, you could see that a person just patted the robot when passing by it. Nothing more. There is nothing else suspicious. Lu Yi quickly found this person, but he was a senior high school student, which surprised him, and handed him over to the human police in the Star Castle for interrogation. But this senior high school student refused to admit it. When he was shown the surveillance video, he just said that he touched the robot out of curiosity. He couldn't be found guilty just because he touched the robot. Right? Lu Yi found a chip on the SHL of the accident robot, which was stuck on with chewing gum. It was this chip that controlled the robot and issued instructions to it to launch an attack on the laboratory within the specified time. There is no remote control, only program-timed attacks. Although the high school student did not admit that he did it, the evidence was quickly found. The chip was removed from a domestic robot and reprogrammed and erased. The components on the chip are all numbered. If you look up the corresponding ones, you will know which household robot it comes from. After checking, it happens to be the home of this high school student. In front of the evidence, The suspect had to bow his head and confess. However, after interrogation, it was discovered that he had someone behind the scenes. It turned out that the main culprit was someone else who paid to hire him to do the case. In Magic Sword, all currencies are electronic and there is no cash currency. So every transaction, including purchases and currency transfers and gifts, is recorded and traceable. So who gave him the money was immediately discovered after an investigation. It was a man in his 30s. After the arrest, he learned his motive after questioning. It was very simple: to create chaos, make people doubt the machine, and plan humanity revolted against the domination of machines. Therefore, the explosion was quickly solved, which made Liu Yi determined to upgrade the entire system's software and hardware to avoid a similar incident from happening again. He also asked Gil and Ron to upgrade their own systems. Comprehensive inspection. It was also because of Liu Yi's quick response that he calmed down the incident and informed all human beings of the cause and consequences of the entire incident, which also caused quite a stir among humans. In human forums, many people began to post posts to attack the rebels who had evil intentions, saying that they had lived a good life for too long and did not know what was good or bad and did not know how to be grateful. Some people posted, "What happened to machine rule? Did he beat you? Scold you? Exploit you? Does it mean you don't have enough to eat? Don't have warm clothes to wear? Or can't afford a house?" History says that when the planet was civilized, humans would rule by themselves at that time. But there were always wars, poverty, beggars, and homeless people everywhere. But now, this situation does not exist at all. Isn't that enough? Someone even posted, since he doesn't like the magic sword and doesn't like being notified by the machine, then give him freedom. Give him a small spaceship to fly into space and fend for himself. The final punishment for the principal offender and the accomplice was that, considering that no death occurred in this incident, they were each sentenced to 3 years in prison and given education. If they commit the crime again next time, they will be sentenced severely. The incident was put to rest as a result. Liu Yi's rule over civilization became stronger, and people trusted him more. The words were divided into 2 parts. After Luo Xiaoxue was awakened, she had been clamoring for her purple orange, but she couldn't find it. She only found some spilled orange juice in the hibernation warehouse. And it was still purple, because it was purple. I didn't know it was orange juice at first. And Roger also thought it was purple orange juice just because it was purple. But during the test, it was discovered that this was really orange juice. Purple orange juice. But no one tried to take a sip. Roger also guessed that this might be the juice that Zicheng was drinking. But where did Zicheng go? It's always been a mystery. From then on, he also knew that the purple orange that had been passed down from his ancestors, and that his half-year-old daughter Luo Xiaoxue had bought for many years was indeed an orange. A purple orange. However, after Luo Xiaoxue had been shouting for a while, and was sure that Zicheng could no longer be found, she stopped clamoring for it. And after that, she never mentioned finding Zicheng again. Since then, after more than 500 years, the space creature Manana finally came to an end with Luo Xiaoxue's disappearance. After Luo Xiaoxue regained consciousness, she underwent a series of tests and found that all the original viruses in her body had disappeared without any trace. In other words, her strange disease was miraculously cured. Moreover, after she recovered, she was in very good health and in high spirits. It was impossible to tell that she was someone who had suffered from a terminal illness. Now that the disease is cured, there is no need to hibernate or be hospitalized anymore. After completing the discharge procedures, the family of 3 returned home happily. When Luo Xiaoxue learned that more than 300 years had passed, she was also filled with emotion. The plan for the future is that Luo Jia and Hua Yi will return to the hospital and continue working, while Luo Xiaoxue will return to campus to continue school. In this way, Luo Xiaoxue became a primary school student again. Throughout the magic sword, 5 legions, due to the vigorous construction era, humans and bees also lived in harmony and often communicated with each other. 11 years later, Luo Xiaoxue graduated from high school at the age of 18. This year, the construction of all 5 Legion standard groups of Demon Sword was completed, and Liu Yi also began to build 5 backup Legion standard groups. And this year, there are still 65 years until the shockwave arrives. It was also in this year that the Demon Sword initiated a general vote, including humans and bees. The vote was whether to take the initiative to fight against the machine civilization shockwave fleet that is still on the way. Chapter 306 Heading to the B Battleship. The year 563 of the Demonic Sword era is 2752 AD. B Solar System. The Wolf 359 Galaxy. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th Legions of the Demonic Sword Civilization. A total of 4 Standard Legions fleets, with a total strength of 400 million basic combat units, have assembled and are ready to set sail and leave the B-Sun system to face the Cockroach Machine Civilization Shockwave Fleet. Under the leadership of Giada, the 1st Legion continued to stay in the B-Sun system and built 5 reserve Legion combat units. It has been 11 years since Luo Xiaoxue woke up from hibernation. Now she is 18 years old. After graduating from high school, she signed up to join the Human Combat Force and was assigned to a B-Star battleship of the 5th Legion. Since the exchange between humans and bees, many humans have requested to form and join human combat forces. Their argument is simple. If bees can fight, why can't humans? No matter how physically or intellectually human beings are, they are not bees at all. Several leaders of the Demon Sword conducted some research under Liu Yi's organization and felt that such a proposal was meaningful. So they also planned a trial run to allow humans to start joining combat troops. But in the Demon Sword Navy, only the 5th Legion has bee soldiers, referred to as war bees, while the other 4 legions are all machine legions. There is no human or bee on them. They are all controlled by the central host, which is the consciousness body. Therefore, if humans want to join the army, they can only go to the 5th Legion B-Star fleet. The first batch of human warriors were sent to the 5th Legion and were trained by war bees. Luo Xiaoxue was one of the first batch of warriors. The number of the first batch of human warriors is not large. Only 1,000, including 100 female soldiers. They will study and train on the bee warships for 3 years. Some of these 1,000 humans will become officers and enter the command system of the 5th Legion, while others will become soldiers and become armored pilots. And what Luo Xiaoxue joined was the armor team. These soldiers are called war bees, and human soldiers are called soldiers. The 4 legions embarked on the journey, and the 3 years of study and training of these 1,000 people, as well as their subsequent military careers, will be carried out on the road. According to time calculation, it will take about 30 years to eliminate the enemy. In other words, Luo Xiaoxue will spend 30 years on the voyage with all other human soldiers. So she will start fighting the enemy when she is about 45 to 50 years old. It was impossible for these 1,000 soldiers to spend the voyage alone like this. So the Demon Sword took this approach. There were 800,000 people in the Hope Star Fortress. Liu Yi diverted 200,000 of these 800,000 people to the Second Army. In this case, he built another district-level interstellar fortress module and assigned it to the Second Army. The district-level interstellar fortress module can accommodate the living space of 500,000 people. 10 district-level modules are assembled to form a complete interstellar fortress. The Demon Sword has been developed for more than 500 years, but it still has not reached the standard of a complete interstellar fortress. Therefore, the current Star Fortress has 3 district-level modules. The 1st Legion and Giada have 2, which are combined into the Hope, with a population of 600,000. There is only one Liu Yi in the Second Army, and it is also a newly built one with a population of 200,000, named Dream. The 1st Legion stayed behind in the Japanese system, so its Hope Star Fortress and its 600,000 people also stayed behind. The other 4 legions went on the expedition, including the 2nd Legion, so its Dream Star Fortress followed. Therefore, the families of the 1,000 human soldiers accordingly moved to the Dream and went on expeditions with the army. This also solves the crisis of regular reunions of human soldiers and their families. However, it was said that the armies of the 4 legions set sail, left the B-Sun system, and embarked on a journey to meet the Cockroach Machine and the Shockwave Fleet. During the voyage, the sun is falling behind us. The port of the 2nd Legion's Dream Star Fortress was crowded with people. It turned out that the recruits were gathering again and their families were seeing them off. They will later take the spaceship to their respective battleships in the 5th Legion to serve. Among the crowd were Luo Xiaoxue and her parents Roger and Hua Yu. Hua Yu held Luo Xiaoxue's hand and cried, "You said that your child had a strange disease. He hibernated for so many years and almost died. You and your dad have been looking forward to it until you grow up. But why do you think you are going to join the army?" Although Roger didn't speak on the side, the corners of his eyes were moist. As the saying goes, this is how pitiful the hearts of parents in the world are. Luo Xiaoxue said with a smile, "There is nothing to worry about. We will encounter the enemy for more than 30 years. I may not be able to serve as a soldier for 30 years. Maybe I can come back after training in the army for a few years. So don't worry about me. Just as he was talking, a handsome boy came over and said to Huayu, Don't worry, Auntie. I'll be here. I will take good care of Xiaoxue. Huayu looked at him doubtfully, and the boy said, My name is Qiueyuan, and I have been with Xiaoxue for 3 years. After that, he waved not far away and shouted, Mom, Dad, I'll be right over. Roger and Huayu also gave some instructions, and the horn at the port sounded, prompting the new recruits to board the ship. I saw a dozen hatches open in the port. Behind the hatches was the airlock passage, which was connected to the passenger spacecraft. The recruits said goodbye to their parents and began to enter the airlock and board the ship one after another. Qiueyuan and Luo Xiaoxue were on a spaceship. They boarded the ship at the same time, but they couldn't walk together. Luo Xiaoxue had already sat down and fastened her seat belt. Qiueyuan hadn't come over yet. It turned out that he had been talking to another girl along the way. Someone is laughing. Luo Xiaoxue couldn't help but feel anxious and angry when she saw the two of them talking and laughing. The girl's name was Cui Anna, and she was a high school graduate in the same class as Luo Xiaoxue and Qiueyuan. The studies of these three people were all good, and their scores in the college entrance examination were all good. However, Luo Xiaoxue did not go to college, but directly signed up to join the army. Who knew that when she signed up, Qiueyuan also signed up. And as soon as Qiueyuan signed up, Cui Anna also signed up. And just like that, the three of them entered the military camp. After 3 years of service, he returned to university to continue his studies. Qiueyuan likes her Luo Xiaoxue and has declared his love to her. She also knows that Cui Anna likes Qiueyuan. And Qiueyuan has also made it clear that he does not like Cui Anna. But these two people always get together, and they do so openly. So this makes Luo Xiaoxue very angry. Luo Xiaoxue pouted and looked out the window in anger. Qiueyuan finally squeezed over and sat down next to her. Before he could speak, Cui Anna also came over and sat down in front of him. She turned around and said, Xiaoxue, you won't be angry when I talk to Yuan, right? Luo Xiaoxue forced a smile and said, No. How could I be so stingy? Chapter 307 Starship Recruit Camp. In the vast space of the universe, the 4 legions of the Demon Sword civilization are sailing. Luo Xiaoxue and 1,000 other human recruits were all assigned to the same battleship by agreement. They will first spend 3 months as recruits on the B warships, and they will decide whether to stay or leave after the recruit period is over. Luo Xiaoxue has always disliked Cui Anna and Qiueyuan getting together, but after going to the recruit camp, she felt relieved because the female soldiers trained and studied together alone. Although she herself could not see Qiueyuan in the past 3 months, but at least Triana couldn't be with him. In addition to the basic study and training of soldiers, the 3 months were spent to become familiar with the structure and use of B warships and armors, as well as the B's tactical theory. In the past 500 years, the Demon Sword has never fought a war with humans, let alone a war, not even a human military deployment. Therefore, human beings do not know how to fight. They have no understanding of war, and they have no experience at all. But the B people are different. The B people are all soldiers. After tens of thousands of years of war, they merged with the agreed B-star civilization. They have experienced hundreds of years of war with the machine civilization's gyration wave. So they have also been trained. It shows the characteristics of the B people who have experienced hundreds of battles. Then wouldn't humans become students when they come to the B people? Fortunately, this B-man has surrendered to the magic sword wholeheartedly. So he sincerely teaches human students. So humans can indeed learn real skills from the B-man. But it is said that humans and bees come from 2 completely different worlds, and the air composition is different. Therefore, humans need to wear air filter masks on the B battleships. Otherwise, they will not be able to live on it. Therefore, these 1,000 human recruits must wear masks all the time. They can only take off the masks after returning to the Star Castle half a year later. But he said that the 3 months of hard training as a recruit passed quickly, and he would be assigned to the combat team next. On this day, in the battleship recruit barracks, Private Luo Xiaoxue was walking in the cabin corridor and towards the information desk. There was an announcement about the units assigned to each recruit, and she wanted to go there to take a look. Several female soldiers ran forward, and one of them shouted, Xiaoxue, go quickly! Luo Xiaoxue frowned and agreed, but she walked slowly holding on to the bulkhead. Just today, She suddenly felt uncomfortable all over her body, had a headache, and her muscles and veins were swollen and painful. She didn't know what was going on, but she didn't dare to tell her, for fear that the mountain would send her back. Walking to the corner, just as they were about to reach the information desk, they saw Cui Anna and Qiu Yiran standing together again, pointing and talking at the screen of the information desk. Luo Xiaoxue couldn't help but feel angry. The recruit camp had just ended, and they couldn't wait to stick together. Could she not afford it? It didn't matter that she was angry. She immediately felt as if her body was going to explode. She couldn't help but scream, "Ah!" Couldn't stand, and fell down. But just when she was about to fall to the ground, the pain on her body suddenly disappeared. It disappeared, as if she had never experienced the pain at all. So she did not fall, but stretched out her hands to support the ground and stood up slowly. Qiu Yiran ran over to help her and asked with concern, "What's wrong with you?" Luo Xiaoxue smiled and said, "I'm fine. It's just that my head suddenly hurt just now. I couldn't hold it in, so I yelled." She was a smart girl. Even if she was jealous, she knew that the two of them had not done anything extraordinary. They were just talking, and there was no need to get angry. So she suppressed the anger mentally. Cui Anna came over and said with a smile, "Xiaoxue, Yiran and I are just talking. You won't be angry." Luo Xiaoxue hugged Qiu Yiran's arm and said with a smile, "Do you think I'm such a stingy person? If you want to talk to Brother Yiran, just come as you like." "Oh, I'm sorry. Brother Yiran, can you accompany me to see it? Do you want to make an announcement? Anna, do you want to come with me?" As she spoke, she deliberately leaned into Qiu Yiran's arms, and Qiu Yiran also cooperated, hugging her tightly and kissing her on the forehead appropriately. If Triana had stayed with them first, she would have been a real light bulb. Just listen to Cui Anna say, "It's not going to get better. You can go on your own." Luo Xiaoxue was very satisfied with Qiu Yiran's performance. The two came to the electronic bulletin board and looked for their names. There were more than 1,000 people, and the full screen would definitely not fit. They had to press the arrows below to turn the page. Luo Xiaoxue kept turning the pages, while Qiu Yiran said from the side, "Hey, slow down. I can't see anything, so just turn over." Luo Xiaoxue ignored him, and just turned the pages with one hand and held Qiu Yiran's hand with the other, holding on tightly and leaning on his arm. Not far behind, Triana was hiding in the corner, secretly watching the two of them. Finally turning to their names, Luo Xiaoxue pointed to the list excitedly and said, "Brother Yiran, look, our names are together. We are both in the same team." Qiu Yiran smiled and said, "How about it? Are you relieved now? We will be in the same team for the next 3 years. Let's see who is in the team." Luo Xiaoxue nodded vigorously. There were a total of 12 people in this small team. The captain and deputy captains were both bees. Among the other 10 people, there were 4 bees and 6 humans. There is only one female soldier among humans, and that is Luo Xiaoxue. The other 5 are all male soldiers. "It's so strange," Luo Xiaoxue said. At this time, other recruits came to check and quickly turned over their lists. "What's weird?" Qiu Yiran asked. "I just took a look," Luo Xiaoxue said. "There are 12 people. 6 of them are bees, and they are all women. Among the 6 humans, I am the only one who is a woman." Qiu Yiran smiled and said, "Bee people are a civilization where women are strong and men are weak. It's not like you don't know this. Our instructors and officers are all women." "I'm not talking about them," Luo Xiaoxue said. "I'm talking about me. 6 human beings. Why am I the only one who is female? There are only 100 female soldiers among 1,000 humans," Qiu Yiran said. "The 1/10 ratio. Your 1/6 ratio is already very high. Okay. Besides, don't you still have 6 female comrades?" She knew who the 6 female comrades he was talking about were. So she said, "But they are all bees. So what? Language is not a barrier. There is a translator." While the two were talking, Luo Xiaoxue suddenly pointed at the screen and shouted, "Hey! Hey! Hey!" There were 2 recruits in front of the screen turning the pages. The name pointed at by Luo Xiaoxue was quickly turned over, so Qiu Yiran did not see who the name she was pointing to was. Luo Xiaoxue hurried over and turned over, while apologizing to the recruit next to her for asking her to take another look. Quickly turning the page back, Luo Xiaoxue pointed at the name and said, "Did you see it? Chapter 308 Blood Blade Queen 1." Where Luo Xiaoxue pointed, Chui Anna's name suddenly appeared. Chui Anna, training commander of the Force Angel-class battleship headquarters. Luo Xiaoxue shouted. Let me go. She is still the commander. Is there any mistake? What's wrong? Xiao Yiren asked. Are you mentally unbalanced? That's not true. Luo Xiaoxue said. Don't we humans also need to train commanders? So there must be a few people to do this. Then why don't you also sign up to learn conducting? I don't. I'm not going anywhere with you. The two said and left the information desk. The next day, I was assigned to a small team of 12 people. The barracks were on the edge of the camp area, and there was a porthole to see outside the mothership. In the area where the squad barracks are located, there is a gun cabin not far away on both sides. The gun cabins are equipped with anti-sky laser cannons, which are used to defend against air and sky enemies during wartime. The small team's barracks were divided into two parts, the B side and the human side. Since Luo Xiaoxue was a female soldier, she was assigned a single room. Her single room is connected to the male soldier section and has a separate air system, so she does not need to wear an air mask when resting in the barracks. Thus began a 3-year career as a soldier in a starship battle armor. 3 months later, a huge fleet composed of 4 legions sailed in space, and a Force Angel-class battleship of the Bee People was among them. Beside the huge body of this battleship, 2 battle armors were flying beside it in flight mode. Flying! The 2 armors were Qiu Yiran and Luo Xiaoxue. Qiu Yiran was the leader and Luo Xiaoxue was the wingman. The 2 armors flew in formation, connect to the battleship command center while flying. The 2 maintained a stable flight trajectory, flying in a spiral at a distance of about 500 meters from the ship body, flying around once, then flying to the stern of the ship, and then flying forward. The 2 reported the situation. Xiao Yi said, 02 is normal. Luo Xiaoxue, 03 is normal. Chui Anna's voice from the command center. Continue to fly smoothly. Keep a distance from the ship. And don't get too close to prevent hitting the shield. Luo Xiaoxue muttered. Where did you get the shield? 03 please pay attention to your attitude. Triana's voice came from the headset. The shield is not turned on. That is because to save energy, flight training must assume the existence of the shield. Yes, Chief. Luo Xiaoxue said lazily. Xiao Yiran said, Xiaoxue, resources are tight, so you can't open the shield specially for us too. Yes. Luo Xiaoxue sighed and said, every day's training is always so unremarkable. With our current skills, once a war breaks out, we simply can't handle it. Chui Anna said again. Private Luo Xiaoxue, please obey the order and don't complain. If your attitude is not correct, fly back immediately. Luo Xiaoxue was about to get angry when Qiu Yiran said, Chief, we will follow the training outline. Please don't pursue Luo Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue, let's keep flying. Triana stopped talking. Luo Xiaoxue was angry. Chui Anna was just a training commander. Wasn't she just a warrant officer? What's so great? Damn it. I fly according to the rules. But I don't listen to you. So I have to fly according to my own wishes. Thinking of this, he suddenly pulled the operating lever, and the armor rolled in space. Xiao Yiran shouted, Xiaoxue, what's wrong with you? Luo Xiaoxue smiled and said, I'm fine. As an armored pilot, if you can't even roll, it's all nonsense. Xiao Yiran thought her armor was malfunctioning. It turned out that she rolled and flew on purpose. Chui Anna went and said, Private Luo Xiaoxue, please stop messing around. Stop your reckless behavior and return to the battleship. I will ground you. And at this moment, Luo Xiaoxue suddenly felt a splitting headache, and her muscles and veins all over were swollen and painful, just like what happened to her 3 months ago. She screamed in pain, lost control of her armor, and moved toward the battleship crashed away. Chui Anna and Qiu Yiran both shouted her name on the channel. It was about to hit the battleship. A battleship without shield protection could not withstand such a collision. Even several duty commanders in the battleship headquarters were stunned. Triana shouted, Open the shield quickly! Qiu Yiran said, No! Once the shield is turned on, the armor will hit the shield. Hitting the shield will cause more damage to the armor than hitting the SHL of the battleship. But it will be fine against the battleship. Luo Xiaoxue, who was sitting in the 03 armor, watched the battleship spin and approach. She tried her best to control the armor to fly away. She finally opened the distance and started the autopilot. The shield was finally not activated. Luo Xiaoxue gasped and the pain finally stopped. She also collapsed in the cockpit and looked at the scenery outside the porthole becoming blurry. Cui Anna's voice. Luo Xiaoxue, you are too presumptuous. You must be grounded when you come back this time. Luo Xiaoxue didn't want to say anything, but was just stunned. Qiu Yiren said, Xiaoxue, what's wrong with you? Keep driving on autopilot. I'll come over to escort you. Luo Xiaoxue suddenly felt uneasy, as if something big was about to happen, and said, Headquarters, there is an abnormal situation. Please ask all units in the army to activate their shields. Cui Anna said, Are you crazy? Luo Xiaoxue, what qualifications do you have to ask all ships to turn on their shields? Don't forget your identity. You are just a private. Luo Xiaoxue just said, Listen to me. You must turn on the shield. I request to connect to the Archangel. There is a problem in this place. There is definitely a problem. Trust me. Qiu Yiren also said, Cui Anna, just apply once. It's better to be on guard than never. Right. Cui Anna said, It's a joke. So many warships have detection systems. If there is a situation, they will call the police as soon as possible. How can you, a little human, beat all the detection systems? Just as he was talking, Luo Xiaoxue saw a huge circle suddenly appear in the space not far ahead without any warning, emitting a very faint light. The circle was very big enough to swallow up all the battleships. However, it did not swallow up the battleships. Instead, things kept flying out of the big circle. At the same time, Lu Yi and the 2nd Legion's flagship Qianji also discovered this situation. The reconnaissance system showed that the diameter of this circle was more than 1,000 kilometers. It appeared suddenly just above the fleet, and there were many things flying. Come out. And these flying things are alive through data analysis. The greatest possibility is that they are all space creatures. Due to the large size and distance of the fleet, there was a delay in information. When Lu Yi received this information, the things flying out of the large circle had already launched an attack on the WASP 423 battleship of the 5th Army. Returning to Luo Xiaoxue, she could feel the arrival of the enemy in real time, and saw a huge space-flying insect rushing over and hitting Qiu Yiren's armor. Chapter 309 Blood Blade Queen 2. Luo Xiaoxue watched helplessly as the huge thing hit Qiu Yiren's armor. She also saw the appearance of the object clearly. There was a pair of fangs at the front, and a pair of big black eyes. It had an oval body and trailed behind, with more than a dozen tail touches. A complete space creature. In her previous life in the Star Castle, Luo Xiaoxue had been introduced to this aspect. That is, the Anata Zerg. They have many soldier insects. The monster that crashed into Qiu Yiren's armor in front of her was the soldier insect from the Anata Zerg, and it is a type of iron beetle. The iron beetle relies on the physical impact of high-speed flight to attack the enemy. In addition to the iron beetle attacking Qiu Yiren's armor, more Zerg units flew out from the large circle, which was actually a wormhole, and launched an attack on the WASP 423 battleship to which Luo Xiaoxue belonged. Before Luo Xiaoxue had time to take care of the battleship, her first reaction was that her beloved had been attacked by the Zerg and was probably dead. Without even thinking, she roared suddenly, and she didn't know what force she used. She saw that the iron beetle was hit by an invisible force and exploded, wrapping Qiu Yiren's damaged armor. At the same moment, Luo Xiaoxue felt an invisible and very powerful force burst out of her body. And then a very shocking thing happened. The hatch of the 03 armor carrying Luo Xiaoxue suddenly opened, completely exposing Luo Xiaoxue to the space. Before she could think about it, she suddenly jumped out of the cabin and shot towards the 03 fighter plane. And go! At that moment, she didn't even think that she would do this. How she would do it, and what the consequences would be after she did it. She didn't even know how she obtained the power of flight. When she came to Qiu Yiren's armor, she saw that the damaged armor that Qiu Yiren was riding on was tightly surrounded by the corpses of the iron beetles. Moreover, Luo Xiaoxue could also feel that there was still air inside the armor. Qiu Yiren was not dead, but was in critical condition. She needed to protect him from further attacks by other space creatures. Only at this time did she have time to look at the world around her. The battleship she served on was already immersed in a sea of fire. Explosions occurred one after another. The shield could no longer be released. Countless Zerg soldiers crashed into the damaged battleship and shuttled inside the battleship. The other battleships set up shields and launched a counterattack against the sudden appearance of the Zerg. A deep voice echoed in my mind. I am Manana. Luo Xiaoxue was surprised and asked the voice with her consciousness. Are you my orange baby? The voice replied. Yes, Xiaoxue. 11 years ago, In order to save you, I merged with you. No wonder Zicheng, who disappeared 11 years ago, has never been found. It turns out that it was integrated into her body. And it was Zicheng who saved her life that time. Orange baby, what do you want me to do now? Luo Xiaoxue asked. Connect to Queen Din's, Minana said. Do not attack the magic sword. It turns out that these Zerg are the soldiers of Queen Dan's. But she killed my brother Iran, Luo Xiaoxue said. No, this was not done by Queen Dan's, but by our enemy Omer. The great Queen Dan's is coming soon. She and the Minano in her mind communicated through consciousness, and the speed was very fast, measured in milliseconds. Although it was not as fast as the nano-level communication speed of machine civilization, it was already very fast for humans. At this time, Luo Xiaoxue, who was still wearing an extravehicular space suit, heard voices from the command center coming from the headset. They were people's cries for help, mixed with Cui Anna's voice. Luo Xiaoxue pushed Qiu Yuan's armor and flew towards the interior of the armor. During the flight, she asked to connect to the Archangel, the leader of the Demon Sword civilization. She couldn't understand that she was automatically requesting a connection. The connection request was quickly connected, and it turned out to be a stream of consciousness communication. Luo Xiaoxue herself was stunned. For her, it was brainwave stream of consciousness. But for Lu Yi, it was electromagnetic waves. Lu Yi asked, Who are you? Luo Xiaoxue said, Your Excellency, Archangel, I am Private Luo Xiaoxue. I don't know what happened, but I was able to connect to you automatically. We are now under attack from the Oh My Demon. The Oh My Demon came through the wormhole, and Queen Dan's will chase after her soon. We should establish an alliance with Queen Dan's. I will find a way to connect with Queen Dan soon. While connecting to the line, she had entered the interior of the battleship and saw a flying insect flying towards her. She quickly dodged it and continued flying. At this moment, a voice rang in my head. Who are you? Why can I connect to you? Luo Xiaoxue couldn't figure it out either. So she said in a stream of consciousness, I am Luo Xiaoxue, and I have merged with Minano. So Luo Xiaoxue is Minano, and Minano is Luo Xiaoxue. The voice said, Stop talking nonsense. I have soldiers approaching you now. I will release the authority to you. You can command these soldiers to fight against Queen Cathy's insects. Queen Cathy? Luo Xiaoxue asked curiously. My enemy was merged with the Oh My Demon Queen, and I am Minano's mother body, Queen Dan's, but my current name is Lun Yen. Their stream of consciousness communication was actually online at the same time as Lu Yi. When Lu Yi first heard the name Lun Yen, she couldn't help being surprised and asked, Lun Yen? Are you human? Lun Yen said, That happened 600 years ago. Luo Xiaoxue said, Queen Lun Yen, Your Excellency Archangel, please don't fight between the two of you. It's good if you can form an alliance. In a cold and sneer tone, my enemy is Queen Cathy. As long as this iron lump doesn't hit me, I won't hit him. She actually described Lu Yi as an iron lump, which meant that she knew that Lu Yi was a machine civilization. Stream of consciousness electromagnetic wave communication. Lu Yi actually didn't know where Lun Yen was at this moment. All you could see was the huge wormhole with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers and the fleet flying at the same speed, with Zerg flying out of it from time to time. Lu Yi added, I won't fight you. My team is easy to distinguish. They are all made of iron. But you and your enemies are both Zerg. How can I distinguish between friends and foes? Lun Yen replied, There is a difference between my soldiers' bugs and Cathy's bugs, and they can send identification codes. I will tell you the identification code and that's it. Zerg, space creatures, actually have something that only computers have, which is an identification code. The incident happened in such a hurry that Lu Yi had no time to judge and could only temporarily believe Lun Yen, just because he knew she was once human. Once you have the identification code, it will be easier. You can see a large number of stunning Zerg flying out of the wormhole. In the damaged spaceship, many cool Zerg began to fly around Luo Xiaoxue, obeying her command. Chapter 310 Blood Blade Queen 3. Luo Xiaoxue, who was still wearing an extravehicular spacesuit, directed the Zerg soldiers surrounding her body to attack other soldiers from Cathy's race. In this way, a Zerg versus Zerg battle started inside the damaged Wasp 423 ship. Lu Yi has issued instructions to the entire army not to attack marked insect swarms unless they are attacked and must launch a counterattack. However, Luo Xiaoxue suddenly flew inside the battleship, quickly found a sealed cabin, and pushed Qiu Yuan's armor in together with the dead insect corpse. Then she turned over and let go of her hands and feet to command the Lingyan swarm to fight against the Shibu Cathy swarm. At the same moment, kilometers in space outside the battleship, these swarms of insects suddenly broke into the fleet. Among the swarms of these two camps, there were iron beetles that used object collision as an attack method, and there were also worms that could launch plasma, light worms, as well as slightly larger insect beast-level insects. With the sign, Louis ordered the nearby warship to release fighter planes to intercept, and a battle between machines and Zerg began in space. This battle did not last long. Only 10 minutes at most. The wormhole quickly disappeared, and another wormhole appeared about 1,000 kilometers away from where it disappeared. It also has a diameter of 1,000 kilometers and flies at the same speed as the fleet. Then I saw these two groups of worms attacking each other and flying into the newly emerged wormhole. Louis knew that this wormhole would definitely lead to somewhere else in the universe. The Demon Sword did not have wormhole technology now, so he ordered the entire army and combat units not to enter the wormhole by mistake, as they would not be able to come back when the time came. Soon the two groups of insect swarms all entered the wormhole, and then the wormhole disappeared, except for some floating insect corpses. There was no trace of the insect swarm in the space, and Louis also lost contact with Queen Lingyan. However, inside the WASP 423 battleship, there were still many insect swarms that had not had time to evacuate. The cold insect swarm was controlled by Luo Xiaoxue with her thoughts. As for the Sekithi insect swarm, they have completely lost control. Each one is suspended and no longer makes any attacks. Even if they are attacked, they will not fight back, but will maneuver to evade. However, it was said that Luo Xiaoxue led the swarm of insects through the battleship, and soon came to the bow command post. They saw that there was a big hole in the bulkhead outside the command post, and the air inside was flowing rapidly. She quickly waved her hand and saw two iron beetles flying over to block the gap, and the air in the cabin stopped leaking. Luo Xiaoxue was suspended outside the command cabin, connected to the command headquarters, and asked, "Cui Anna, are you there?" Cui Anna's weak voice said, "I'm fine. I'm fine. The people in the command center are all very good." "Luo Xiaoxue, how did you do it?" "I don't know either," Luo Xiaoxue said. "Brother Iran was injured and unconscious. I need to see him now." After that, he left the command post. The war ended, and it ended so abruptly. The swarms of insects left just as quickly as they came. Only one Force Angel-class battleship of the 5th Legion received damage. A large piece of it was damaged in the middle, and a lot of air was lost. Adjacent compartments were quickly closed in sections to prevent more air leakage. Industrial spaceships came immediately to repair the damaged parts of the battleship's hull. The repair work probably took at least a month to complete. Relevant rescue work is also underway. The battleship was attacked by the insect swarm, and the casualties inside the WASP 423 battleship were also relatively large, including more than a dozen casualties among 1,000 humans. The number of B casualties was even higher, reaching thousands. Luo Xiaoxue grabbed an insect and led the insect swarm towards the cabin where Qiu Yuan was. Before he arrived, he saw a robot carrying a life-sustaining cabin coming out. He quickly went over to take a look, but Qiu Yuan was lying inside, his life or death unknown. Luo Xiaoxue connected with Lu Yi and asked what was going on. Lu Yi answered her. "This soldier was seriously injured and must be brought back to Star Castle for treatment," Luo Xiaoxue said. "I'll do it." After saying that, he went over to pick up the life-sustaining warehouse containing Qiu Yuan. And then, he was hugged by two soldiers and flew outside. Qiu Yuan's spacesuit was damaged in the impact, causing the gas to escape, so he could only stay in the life-sustaining cabin. There are more than a dozen tail tentacles trailing behind the soldier bugs. Each tail tentacle has many sucker-like things, and each of these sucker-like things is actually a nozzle hole, which can spray tail flames to motivate the soldiers. The insect flies in space and changes direction by swinging its tail. But she said that a large group of soldiers and insects surrounded her and flew out of the battleship. As soon as she flew out of the battleship, she saw a big insect waiting outside the shield. The soldier bugs are not big. Each one is about 2 or 3 meters in length without the tail touch. With the tail touch, it is only 7 or 8 meters. But the big bug that Luo Xiaoxue saw waiting outside the shield was more than 50 meters long. It was red all over and had a pair of huge wings. It was shaped like a huge fire phoenix, and its tail was also very big. It is long, and there are many tail flame holes on the same tail. Seeing this big monster, Luo Xiaoxiu at first used stream of consciousness to send it over and asked, "Who are you, master?" The monster actually had a stream of consciousness and was conveyed to her, replying to her, "I am Her Majesty the Queen's senior soldier, and I will serve you wholeheartedly. Are you fast enough? Take me to the Dream Star Fortress." "Yes, master." Luo Xiaoxiu quickly got out of the battleship shield and came to the back of the high-level soldier insect. A dozen ordinary level soldier insects lay on the back of the high-level soldier insect with her, protecting the life-sustaining warehouse together. The same goes for Chiu. The senior soldier bug carried her towards the Dream Star Fortress of the 2nd Legion. Looking at the entire fleet, it is still sailing forward at a high speed and has no intention of slowing down due to the appearance of insect swarms. In the entire space as far as the eye can see, there are only a large number of flying insects following her around her. Others there are no more insect swarms in the place. There was only one high-level soldier insect, and it was carrying her through the fleet. Although Sate Saishi and Leng Yan were two warring parties, these two Zerg queens never saw their true faces in Lushan. After only 15 minutes of fighting, they disappeared without a trace. Under the escort of thousands of fighter planes, the swarm quickly arrived at the airport of the Dream Star Fortress, and the life support module was unloaded and retreated into the airlock. Seeing the life-sustaining warehouse being pushed into the airlock, Luo Xiaoxiu hesitated, and Lui came in via the line and asked, "Aren't you going to come in?" Luo Xiaoxiu asked, "Can I come in?" The implication is that she was parasitized by the Zerg and is now considered a Zerg, so she dare not go in. Louisa said, "Of course." Chapter 311 Blood Blade Queen 4. At the 2nd Army Dream Star Fortress Central Hospital, Luo Xiaoxiu and her boyfriend Qiuyiran were undergoing additional examinations. Qiuyiran was still seriously injured and unconscious. What Luo Xiaoxiu needs to check is that her body has undergone huge changes, and she herself can't explain the reason. Lu Yi monitored everything throughout the process, and he was also deep in thought when he looked at Luo Xiaoxiu, who was undergoing treatment and examination in the hospital. The first thing that came to his mind was Leng Yan. I remember that during the first cycle of the virtual world, the sick-looking girl on the fatal bus was named Leng Yan. According to Giada, Leng Yan was the only survivor of the accident and was subsequently lost. At that time, he suspected that there was something wrong with Leng Yan. When the bus fell into the river, an alien creature, Elian, swam past the river, and Elian was Queen Dance, who was left behind on Earth. As for Queen Dance, she has to go back to the 1999 Battle of the Furies. Nemesis is the name of a brown dwarf star, a companion star to the Sun. The existence of the Nemesis star has always been controversial. All evidence proves that the existence of the Nemesis star is just a gimmick created by individual curiosity hunters. There is no evidence to prove its existence. Even today there is no way to prove the existence of Nemesis. In Giada's knowledge base, there is information about the Nemesis star. It is not very detailed, but it records the 1999 Nemesis battle, also known as the Battle of the Century. 3 parties participating in the war: the insect swarm of Queen Dance of the Annata Zerg tribe, the insect swarm of Queen Omer of the Annata Zerg tribe, and the human fleet of the Tianwai homeland. As for the extraterrestrial home, as mentioned before, it is the Kepler-47 binary galaxy 4,900 light-years away from the solar system. As for how humans traveled to such a distant universe more than 700 years ago in the 20th century, the answer can only be found in the future. Both Dans and the Omer demons suffered heavy casualties, and the Omer demons' whereabouts were unknown. Dans was left alone on the Earth and eventually disappeared. Today's encounter allowed Lu Yi to once again learn about Dance's whereabouts. That is, it was parasitized on an Earth woman named Leng Yan, who made Leng Yan become the Blood Blade Queen of the Zerg. When the Annata Zerg evolves to the 3rd level, it will look for an intelligent advanced creature to parasitize, thereby upgrading to the 4th level, the 1st level Blood Blade Queen. The Blood Blade Queen's requirement for the host is that the female protagonist should not be too strong. Otherwise the parasite will be easily killed. This is why Leng Yan was parasitized by Dans at the moment when she was seriously ill and was on the verge of death. At that time, Leng Yan no longer had any immunity, so Dans could be parasitized. After being parasitized, the host will take over all the abilities of the parasite and become the new queen of the Zerg, the Blood Blade Queen. The memory of the parasite will coexist in the mind of the host, and it shares the same body with the host, but the memory is still centered on the host. In other words, after the host inherits the Zerg Queen and becomes the Blood Blade Queen, it does not mean that she dies, but that she has stronger vitality. The space creature Minanu always wanted to find a host to parasitize, but it never did. Later, it declined several times and turned into purple and orange. Luo Xiaoxue suffered from a strange disease that could not be treated and was in critical condition. With no treatment available, she had no choice but to enter hibernation, taking Zicheng with her. When he woke up, he was suddenly attacked and almost died. At the critical moment, Zicheng merged with her and hugged her name. As everyone knows, Zicheng parasitizes Luo Xiaoxue with the Zerg characteristics of the former Minanu. The parasitic property is very weak, so it has been lurking in her body without being discovered. Knowing that it had been dormant for 11 years, it was finally activated, making Luo Xiaoxue the Blood Blade Queen. Without even her knowing, the headache and muscle aches all over the body were caused by the parasite activating the memory of the Zerg. But Luo Xiaoxue naturally resisted, which is why the pain appeared. Minanu was originally a soldier bred by Queen Dins. During the Nemesis War in 1999, she was abandoned by Queen Dins on Eris. When there is no queen to lead the soldiers, there will be a 1 in 2 billion chance of evolving into a new Anata Zerg queen. Minanu just became one of these 2 billion. So Queen Dins is the mother body of Minanu. Danzi was parasitic in Lun Yan's body, and Minanu's mutant Zicheng was parasitic in Luo Xiaoxue's body. This allowed Luo Xiaoxue to easily receive Lun Yan's quantum brain insect wave information, making her the bridge between Lun Yan and Lu Yi, thus preventing the two from going into war. While watching Luo Xiaoxue, Lu Yi anxiously asked Gil and Ron to discuss the matter, and asked him what they thought. Gil said, "Boss, I still feel a little confused. Why did so many insect swarms suddenly appear? There was no warning. All our detection equipment did not detect them. They just appeared out of the blue." Lu Yi said, "It was because they used wormholes." "Wormhole?" Jill said. "I also suspect it is a wormhole. I didn't expect that this Zerg race is more advanced than our technology. We all have wormhole technology." Lu Yi sighed. "We have developed for more than 500 years. Almost 600 years. And we have so many combat units. But they are not as good as a Zerg." This Lin Yan also walked out of the earth. Why does she have a wormhole? But we don't. Ron said, "Because she's a bug." Jill said, "What are you talking about, Ron?" "Oh, do you think wormholes are made by worms in space?" Ron said, "Of course, I know that wormholes and wormholes are two different things. What I mean is that maybe only the Zerg race, or the Zerg race that has evolved to the Blood Blade Queen, will master the wormhole technology?" Lu Yi asked, "Do you really think so, Ron?" Ron said, "I'm just guessing. Whether it's true or not, I don't know." Lu Yi said, "It's not impossible." Jill said, "So if you go by what Ron said, then this Luo Xiaoxue is a very important person. Maybe she also knows this skill, but she doesn't know it yet." Lu Yi said, "Well, I will have a good talk with her when I have time. Hey, if we master the wormhole technology, then our magic sword will be cheated." Ron said, "Yes, boss. Then if we want to go somewhere, we don't need to fly for hundreds of years." Gil said, "That's true. Just drop a wormhole and it will arrive instantly. But where is this Lun Yan?" Lu Yi said, "It's unfair that she comes and goes without a trace. She and I are both from Earth. Why is she ahead of me?" Gil said, "Boss, don't be discouraged. He left the Earth more than 100 years earlier than you. It is indeed true that Lun Yan became the Blood Blade in a certain year in the 201X era. And when Lu Yi woke up, it was already 170 years later in 2189. Chapter 312 Blood Blade Queen 5 Demon Sword Expeditionary Force. The 2nd Legion's Dream Star Fortress parked a large wave of soldiers near the skyport. They maintained the same flying speed as the Star Fortress, and most of them were attached to the outer SHL of the Star Fortress. The largest high-level soldier insect was about 50 meters long, and it also attached itself to the Star Fort and hitchhiked. Lu Yi and Luo Xiaoxue confirmed through the news that these soldiers and insects would not pose a threat to the fleet, and then lifted the shield blessing of the entire army. This largest and only high-level soldier insect was named Big Man by Luo Xiaoxue. It came from the glamorous insect group. Luo Xiaoxue took care of Xiaoyiran in the hospital with his parents. But Xiaoyiran never woke up. Lu Yi turned over the news and wanted to be alone with her. Luo Xiaoxue met Lu Jing in the ward when Xiaoyiran's parents were away. The way of meeting was also very unique. Lu Yi placed a virtual image in the air in front of her, and the sound was transmitted to the headset. looking back at Qiu Yuran, who was sleeping and receiving an infusion. Luo Xiaoxue faced Lu Yi in the virtual image again, bowed, and said with great respect, "Dear Archangel, I know you must have many questions to ask. I, too, am just about to go find you and explain all this to you. Since you are here, I will tell you everything now." Lu Yi in the virtual image smiled and said, "Okay, kid, just tell me. If Lu Yi was born according to the time he woke up from the virtual world, that year was 2189, and now it is 2752. So he is now 563 years old. Luo Xiaoxue is only 18 years old. So Lu Yi can call her child." Luo Xiaoxue said, "I only knew everything from the moment the parasite was activated. And before that, I really knew nothing. Dear Archangel, I can assure you that I, and the insect swarm, there is absolutely no threat to you or the demon sword. I believe in you," Lu Yi said with a smile in the virtual image. "Just like I believed in your ancestor Cheng Xiuqing back then. It has been more than 400 years since Cheng Xiuqing died. In terms of seniority, no one knows how many generations of Luo Xiaoxue's ancestors he was. Cheng Xiuqing was the same girl who made the space pet Minano. And Minano was given the cute name, Me Baby, by her. After many mutations and transformations, Baby Me turned into a purple-orange plant state, which was inherited by Luo Xiaoxue. Luo Xiaoxue also gave her a very cute name, Orange Baby. Luo Xiaoxue said, Minano was not completely dead back then, but inherited some of its characteristics on Zicheng. At the moment when my life was threatened 11 years ago, it parasitized me, and I became its host. I just found out that I became its host, and that it was trying to activate its memory in my body. So now my headache is gone. Then, Your Excellency Archangel, let me tell you about me now. This may be very important to our magic sword civilization. I now have the basic characteristics of the Blood Blade Queen. So I can now be regarded as a Blood Blade Queen. The Queen of Blades. But Your Excellency Archangel, don't worry. I am absolutely no threat to the demonic sword. Luo Xiaoxue kept emphasizing this point. But she was very depressed. Lu Yi said, I believe you. Luo Xiaoxue added, since I am already the Blood Blade Queen, strictly speaking, I am no longer a human being. Having said this, Luo Xiaoxue turned around in surprise and glanced at the unconscious Qiu Yuran again. Her eyes filled with infinite nostalgia. Lu Yi was silent and looked helpless. Why wasn't he in this situation? Like Luo Xiaoxue, he is no longer human. The difference is that one is a Zerg and the other is a machine. Luo Xiaoxue added, the parasite Zicheng is actually Minano, and her mother is Queen Dan's, who is now the Lingyan Queen. She can establish quantum communication with me. Quantum communication? Lu Yi asked doubtfully. Humanity has been studying quantum communication more than 700 years ago, but there has been no breakthrough in instant communication technology. Could it be that the quantum communication mentioned by Luo Xiaoxue is? Luo Xiaoxue said, yes, quantum communication is a technology that allows instant communication regardless of distance. Sure enough, Lu Yi couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. If Demon Sword also mastered this technology, he would no longer have to worry about information delays in future wars. Luo Xiaoxue said, yes, quantum creatures, but I can only communicate with Queen Lingyan in quantum. But I cannot communicate with Queen Kathy, because she and I are not quantum creatures with quantum entanglement. Your Majesty Archangel, I will teach you this technique, but it will take time. Up to a year. Lu Yi in the virtual image showed a happy expression. Xiaoxue, if this is really possible, then I really want to thank you. Luo Xiaoxue always looked unhappy and continued. I also know where Lingyan is now. Where is she? Lu Yi asked. Luo Xiaoxue did not answer him directly, but stretched out her hand and drew a circle in the air in front of her. And immediately a glowing virtual starry sky map appeared in the air. Lu Yi was very surprised. How did Luo Xiaoxue do it? But if she thought about it carefully, she was now the Blood Blade Queen and a third-level Zerg. What was so surprising about this? Luo Xiaoxue fiddled with the starry sky map and found a place in a while. It was more than 50 light years away from here. It didn't matter where it was because it was too far away from the magic sword. Ability cannot be reached at all, Luo Xiaoxue said. Queen Lingyan created the Zerg civilization, and its name is Blood Dance. Blood Dance? Lu Yi asked doubtfully. His civilization is called Demon Sword, and his glamorous civilization is called Blood Dance. Together they are Sword Dance. Yes. Blood dance? Luo Xiaoxue said. This is quite interesting. Lui said. My name is Imogen. And her name is Shui Wu. I don't know if she will become my enemy in the future. Because it shouldn't be. Luo Xiaoxue said. I will try my best to persuade Ling Yan to form an alliance with us. Can you persuade her? I don't know. But I will do my best to persuade. Lui said. As long as she is not my enemy, I am willing to form an alliance with her. I want to ask you a question. Xiaoxue, can you create wormholes? Luo Xiaoxue answered simply. No. Lui felt disappointed. If he had mastered the wormhole technology, he would have saved a lot of trouble. But Ling Yan will. Luo Xiaoxue said. I will persuade her to teach her this technique. But there is no guarantee of success. And the possibility of failure is probably high. Dear Archangel, as the middle envoy of the alliance between two civilizations, I may leave the demon sword and join Ling Yan's army. Chapter 313 Blood Blade Queen 6. Your awakening is the moment when I leave. Luo Xiaoxue sat in front of Qiu Yuan's hospital bed, looking at her unconscious lover with infinite nostalgia. This was 3 months after she became the Blood Blade Queen. Triana walked into the ward and stood in front of the bed. Luo Xiaoxue sat, aware of her arrival, but did not speak. Are you sure he can wake up? Cui Anna asked. And Luo Xiaoxue just hummed. Are you really going to leave? Cui Anna asked again. And Luo Xiaoxue said yes again. But can you let go of Brother Iran? And your parents? So what if you don't want to let go? Luo Xiaoxue's voice said. Brother Iran and I definitely can't be together now. I wish him well. So I just need to let him go. Are you really not a human now? What Triana wants to ask is, are you really not a human being now? But she still held back these words. It's obvious that Luo Xiaoxue wants to give up on Qiu now. And she, Cui Anna, can take advantage of it. If Luo Xiaoxue changes her mind at this moment, wouldn't her dream be ruined? So at this time, she didn't want to offend Luo Xiaoxue. Luo Xiaoxue also knew what she wanted to say, but she just smiled helplessly, shook her head and said, Yes, you are right. Triana stood behind her and put her hand on her shoulders, wanting to comfort her, but didn't know what to say. Luo Xiaoxue said, Anna, I know you only like Brother Iran. When I leave, he will leave it to you. But Xiaoxue, don't you want to? I do. Then it's settled. He will wake up within 24 hours at the latest. And he will be a healthy Brother Iran. Whether he continues to join the armored unit depends entirely on his own wishes. Don't worry, Xiaoxue. I will spend my whole life loving him. I believe. Advanced soldier bugs are a type of Zerg unit in the Anata Zerg clan. Between soldier bugs and bug beasts. What is a bug beast? Luo Xiaoxue has never seen them before. She has only seen ordinary soldier bugs and high-level soldier bugs now. There are many types of soldier bugs. She saw 2 types of soldier bugs. Iron beetles that use physical impact as their attack method. And ray bugs that launch plasma attacks. All have flame tails that are used to fly in space and change the direction of flight. As for the advanced soldier bugs, she had only seen this kind, which could launch plasma attacks, carry ordinary soldier bugs, and also had flame-spraying tail wings. The advanced soldier insect was called the advanced soldier insect. But Luo Xiaoxue gave it a cooler name, Fire Phoenix. After she expressed her opinion to Ling Yan through quantum communication, Ling Yan also accepted her opinion. And then she really called the high-level soldier insect the Fire Phoenix. And the only Fire Phoenix left behind was given a very cute name, Xiaoran, by her. At this moment, Fire Phoenix Xiaoran was leading more than 1,000 ordinary soldiers and insects, parked in space 2,000 meters away from the Dream Star Fortress airport, flying at the same speed as the Star Fortress. Luo Xiaoxue was wearing an extravehicular space suit and stood in front of the inner port airlock, preparing to go out. Her parents Roger and Huayu saw her off. Huayu sobbed, holding her daughter's hand and saying, Baby, can't you just leave? Luo Xiaoxue just smiled lightly and said, Mom, Dad, if it weren't for Zicheng, I would have died long ago. And Zicheng belongs to the Blood Dance. So I should go to the Blood Dance. Blood Dance is the Zerg civilization founded by Ling Yan. And Ling Yan's parasite is Danzi. And Danzi is the mother of Minanu. While Zicheng is the 3rd transformation variant of Minanu. Huayu cried and said, But Mother can't bear to leave you. Mom, Luo Xiaoxue said, the quantum creatures I gave you can communicate with me instantly at any time. So even if I leave, I am still with you. Huayu held Luo Xiaoxue's hand, but was reluctant to let her go. Luo Jia was also crying over the case beside her. Luo Xiaoxue added, I know you have hibernated with me for 300 years for my own good, but the insects have been kind to me, and I must repay them. Without the insects, I would not be where I am today. And, at this point, Luo Xiaoxue mysteriously hugged her parents together, leaned forward and whispered, Becoming the Blood Blade Queen will give you 10,000 years of life. Looking at her in surprise, Hua Yu asked in surprise, Are you telling the truth? Aren't you lying to me? Of course I didn't lie to you, Luo Xiaoxue said. Then do you want me to accompany you to live a life that lasts for 100 years? Or do you want me to go to the universe and fulfill my great ambition of 10,000 years? After convincing her parents, Luo Xiaoxue added, Besides, you two are not too old to have a second child. Parents, just give me a little brother. Hua Yu also burst into laughter, hit her daughter and said, Hack you. After thoroughly convincing her parents, Luo Xiaoxue said, Then I'm leaving. After saying goodbye, Luo Xiaoxue walked to the airlock, opened the hatch, said goodbye to her parents, walked in, and closed the hatch. Hua Yu sobbed on Roger's shoulder. Roger comforted her and said, Don't be sad. You didn't listen to our daughter. She will live for 10,000 years. How wonderful this is. We should be happy. Well, I should be happy. Hua Yu wiped her tears. However, after Luo Xiaoxue entered the airlock, she came to the outer cabin door of the passage and pressed the button to wait for the door to open. However, the door did not open. An electronic mechanical voice reminded, It was detected that someone did not wear protective clothing correctly, so it cannot be opened. Hatch. The outer door of the airlock is directly connected to space, so if the space suit is not worn properly, once the door is opened, it will cause harm to personnel. Sure enough, Luo Xiaoxue's helmet was not closed, and she said, It's okay. Just open it. The vacuum won't affect me. Sorry. It violates the return operation and cannot open the outer hatch for you. The system was very stubborn. Okay then. Luo Xiaoxue sighed and closed the helmet. Can you open it now? I'm sorry. It's not possible yet. The system voice said stubbornly again. There is no connection interface, and the airlock needs to be depressurized. The outer hatch can only be opened after the air pressure reaches 0. Sure enough, the airlock began to pump air and depressurize. Luo Xiaoxue sighed and said, It's really troublesome. I told you it's okay. Louis came in via the line. Xiaoxue. Your Excellency Archangel. Luo Xiaoxue said, Leng Yan has given me a lot of help, so I have to go find her. I'm sorry. Your Excellency Archangel. It's okay. Louis said, Wherever you go, don't forget that you were once the owner of my magic sword. Yes, Your Excellency Archangel. Luo Xiaoxue said, When I go to Blood Dance, I must find Leng Yan and get the wormhole technology. Louis said, If you want the best, Leng Yan really doesn't give it. After all, Blood Dance and Demon Sword are not the same civilization, and the possibility of not giving is greater. So Louis doesn't have much hope. Luo Xiaoxue said, Yes, but I will try my best. The air in the airlock was exhausted, and the outer hatch was opened. Luo Xiaoxue stood in front of the hatch, and a soldier insect flew over. Chapter 3:14 Instant Messaging Technology. The door outside the airlock opened, and a soldier insect flew over. Shui, who was standing at the hatch, jumped onto the back of the iron beetle and rode it out of the hatch, circling several times in the outer port, in front of the large porthole in the inner harbor. Roger and Hua Yu stood through the porthole. They looked at their daughter in space and waved to her. Luo Xiaoxue rode an iron beetle and waved goodbye to her parents, who came to see her off through the porthole. Then she piloted the iron beetle and left the outer port, flying not far away from the Fire Phoenix Xiao Ran. After a while, she arrived in front of the Fire Phoenix, which was more than 50 meters long. The iron beetle carried her onto the back of the Fire Phoenix. Luo Xiaoxue jumped off the iron beetle and jumped onto the back of the Fire Phoenix. Several long tentacles stretched out from Fire Phoenix's body, floating in front of her eyes. Some of them tied her waist to stabilize her, and she was standing on Fire Phoenix's back at the moment. Since she was in space, there was no gravity, so there were several tentacles wrapped around her ankles where she stood, so that she could stand more firmly on the Fire Phoenix's back. The Fire Phoenix carrying her did not fly away in a hurry, but kept flying at the same speed as the fleet. After Luo Xiaoxue stood firm, she grabbed a tentacle with her left hand, leaned back, as if pulling on a surfing rope, and reached for the button on the helmet with her right hand. Lu Yi's message came in and asked, "Xiaoxu, what do you want to do?" Luo Xiaoxue just smiled, and then pressed the open button. The helmet cup opened, and the skin of her face was completely exposed to space. Lu Yi, who was under surveillance, was also very different. Unexpectedly, Luo Xiaoxue's skin was not affected at all when exposed to space. Luo Xiaoxue turned around and waved to the sky harbor of the Star Castle with a smile. And then her hands entered the tentacles, and the Fire Phoenix began to accelerate. A wormhole appeared not far above the channel, flying at the same speed as the fleet. Fire Phoenix carried Luo Xiaoxue and led more than 1,000 soldiers and insects towards the wormhole. Online, Lu Yi, Jill, Ron and Wenjing were all watching, as well as Giada, who was far away in the Sun system, and was also watching through the quantum communication channel. Since Luo Xiaoxue taught instant messaging technology, in just 3 months, Demon Sword has completely mastered this technology, and Bing began to promote it throughout the Demon Sword army. Since the fleet is now on a channel far away from the B-Sun system, it only needs to launch an entangled particle to the Giada Legion in the B-Sun system to establish instant communication. With instant messaging technology, you no longer have to worry about communication delays. In front of the top executives of Demon Sword, Luo Xiaoxue piloted the Fire Phoenix and flew into the wormhole with more than 1,000 soldiers and insects. The wormhole disappeared and calm returned to the fleet. With instant messaging technology, we can hold a conference call with Giada. In order to be more realistic, Louis set up such a cabin on his flagship. It was set in the top middle of the flagship. Lu Yi's 2nd Legion is a ship fighter unit with a saucer system structure, so his flagship is also a large flying saucer. A Lord Angel class super saucer, which rotates when flying. If you want to prevent his command cabin from rotating, you have to set the command cabin in the middle position on the top. When the disk ship rotates, the command module rotates in the opposite direction. So if you stand in the command module, you won't feel the rotation. Louis will not go to the command cabin most of the time. His current machine can fully cope with this kind of rotation. He occasionally goes back to the command cabin to stay for a while, such as during meetings now. There is no artificial gravity in the entire battleship, including in the command module. Anyway, there are no living things on the entire battleship, so it doesn't make much sense to have a life support system including gravity. However, Louis created a simulated human. The so-called simulated human only looks like a real person in appearance. It has no AI, and is not even a robot. However, Louis would occasionally control the simulator remotely, and connect its real person simulation program, so that he could feel that the simulator was just like him. You can also feel like a real person. Since there is no artificial gravity, strong magnets will be installed on the soles of the simulator's feet to prevent it from floating due to weightlessness. Luio was led by Lahia to smoke cigars during the God War in the virtual world, so he sometimes came to this virtual command cabin just to get addicted to cigars. In order to be able to smoke a cigar, there must be air in the command cabin, so he specially installed air equipment in this cabin. As for the gravitational temperature, there is no need for it. Firstly, it is troublesome, and secondly, he does not need it. It's a machine anyway. It's a big deal, and it's just a simulation. So at this time, in this specially installed but of no practical value command cabin, the simulation man made by Lu Yi was standing inside, holding a cigar in his hand, looking out the window, and then took out his ding-dong. Lighter came. Open the lighter cover with a ding sound. Turned on the gear, and with a click sound, the gear drove the flint, ignited the cotton wick, and ignited a flame. Then he came closer to the cigar and lit it. Louis smoked hard and lit the cigar. In the dim command cabin, the cigar was glowing with flames. Louis shook his hand again, and with a dang sound, he closed the lid of the lighter and extinguished the flames on the cotton wick. Online, Gier smiled and said, "Boss, you really know how to enjoy it. Is this cigar comfortable to smoke?" Lu Yi's virtual person took a big sip, and after protruding a round smoke ring, he said, "It's comfortable." It was very comfortable and enjoyable at that time. Gier said, "Boss, I saw you imitating a real person, and I was also moved. What's wrong? Do you want to smoke a cigar too?" Louis asked. "I don't smoke cigars." Jill said, "I also want to make a command cabin like yours on my flagship, and make me a simulated real-life beauty, and then wear all kinds of beautiful clothes, which I can wear every day. It must be beautiful, Ron said. Everyone, don't forget that you are a machine. Do you need to be beautiful? Why are you wearing such beautiful clothes? I want you to take care of it. Gianna, who was online, also said, Okay, Jill, we can communicate with each other together. And now that we have instant messaging technology, we can also simulate real people staying together. Hey, Minong, what you said is really good, Jill said. Gianna's name in her 9A world is Minong, which means God in her native language. So she always calls Gianna Minong. Ron shook his head and said, A real woman! Although he is also a machine. His virtual image is projected on the image in front of everyone. 4 of the 5 Legion leaders were machines. And only when Jing was a real person, she couldn't get a word in at all. Chapter 315, When Love is a Thing of the Past. Magic Sword Civilization. 5 legions. 5 legion commanders. Online at the same time. Louis said, Now that we have instant messaging technology, it will be much more convenient to fight in the future. We no longer have to worry about communication delays. Everyone agreed. And Louis added, I have a plan to launch an entangled particle towards Alpha Star to detect Wanderers. The Wanderers are an authentic human civilization with a human fleet composed of 1,000 people. They left the solar system in 2159. The maximum interstellar speed of Alpha Star is 0.5x, which is 0.005 times the speed of light. It will take about 1,000 to 1,200 years to reach Alpha Star. Alpha, also known as Alpha Centauri, is a triple star system, also known as Proxima Centauri. Proxima Centauri is the closest star to the solar system among the triple stars, so it is also called Proxima Centauri. The Wanderer set out to leave the solar system 50 years before the Demon Sword, who set out in 2209, 550 years ago. So the Wanderer has been flying for 600 years now, assuming of course that it has not perished yet. So according to the technology when he set sail, the current Wanderer is still halfway to Alpha Star, about 2 light years away from the solar system, in space. Therefore, after calculating the route from the solar system to Alpha Star, and then finding an unknown location about 2.5 light years away from the solar system on this route to emit an entangled particle, the Wanderer can be detected. The Demon Sword and the Wanderer are both from the Earth. The Demon Sword has mastered a large number of primary technologies in eternity, while the Wanderer is purely native to the Earth's technology. From a technological level, the Wanderers will not pose any threat to the Magic Sword, but technological explosions cannot be ruled out. However, judging from the current situation, the possibility of a technological explosion is extremely small. First of all, its fleet only has 1,000 people, and it is still on a voyage. It will definitely face the embarrassing situation of lack of resources, and it will simply not be able to reach the point of technological development, not to mention the technological explosion. Louis also had his own idea of focusing on the Wanderer. This idea was to find out his life experience, because he believed that the information about his life experience would definitely be found in the Wanderer. As for the Wanderers, with such backward Earth technology and such a slow sailing speed, as long as they casually encounter an alien civilization on the road, that will be the end of the game. So Louis was worried. If this Wanderer was wiped out by another civilization, where would he go to find out his life experience? So he planned to use quantum instant messaging technology to investigate the Wanderers and investigate his own life experience. It would be better if he could conquer the Wanderers and bring them under his command. Louis revealed his plan, and was first supported by Gil and Ron, because like Louis, they were both Earthlings in their previous lives, so they cared about the Wanderer civilization, which was also Earthlings. Louis said, In this case, it has been decided that while facing the shock wave, we must also pay attention to the Rangers. The results will not be available until about 10 years. Sun and Alpha are at opposite ends of the solar system. Sun is more than 8 light years away from the solar system, and Alpha is about 4 light years away from the solar system. Therefore, the entangled particles approach at a speed close to the speed of light, and will probably reach the predetermined position after a while. The current shock wave is about 30 years away from the Magic Sword. When converted into distance, it is about. The speed of the shock wave is 2.2x, which is 0.022 times the speed of light, and the speed of the Magic Sword is 2.4x, which is 0.024 times the speed of light. The two boats are heading towards each other, both at the highest speed. So this is a primary school math problem. If they meet in 30 years, what is the distance between them? So the current distance between them is about 1.4 light years. So if you launch an entangled particle at the shock wave, it will probably take you up to a year and a half. In other words, a comprehensive investigation of the shock wave will be launched in a year and a half. Of course, with this technology, it is also possible to investigate the Japanese cockroaches in Shockwave's lair. This will be done in about 5 years. Therefore, Louis was completely confident about the future and said at the meeting, "This Luo Xiaoxue has helped us a lot." Ron asked, "Have you established a quantum communication channel with Luo Xiaoxue?" Louis shook her head and said, "No. I asked her once, and she said that she will become Ling Yan, and she must be loyal to Ling Yan, so she cannot expose her position, and she cannot establish instant quantum communication with us." Ron sighed. "What a pity. That means we won't have access to wormhole technology," Gil said. Louis nodded and said, "I don't have much hope for wormhole technology. I'm just worried about Ling Yan. Judging from the current situation, she knows wormhole technology, but our magic sword doesn't. Based on this, she will be one step ahead of us. If she has any ill intentions towards us, and she suddenly places a wormhole in the middle of our fleet, and then the entire swarm rushes over to attack us, it will be really difficult for us to deal with it." Ron asked. "What should we do?" Louis said. "What can we do? Now we can only hope that Luo Xiaoxue can be a good ambassador of peace. In addition, we also need to strengthen our scientific research strength. If she doesn't give us wormhole technology, then we will research it ourselves. As long as we have wormhole technology, we won't be afraid of her." Jill said, "I hope this Ling Yan is well-intentioned." At the same moment, artificial sunlight shone in a ward of the Dreamstar Fortress Central Hospital. Qiu Yiren finally opened his eyes and looked at his parents, Comrade Cui Anna, and several friends in front of the bed. Seeing him wake up, everyone was very excited, but he was not happy. He searched among the crowd and asked, "Where is Xiaoxue? Where has she gone?" Everyone's words flickered, and Cui Anna said, "Brother Yiren, Xiaoxue cannot come because she is on a mission. You can see her when you are completely recovered." Qiu's mother helped him sit up, while Qiu Yi leaned on the head of the bed. He stopped looking at everyone and just sneered and murmured to himself, "Xiaoxue, Xiaoxue, why are you so cruel?" A month later, Qiu Yiren, who had recovered, stood at the observatory of the Dream Star Fortress, looking at the stars in the sky. Cui Anna said behind him, "Brother Yiren, can you face the reality? Xiaoxue has already left." Qiu Yiren smiled miserably. "So what? My heart is dead. Anna, I know you are good to me. You should give up on me. Why are you so stubborn? I only like Xiaoxue in this life." Qiu Yiren went through the early discharge procedures due to physical reasons and returned to university to continue his studies. Cui Anna stayed on the battleship and continued her career as a commander. The two never got together again and remained stubbornly opposite each other for 10 years. 10 years later, Qiu Yiren finally got married, but the bride was not Cui Anna, and Cui Anna also got married a year later, the year after Luo Xiaoxue left the Demon Sword. Luo Jia and Hua Yu had a second child. The magic sword continues to travel on the cosmic voyage of the Expedition Shockwave. Chapter 316 Star Wars Strategic Deployment. Luo Xiaoxue left magic sword for a year and a half. In the past year and a half, Luo Xiaoxue has never had contact with the demon sword again, but she only has secret contact with her parents through the quantum creature she left behind. This is something that no one in the demon sword knows except her parents. I don't know, including Louis as the Archangel, and also the man she once loved most, Qiu Yi. However, 1.5 years later, the entangled particles launched by Demon Sword finally reached the Shockwave Fleet, and allowed Demon Sword to observe the Shockwave Fleet. As expected, the Shockwave Fleet only has a standard combat strength of 100 million, while the Demonic Sword Expeditionary Force is a standard group of 4 legions, which has a standard combat strength of 400 million. Quantum reconnaissance technology allows the Demon Sword to observe enemies in real time. All units in the Shockwave Fleet are of the disc type, which means they are all butterfly-shaped units that fly in a rotating manner. There is a cockroach life module built inside the flagship Shockwave 1. There are about 700,000 cockroaches living in it. Like the infrasonic cockroaches we have seen before, they are all degraded cockroaches, with no IQ and ability to take care of themselves. The entire process requires robotic cockroach feeding. After receiving this information, Queen Wenjing, who had just ascended the throne and proclaimed herself emperor, contacted Liu Yi and asked to become a vanguard to conquer the Shockwave in advance. The Shockwave belongs to one of the many cockroach machine civilizations, and the Euro Wave, which belongs to the brother civilization, destroyed the Hive planet, the home of the bees, killing 950 million bees, and is leaving the remaining 55 million bees. Humans are filled with hatred for the entire cockroach planet, including the cockroaches and cockroach machine civilizations, and wish to destroy all the cockroaches and cockroach machines. So at this time, Wen Jing asked to be the vanguard, so we could consider her mood. However, the 5th Army Corps led by Wen Jing had a serious problem, and this problem was speed. The 5 legions of the Demon Sword, the 1st Giada and the 5th Wen Jing, are both ship structures, and their maximum interstellar speed is 2.2x. The 2nd Liu Yi, the 3rd Gil, and the 4th Ron. These 3 legions are all disk system structures, and the maximum interstellar constant speed can reach 2.4x. As for the 1st Legion's Giada left behind Japanese system, the Wenjing Legion, which is also a 2.2x maximum speed ship system, accompanied the army on the expedition. Due to speed, the Wenjing Legion has been lagging behind, and at the end of the fleet, they were almost thrown out. At this time, Wen Jing actually proposed to be the vanguard. If he wanted to be the vanguard, he had to increase his speed first. Liu Yiza comforted her and said, Wen Jing, I know how you feel, but you also know that since it is a war, there will definitely be casualties. Your legions are basically real people, and you people have already experienced so much casualties. Now that we have to fight as a vanguard, the casualties will definitely be greater. So I advise you to think twice. Wen Jing insisted on going, and Liu Yi tried his best to persuade, and said, we just need to eliminate the shock wave. It doesn't matter whether you kill it or I kill it. Gil and Ron also offered words of persuasion. Wen Jing sighed and said, I am suffering from speed. Gil said, I can't blame you. The human race cannot adapt to the structure of the disk system. Wen Jing sighed again and said, yes, spinning and flying can indeed make people dizzy. Moreover, human ships have too many additional equipment, and they are far inferior to machines in this regard. Of the 5 legions, only the 5th legion is a mixed legion of human machines. For the human race, there are too many additional equipment to contain it, such as air pressure, temperature, lighting, gravity, food, drinking water, domestic waste, medical treatment, psychological counseling, etc., etc. And none of these are needed for machines. So Wen Jing would feel that her 5th legion was much behind the other 4 legions. Liu Yiza said, but you have to understand that you are a human race, and like the people on the earth, you have advanced intelligence. You see, the people on the earth do not participate in the battle. Aren't they living a good life? In order to prevent them from degenerating into cockroaches. People like that, I let them work, study, and participate in the construction of the magic sword. The 2nd legion is the Liu Yi troop. His legion is not only composed of machines. He also brings an interstellar fortress, the Dream Interstellar Fortress, which contains 200,000 Earthlings. So he couldn't get up quickly, because the Star Fortress couldn't rotate too fast. If it rotated too fast and harshly, the civilians inside wouldn't be able to bear it. And this interstellar fortress is not a disk structure, but a single modular structure. In other words, 10 modules are needed to form a complete Star Fortress. And the current Dream only has 1 module, which does not constitute a complete Star Fortress of the disk system. So it is now a piece of pizza that is not easy to rotate. But even so, Liu Yi's army was faster than Wen Jing's army, and it will still take at least 29 years before we can encounter the Shockwave Legion. Regarding how to attack the Shockwave, Liu Yi discussed countermeasures with several army commanders, and everyone gave their own suggestions. Liu Yi finally concluded, Gil and Ron, you two don't have an interstellar fortress, so you two are the fastest. So you two start to outflank them from both directions now. Wen Jing and I are in the middle, driving at normal speed and facing the shockwave head-on. So you two arrive at the shockwave contact point at the same time and calculate how much arc is needed to outflank. Gil and Lore both accepted the order and said yes. Liu Yi added, I continue to maintain contact with the shockwave to stabilize it. Anyway, I use traditional photoelectric signals to communicate with it. It takes a year or 2 to go back and forth, and it is difficult for him. See through me, and now I can detect it at any time. There are still 2089 years before we can contact each other, so I will tell you how we will deal with it then. Anyway, Now that we have instant messaging technology, it will not be a problem to keep in touch at all times. Now let's talk about Giada. Me? Giada asked. Am I not in the Left Behind Japanese system? I can't support them now. Without your support, Louis said, how can I defeat one of my 4 legions against one? And I also have instant messaging technology. With this alone, I have won half the battle. Giada asked doubtfully. What do you mean? Sir? I need you to awaken 5 more consciousness bodies. Louis deliberately stopped here. As expected, 3 people asked him in surprise. Namely Giada, Gil and Ron. In Giada's central computer room, the core cards of another 252 consciousness bodies are stored. As mentioned before, there were 255 consciousnesses in the virtual world. These 255 consciousnesses were all consciousnesses uploaded by real people after their death. So they were called consciousnesses. Louis was one of them. Gil and Ron also. He was awakened later by Liu Yi's instructions. The other 252 are still stored in the central computer room of Giada in the form of core cards. And the memory library modules corresponding to these 252 core memory cards are stored in a separate computer host. And this computer host is in Giada, aboard the flagship Qilin. At this moment, Louis actually wants to awaken 5 more. This is obviously a plan to continue to expand the scale of the magic sword. Chapter 317 Absorbing New Members. Digital World. Number unknown. Bill woke up to the sound of rain, the sound of helicopter propellers, and the smell of thick cigar tobacco. The scene in front of him surprised him, because he found himself sitting on a helicopter at home, flying over the sea on a rainy night. The one on the left is Timit from the F6 world, and the one sitting on the right is Saha from the 47 world. Sitting on the left side opposite is 4 from the 53 world. In the middle is Ron from the C9 world, and on the right is Liu Yi from the 6E world. And Bill knew that he came from the 6C world, including himself. Aren't these 6 people all the members of the 6 teams in the first round of the Battle of God's Death Island? But he was not dead just now. His thoughts brought him back to the Battle of God in the 255 virtual world. The first round of the battle on the Fatal Island. As the last 2 members of Team 6, he and Liu Yi were running crazily across the valley to avoid the pursuit of Team 2. However, when crossing the mountain stream, he had to be shot. In order not to drag down Liu Yi, he insisted on staying, and finally died together with a member of the second pair. Later, due to the elimination system, he and his 6C world were completely destroyed. But how come he is alive again now? Seeing that he had woken up, 4, who was diagonally across from him, stretched out his hand and said, Welcome to the world of war. Bill looked confused and stretched out his hand to shake Fowl's hand. They were all fully armed and equipped with automatic weapons. He found that like them. He was also wearing combat uniforms, bulletproof vests and equipped with automatic weapons and night vision, instruments, grenades and other equipment. Timat, who was sitting on the left, added, This is the world of modern warfare. Looking at Louis diagonally opposite, he actually had a big beard and looked like he was almost 40 years old. But according to his memory, Louis was only in his 20s at the time of the Battle of Death Island. As an Oriental, like all other Orientals, he didn't like to grow a beard. At this moment, Liu Yi was holding a cigar in his mouth. The butt of the cigarette was glowing red. Liu Yi took a long puff of smoke. It turned out that the strong tobacco smell just now was caused by him. Seeing everyone looking at him with a smile, Bill was still confused and asked, What on earth is going on? Liu Yi blew out the smoke again and said, Ron, come and drink. Yes, boss, Ron said. Bill, I want to tell you a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Bad news. Ron smiled and said, That female devil will work with us in the future. This is bad news. The female devil he mentioned was naturally referring to Giada. Of course Bill knew that, but he still didn't understand what he meant and looked at him with doubtful eyes. Ron added, The good news is that the 4 of you will get a license to enter the real world soon. The real world? Bill continued to be confused. Aren't we eliminated? I remember that only Liu Yi won. But Liu Yi, we are all with you now. Liu Yi just smiled and didn't answer. Bill was worried and asked, What on earth is going on? Ron said, You are right. Liu Yi did win the God War alone. We were all eliminated, but we did not die. It was just that our core memory cards were sealed, as were Jill and I. It was awakened more than 100 years ago. More than 100 years ago? It's been more than 100 years? Bill asked in surprise. No, Ron said. To be precise, it has been 600 years ago. And it is now the year 2761. The year 2761? Oh my God. That's more than 700 years in the past. No, Ron said. It's 600 years. And it's less than 600 years. Do you think the world you live in is really 2019? During the God War, the real world was already 2189. Our Earth has been destroyed long ago. Bill looked stunned. Ron asked, Hey, why didn't you question it? You believe my words so easily? Bill said, I don't think you're lying to me. Louis said, Forget it. I won't talk to you anymore. I will tell you directly. It is already the 28th century. The Earth has been destroyed. Our home has now been transferred to Wolf 359, which is 7.8 light from the solar system. In 2007, it also had another name called B-Day. That's right. Our home base is now in the B-Sun system. And we now have a powerful civilization. You all have to remember the name of this civilization. It's called Demon Sword. And I, Louis, am the boss of this demonic sword civilization. I would like to ask, are you willing to respect me as the boss? Bill said without hesitation. Boss. Louis waved his hand with a smile and said, It seems that your will is very strong. So I will continue. You guys should also be mentally prepared. Although we have a powerful civilization, this civilization not human civilization, but machine civilization. As the leader of this civilization, I am just a computer. I have no choice but to go back to the human body I once had. Devil Sword now has 4 computers. And we have 2 in the 6 teams. That is Ron and me. As for the 4 of you, it won't be long before you will become computers like us. Because you are in the real world. And we are the same. There is no human body either. In addition to me, there are 2 computers. Jill and Jade. Jade? Bill asked in surprise. The woman who controls our destiny? Ron smiled and said, She is no longer a civilized boss now. And she has to take orders from our new boss, who is Louis. But don't resent Giada for everything she has done. It's all for the sake of civilization. Bill sighed and said, I know. I don't resent her. I should be grateful to her for being able to be reborn. No, I should be grateful to the boss. Bill already recognized Louis as the boss in his heart. Louis continued, The current situation is that our civilization not only includes our 4 computers, but also includes an alien sub-civilization, which is the B civilization. They are the aborigines of the B system. The Bs formed a mixed army of human machines, and our 4 computers formed 4 pure machine armies. So the current magic sword has a total of 5 legions. 4 of the 5 legions will go on an expedition to the outer shockwave fleet that is 1.5 light years away, and then continue the expedition to the Cockroach Sun system, which is 5 light years away from the sun. We have left a Jade Legion to guard our old Japanese team. In addition to our 5 legions, Demon Sword also has 5 backup legions. But these 5 legions also need Wutai to lead them. But boss, Bill said, there are only 4 of us now. The 6 people in Team 6, Louis and Ron, have been awakened. So there are still 4 people who have not been awakened. Louis said, Awaken 4 people first, and the remaining reserve legion will be used as backup supplies temporarily. I understand, Bill said. Boss wants to wake up the 4 of us and lead 4 legions? Chapter 318 Operation Rainy Night. Louis added, That's right. I'll wake up the 4 of you and serve my magic sword. I wonder if you are willing. Bill first expressed his stance. I am willing. I am so willing. Several other people also expressed their willingness. And they all expressed strong willingness. But then again, can it be done if they don't want to? Louis said. But let's talk ugly first. If we wake up, we still need a little test to pass. Don't worry. Don't be nervous. The test will be easy. There was a test when we woke up Jill and Ron. It was also a warm-up for activation to prevent you from being able to quickly adapt to the incompatibility caused by the alternation between the virtual world and the real world. When Ron was awakened at that time, he almost failed, and it took him a long time to wake up. Several people said that there was no problem. Everyone had survived the cruel God War. Although they were eliminated in the first round of the Death Island battle, everyone could be considered a person who had seen strong winds and waves. Louis added, The second point, and the most important point, is that you must be absolutely loyal to me. Everyone said there was no problem. Louis said, "We are a machine civilization. After being awakened, although it is a machine, it has human consciousness. Since there is human consciousness, it means that there will be human emotions, including joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. Also includes greed and selfishness. So loyalty must be raised. Being loyal to me is the same as being loyal to the demonic sword. Only with absolute loyalty can our demonic sword be strong and long-lasting. I say this for the sake of civilization. So please understand." Bill said, "Boss, you don't need to explain. I think what you did is right. It's totally fine." Louis added, "The key is that after you are awakened, the iron law of the magic sword will be implanted in your host, which is a binding rule that cannot be broken." Bill said, "I know the 3 laws of robotics." "Well, it's a bit similar," Louis said. "But there are only 2 iron rules of the demon sword. First, always be loyal to the demon sword in Louis, and never betray. Second, absolutely obey the orders of your superiors and do not resist." Everyone said there was no problem. Ron said, "Actually, boss, don't care too much about our feelings. Since ancient times, which regime has not been like this? Besides, under your wise leadership, Jill and they all feel very happy." "You are more than flattering," Louis said. "We are machines. We may have happiness. But what the hell is happiness?" Ron chuckled and said, "You can create your own virtual world and create happiness." After all the rules were explained, Louis said, "Then we are going to play a game. Do you see the cruise ship in front?" "I saw a cruise ship on the sea not far away," Louis said. "We sneak in, get the information and evacuate. It's that simple. Are you confident that you can survive the mission?" "Have. Okay. Get ready to rappel." Everyone was ready. The helicopter arrived at the rear of the cruise ship and stopped. Louis dropped the rope, and everyone descended one by one. It was pouring rain, and everyone descended one by one. They came to a cabin and could see 2 sleeping enemies inside through the cabin door glass. Unscrew the door lock quietly. Sneak in quietly. How to deal with sleeping enemies. Kill them, or pass by without waking them up. Bill chose the former, took out his silenced pistol, fired several shots, and killed the 2 men. After walking around the corner, there was a downward ramp. Everyone went down one by one and came to a corridor. They saw an enemy in front of them holding a wine bottle and holding onto the wall. Louis turned back and whispered, "Kill it, or not alert him. It's your choice." Bill raised his pistol, killed him with 2 pops, and said, "I think it's safer to kill him. Then continue." After turning a corner, we walked forward, exited the hatch, and came to the middle deck of the cruise ship, which was filled with containers. Looking past the container, you can see a 3-story ship building ahead. The 3rd floor is brightly lit, and there are patrolling enemies. Bill and the other newcomers were waiting for instructions. Louis asked Ron, "What do you think we should do?" Ron just smiled and said into the intercom, "Jill, call for air support." Jill's voice came through the headset. "No problem. We'll be there soon." After a while, I saw a military helicopter flying over, hovering in the air, and shooting at the enemies on the ship building in front. After killing the enemies in front, everyone began to move closer to the front, weaving through the containers. We soon reached the opposite side, found the door, opened it, went down the gangway, and entered the cabin. After passing a place with neat pipelines, I saw several enemies blocking the way. A gun battle broke out between the 2 sides, but they were unable to break through. Louis fired at the steam pipe in front of him, and steam suddenly spurted out and hit the enemy, making him scream in pain. "Let's go! Hurry up!" Louis ordered, leading everyone to rush in, and suddenly defeated the several enemies in front who were in disarray. Coming to a relatively large cabin in front, there were a lot of equipment, including containers. Louis looked at the electronic map and said, "The files are in a container in front. We are going to break in. Please pay attention. Protect yourself and fight together. Let's go!" Sure enough, there was resistance inside, with more than a dozen enemies, but they couldn't resist the attack of the 6-man team. After entering, grenade flashes were used in turn, and 6 rifles fired in a burst, killing all these enemies. When he came to the reserve container, he used a shotgun to violently open the door lock. He saw that there was indeed a document on the table inside. Louis asked Bill to take it and said, "Okay, we are leaving. Jill, fly the helicopter over." Come pick us up. Yes, boss, Jill replied. Everyone started to return the way they came. But before they could go back, there was a sudden explosion, and the whole ship began to tilt. Louis cursed Chete and said, Quick! We have to get out quickly and start walking. Everyone began to run along the original route. And at the same time, Jill's voice came from the headset. Sorry, boss. An enemy helicopter came over and fired a missile, hitting the cruise ship. It has tilted and is about to sink. You have to hurry up. Come out. Otherwise the team will be destroyed. Everyone was running wildly, and there were explosions and water everywhere in the cabin. Gil added, My helicopter has a malfunction and cannot pick you up. Louis asked, What should we do? Are we required to jump into the sea? At this moment, Giada's voice came from the channel. Boss, I'm here. You retreat as planned, and I'll pick you up. Chapter 319, Leaving the Digital World. When Giada's voice came from the headset, except for Louis and Ron, the other 4 people in the team were shocked, because in their impression, Giada was a female devil, and she was a female devil who could control everyone's destiny, head, and the kind that kills people without blinking an eye. So when Giada came from the headset, this voice was very familiar to them, and it was full of fear. Louis said, Then let's leave quickly and try to finish this game. This is just a game in Yuane, which means that whether you can pass or not, it will not affect your awakening. Under the leadership of Louis, everyone left the bumpy cabin and came to the deck outside. At this moment, the cruise ship had tilted seriously and was about to capsize. Everyone was running wildly on the deck under the heavy rain. After a while, they saw a Chinook flying over. The hatch opened and hovered on the deck in front. Everyone ran away and jumped on one by one. Bill accidentally slipped and immediately slowed down a lot. When we arrived at the bow of the ship, we were already far away from the Chinook's cabin door. Louis and others stood at the door of the cabin, waving their hands and shouting, Quick! Jump quickly! Seeing that it was impossible to jump on, Bill had already run to the bow of the ship and had no choice but to jump over. After all, this was a game in a virtual world. At worst, he would transfer to the sea and start over. So Bill chose to bite the bullet and jumped up. He grabbed the edge of the cabin with both hands and slid down quickly. Louis and Ron quickly reached out and grabbed him. After a while, they finally pulled him. He was dragged up. Sitting in the cabin and looking back, I saw the cruise ship slowly sinking into the sea. Bill breathed a sigh of relief, while Louis sighed and said, Finally, I played a cooperative level. Everyone was puzzled. So Louis said, But I was bored. I simulated a game together and played it by myself. Today, I was lucky enough to bring together all 6 of our teams to play together. It feels like very happy. When Louis said this, she couldn't help but recall her days in the virtual world with emotion. Ron said, But I don't think this game is very difficult. Louisa said with a smile, I adjusted the difficulty of the game to the easiest. Otherwise, how could we not have any casualties? Bill wiped the water stains on his forehead and said, Is this easy? I almost fell into the sea. Everyone was young. So Ron said, The only reason is that you are stupid. The Chinook was driving on the sea on a rainy night. Everyone was sitting in the cabin facing each other. Giada walked out of the cockpit and faced everyone. Bill and the other 4 were startled when they saw her arrival. And the scene that was originally a joke suddenly became serious. Giada said, What's wrong? Don't you all recognize me? Due to the current instant messaging technology, Giada can connect with everyone in real time, even in his hometown. Louis hurriedly waved his hand and said, Jade, why don't you be too serious? We will all work together in the future. Besides, you are no longer the murderous devil you once were. Giada didn't smile and just nodded. Louis asked her to sit down as well, and then said, Should we chat for a while? Or should we wake up the 4 of you now? Several people were also confused and didn't know how to answer. Louis asked, Hey, did I say you were stupid? The 4 of you are still in the virtual world. Do you want to go to the real world? Saha from the 47th world suddenly said, Why didn't you see Gil? Ron smiled and said, What? Do you want to meet our beautiful lady from the Demon Sword? I said, Jill. Can you hear me? Someone wants to see you. Why don't you come out to meet her? Jill's voice came from the channel. No problem. Then I'll take a look. Just a moment. After she finished speaking, she saw a faint glowing circle appear in the cabin. And Jill said, I'm coming over. After a moment, Jill walked out of the circle of light and said to everyone, Okay, I'm here, Saha said. She is indeed a beautiful woman. I have admired her for a long time. Jill smiled and said, What a beautiful woman. Now she is a virtual image. When she comes to the real world, she is just a machine. After that, she found a seat and sat down. The Chinook carried everyone and kept flying over the sea. She didn't know where it was going and when it would land. Louis said, Jill, you see, I took advantage of my personal power and summoned all the members of our 6 teams. And you were the only one summoned from your second team. Jill smiled and said, It doesn't matter. I don't mind. You don't need so many people now. As long as you have good character and are loyal. Do you care which team you are from? Ron also said, Yes. I agree with what Jill said. Besides, there is a nasty guy in your second team. Bill asked. Ron, are you talking about Rogers? Before Ron could answer, Gil said, Yes. I don't like Rogers either. And I hate him very much. Louis said, Although Rogers is annoying, I am thinking that if my magic sword wants to be in good condition, it will inevitably wake up other lords, including Rogers. Gil said, Forget it. Rogers has a very bad character. For the safety of my magic sword, I suggest you never wake him up. Giada also said, Yes. The interests of civilization are above all else. We must nip any behavior that may threaten civilization in the cradle. Okay, Louis said. Our goddess sister has said so. So I would rather wake him up to confirm. Giada has appeared in front of everyone as a goddess before, and her name itself is the transliteration of God. So Louis calls her goddess like this. Ron smacked his lips. This Rogers is so pitiful. Bill said. So you have to be kind. Louis said. Okay. We all know each other and will work together in the future. Then it is time for you to face the real world. It will be a little uncomfortable when you wake up. But I have done a little bit more on the wake-up procedure. Improvement. 2 bugs have been corrected. So when you are awakened, you will not be more uncomfortable than Ron last time. Ron said, Boss, please stop laughing at me. Seeing that everyone was ready, Louis said, Then start the wake-up procedure. The surrounding scenery begins to change. The core memory cards of 6C Bill, F6 Timid, 53-4 and 47 Saha have been inserted into the host interfaces of the 4 flagships in advance, waiting for the wake-up process. The 4 people began to be awakened and entered the real world. Chapter 320 Civilization has grown again. The current demon sword has expanded to 9 legions and 1 reserve legion, which are the 1st Legion, the Giada Legion, the flagship Chilin, stationed in the Sun system, and the Hope Star Fortress, which contains 950,000 Earth humans. The 2nd Legion, Louis Legion, the flagship Tianji, the Demon Sword Expeditionary Force to conquer the Shockwave Fleet, and the Dream Star Fortress, which contains 250,000 Earthlings. The 3rd Legion, Gil Troop, flagship Phoenix, Demon Sword Expeditionary Force. The 4th Legion, Ron Troop, flagship Black Dragon, Demonic Sword Expeditionary Force. The 5th Legion, the Wenjing Legion, the flagship Black Bee, and the Demonic Sword Expeditionary Force. This legion is a mixed legion of bees and machines, including 55 million bees. The legion leader is Queen Wenjing of the Bee Star Civilization. The former Queen of Flowers insisted on taking the Zen position due to physical reasons. Wenjing had no choice but to accept Zen and become the emperor, becoming the new Queen Bee of the Bee People. However, in the Bee Star Civilization, there is no such thing as queen, only the title of king, because the Bee People are a matriarchal society, and queen bees have always been female. The 6th Legion, Bill Troop, flagship Chilong, stationed in Japan. The 7th Legion, the Timid Legion, the flagship White Tiger, is stationed in the Japanese system. The 8th Legion, the 4 Legion, the flagship Suzaku, and the Japanese garrison. The 9th Legion, the Saha Legion, the flagship Xuanwu, is stationed in the Japanese system. The 10th Legion, the Reserve Legion, has not been activated and is parked in the B-Sun system. Bill and the other 4 did experience a little hiccup when they were awakened, but in the end, they all stabilized and quickly grasped the current situation of the magic sword. When awakened, the iron law of the magic sword was also written into their respective core memory cards. After everyone was familiar with the situation, Louis said, Then, I will tell you why I want to wake you up. And I will also give each of you the important task of a legion. During the connection, Bill said, "Boss, you gave us a new life and entrusted us with such an arduous task. We must not be afraid of life and death and do our best for civilization." Louis said, "In short, you must understand that this universe is dark. So dark that it is outrageous. So we can only survive tenaciously if we unite together and hunt together." Everyone said, "I will swear allegiance to the demon sword to the death. And I will swear allegiance to the archangel to the death." "Okay," Louis said. "Let's start with the whole group. Bill, Tiamat, 4, and Saha. You 4 are the new troop. I want to give you a very important task. It's 2A task. Divided into 2 teams to do. One of the teams, consisting of 2 legions, went to South Gate 2 to find the Wanderer civilization. The other team, also composed of 2 teams, came to chase us and go to Cockroach Day, which is Ross 128, to eliminate the cockroach's lair. So among the 4 of you, you can discuss which 2 will chase the Wanderers and which 2 will chase us. The Wanderer has not determined its location yet, but it is estimated that it will be 10 light years away from the magic sword, still on the way to Nam Air. Alpha Centauri, also known as Alpha Centauri, is the closest star to the solar system. However, the Demon Sword has been officially named after Nam Air. The Demon Sword Expeditionary Force is now only about a light year away from the B-Sun system. So chasing the Wanderers may be faster than chasing the Expeditionary Force. In other words, from the perspective of resource consumption, it is of course more cost-effective to catch up with the Expeditionary Force. But none of the 4 people expressed their stance immediately. Louis asked, "Why? Are you hesitant? If you don't say anything, I will have to give the order directly." Bill said, "Boss, this is it. This is what I think. No matter which one you are chasing, it is a time-consuming and labor-intensive matter. In terms of wandering animals, assuming they stay still, for 10 light years, it would take 700 years to catch up. Not to mention they were still flying. As for chasing the Expeditionary Force, it is actually impossible to catch up, because the Expeditionary Force is also advancing quickly, and the speed of advancement is as fast as ours. So we can only really catch up if we chase until the day of Cockroach. The approximate distance of the Cockroach Sun is 5 light years, which takes at least 350 years." Louis said, "Then it's easy to forget. One is 700 years, and the other is 350 years. Of course, the 350-year one is a good deal." Bill said, "Boss, I'm not thinking about whether it's a good deal or not. I don't think any of them would have thought of this. We are all part of the Demon Sword now. We don't care about personal gains and losses. We are all for the sake of civilization and struggle. Even if you die, you will have no regrets. So it's hard to choose. Besides, the enemy that is 350 years old is more powerful and may have to go through a more difficult war. The Wanderer that is 700 years old may be longer, and the level of civilization lags behind. So there will be no difficult war. So, both have their own pros and cons. But with my temper, even if I go through a hard war, I am willing to do it in a short time. Although chasing the Wanderer is very comfortable, it takes too long." After several years of sailing and mastering instant communication technology, Demon Sword has mastered all the circumstances of Shock Wave and Cockroach Sun respectively. But the Wanderer still has not been found. Through the quantum reconnaissance of the emitted entangled particles, the Shock Wave was the first to be detected. As mentioned before, they do have a base strength of 100 million. What was later detected was Changri. Through the investigation of Changri, it was found that Changri's homeland has at least 1 billion troops, which means it has 1 billion fighters and matching warships at hand. This is a very huge number for the magic sword. Even now, the Demon Sword only has 9 plus 1 legions, with a total strength of 900 million plus 100 million. The reason why it is said to be 9 plus 1 is because there are 9 standard legions and 1 reserve legion. So in the same way, the total strength is 900 million plus 100 million. If you want to go on an expedition to Changri, according to Li Yi's current deployment, you will have to go to 6 legions, including the 4 already on the road and the 2 supporting behind, which is exactly 6. The other 2 went to track down the Wanderers, and 1 stayed at the lair. On the way to the expedition to Cockroach Sun, we have to deal with the Shock Wave halfway. Louis wanted to choose 2 teams among the 4 of them to chase the Expeditionary Force and the Wanderers respectively. Everyone remained silent and let Louis make the distribution. But Bill expressed his thoughts. "Boss, I have an immature idea. Please refer to it." Well, you say. Boss, Bill said. Although we have fewer troops than the enemy, we have instant communication technology, which makes them inferior to us. So overall, we can defeat it. But, boss, I have never fought in an interstellar war. So what I am going to say next is nonsense. Jill said. What are you talking about? Tell me quickly. Yes.